Senior Bai Hao is far too modest, someone exclaimed. He is clearly so outstanding, yet he remains humble and low-key, always telling those around him that he is just an ordinary person. But how could an ordinary person be such a monstrous genius? Another student retorted. Exactly. Yet another chimed in. Even now I can still vividly recall the scene when Senior Bai Hao awakened his talent. That spectacle was utterly soul-shaking. His Tao body manifested naturally, visions shook the world, yin and yang qi intertwined, five-element divine radiance circled his form, and every casual movement stirred a resonance with the very laws with Tao rhythm made manifest. Even the device used to test innate talent began to roar and crackle, before finally exploding into fragments, someone added. And that wasn't all. I also heard, a student lowered his voice mysteriously, that on that very day a human powerhouse from our blue star lineage crossed star systems to descend here and bluntly declared that Senior Bai Hao might be the reincarnation of an unsurpassed mighty expert. Once that news spread, the whole world was shaken. Another exclaimed. Tell me, how could someone who practically has unimaginably formidable written all over his face possibly be just an ordinary person? In the past few days, similar remarks had been echoing incessantly in Bai Hao's ears like a broken recorder. But he truly was nothing more than an average, utterly ordinary person. Even in his previous life, aside from an attractive face, he had merely been a regular wage earner at best. That was right. Just like many protagonists in online novels, Bai Hao too was one of the many who had crossed over into another world. He even possessed a system which had been activated together with his awakened talent 2 days ago. The frustrating part was that his system seemed practically useless. Aside from displaying an attribute panel, it appeared to have no other functions at all. Name Bai Hao. Talent maxed out, charisma A level of breathtaking beauty that aligns with the great Tao and resonates with the laws, forming a Tao body vision at any time, and to any race the host's charm cannot be ignored. Cultivation aptitude intermediate. Mental aptitude intermediate. Comprehension aptitude intermediate. Realm awakening stage first tier. Techniques none. Martial skills none. Bai Hao had already examined the system panel over and over again, yet it remained utterly unchanged. Intermediate. 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 Aside from his face, everything about him was simply average. Plain and ordinary to the core. Because of this, Bai Hao had turned down quite a few olive branches from powerful experts over the past 2 days. He had honestly told them that his cultivation talent was very ordinary, and that he was definitely not some mighty being's reincarnation. Yet no one believed him. In their eyes, Bai Hao's identity as a reincarnated mighty expert was already a nailed-down fact. How could an ordinary person naturally possess a Tao body or bear so many heaven-defying visions? Therefore, they firmly believed that the reason Bai Hao refused them was because he had been far too powerful in his previous life and simply looked down on them. After taking their leave from him with great respect, they departed with reluctant regret. As for their respectful attitude toward him, did that even need to be said? One must never slight the reincarnation of a mighty expert. No one knew how many hidden trump cards such a person might have left behind prior to reincarnating. If someone foolishly provoked Bai Hao, would that not be courting death? At this moment, Bai Hao sat in the martial arts class feeling extremely depressed. He had told many people that he was not the reincarnation of a mighty expert. After all, in what world would a mighty expert's reincarnation possess such mediocre cultivation aptitude? Yet no one believed him. They even felt his character was noble, modest, and courteous, worthy of everyone's respect and emulation. For crying out loud, he cursed inwardly. What kind of twisted situation is this? Grumbling to himself, Bai Hao once again opened the system panel, hoping to see 1 or 2 new useful functions appear. Unfortunately, the system still showed not the slightest reaction. Damn it! He cursed in his heart. Don't tell me my system is some kind of counterfeit piece of junk. At least make a sound or something. Just then a voice rang out in his mind. Squeak keyword detected. Supreme fortuitous luck system formally activated. Also in response to the host, this system is not a counterfeit piece of junk. Bai Hao fell silent. Not a counterfeit piece of junk, it claimed. Other people's systems always began with crisp, ding-ding-ding chimes that sounded so proper and official, yet his had to greet him with a squeaky squeak. Anyone who didn't know better might think the system was some kind of mouse. Of course, complaints were complaints. Deep down, Bai Hao was still very excited. After all, he too was now a man with a cheat. Someone with a system. Once he had calmed himself, he recalled what had just happened and asked. System, you said you detected a keyword just now. So what exactly was the keyword? Squeak. The keyword is squeak. Unless the host mentions this word, the system can never fully activate. The corner of Bai Hao's mouth twitched. It was confirmed. This damn system really was mouse-like to its core. After finishing his silent rant, Bai Hao was just about to ask what functions the system possessed, when he suddenly realized that the world before his eyes had changed. Above the heads of every classmate around him, a small colored cloud of chi was now floating. Among these little clouds, white was the most common, yellow came next, and there was only a single green one. Moreover, Bai Hao noticed that the clouds above most people's heads were calm, and still, while only a very small number were flickering incessantly. Through the quiet clouds, he could see nothing at all. But through the flickering ones, He could see scenes of the fortunate encounters and opportunities those people would obtain in the coming days. For example, when he focused intently on that flickering green cloud, images of the opportunities its owner would soon gain immediately unfolded within his mind. Not only that, once the vision faded, two options would appear. Option 1, copy this person's opportunity. After a successful copy, the level of this opportunity will trigger a critical amplification, forming an entirely new opportunity. The exact critical multiplier will be random. Option 2, deprive this person of their opportunity. After a successful deprivation, the level of this opportunity will trigger a critical amplification, forming an entirely new opportunity. The exact critical multiplier will be random. What in the world was this? Startled, Bai Hao hurriedly questioned the system, and soon obtained an answer. His eyes had transformed into fortune-seeing golden pupils. They could pierce through falsehoods, and even copy or strip away the opportunities birthed from others' fortune, then subject them to a critical amplification to create entirely new chances. The newly formed opportunities did not require him to personally seek them out in the real world. Instead, his consciousness would enter the system's fortuitous encounter simulation space to experience them. Each simulation would consume only 10 seconds of real time. The levels of fortuitous encounters were divided into white, yellow, green, red, purple, gold, origin, world, desolate, grand flood, cosmos, and universe. A total of 12 tiers. After learning the system's specific functions, Bai Hao was overjoyed. Just when the mountains and rivers seemed to leave no road ahead, a willow-draped village appeared in the shade. Hope arose where all had seemed lost. He had never imagined that the system he had nearly written off as counterfeit junk would turn out to be this formidable. By the way, system, if I deprive someone of their fortuitous encounter, what effect will it have on them? Bai Hao asked. Squeak. Their opportunity will vanish and their fortune level may decline, the system replied. I see. Bai Hao nodded in sudden understanding. Then he turned his gaze toward the only person in the entire class who possessed green-level fortune. His name was Wang Zhua. Although his cultivation aptitude was as ordinary as Bai Hao's, merely intermediate, his family's business empire was enormous. They maintained a private force of martial artists and wielded great influence in Jiangzhou City. People around them often said that Wang Zhua had chosen the right set of parents. Looking now at the green cloud above his head that would not stop flickering, Bai Hao could not help feeling a bit amused and conflicted. Was this perhaps the legendary proof that to get through life one needed a little green on top? Whatever, he muttered to himself. I'll just borrow a bit of his opportunity first. Casting aside his bizarre thoughts, Bai Hao prepared to activate his fortune-seeing golden pupils to copy Wang Zhua's fortuitous encounter. Yet just then, in the distance, Wang Zhua suddenly turned around and walked toward him. When Bai Hao saw Wang Zhua's face clearly, he was startled. Both cheeks were swollen high with several distinct crimson palm marks faintly visible. He limped as he walked, his arm covered in bruises. Pitiful to the extreme. Good heavens. What on earth had happened to this guy? How had he suddenly ended up looking like such a wreck? Beneath the podium, hearing Zhang Mingyu's words, Bai Hao winced inwardly. Master, I truly am not a transcendent cultivator reborn. I beg you not to place such lofty expectations upon me. He glanced around. The classmates all nodded in agreement, clearly endorsing Zhang Mingyu's claim. No one dared object. Occasionally their gazes flickered toward Bai Hao, brimming with awe and envy. To them, Bai Hao was a reborn transcendent. A being so exalted that harboring jealousy would only invite self-inflicted misery. This is unbearable. All I wish is to live as an ordinary person. Why must you force me to play the part of some fated reborn powerhouse? Bai Hao silently grumbled in his heart. Yet, he found himself intrigued by Zhang Mingyu's mention of the Global Elite Tournament, and asked, Master, what exactly is the Global Elite Tournament? I hadn't planned to elaborate. Most of you will scarcely reach the 7th awakening rank within a year, but since Bai Hao shows interest, I shall explain it thoroughly. Zhang Mingyu once again singled out Bai Hao. A faint twitch tugged at Bai Hao's lips. Was this obsession truly inescapable? Zhang Mingyu began his lecture. The Global Elite Tournament is a martial cultivation contest hosted by Blue Earth for awakened geniuses under 20 years of age. Its purpose is to select the 100 strongest prodigies of Blue Earth and grant them entry into the stellar battlefield. And what precisely is the stellar battlefield? Bai Hao's expression froze, puzzled. Zhang Mingyu explained, the stellar battlefield, also known as the multi-species battlefield, comprises 9 realms, each vast beyond measure, 100 times larger than an ordinary stellar domain. Moreover, due to its unique cosmic laws, entrants must possess strictly defined cultivation levels. For instance, those in the awakening realm may enter only the 9th realm, those in the divine ability realm only the 8th. A cultivator's performance and ranking within the stellar battlefield profoundly influence their species' future trajectory. These consequences shape racial standing across eons, determining authority, allocation of rare opportunities, distribution of resources, and territorial sovereignty. Never underestimate the stellar battlefield. Within it lie boundless opportunities, treasures, and fortuitous encounters so extraordinary they stir even domain lords and beings far more formidable. Every starfaring civilization strives relentlessly to secure entry, often at costs beyond imagination. Yet we, the human race of Blue Earth, gain entry freely, thanks to the Lanxia Academy. Such is the advantage of standing beneath a great power. Pausing briefly, Zhang Mingyu continued. Once inside the stellar battlefield, the top 100 prodigies of Blue Earth must do everything in their power to slay alien cultivators and ascend the cosmic prodigy rankings. This ranking holds immense influence, watched closely by countless human sects and powers. Anyone who appears on it will be instantly courted by elite factions, each vying to extend their patronage. Their fate, and their future, will be irrevocably transformed. Alas, most of you possess merely average aptitude. You may not even qualify for the 100 School Grand Contest. That is why your primary task now is to excel in university entrance exams. Of course. Zhang Mingyu turned once more to Bai Hao. Bai Hao differs from you. He is a reborn transcendent. Even among the cosmos at large, his talent ranks among the absolute apex. His destiny lies not within Blue Earth, but across the stars, where he shall elevate our human lineage to unprecedented glory. His voice trembled with fervor. Zhang Mingyu gazed at Bai Hao with blazing eyes, his expression radiant with reverent anticipation. The global elite tournament. The stellar battlefield. If I participate, surely I'll stumble upon countless fortuitous encounters. Bai Hao murmured softly. Having arrived in this world, he naturally sought strength, immortality, ascension to the supreme, undying, eternal pinnacle of existence. Elsewhere, Zhang Mingyu finally regained his composure. Sipped tea twice, then addressed the class. Before dismissal, I'll distribute magnetic cards containing foundational cultivation arts and basic martial techniques. You may begin practicing independently. Questions may be held until tomorrow's group session. Oh, and if you have time, visit the Academy's Tower of Heaven. It employs advanced virtual reality simulation, offering an ideal arena to refine cultivation and enhance combat prowess. Each successfully cleared level grants merit points. A superb training ground indeed. Master, what are merit points used for? A student asked. Merit points may be exchanged for cultivation resources, arts, techniques. Indeed, for anything essential to your current stage. Zhang Mingyu spoke gravely. Remember well. During your senior year, merit points are indispensable. Never underestimate their importance. Lastly, I hope each of you attains the 3rd awakening rank before graduation. Enough at least to secure university admission. Having spoken, Zhang Mingyu cast one deep lingering glance toward Bai Hao, serene and celestial as an immortal descended to earth, then departed the classroom. Inside the classroom, the students remained stirred hearts, unable to settle. Like Bai Hao, most dreamed secretly of becoming peerless sovereigns. Yet Bai Hao knew the truth. Their destinies were nearly sealed. Their cultivation would peak at best within the awakening realm. For their fortune rank was simply too low. Returning home, Bai Hao entered his bedroom, at once sat cross-legged upon the bed and silently commanded the system. System, activate the fortuitous encounter simulation space. Beep. Fortuitous encounter simulation space activated. Initiating host consciousness transfer. Activating chronosphere opportunity. In the next instant, Bai Hao found himself immersed in a mysterious void, suffused with unfathomable creative energy. He walked forward dazed. His movements accelerated as though sped up 1,000-fold. Simultaneously, the system's voice echoed in his ears. Unknowingly, you wander into an immortal mountain, upon which stands a Taoist temple, housing an elder whose presence shimmers with ethereal grace. Upon beholding your striking countenance, the elder marvels aloud, and immediately declares you the disciple he has long awaited, the final innermost heir to his legacy. After accepting you as his inner disciple, the elder discovers your innate aptitude falls short, so he guides you to absorb the essence of a spirit vein, refining your fundamental talents. Upon completion, your cultivation aptitude ascends to lunar tier, your spiritual aptitude to lunar tier, your comprehension aptitude likewise to lunar tier. Days later, while listening to his Daya discourse, you drift into slumber and receive 3 sharp raps upon the head from his ceremonial ruler. A sudden epiphany strikes. You arrive at his chamber at midnight, where he imparts the 9-fold golden palace immortal unyielding art. This art defies heaven and earth. Each completed cycle triggers the nirvanic rebirth of both flesh and soul. With the elder's guidance, you master the first cycle, leaping 3 cultivation stages in one surge, ascending to the 4th awakening rank. Your spiritual sea coalesces a nascent sovereign golden palace, blending offense and defense seamlessly. Your physical body radiates like divine lapis lazuli, unrivaled among peers. As you take your leave, you notice the elder's ceremonial ruler, elegant, exquisite, and quietly slip it into your robe. Beep. Fortuitous encounter simulation concluded. The entire process lasted precisely 10 seconds. At the system's chime, Bai Hao's consciousness snapped back, and within his mind bloomed the complete 9-fold golden palace immortal unyielding art. Simultaneously, a celestial emperor's golden palace manifested within his spiritual sea, guarding his nascent soul, while torrents of potent energy particles surged into his body. Instantly, the 9-fold golden palace immortal unyielding art activated, autonomously transmuting them into pure cultivation base. In that instant, Bai Hao's cultivation ascended flawlessly to the 4th awakening rank. His foundation immeasurably profound. His blood and chi roiled like tidal waves across a crimson sea. By sheer physical might alone, he stood unrivaled among all awakening realm cultivators. Moreover, he discovered the ceremonial ruler now rested in his palm. To the elder it had been but an ordinary tool, but within it slumbered an entire microcosm. It was unmistakably a world-class spirit treasure. Sentient and discerning, it recognized Bai Hao's refined visage, and pledged allegiance without hesitation. This delighted Bai Hao immensely. With such a world-class spirit treasure as his hidden ace, his personal safety now possessed a formidable guarantee. Yet, as he recalled the simulation's final scene, a flush rose to his cheeks. System, you've slandered me. I, Bai Hao, how could I possibly stoop so low, to pilfer my own master's possession? Squeak, the host's actions in the adventure simulation space are entirely of his own doing with no relation to the system. Please do not shift the blame, host. Bai Hao, goodness, you've even used a derogatory term like actions. You truly are a remarkable system. After a few complaints, he summoned the system panel again, and this time the attributes on the panel finally looked much more pleasing than before. Name Bai Hao, talent maximum, charm exquisitely handsome, harmonizing with the Tao, resonating with the laws, creating a unique manifestation of the Tao body, impossible for any race to ignore the host's charm at any moment. Cultivation qualification, lunar level mental qualification, lunar level comprehension qualification, lunar level cultivation level awakening stage 4 skill 9 turns golden palace, indestructible art first turn martial skills, none, much more comfortable. The previous intermediate level was really too harsh on the eyes. It simply did not match my extraordinary appearance. Bai Hao said with a smile to himself. This 9 turns golden palace indestructible art has too high requirements for qualifications. Currently my qualification is at least lunar level, yet I can barely cultivate the first turn, and the subsequent 8 turns are completely out of reach. This is simply outrageous. It seems I need to seize more opportunities in the future to enhance my qualifications in various aspects. But speaking of which, what level is lunar level? I had only heard of qualifications being classified as low, medium, high, and top grades before. Squeak, lunar level is above the top grade. The qualification levels from low to high are low, medium, high, top, star, lunar, solar, earth, and heaven levels. The subsequent levels are not yet accessible to the host. There are more to come. Bai Hao's mouth twitched slightly. He had thought his qualifications surpassing the top grade were impressive, but it seems that improving qualifications is still a long way to go. I am indeed just an ordinary person. Moreover, why are the rewards from the cosmic level opportunities so meager? I feel something is off. Oh, have I overlooked something? On a brilliant life planet extremely far from Blue Star, there exists an extraordinarily magnificent academy. This academy is one of the 9 great academies, the Blue Summer Academy. At this moment in a hall of the Blue Summer Academy, 7 or 8 powerful individuals emanating a terrifying aura are seated. The weakest among them has already reached the Void Realm, while the middle-aged man at the top has even attained the Domain Lord Realm. These individuals are undeniably the senior members of the Blue Summer Academy. Academy Master, is the news confirmed? Is that Bai Hao truly the reincarnation of a great being? One elder couldn't help but ask. The middle-aged man at the top replied, the Academy Master of the Blue Summer Academy. I have personally observed this child possesses a natural Tao body, and there faintly lingers a very special aura on him. What special aura? A transcendent aura beyond the flow of time. Such power is so lofty that even my rough sensing felt as if I saw a vast river surging towards me, filling my heart with an uncontrollable sense of dread. This? If that's the case, Bai Hao is indeed the reincarnation of a great being without a doubt. Only that kind of super-transcendent being can leave such a unique aura upon reincarnation. Everyone gasped in astonishment. Academy Master, what are your plans? Should we invite him to join our Blue Summer Academy? An elder asked. No. The Academy Master of Blue Summer waved his hand. I once said I would take him as a disciple and nurture him, but he rejected me. Moreover, he is very resistant to such matters, even denying his identity as the reincarnation of a great being to dissuade my thoughts of taking him as a disciple. Ah, what should we do about that? Why not report this to the higher-ups of the human race? Surely they would send someone to invite Bai Hao. Our lineage of Blue Summer might be able to secure more resources for the Academy through this. Upon hearing this suggestion, everyone felt it was a good idea and nodded in agreement. Only the Academy Master of Blue Summer remained silent, noticing this change. An elder frowned and asked, does the Academy Master not wish to report to the higher-ups of the human race? I truly do not wish to report. The Academy Master of Blue Summer looked around at the elders and said solemnly, are you all aware of the current situation of our Blue Summer Academy? The elders' breaths caught and they fell silent instantly. As high-ranking members of the Academy, how could they not know the awkward situation their Academy was facing? Seeing their tacit agreement, the Academy Master of Blue Summer sighed softly and said, although the 9 great academies are all factions of the human race, their relationships among each other are far from harmonious. Among them, our Blue Summer Academy has been established for the shortest time, having only existed for just over 1,000 years. Our foundation is the weakest with the least high-end combat power, and there are only 2 domain lords. In contrast to the other academies, even the weakest of them, the 9 Chi Academy, has a history of hundreds of thousands of years, boasting 3 domain Lord Realm powerhouses. In this situation, I can hold my ground for now, at least stabilizing the situation. However, if I were to encounter any mishaps, a significant reshuffle of powers would undoubtedly occur. As he spoke, the voice of the Academy Master of Blue Summer grew heavy. Academy Master, how could you possibly encounter trouble? Please do not say such things. I am speaking hypothetically. As a person, one must remain vigilant during peaceful times and prepare for the worst in all matters so that one can live long. Wait, Academy Master, have you forgotten? We still have the Dragon General. With his residual influence, the other academies would not dare to act against Blue Summer. The Dragon General. The Academy Master of Blue Summer gazed into the distance and sighed. The Dragon General has been absent from the Tianyin Star Domain for nearly 1,000 years in pursuit of the Eternal Realm. How long can his residual influence still be effective? Upon hearing this, the elders were rendered speechless. Indeed, the Dragon General had been gone for nearly 1,000 years. Whether he was still alive was uncertain, and how could they place their hopes on him? After a moment of silence, the Grand Elder of the Academy broke the deadlock. Academy Master, you just said you do not intend to report to the higher-ups of the human race. Could it be that you already have a better plan? Exactly. The Academy Master of Blue Summer said lightly. I intend to send a senior member of the Blue Summer Academy to secretly protect Bai Hao and serve as his guardian. This way, Bai Hao will owe our Blue Summer Academy a favor. When he grows in the future, our Blue Summer Academy, as well as the lineage of Blue Star's human race, will greatly benefit from this. All the elders were enlightened and suddenly came to a realization. The Academy Master was indeed correct. Compared to the benefits of befriending Bai Hao, what could the cultivation resources gained from reporting to the higher-ups of the human race possibly compare? Then which elder does the Academy Master plan to send to be Bai Hao's guardian? The second elder asked, eagerly, looking enthusiastic. The other elders also looked at the Academy Master with keen interest. Bai Hao is a reincarnation of a great being. If one day he takes notice of them, it would truly be a case of one person attaining Tao, and even their dogs would ascend with them. I'll go. Just then the door to the conference hall was pushed open, and a tall, stunningly beautiful woman walked in. This woman was so beautiful with exquisite features, as if she were untouched by worldly affairs, yet she naturally exuded a hint of charm. She captivated hearts and evoked boundless imagination, truly a paragon of beauty. If Bai Hao were present, he might only utter 2 words, I want to rush in. Dragon Maiden. The elders who had originally intended to compete for the opportunity fell silent upon seeing the woman not daring to utter another word. This was only because she was the daughter of the Dragon General Long Qingxue. Simultaneously, she was also another domain Lord Realm powerhouse of the Blue Summer Academy aside from the Academy Master. Long Qingxue stepped into the hall and looked at the Master of the Lancia Manor, saying, Master, I will become the guardian of the reincarnated great being. The Master of the Lancia Manor pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well. With the Master's approval, Long Qingxue nodded and left without any hesitation. The hall fell into silence. After a while, the Grand Elder sighed. I never expected that the Dragon Maiden, who is always focused solely on cultivation, would voluntarily request to become someone's guardian. Indeed, I didn't foresee this either. I thought her world revolved solely around cultivation. Another elder chimed in. You are mistaken. The Master of the Lancia Manor shook his head and said, In truth, among the entire Lancia Academy, the Dragon Maiden is perhaps the most concerned about the Blue Star human race. Although she appears aloof on the surface, as if indifferent to everything and only knows cultivation all day, in reality, she pays great attention to the development of the Blue Star human race. Her focus on cultivation is merely to break through to the Realm King level, as soon as possible, to alleviate the pressure on the Lancia Academy. Saying this, a hint of reverence appeared in the Master's eyes. So that's how it is. The elders immediately felt ashamed, saying, If what the Master says is true, then we have truly misunderstood the Dragon Maiden. The Master of the Lancia Manor looked at everyone and said, Everyone, the matter regarding Bai Hao is of great importance, so I ask you to keep it to yourselves and make a vow of silence. Yes, Master. Meanwhile, in an apartment of a certain community, Bai Hao returned home and first looked at the spatial ring, sent by Wang Zhuo, which contained quite a few spirit stones brimming with sincerity. This made Bai Hao quite satisfied. Subsequently, he took out the magnetic card issued by Zhang Mingyu earlier in the day, which contained the basic cultivation methods and martial skills provided by the school. He now had the cultivation method. Moreover, this method was quite impressive, in addition to cultivating spirit energy, and it also included numerous powerful magical techniques. However, he couldn't just unleash his full power every time he fought someone. That would be too unfair. Thus, he must also practice some ordinary martial skills, at least to give those less attractive than himself a chance. The magnetic card slid through the wristband, emitting a beeping sound. The next moment, the wristband projected an image showing the recorded martial techniques. A man in black appeared in the image of medium height, with his face pixelated, making it impossible to discern his features. Bai Hao couldn't help but feel exasperated. Damn it. A perfectly good martial arts explanation video ended up looking like an action movie. Truly, what a talent. After venting his frustration, he began to seriously watch the black-clad man demonstrate the martial art. This martial art was called Black Thunder Fist. It was suitable for users from the 1st to the 6th awakening stage. When practiced to perfection, it could unleash the power of thunder and had considerable destructive capability. It ranked among the top in basic martial arts. After watching the video once, Bai Hao closed his eyes and the movements of the middle-aged man began to surface in his mind down to the tiniest detail. 3 seconds later, he grasped the basics of the Black Thunder Fist. 10 seconds later, he achieved minor success. 30 seconds later, he reached great success. Yet Bai Hao did not stop there. He continued to simulate the technique, quickly evolving it to a terrifying level. Minutes later, he opened his eyes and suddenly punched into the void, a chilling black lightning appearing on his fist, instantly shattering the air. Boom! A tremendous crash echoed forth with countless fragments flying in all directions, leaving behind a massive 2-meter-wide hole. Through the hole, one could see that half of the apartment had been affected, with furniture shattered all over the place. Holy crap! My 3-bedroom apartment! Bai Hao's face turned green. This apartment was the only inheritance left by his parents before they passed away. And now, he had merely practiced the Black Thunder Fist a little and did not use his full strength, yet he nearly destroyed his home. This was outrageous. At this moment, the edges of the wall still retained the Black Thunder energy, like electric snakes slithering around making crackling sounds. Bai Hao sighed. I should find a renovation team to fix this. Hopefully the house can be repaired. But speaking of which, after I improved the Black Thunder Fist, its destructive power is indeed astonishing, having surpassed the scope of basic martial arts. Even compared to those ordinary magical level martial skills, it probably isn't inferior. Bai Hao was somewhat astonished. After pondering, he asked, System, is my monthly level comprehension really that impressive? To be able to evolve a basic martial skill to such a level in just 2 minutes. Beep, the monthly level comprehension is only one part of the reason. The main reason is the 9 transformation golden threshold immortal art that the host practices. Bai Hao was even more puzzled. The 9 transformation golden threshold immortal art. What does that have to do with my evolution of martial arts? The 9 transformation golden threshold immortal art is a supreme level technique capable of seizing heavenly opportunities. Every time one completes a transformation, a martial arts talent is born, and the host's first martial arts talent is the enhancement of comprehension by 10,000 times. Originally, the host's comprehension qualification was at the monthly level, but after the 10,000-fold enhancement, it has surpassed the daily level, making the evolution of basic martial arts exceptionally simple. A 10,000-fold enhancement of comprehension? Goodness! Bai Hao gasped. So the 9 transformation golden threshold immortal art is where the true value of this cosmic level opportunity lies. Every time one completes a transformation, a martial arts talent is born, simply exhilarating. Though the cultivation requirements are somewhat high, a comprehensive monthly level qualification is only enough to cultivate the first transformation. If it were someone else, they might not even succeed in cultivating this technique despite obtaining it. In the future, I must seize more opportunities to raise my qualification level. I absolutely must cultivate this technique to its maximum level. Bai Hao declared with determination. Then he opened another video. The video explained a basic foot technique called Shadow Step, which was of similar quality to the Black Thunder Fist. This foot technique is not bad, quite practical, just right for mobility, Bai Hao thought to himself. After watching the video, he quickly evolved this foot technique to an extremely profound level, covering short distances with a step comparable to teleportation. It was as if he had become a specter in broad daylight, incredibly eerie, with its practical application vastly improved compared to before, making the two incomparable. At this moment, the 2 basic martial skills sent by Zhang Mingyu had all been mastered by Bai Hao and evolved to an extremely high level. Feeling the changes within himself, Bai Hao couldn't help but exclaim, today's events have truly been a whirlwind of changes with highs and lows. The system had fully awakened. The luck golden eyes, capable of copying and seizing others' opportunities. All of this made him feel as if he were in a dream, and even at this moment it still felt somewhat unreal. Continue cultivating. Bai Hao organized his thoughts and continued to operate the 9 transformation golden threshold immortal art. He was still only at the first transformation at the starting stage and had a considerable distance to go before achieving perfection in the first transformation. The next day, in the early morning, Bai Hao got up early, casually finished his meal at a breakfast shop, and hurried towards the school. After 2 days of fermentation, the news of Bai Hao's reincarnation as a powerful being has spread to every corner of Blue Star, attracting the attention of all the prodigies. Within the borders of the Dragon Kingdom, under a waterfall on a cliff in the North State, a young man was practicing his sword techniques. Dressed in gray cloth, he held an alloy combat knife, his expression calm and focused, continuously repeating a single movement, the slash. He was slicing the waterfall. Without using any spiritual energy, he simply slashed forward. It seemed to lack any power, but each cut was able to sever the waterfall for dozens of breaths, truly astonishing. In the distance, the servants of the Jiang family waiting nearby all looked at the young man with utmost reverence. The young master's sword intent is so powerful. I feel that if I were struck by this sword intent, I would probably be severely injured in an instant, and I am a martial artist of the divine ability realm. Who can deny that? From my experience, the young master's sword intent has reached at least 70%, just a step away from mastery. 70% sword intent. No wonder he is the young master. As a martial artist of the divine ability realm, I have yet to comprehend the state of intent, but the young master is already close to mastering it. Is this the difference between a genius and an ordinary person? It is truly despairing. As the crowd whispered among themselves, expressing their astonishment, suddenly an elder appeared beside them dressed in butler attire, exuding an air of authority. Elder Su! Elder Su, you have arrived. The servants quickly greeted him, respectfully, not daring to overstep. It should be noted that this elder, aside from his role as a butler, was also a strong cultivator of the calamity realm with a status comparable to that of the Zhang family's supreme elder. How long has Xiao Tian been practicing? Elder Su asked lightly. In response to Elder Su, the young master has been practicing sword techniques for 3 consecutive days, the servants quickly replied. 3 days. That is almost reaching his limit. Elder Su pondered for 2 seconds before saying, Xiao Tian, take a break for a moment. The path of cultivation requires balance between tension and relaxation. Before the waterfall, Zhang Tian slashed once more, severing the waterfall, and only after completing this did he respond, Elder Su, I can still hold on. With less than a year left until the global elite competition, I must seize every moment to become stronger. Only then can I hope to suppress those few individuals. Please do not advise me against this, Elder Su. After speaking, Zhang Tian immersed himself in the world of swordsmanship, continuing to repeat his slashing motions, the sword light pure, and cold, the sword intent fierce and dominating. Upon witnessing this scene, Su Jianghe shook his head and sighed. This child was too competitive. He did not want to lose to anyone, and only wished to be the strongest of his generation. After thinking for a moment, he suddenly said, Xiao Tian, do you know why I came to find you today? Zhang Tian did not respond, remaining focused on his sword strikes. Su Jianghe was not concerned, speaking to himself. I heard that there is a reincarnated powerful being in Jiangzhou. His voice was not loud, seeming somewhat indifferent, but it clearly reached Zhang Tian's ears. Upon hearing this, Zhang Tian, who was focused on his sword practice, felt his arm tremble suddenly, and the alloy combat knife that was originally aimed at the waterfall veered towards a nearby hill. In an instant, the sword intent soared to the skies. The pure and domineering sword light crossed hundreds of meters, instantly shearing off half of the hilltop, leaving only a smooth cut. This shocking scene left the surrounding servants in a state of astonishment. They now seriously doubted whether Zhang Tian was truly just an awakening realm cultivator. Without using any martial arts enhancement, he effortlessly severed the top of a hill with a casual strike. Did you just tell me this is an awakening realm? What an international joke. This is simply absurd. At this moment, among all the onlookers, only Su Jianghe maintained a calm expression, for he had long known how extraordinary Zhang Tian was. It is precisely because of this that he cared so much for Zhang Tian. Otherwise, which ordinary Zhang family young master would dare to disregard Su Jianghe? Even the current head of the Zhang family would not dare to neglect him. Did they truly think his calamity realm cultivation was just for show? In front of the waterfall, Zhang Tian slowly sheathed his sword and said calmly, Elder Su, I am aware of this matter. You may leave now. After that, he continued to repeat his sword slashing motions against the waterfall. At the same time, at the peak of the southern snow mountain, there was a piece of ice lotus, a rare treasure that could assist in cultivation and comprehending the state of intent. At this moment, sitting on the ice lotus was a young woman. With long ice blue hair and a delicate and beautiful face, her long eyelashes gently trembled, resembling a fairy from a fairy tale. Binger! A middle-aged beauty appeared. Duanmu Bing slowly opened her eyes, her voice exceedingly gentle. Aunt, what is it that you need? A powerful being has reincarnated in Jiangzhou. Is the news true? The head of the Lanxia Academy said it in person. This matter cannot be false. The middle-aged beauty sighed. A powerful being reincarnated. Duanmu Bing softly murmured, then asked, What thoughts does the Snow Valley have on this? They said that all matters regarding the global elite competition are to be decided by you alone. That's good. Duanmu Bing nodded, her voice still gentle. If I encounter him, then I will give it my all to appreciate the style of a reincarnated powerful being. Using the softest tone to say the most ruthless words, this was Duanmu Bing's character. In the southwestern barbarian state, there were 10,000 great mountains with steep cliffs and dangerous terrain filled with various ferocious beasts and monsters. At this moment, if someone were present, they would see a nearly 100-meter-high giant stone, moving rapidly, crashing through trees and boulders without a care. So unreasonable. Suddenly the giant stone soared into the air and smashed down on a distant hill, producing a tremendous explosion of rock. And from the spot, a rugged young man emerged. This youth had a youthful face, looking no older than 20, but he was like a small giant standing nearly 3 meters tall. With bulging muscles and a hardened physique, he pulled out a satellite phone, answering in a deep voice, Hello, second grandpa, what do you need? Reincarnation of a powerful being. What does that have to do with me, second grandpa? I'm quite busy here, still need to lift stones for running. You say he will steal my first place in the global elite competition. So what? I don't want to compete for any first place. What? You say first place has meat from a golden eagle beast. Damn. Whoever tries to take my first place, I'll smash them. Upon hearing this, the person on the other end of the line was startled, quickly advising him to calm down and not to talk about smashing Bai Hao. At Longhu Mountain, the young celestial master heard the news about Bai Hao's expression calm, seemingly unaffected by any external factors. In Xiangxi, the little witch of the Sun family, who was originally lying in a coffin to cultivate, nearly flipped her coffin lid upon hearing that Bai Hao was extraordinarily handsome. Clearly she was infatuated. In the Western land, the disciple of the 10,000 Buddha sect with hands clasped together was reciting scriptures, a serene smile on his lips, as if he were not affected at all. However, someone noticed that the scriptures he recited were somewhat different from before. In the Sakura country, the son of the contemporary sword sage Kawashima Kai, upon receiving the news about Bai Hao, felt his spirit sway, and his sword intent surged out. The cherry blossom trees within 100 meters instantly withered away. In the Western Holy See, St. John Zyro looked at the Bible in his hand. Upon hearing the words reincarnation of a powerful being, the divine radiance around him suddenly expanded, transforming into a pure land. The elite prodigies of Blue Star reacted in various ways. Some lost their composure, some remained indifferent, while others were filled with fighting spirit. However, most prodigies were not fearful. Instead, they worked even harder, their Tao hearts firm, and their confidence no less than anyone else's, even against a reincarnated powerful being like Bai Hao. At this moment, as the person involved, Bai Hao had already entered the school and arrived beneath the school's tower of heaven, secretly preparing to test his combat strength. The Celestial Tower. It is a technological treasure exchanged at a great cost after the Dragon General stepped into the starry sky 1,000 years ago. However, in order to maximize benefits, the Dragon General dismantled it into a main tower and 99 subtowers. The main tower is located in the capital Yen Prefecture, while the remaining 99 subtowers are placed in various major cities of the Dragon Kingdom. The subtowers essentially possess most of the functions of the main tower but are controlled by it. This is of little concern. It does not affect the subtower's ability to test combat strength. The Celestial Tower has a total of 9 levels. As long as students wear a virtual consciousness sensor, they can enter the virtual space within the tower to challenge. The strength of the gatekeeper is entirely consistent with that of the challenger. However, the higher one goes, the more terrifying the combat strength becomes. It is said that the historical highest record of Jiang Prefecture High School is only the 4th level. To pass the 4th level, one must at least comprehend the realm of awakening. The 7th level requires an understanding of the great trend at the awakening stage. As for the 9th level, no one has set foot there in 1,000 years, let alone succeeded in a challenge. Even those extraordinary talents who have passed the 7th level are few and far between, appearing only once in 100 years. After all, the 7th level requires understanding the great trend at the awakening stage, which is typically the hallmark of a disaster realm king. With my combat strength, the first 3 levels should be no problem. I just don't know if I can reach higher levels. Thinking of this, Bai Hao couldn't help but frown. It seems I need to contemplate the realm more during my free time. Otherwise, my combat strength will definitely be affected. With monthly level comprehension talent plus a 10,000-fold amplification. If one wishes to comprehend concepts such as the realm and great trend, while it may not be particularly simple, it is also not overly difficult. He walked toward the Celestial Tower. Upon seeing Bai Hao, the staff lady immediately revealed a radiant smile, speaking in a half-shy manner. Classmate, Bai Hao, are you here to attempt the challenge? Yes. Bai Hao nodded. Please get me a virtual consciousness sensor. Hearing this, the young lady quickly took out the sensor and handed it over, saying, kindly classmate, Bai Hao, if you don't know how to use it, I can demonstrate for you. No need, I've already learned how to wear it before coming here. Bai Hao smiled and declined. His smile was like the spring breeze of March warming the dawn, and he seemed to radiate a dazzling light. The young lady was instantly mesmerized. In that moment, Bai Hao appeared as an immortal descending to the mortal realm, making the entire world around him seem more vibrant. However, this was merely an illusion brought about by his overwhelming charm. After taking the sensor, Bai Hao turned and walked deep into the Celestial Tower, where there were rooms specifically provided for challengers. To prevent interruptions during the challenge. At the service desk, a boy saw the staff lady being so enthusiastic and hurried over, hoping to get closer to her. Unexpectedly, when the young lady saw him, she couldn't even be bothered to lift her eyelids, handing him the sensor dismissively and saying lazily, next. Huh? The boy was confused. Young lady, you weren't like this just now. After hesitating for 2 seconds, he decided to struggle a bit. I don't know how to use the sensor. Could you teach me? If you don't know how to use the sensor, why are you here? Do you want to damage public property? The sensor is taken back. Come back. Once you learn how to use it to challenge the Celestial Tower. As she spoke, the staff lady mercilessly snatched back the sensor with swift and decisive movements. The boy was left stunned. This is just... Do they really have to treat people so differently? Why can't I get the same considerate guidance as Bai Hao? Is it just because he looks good? The staff lady naturally couldn't hear the boy's inner cries. After chasing him away, she turned to the students waiting behind and said, next. In the room, Bai Hao put on the sensor, placed his student card on it, and heard a beeping sound. This was to confirm his identity. Once confirmed, he blinked and immediately found himself in an expansive plain. Opposite him stood a masked warrior, revealing only a pair of eyes, their cultivation level identical to his. Both at the 4th stage of awakening. So realistic. Bai Hao touched his skin, finding it nearly identical to reality, feeling no difference whatsoever. Even his body, which had undergone a rebirth, was perfectly simulated. It restored his combat strength 100%. Is this virtual reality technology? Indeed extraordinary. As he marveled, the celestial tower announced electronically, "Challenger, do you choose a weapon? If needed, you will enter the virtual weapon repository." No need. Bai Hao shook his head in refusal, as he had not practiced any weapon techniques, so selecting one would be of no use. In fact, it would hinder his performance. Challenge begins. As the electronic voice of the celestial tower fell, the masked warrior immediately launched an attack, moving incredibly fast, arriving before him in the blink of an eye. Basic martial skill, Shadow Step. Bai Hao instantly recognized the opponent's footwork. Moreover, he noticed that the opponent had already cultivated this footwork to a minor mastery stage. Interesting. However, a mere minor mastery, what can it do to me? Bai Hao chuckled lightly, showing no urgency to dodge. The masked warrior spread his fingers, blood and chi surged, and when he formed a fist seal, it emitted a bellowing sound reminiscent of a raging bull. Basic martial skill. Raging Bull Fist. The fist seal tore through the air, creating a tremendous roar. In an instant, the masked warrior along with his punch passed through Bai Hao's body. Strangely, it did not encounter any obstruction, directly striking the air behind him and producing a sound of air bursting. This was clearly an afterimage. After Bai Hao refined the Shadow Step to an extremely profound level, it not only allowed for short distances comparable to teleportation but also created afterimages to confuse his opponent. This was highly practical in combat. Too weak. Bai Hao felt somewhat disappointed. He couldn't be bothered to use his Black Thunder Fist, activating the Shadow Step to instantly teleport above the masked warrior and stomp down hard. Boom! The air exploded upon impact, producing a deafening sound akin to a mountain pressing down. The gatekeeper's body was immediately crushed, turning into specks of starlight and finally dissipating completely. Bai Hao was not the slightest bit surprised by this. After all, his body had undergone a rebirth and was frighteningly powerful, a true peak among those of the same rank. Even at the peak of the awakening stage, enduring such a kick would likely result in instant severe injury or even death. Challenge successful, completed in 5 seconds and 36 milliseconds, breaking the shortest record for the first layer of Jiang Prefecture High School's Celestial Tower. Reward points 1000. Do you wish to continue the challenge? The Celestial Tower's electronic voice sounded. Did I just break it? Is Bai Hao really that impressive, or is the so-called record just a paper facade? Bai Hao was momentarily stunned. To be honest, he hadn't even put in much effort just now. If he had taken it seriously and gone all out, he could have ended the battle in an instant. Continue the challenge. Bai Hao replied. The world spun around him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the virtual space of the second layer of the Celestial Tower, which was generally similar to the first layer. However, 3 masked warriors stood before him. 3 huh. Bai Hao's expression was calm. Upon hearing the words "challenge begins," he charged forward. Kill. The 3 gatekeepers also rushed over, their reactions swift as they immediately employed the basic martial skills they had mastered. Basic martial skills of the Great Mastery Stage. Bai Hao's eyes flickered as he instantly analyzed the degree to which the 3 had mastered their martial skills. From this, he could tell that the difficulty of the second layer had significantly increased. Both the combat strength and quantity of the gatekeepers were not to be compared with those of the first layer. Unfortunately, still not enough. Bai Hao shouted softly, channeling his blood and chi, producing a rumbling sound with faint golden light appearing around him. Boom, boom, boom. He still hadn't used any martial skills, but relying solely on his immensely powerful physical strength, he crushed the 3 gatekeepers. After breaking the record of the second layer, and receiving a high reward of points, Bai Hao chose to continue the challenge and arrived at the 3rd layer of the Celestial Tower. In the outside world, a name suddenly appeared on the school's internal leaderboard. 9th place, Bai Hao, 4th stage of awakening. This change immediately drew everyone's attention, and they rubbed their eyes vigorously, doubting whether they were seeing things. If they remembered correctly, Bai Hao was still at the 1st stage of awakening yesterday. How did he become the 4th stage overnight? Is this a joke? I am a classmate of Bai Hao, and I remember clearly that he was only at the awakening stage yesterday. The Sky Tower must be malfunctioning. Malfunction? What are you joking about? This is the Sky Tower personally bestowed by Lord Longjiang, which has never malfunctioned in 1,000 years. Since you say it's not a malfunction, then what is the situation now? The boy spoke with certainty, his face showing several bruises and slap marks, making him appear particularly comical. As far as I know, there is only one Bai Hao in the entire Jiangzhou High School, but his cultivation is only at the awakening stage. Breaking through 3 stages overnight, is this even something a person can achieve? Are you stupid? Senior Bai Hao is no ordinary person. A student next to them remarked. Everyone knows that Senior Bai Hao is the reincarnation of a great being. How can someone like that be judged by common sense? Don't say he broke through 3 stages in one night. If he were to directly break through to the divine ability stage tomorrow, I wouldn't even be surprised. And why do you keep speaking ill of Senior Bai Hao? Do you have a grudge against him? Suddenly a girl next to them shouted. I know him, his name is Wang Zhua, and he used to like opposing Bai Hao. He's not a good person. Nonsense. Wang Zhua turned green after being exposed. If Bai Hao finds out that I just apologized yesterday, and today am speaking ill of him behind his back, it'll be completely finished. Thinking of this, he quickly denied. You all are talking nonsense. How could I possibly be Wang Zhua? Don't insult me by comparing me to that ugly guy Wang Zhua. To clear my name I'm going all out. Hearing this the girl pouted. Is that so? Then I must have mistaken you, but you really do look like Wang Zhua, and you are just as annoying as him. Wang Zhua. Suddenly a boy next to him pointed at the school ranking list and shouted, Look quickly, senior, Bai Hao's ranking has changed again. Changed again? What is it this time? As others looked up at the ranking board they instinctively asked. When they saw the specific ranking they couldn't help but gasp. Second place, Bai Hao Awakening Stage 4. Holy crap. Holy crap. A beautiful round of exclamations erupted from the crowd, but at this moment no one cared about that, they were just stunned and amazed. How can he be this fierce? Ranking second in the school list indicates that Bai Hao not only successfully passed the third level, but did so in a time shorter than anyone in Jiangzhou High School's history. Thinking of Bai Hao's extremely handsome face, the boys present couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. He simply left no room for ordinary people like them to survive. Of course, the girls' attitudes were completely opposite to the boys. They looked at Bai Hao's ranking, their eyes almost sparkling with stars. Clearly he could rely on his looks to succeed, yet he was so remarkable. I really like him so much. Even more girls took out their phones and posted on the school forum. Woo, what should I do if I feel unworthy of senior Bai Hao? Within just a few minutes there were hundreds of replies. Some expressed their feelings of inadequacy, while others encouraged her to strive for love. But the most liked comment among the replies was, Sister, wake up, that's my husband, don't daydream. The replies below were very uniform. Pa, Bai Hao is obviously my husband, and he is currently lying in my arms. Not far away Wang Zhua came across this post, and for some reason subconsciously clicked to copy the reply below and sent it out. Wang Zhua, Pa, Bai Hao is obviously my husband, and he is currently lying in my arms. Holy crap. What the hell did I just do? Wang Zhua hurriedly tried to delete this reply but found that the school forum was glitching, and he couldn't delete it no matter what. Seeing this situation he felt utterly defeated. A little brother next to him noticed that Wang Zhua was continuously poking at the screen, curious. He leaned over to take a look. Then the look in his eyes towards Wang Zhua suddenly changed. In the sky tower, Bai Hao watched as the 10 guardians before him gradually dissipated, his gaze incredibly calm. Each of these 10 individuals mastered the fundamental martial skills at the perfection level, their combat strength far surpassing the guardians of the first 2 levels. However, in front of Bai Hao they still appeared utterly weak. There was no way around it. The 9 turns Golden Palace's immortal heaven art was simply too heaven-defying. With just a single nirvana ascension it elevated his physical strength to an unparalleled level at the awakening stage. Even the most monstrous awakening talents in the cosmic star sea could barely compare to him in physical strength and could never surpass him. At this time the electronic voice of the sky tower sounded, challenge successful, with a time of 8 seconds and 7 Taitwo, breaking the shortest time record for the 3rd level of Jiangzhou High School sky tower, reward points 3,000. Would you like to continue the challenge? Continue. Bai Hao replied, a look of anticipation in his eyes. He was eager to see what this so-called realm was truly about. In the next second, he arrived at the 4th level of the sky tower, where the guardian opposite wielded a long sword radiating an aura of sharpness. Sword intent. The moment Bai Hao saw the opponent, he didn't need anyone to explain. He understood that the aura surrounding this person was indeed sword intent. This was a profoundly mysterious sensation. Such a magical power. Bai Hao could feel that although this guardian's cultivation was still at the awakening stage, for relying on sword intent alone, he could rival an average awakening stage 9 warrior. Clang! The guardian's long sword suddenly unsheathed, the previously suppressed and reserved sword intent burst forth violently, extremely fierce. His movements were incredibly swift. As soon as the sword was drawn, he had already crossed dozens of meters, standing just 2 meters in front of Bai Hao. The sharp sword intent seemed poised to strike Bai Hao in the next instant. Seeing this, Bai Hao finally reacted. He suddenly raised his hand, his index and middle fingers crossed, lightly flicking out, precisely landing on the sword tip. Clang! Although it was flesh colliding with the sword tip, it produced a sound like metal clashing. The terrifying force transmitted along the sword body into the masked swordsman's arm, and even his entire body, instantly sending him flying backward. The swordsman was strong yet weak. He was significantly stronger than an ordinary warrior of the same rank, but compared to Bai Hao he appeared exceedingly feeble. It should be due to the sword intent lacking depth. I heard there are 10 levels of realms. Judging by the current situation, this person's sword intent has at most reached a minor accomplishment. But that's fine. The shallower it is, the easier it will be for me to fight while comprehending it. Bai Hao was calculating in his mind. Then he looked at the swordsman and said, come again. Thus every time the swordsman launched an attack he would be effortlessly sent flying. Meanwhile, Bai Hao took the opportunity to understand the profound meaning within. With his lunar level insight, a 1,000-fold enhancement, after the double effect stacked, he unexpectedly stumbled into an incredibly profound state of comprehension, greatly enhancing his understanding of the sword path. This state is called unity of man and sword. At this moment, although Bai Hao was still fighting with the guardian swordsman, his spirit and consciousness seemed to transcend the limits of virtual reality. He entered a world unique to the sword path. Looking around, it was a road leading into darkness, surrounded by a dim gray with only a light orb floating 10 meters ahead. Upon reaching the light orb, Bai Hao sensed it slightly, and felt a clear understanding. As long as he touched this light orb, he could unlock the door to sword intent. He felt compelled to comprehend sword intent. But his intuition warned him that if he did so, he might regret it for a lifetime. In a daze, a voice deep within him urged him to continue forward. So he gritted his teeth, bypassed the light orb containing sword intent, and walked into the deeper, more desolate area of darkness. However, the dark area was quite strange. With every step he took, his understanding of the sword path would deepen. But at the same time, his body would tremble, as if subjected to some ethereal, elusive attack, causing him excruciating headaches. Just as he was about to give up, suddenly a magnificent golden palace appeared around him. This was the Heavenly Emperor's palace, the supreme guardian of the primordial spirit. At this moment, Bai Hao's body was his spiritual consciousness. Any impact on his body equated to an attack on his spiritual consciousness. Naturally, the golden palace that guarded the primordial spirit would manifest to defend. Thus, Bai Hao pressed on with the golden palace, walking deeper into the darkness. After a long time, he saw another light orb. This light orb contained the great momentum of the sword path. Yet he still did not stop, continuing to push forward, as an instinctive feeling told him he must do his utmost to reach the deepest part of the darkness. He didn't know how long he had walked. Finally, he stopped because he could no longer advance a single step. Ahead lay a membrane that isolated him. Unless his cultivation reached the realm of the king, he could not break through this membrane. At this moment, Bai Hao's understanding of the sword path had reached an incredibly terrifying level. Lowering his head, he saw an exceedingly radiant sword path light orb, within which contained a mysterious power far beyond sword intent, sword momentum, and sword domain. This was precisely what he had been subconsciously seeking. Without any hesitation, Bai Hao directly touched the light orb. With a pop, it shattered. The light orb broke apart, transforming into countless rays of light that enveloped him. These rays continuously seeped into his body, refining and enhancing the strength of his soul, ultimately merging with his own understanding of the sword path, evolving into an entirely new power. In the virtual space, Bai Hao suddenly halted all movements, radiating an extraordinarily brilliant light, as if he were a divine sword that had just been unsheathed. Upon witnessing this scene, the guarding swordsman did not cease his assault. Instead, he unleashed his sword techniques, once more pushing his sword intent to the utmost limit in the small accomplishment realm. However, as his attack approached, the sharp sword intent unexpectedly began to dissipate on its own, as if it instinctively feared the dazzling light emanating from Bai Hao, retreating and surrendering as it drew near. Yet the guarding warrior did not withdraw his sword, but continued to strike at Bai Hao. Clang! The long sword struck the light surrounding Bai Hao, producing a deafening sound. In the next moment, the power of the light rebounded. The alloy long sword was directly shattered into dust, and the guarding warrior's body followed suit, breaking apart into specks of light. The entire process was silent. In the air lingered the faint remnants of the extremely sharp sword path power, pure and seemingly aimed directly at the essence of swordsmanship. The electronic voice of the Tongtian Tower sounded, "Challenge successful, time taken 17 minutes and 21 seconds, breaking the record for the shortest time on the 4th floor of the Jiangzhou High School. Tongtian Tower, reward points 4,000. After a long while, Bai Hao slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with intense joy. He did not expect that simply breezing through a challenge would fortuitously lead him to a state of unity with the heavens and the Tao. Not only that, but he also gained a tremendous opportunity. This power. Bai Hao was certain that the power he currently wielded was of an exceptionally high level. Compared to the grand sword intent, it was as if there were clouds and mud. Ding! Congratulations to the host for mastering the power of the void. The attribute panel has been updated. The host may check it at will. The system bubbled up at the right moment. Power of the void. What is this? With a sense of curiosity, Bai Hao opened the system's virtual panel. Name: Bai Hao, talent maximum charm, so handsome that he resonates with the Tao, forming a manifestation of the Tao body. Any race at any time cannot ignore the host's charm. Cultivation aptitude, moon level mental aptitude, sun level comprehension aptitude, moon level cultivation level, awakening 4th stage, void sword path, 1st level technique, 9 turns, golden threshold, indestructible, heavenly art, 1st turn, martial skills, black thunder fist, shadow step. The attribute panel had changed in 2 aspects aside from the martial skills section. One change was in the mental aptitude, which had originally been at the moon level, but after being refined by the sword path light, it was elevated to the sun level. From now on, cultivating mental techniques would become much easier. The other change was the addition of an attribute column named Void, which was the sword path power he had just mastered. Sword path Void. How come I've never heard of it? I need to check the information when I have the chance. I know nothing about this. Like a novice, completely unworthy of this handsome face. Bai Hao muttered to himself. Just then, the electronic voice of the Tongtian Tower rang out again. Would you like to continue the challenge? Continue. Bai Hao immediately replied, having just grasped the 1st level of sword path void. He had to try out its power to show off. Whoosh! The world spun around him. When he opened his eyes again, he had arrived at the 5th floor, where the guardian was a warrior skilled in leg techniques. Mastering the great accomplishment realm of leg intent, he moved as swiftly as the wind with both high mobility and attack power. Upon hearing the challenge start signal, he immediately launched into a flurry of wind god legs, jumping around like a grasshopper. Bai Hao was at a loss for words, pointing like a sword, activating the sword path void, enhancing his sword finger, as he pointed it at the guarding swordsman from afar. Hum. Though there was no sword in hand, a resounding sword chant echoed through the world, 10,000 swords ringing together, sword light dazzling. The terrifying sharp sword aura filled the entire virtual space, as if it aimed to shatter the very fabric of reality. Opposite him, in the eyes of the guarding swordsman, there remained only a divine sword formed of light cleaving down towards him from above. It imprisoned the space, annihilating all things. This sword was too fast, ignoring the spatial distance. He simply did not have time to evade, nor could he break free from the binding effect that accompanied the sword path void. In an instant, the void sword light descended, and the masked warrior was directly crushed into nothingness, leaving not even a speck of light behind. Damn! The destructive power is absurd. Bai Hao was stunned. It should be noted that the sword aura he had just released, although magnificent in appearance, had only utilized less than half of his spiritual power. Yet, under the enhancement of the sword path void, it had instantaneously dispatched the guarding swordsman. This was truly beyond Bai Hao's expectations. Was the guardian weak? Of course not. In fact, he was not only strong but even more powerful than many so-called prodigies. Though he was merely at the awakening 4th stage, his mastery of leg intent at the great accomplishment realm allowed him to rival the weakest of the divine passage realm warriors. Such a prodigy was effortlessly dispatched in an instant. One must admit the amplification effect of the sword path void was terrifying. Feeling his body carefully, Bai Hao was astonished to discover that the void not only had an incredible amplification effect, but also imposed no burden on his body whatsoever. It was as if it defied the laws of energy conservation. Goodness! This trip to the Tongtian Tower has been a huge gain. E-points are trivial. The greatest harvest is this power of the void. After the Tongtian Tower issued the successful challenge points, it immediately asked, "Would you like to continue the challenge?" Continue. Bai Hao unhesitatingly chose to proceed. Although continuing the challenge had lost its significance for him, the points offered were too tempting to pass up. Bai Hao was not the type to miss out. This was evident from when he last left and discreetly took his teacher's ruler. In the outside world, the onlooking students were dumbfounded. What on earth were they witnessing? On the Tongtian Tower school leaderboard, Bai Hao's name stood at the top. First place, Bai Hao, awakening 4th stage. In addition, they also saw that the overall leaderboard of the Tongtian Tower had added a name which was also Bai Hao. The information on the overall leaderboard was slightly more detailed than that of the school leaderboard. 13th place, Bai Hao, awakening 4th stage, successfully challenged the 5th floor time, taken 1 second and 3 milliseconds. Goodness. When you took on the 4th floor, you dawdled for over 10 minutes, but the 5th floor was completed in just 1 second. So you were deliberately stalling us during the 4th floor challenge. However, despite their grumbling, they were still utterly shocked. It should be noted that this overall leaderboard is cumulative. For a millennium, the prodigies of the Dragon Kingdom, regardless of life or death, would have their names preserved. Yet Bai Hao in such a scenario had still managed to forcefully ascend to 13th place, simply mind-blowingly powerful. If I remember correctly, the top 12 prodigies on the overall leaderboard have all successfully passed the 6th floor of the Tongtian Tower. Bai Hao Senior ranks 13th. Does that mean his combat power surpasses all historical 5th floor prodigies? You're mistaken. What did I say wrong? The boy immediately retorted in confusion. Bai Hao Senior isn't 13th. He's in 1st place. While we were speaking, he had already cleared several layers, each in under a second. Upon hearing this, the surrounding students finally noticed that Bai Hao's ranking had refreshed several times, and he had now climbed to 1st place. 1st place, Bai Hao, awakening 4th stage, successfully challenged the 8th floor time, taken 0.93 seconds. Bai Hao Senior has actually reached the top. The voices of everyone present trembled, for they had witnessed a historic moment. On the 9th floor of the Tongtian Tower, Bai Hao was somewhat dazed, for the guardian of this floor was different from the previous ones. He was not only unmasked but also had a spark of spirit in his eyes. A middle-aged man dressed in a dragon-patterned combat uniform stood with his hands behind his back. He appeared dignified and stern, exuding a formidable aura. What is the situation with the guardian of the 9th level? Bai Hao wondered quietly. On the opposite side, the middle-aged man furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Bai Hao, and after a long pause he lamented. I was wondering how a genius of the human race from Blue Star could reach the 9th level of the Tongtian Tower. It turns out he is a reincarnated powerful being. No wonder his combat strength is so monstrous. Bai Hao. He was right in his previous guess. This guardian truly possesses self-awareness. If he had no awareness, how could he mistake him for a powerful reincarnated being? Sigh. With a face resembling that of a great being, wherever he goes he will be treated differently, and some might even regard him as a distinguished guest. How can I describe this feeling? It's quite exhilarating. Meanwhile, Bai Hao gazed at the figure before him, his eyes narrowing slightly, and a legendary name surged in his heart. May I ask, Senior, who are you? Bai Hao inquired tentatively. The middle-aged man replied indifferently. I am the guardian of the 9th level of the Tongtian Tower. Oh, of course, you may also call me the Dragon General. The Dragon General? Bai Hao's pupils constricted. Indeed, as he had guessed, the guardian before him was the legendary figure from 1,000 years ago, the Dragon General. To be precise, the me here is merely a wisp of divine thought, not my true body, the Dragon General added. I see. Bai Hao understood and immediately bowed, saying, I am Bai Hao. It is an honor to meet you, Dragon General. The Dragon General nodded slightly and said calmly, although you are a reincarnated powerful being, you still carry the bloodline of the human race from Blue Star, so I will not treat you differently. His tone was very calm, showing no signs of caution or reverence due to Bai Hao being a reincarnated powerful being. As the foremost person from Blue Star 1,000 years ago who had defeated countless cosmic geniuses, he exuded an invincible aura. Bai Hao felt reassured. Dragon General, may I ask what the trial of the 9th level is? It wouldn't be to defeat you, would it? Of course you do not need to defeat me. The Dragon General shook his head. The assessment of the 9th level is quite simple. As long as you can withstand 3 of my moves, you will have passed the assessment of the 9th level. In addition, you can also take the special reward I left at the 9th level. As he said this, the Dragon General paused and stated, but let me be clear, my 3 moves are not so easy to endure. Even so-called geniuses from the outside world probably cannot withstand even 1 move. You must be mentally prepared. Understood. Bai Hao nodded, then said, Dragon General, I am ready. You may strike. Very well. The Dragon General said no more and slowly raised his right hand. Although he only used the cultivation of the 4th stage of awakening, a terrifying wave of energy surged forth, causing hearts to tremble. Bai Hao could clearly see that behind the Dragon General an astral sea phenomenon arose with countless stars revolving around each one, seemingly existing in reality. Not good. This is not a phenomenon but void principle. Bai Hao had a grasp of the void principle in swordsmanship. As long as he focused and carefully discerned, he could naturally see through the essence of the astral sea phenomenon. This was clearly a very special power of the void principle, which could be called the astral sea void principle or the celestial star void principle. At this moment, he finally understood why the Dragon General had asked him to be mentally prepared before making his move. Because he mastered the void principle. How powerful is the void principle? Bai Hao, as the person involved, was quite clear about this. Just looking at the guardians of the first 8 levels, no matter how strong these guardians were, in the face of the void principle, they would be defeated in a single move. There would be no room for resistance. First move. The Dragon General slowly pushed out his right hand, and immediately several grains of star-sized stars flew out from the astral sea behind him. These stars, after leaving the astral sea phenomenon, began to grow larger and more solid, crashing down towards Bai Hao like the weight of a mountain, embodying the gravitational pull of the stars and terrifying high temperatures. Amidst the roaring, the air along the path produced sonic booms, shattering into darkness, leaving only several long vacuum trails. Seeing this, Bai Hao did not panic. He stomped his foot against the ground, and the powerful force of his physical body spread through the ground, then radiated 100 meters around. Boom! Countless fragments of stone were lifted into the air. These fragments of stone, under the enhancement of the sword Daos virtual principle, seemed to possess a spirit of their own, instantly coalescing into several long swords. They shot straight towards the virtual star that the Dragon General had transformed. The sharpness was overwhelming. It seemed as if everything in its path was destined to be severed. The power of the sword Dao, even among the myriad paths, was among the foremost, representing the purest form of offensive strength. From this one could gauge just how terrifying Bai Hao's strike was. In an instant, the flying sword appeared to pierce through space, colliding Hedon, with the stars producing a terrifying explosion at its center. The Dragon General's virtual star didn't withstand even a fraction of a moment, being directly torn apart by the sword light reduced to powder. The momentum of the sword light didn't diminish. After overturning the stars, it continued to charge towards the Dragon General, disregarding the distance. It was frighteningly fast. This is the sword Daos virtual principle. The Dragon General's pupils constricted, unable to maintain his calm demeanor. He quickly tapped the tips of his toes. With a leap, he retreated into the air. Crossing his hands, one horizontal and one vertical, he suddenly merged them, causing countless small stars within the starry sea phenomenon to release brilliant starlight. Heavenly star formation. The Dragon General let out a low shout as the radiant force of starlight continuously connected with terrifying speed, becoming increasingly complex. In an instant, it transformed into an extraordinarily complex star defense formation. The Dragon General turned out to be an extremely skilled formation master, able to set up formations in an instant, without the need for external objects. Just then, the several flying swords that had broken through the stars collided with the star defense formation constructed by the Dragon General. Boom! 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 The collision produced a violent roar. In the next moment, the Dragon General was blasted 1,000 meters away. Fortunately, the defense formation made of starlight wasn't breached, so he was left in a bit of a mess but uninjured. Kid! You lack martial ethics. Since you mastered the sword Daos virtual principle, why didn't you say so in advance? The Dragon General said, somewhat annoyed. Let's call it a draw. This round counts as your victory. Although he felt a bit displeased, he didn't make things difficult for Bai Hao. Bai Hao! Senior Dragon General, are you sure you're not someone who crossed over from a certain nation? After muttering to himself, Bai Hao helplessly said, Thank you, Senior Dragon General. However, I cannot be blamed for what just happened to you. Spoke, without asking about my situation from the start. The Dragon General was suddenly at a loss for words. Damn it. Thinking carefully, it seemed to be the case. But he truly did not expect that this powerful being reborn before him also possessed the virtual principle like himself. One must understand that the virtual principle is not something just anyone can master. Even those extraordinary beings above immortality may not have been able to grasp the virtual principle in their youth. Moreover, Bai Hao had mastered the Sword Dao's virtual principle, one of the most powerful types of virtual principles among the 3,000. Even though his own Heavenly Star's virtual principle was profound in a direct confrontation, it was indeed no match for the Sword Dao's virtual principle. Bai Hao, I don't know what kind of existence you were in your past life, but I must say that your rebirth was worth it. Bai Hao, why does everyone insist that I am a reincarnated great being? I'm just an ordinary person. Shaking his head, Bai Hao didn't want to argue anymore, and instead asked, Senior Dragon General, why do you say my rebirth was worth it? Is it just because of the virtual principle? That's right, it's precisely because of the virtual principle. The Dragon General said proudly, by mastering the virtual principle this time your potential and limits will far exceed your past life. When you return to your peak one day, your combat strength will surely rise several levels. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao was somewhat taken aback. When he first grasped the virtual principle, he had vaguely felt its extraordinary nature, but he didn't realize how important it was to the so-called great beings. What exactly is the origin of the virtual principle? Bai Hao couldn't help but ask. The Dragon General replied, the virtual principle is somewhat akin to a special gift from the chaotic universe to true prodigies. Take the Sword Dao as an example. Ordinary people practicing the Sword Dao progress from low to high as follows: Sword Intent, Sword Momentum, Sword Domain, Sword Realm, Sword Dao Rules, Sword Dao Laws. But true prodigies disdain to take this path. Instead, they continuously strengthen their divine souls, enduring the endless encroachment of darkness, and directly master the power of the virtual principle. What is the relationship between the virtual principle and the rules? Bai Hao asked, noticing that the names of both were quite similar, which naturally piqued his curiosity. The Dragon General explained, essentially the virtual principle is an alternative form of rules, sharing the same status as rules but differing from them. Typically, to master the power of rules, one's life level must at least reach the Domain Lord realm, while the virtual principle does not have such requirements. Any realm can unleash the power of the virtual principle without imposing any burden on the body, provided that one has the capability to withstand the encroachment of the dark regions and the luck to wield the power of the virtual principle. Every year, countless prodigies die in the dark regions of the universe. Moreover, the potential of the virtual principle far surpasses that of the rules. Rules have only 9 realms, and if they were to transform into laws later on, they would merely be the most ordinary of laws. However, the virtual principle has 33 realms, and upon comprehending the 10th realm, one can achieve superior laws. If one masters the 33 realms of the virtual principle, they could even evolve into laws of divine and demonic quality. As he said this, the Dragon General gazed into the distance, a hint of fervor shining in his eyes. Clearly, even a legendary figure like the Dragon General yearned for laws of divine and demonic quality. So this is the origin of the virtual principle. Bai Hao exclaimed in astonishment. No wonder he could easily surpass opponents of higher realms after mastering the virtual principle. It turned out that the virtual principle could indeed be compared to the rules. Under normal circumstances, only those at the Domain Lord realm could wield such a level of power. I've said what needs to be said. This is the reward you deserve. I hope that you will grow stronger in the future and take care of the human race on Blue Star. After the Dragon General finished speaking, he spread open his right hand, summoning a specially shaped metal that shimmered with strange starlight. Senior Dragon General, what is this? Bai Hao asked in confusion. This is a great opportunity. I can say that my ability to suppress the 4 corners and transcend the mundane in the past owes a great deal to this opportunity. The Dragon General said with a sense of nostalgia. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao could not help but feel astonished. One must remember that even 1,000 years ago, Long Jiang's brilliance could not alter his status as a native of Lanqing. More often than not, identity, perspective, foundation, and accumulated experience exert tremendous influence on a person's growth. Viewed in that light, for a native cut off from the starry civilization to rise, what a terrifyingly rare opportunity that must be. May I ask, Senior, what exactly is this opportunity? Bai Hao asked. Long Jiang pondered for 2 seconds and said, by my conjecture, this should be a legacy left by a being beyond immortal. And this star radiance metal is the passport to enter the true inheritance site. However, he continued, to obtain the legacy one must pass the trials within. I myself, constrained by my aptitude, only obtained the weakest of the 8 great legacies, the Star Array Master's legacy. Bai Hao exclaimed in surprise, Senior Long Jiang, even your aptitude was scorned by them. Long Jiang. Though it was the truth, was it prudent to put it so bluntly? After all, I am a legendary figure among the Lanqing people. Have some pride. My aptitude then truly was not high, only at the re-level. I later spent considerable effort to raise it. Now it was Bai Hao's turn to feel dejected. Re-level, that is not high. And the legacy site rejected him. Absurd. Originally, Bai Hao had felt a touch of vanity over his improved aptitude. 2 ranks and 1 re-rank, enough to utterly outmatch a crowd of ordinary students. In truth, he remained merely a junior. Seeing Bai Hao's sullen expression and assuming he worried about aptitude, Long Jiang soothed him. Bai Hao, you need not fret about aptitude. You are the reincarnation of a great power. Your aptitude is exceedingly high, far surpassing my own at the time. Passing the trials should pose little difficulty. You might even attempt to strike at the ultimate legacy above the 8 great legacies. I suspect that is the core inheritance of the entire site. Bai Hao inwardly thanked him for his trust. Though vexed, he felt no real worry. After all, he had an ace up his sleeve. If aptitude proved insufficient, serendipity could compensate. At worst, he would spend more time raising the 3 core aptitudes. Besides, his full charm innate talent meant no one could see through his true aptitude. Even instrument tests would yield only one outcome, overwhelmingly exceptional, as if the device itself were strained to bursting. Followed by a chorus of astonishment. Bai Hao, a walking anomaly of off-the-charts power. He shook his head, dismissed such fanciful thoughts, and asked, Senior Long Jiang, where is the inheritance site located? A 1-star secret realm in Jiangzhou. The evil spirit's secret realm, Long Jiang said. Its laws are peculiar, countless awakened stage evil spirits dwell there, and they frequently generate strange incidents. I judged it well suited to temper one's heart, so I set it as the training ground for awakening stage students. Bai Hao was left speechless. Isn't that exactly the kind of terrifying supernatural incident from the novels of my past life? You tell me to temper my heart with this? Oh, the masters. Not something to trifle with. After muttering that, Bai Hao asked, if the evil spirit's secret realm is a training ground, could ordinary students accidentally enter the inheritance site? Of course not. Long Jiang shook his head. Without the medal in your hand, one cannot enter the true inheritance trial site. The true inheritance site lies within a hidden space of the evil spirit's secret realm. Only by reaching the realm's very core, and then activating the medal, can one enter. I see. Bai Hao realized, staring at the star radiance medal in his hand, his heart stirring. A legacy left by one beyond immortal. Even if it fell short of a Jotir opportunity, it would still be extraordinarily precious. Enough to lift someone to prominence. Long Jiang was living proof. After offering his thanks, Bai Hao withdrew from the virtual reality space and returned to the real world. Outside, everyone in Longhua, who had been watching the Tongtian Tower leaderboard, was shaken to the core and rendered speechless. They had not expected Bai Hao to have successfully cleared the 9th floor, becoming the first prodigy in Longhua's history to pierce the Tongtian Tower. At the same time, news of Bai Hao's identity as the reincarnation of a great power resurfaced among the masses. Is this the terror of a great power's reincarnation? We ordinary people can only look up in awe. Why must there be Bai when there is Zhua? Wailed Wang Zhua from his corner. Judging by the patterns of the lower floors of Tongtian Tower, for Senior Bai to pass the 9th floor, he must at least command the cosmic currents of the perfected realm. Ha! No wonder Senior Bai, even at awakening stage, can be so monstrous. That day, countless people, whether marveling or gasping, were stunned by Bai Hao's feat of piercing Tongtian Tower. Only then did they grasp how transcendent a reincarnation of a great power could be. Beizhou High School. Here too stood a Tongtian subtower. A young man in gray cloth stood beneath the tower, his gaze burning, as he fixed on Bai Hao, who ranked first on the overall leaderboard. The leaderboard read: First place, Bai Hao, awakening stage rank 4. 9th floor challenge success time 13 minutes 07. 2 seconds. That time even included Bai Hao's conversation with Long Jiang. Outsiders did not know that detail. The young man was Zhang Tian. He had stood beneath the tower for a long time, doing nothing but staring at Bai Hao's name on the leaderboard, his hand trembling as he clenched his fist. As time passed, his aura grew ever stronger. His blade intent became increasingly terrifying, forcing the surrounding students to retreat 100 meters away. It was plainly an 80% blade intent. Clearly he had raised his blade intent from 70 to 80%, reaching the realm of consummate blade intent with power far exceeding before. At this moment, the blade intent kept climbing, domineering and razor-edged. Yet, as it reached its apex, it suddenly dissipated like a punctured balloon. Zhang Tian's spirit and vigor likewise fell into despondency. Thus far, he had only managed to clear the 5th floor of Tongtian Tower, relying on his consummate blade intent. The 9th floor remained a distant, unattainable horizon. But Bai Hao had already pierced the Tongtian Tower. How could there be any comparison? What could he possibly use to measure himself against Bai Hao? The gap was too vast, so great it drove this blade prodigy to a despairing helplessness. Tianan Snow Mountain. Duan Mubing looked at her aunt, blinking with elf-like eyes, and asked earnestly, Aunt, if I say that what I said this morning was merely nonsense from not being fully awake, would you believe me? Aunt. So you little girl really chickened out. Insinan Manjo Manshur fell silent for a moment, took out his phone, and dialed, Second Grandpa, I want to eat the golden eagle beast meat. That meat is too tough. It bothers my teeth. People called Manshur a blockhead, but that did not mean he was a fool. He was not about to do anything suicidal. Longhu Mountain. The ordinarily indifferent young celestial master changed color for the first time, standing on the rear slopes and gazing toward the sea of clouds, his feelings unbearably complex. As an unparalleled prodigy who commanded 75% of the cosmic current, he was but half a step from clearing the 8th floor of Tongtian Tower. His gaze had never been fixed on launching. Instead it was on the stellar battlefields and the myriad prodigies there. Yet today he had to admit he had underestimated the world. Reincarnation of a great power. I hope for a chance to spar to learn exactly how far I lag behind the 9th floor. In the western domain, a novice of the Wanfo sect heard of Bai Hao piercing the Tongtian Tower and maintained a calm expression, the corners of his mouth curved in a serene smile as he silently recited sutras. But when the chief elder heard what sutra he was muttering, his face darkened. Because the chant had been, "That's terrifying, that's terrifying, that's terrifying." News quickly spread from the Dragon Kingdom around the globe. The world was in shock. Although the foreign prodigies had not breached the heavenly tower, they clearly understood what it meant to conquer it. It represented invincibility at the awakening stage. It signified that within the blue star no one could surpass those at the awakening stage. Previously, before Bai Hao had challenged the heavenly tower, the attitudes of the prodigies from various countries towards him were marked more by disdain than reverence. But now there were no more than 5 awakening prodigies on the entire blue star who dared to harbor any battle intent towards Bai Hao. This was the might of Bai Hao now. At Zhangzhou High School, Bai Hao emerged from the challenger's room of the heavenly tower and immediately saw a throng of people blocking the entrance. These individuals, regardless of gender, all gazed at him with expressions of extreme admiration and fervor. Upon witnessing this scene, Bai Hao couldn't help but feel puzzled. Damn it! While he could understand why the girls looked at him this way, especially after awakening his full charm talent, it was indeed striking enough to stir both admiration and envy. But what were all these men looking at him like that for? Were they looking for a fight? As this thought crossed his mind, Bai Hao felt a chill run down his spine, unable to suppress a shiver. "Everyone, is there something you need by gathering here?" Bai Hao asked. One bold girl inquired, "Senior Bai, how did you really breach the 9th level of the heavenly tower?" "Of course it's true." As soon as he spoke, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Deep down they understood that Bai Hao's feat of breaching the 9th level of the heavenly tower could not possibly be exaggerated. Yet they still wanted to hear him admit it personally. Seeing their reaction, Bai Hao asked in confusion, "It's just a tower challenge. It's not that big of a deal. Why are you all so surprised?" The crowd responded with silence. This year's King of Pressure award must go to Bai Hao. You say it's not a big deal, yet it shocked the entire world. How could someone as remarkable as you not ascend to the heavens? But the next second they had to admit that with Bai Hao's current performance he might truly reach the heavens in due time. After all, once a martial artist reaches the astral realm, they can break free from the gravitational pull of the blue star, becoming immune to various radiations and rays in the universe. Isn't that akin to ascending to the heavens? The astral realm may seem as difficult as climbing to the heavens for an ordinary person, but for Bai Hao it was completely trivial. After bidding farewell to the students, Bai Hao headed straight to the teacher's office to find Zhang Mingyu. Upon seeing Bai Hao, Zhang Mingyu could not help but shower him with praise, before launching into a series of exclamations. After a while of pleasantries, he finally got to the point. "Bai Hao, what can I do for you?" Bai Hao replied, "Teacher, I have 2 requests. The first is that I want to exchange all my points for spirit stones." His cultivation was still somewhat low, so he needed a substantial amount of spirit stones to enhance it. As he spoke, Bai Hao presented his student card, which displayed a total of 45,000 points. Zhang Mingyu's mouth twitched involuntarily upon seeing that number. Good heavens! I've been a martial arts teacher at Zhangzhou High School for so many years, and my total salary still doesn't match what you earn in a single day. At Zhangzhou High School, 1 point can be exchanged for 1 low-grade spirit stone, and the market price for a low-grade spirit stone is 100,000. Converted, this means Bai Hao earned a staggering 4.5 billion in a single day. That's just absurd. However, this method of earning points is unique to Bai Hao. No one else could even dream of doing the same. Do you think breaking the Heavenly Tower's record is that easy? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Mingyu suggested, "Bai Hao, I think you should consider exchanging some points for practical martial arts techniques, instead of using them all for spirit stones." "Thank you for your kind suggestion, but I currently don't need martial arts techniques for certain reasons." Bai Hao shook his head. At this moment he had mastered the Void Sword Dao, and his understanding of it was sufficient to rival the top-tier experts at the level of Sword Dao rules. Any sword he wielded would far exceed the might of ordinary martial arts techniques. Moreover, with his swordsmanship, creating a new sword technique was merely a matter of thought, so he completely lacked the need to exchange for martial arts techniques. "I see," Zhang Mingyu said, realizing there was no point in further persuasion. He then asked, "So what is the second request you mentioned earlier?" "I want to enter the secret realm of evil spirits, but I lack a quota. Can the school help me secure one?" Bai Hao stated directly. A millennium has passed. Many things have changed. For instance, during the era of Longjiang, students at the awakening stage could freely enter and exit the secret realm of evil spirits. But now there are quota restrictions, and not just anyone can enter. Zhang Mingyu pondered for a moment and replied, "This is a bit troublesome. The high school department normally does not have quotas, but I can help you apply to the Zhangzhou headquarters. However, I can't guarantee you will receive a quota. Regardless of success or failure, I must thank Teacher Zhang." Bai Hao expressed his gratitude. After exchanging for the spirit stones, Bai Hao stored them in his spatial ring, and decided not to linger at the school any longer, but to return home for self-cultivation. This was specially approved by Zhang Mingyu, who felt that Bai Hao practicing at school was merely a waste of time. After breaching the heavenly tower, what was the point of staying at school? Upon leaving the school gate, Bai Hao casually glanced up into the air, and suddenly froze, for he noticed a small golden aura following him in the sky. This golden aura, representing golden fortune, only manifests with living beings. This indicated that someone was stealthily following him. Bai Hao narrowed his eyes, quietly speculating on the identity of the person. First, this person's cultivation is very strong, able to vanish into thin air. This is not something an ordinary martial artist can achieve. Besides, this person should not mean me any harm. After mastering the void, Bai Hao developed a strong sensitivity to people's intentions. He could vaguely sense the goodwill of the golden aura's owner, as if they had come specifically to protect him. Protect? Could it be that this is a guardian sent by a certain power? Bai Hao's mind suddenly conjured this thought. The more he thought, the more convinced he became that this was the truth. After all, to outsiders, Bai Hao was regarded as a reincarnated powerhouse worthy of any price to befriend by those powers. Since they mean no harm, I should call them out to see if my speculation is correct. Resolute, he made up his mind. After returning home, Bai Hao spoke softly towards the window. Senior, you've been following me. Could you reveal yourself and explain your intentions? What returned was a profound silence. After a long pause, just when Bai Hao thought the other party would not appear, the void beside him suddenly rippled. Immediately after, Bai Hao saw a stunningly beautiful woman appear beside him. This woman was dressed quite ordinarily, yet her innate qualities were exceptionally striking. Her features were exquisite, with an ethereal beauty that seemed almost otherworldly, yet she naturally exuded a hint of charm. It is no exaggeration to say that, judging solely by her looks, this woman could almost overshadow Bai Hao's full charm enhancement. The power that just moved through the void. Why does it feel a bit like my void power? Could it be a manifestation of rules? If it truly is a manifestation of rules, then doesn't that mean this woman is actually a realm master? Bai Hao's pupils contracted sharply. He had a premonition that his previous speculation was likely true. This was quite troubling. I'm just an ordinary person. How could I have attracted such a big shot? Suppressing the grievance in his heart, Bai Hao cupped his hands and asked, "May I ask why the senior has been following me?" Opposite him, the woman listened to Bai Hao's question, her gaze cold, as she calmly replied, "My name is Long Qingxue, a guest elder of the Lanxia Academy. I am here to ensure your safety. You can understand it as me being your protector. Unless I die, you will not come to harm until you have grown up." Bai Hao nodded. "I see." Yet he felt oddly about it. Although she was merely stating a fact, for some reason it sounded somewhat like a love confession in his ears. Could it be that I am so tempted by her beauty that I am overthinking things? Bai Hao questioned himself, but quickly shook his head, dismissing this speculation. Impossible. Though I, Bai Hao, enjoy beautiful women, I never lust after them. I must be overthinking it. In fact, in his previous life, he was like this. Despite having many attractive ladies subtly showing interest, he remained as unperturbed as a monk in meditation. Looking back now, even he found it strange, as he was certain that his sexual orientation was not an issue. Forget it. If I can't figure it out, I won't dwell on it for now. I'll think about it later. Bai Hao frowned slightly. Long Qingxue noticed his frown, and as if recalling something said, "Bai Hao, rest assured, after becoming your protector, I will not pry into any of your secrets. I can swear an oath on my life regarding this." "Thank you, senior." Bai Hao understood that Long Qingxue misunderstood, but he did not refuse. He had many secrets, especially each time he used the adventure simulation his cultivation could surge dramatically. If someone noticed, it would be quite troublesome. Seeing this, Long Qingxue wasted no time and immediately began to swear, ensuring that she would not pry into Bai Hao's secrets. As she started her oath, Bai Hao noticed the golden fortune above her head, changing, rolling, and fluctuating before beginning to flicker slightly. This indicated she was about to give birth to a fortuitous encounter. Why is she suddenly giving birth to a fortuitous encounter out of nowhere? Bai Hao pondered for a moment before quickly guessing the reason. The occurrence was due to the cosmic will recognizing her identity as his protector after she completed her oath. Once this relationship is established, the weaker party would develop a sense of response, leading to a series of changes. So does this mean my fortune level is quite high? Bai Hao was momentarily stunned, feeling a bit pleased. The fortune golden eyes were incredibly powerful, but they could only see others' fortune levels, not his own. Thus, Bai Hao remained unaware of his own fortune until now. However, judging by today's events, his fortune level must be quite high, at least far surpassing the golden fortune. The fortune levels from low to high are white, yellow, green, red, purple, gold, source realm, desolate, flood, cosmos, universe. Being higher than gold means his fortune level is at least at the source level. Ha ha ha. Bai Hao thought, I finally have a place where I surpass ordinary people. To be honest, who would willingly remain an ordinary person unless absolutely necessary? Who would want to constantly say, I am just an ordinary person? Isn't it all about fearing that one day their identity would be exposed, leading to others taking advantage of them? Bai Hao sometimes wondered if he might actually be a reincarnated powerful being. Unfortunately, reality is harsh. He clearly knew he was not a reincarnated powerful being, and he vividly remembered that in his past life, he was merely a recent college graduate working a menial job. Wait! Now is not the time to reflect on life. Bai Hao quickly stopped his wandering thoughts and turned his gaze to the golden little chi group above Long Qingxu's head. In the next moment, a scene of Long Qingxue receiving her fortuitous encounter flashed in his mind. In half a month, Long Qingxue would sense a special spatial fluctuation at the Ice Cliff Mountain while traversing the void. Inside was the dojo of an ancient chi cultivator. From this dojo, she would acquire an extraordinary divine ability and an ancient ice dragon pill which would allow her cultivation to leap from the 3rd stage of domain master to the 5th. The frost rules would break through from the peak of the 3rd level to the 4th. What the heck? Why can one pill from her golden fortune improve her so much? Bai Hao felt a sense of imbalance in his heart. System, are you kidding me? In reality, my cosmic level fortuitous encounter hasn't even reached the cosmic level. The system replied, Ding, the host's cosmic level fortuitous encounter is not false. The host should understand that aside from enhancing your aptitude, you also gained a complete supreme technique and a world-class spirit treasure. All right then. Bai Hao nodded helplessly. In fact, he was aware that the cosmic level fortuitous encounter was quite valuable. He was merely trying to see if he could gain some benefits from the system. Looking back at Long Qingxue after the scene ended, 2 choices appeared before him. Choice 1, copy this person's fortuitous encounter. If the copying is successful, the level of this encounter will trigger a critical hit, forming a new encounter with the specific critical hit multiplier being random. Choice 2, strip this person's fortuitous encounter. If the stripping is successful, the level of this encounter will trigger a critical hit, forming a new encounter with the specific critical hit multiplier being random. Bai Hao directly chose the first option. It was not that he was overly kind-hearted and chose to copy. Rather, the system informed him that casually stripping others' encounters would come with certain backlash. While these backlashes were not enough to severely injure him, he was not a masochist, so why would he willingly seek out suffering? Ding, congratulations to the host for copying the golden fortuitous encounter. This time the critical hit multiplier is 100 times and the level of the encounter after the critical hit is realm. 100 times critical hit is still quite acceptable. Bai Hao's expression was calm, not overly surprised, and even felt a bit disappointed. After experiencing the first billion times critical hit, he found it hard to be impressed by a mere 100 times critical hit. The life oath was quite complex. After Bai Hao copied the fortuitous encounter, Long Qingxue had just completed her life oath. Then she turned to Bai Hao and asked, Are you at ease now? Thank you for your understanding, senior. I also believe in doing the little things before the grand ones, so I hope you won't hold it against me. Bai Hao immediately replied. Long Qingxue nodded and with curiosity asked, By how I concealed my presence while traversing the void. Even those of the same level find it difficult to detect me. How did you discover me? This is just a small trick of mine, nothing to mention. Bai Hao smiled, not revealing too much. The fortune golden eyes were too special a product of the system. How could he casually let others know? Upon hearing this, Long Qingxue did not mind. She was inherently cold in nature, and if it weren't for the Blue Star human race and Lansha Academy, she would not have taken the initiative to become Bai Hao's protector. Then I will take my leave. After saying this, Long Qingxue prepared to move through the void to leave. Bai Hao hurriedly called out, Senior, wait. What is it? I sense something special at Ice Cliff Mountain. If you have time, you might want to check it out. Perhaps you will gain something. Bai Hao called out loudly. Since Long Qingxue had already become his protector, it would be better to inform her of the location of the fortuitous encounter in advance to save her from waiting for over 10 days. Long Qingxue was slightly taken aback, but she nodded, indicating she understood, and then she vanished into the void, leaving the room. Seeing her traversing the void, Bai Hao couldn't help but feel envious. When my physical body becomes stronger, I also want to try the sensation of traversing the void. It must be exhilarating. In the void, the status is equivalent to rules, and what rules can accomplish the void can naturally achieve. In the following time, Bai Hao casually ate something before entering his room, preparing to open the realm-level fortuitous encounter he had just obtained. He sat cross-legged upon the bed. Bai Hao glanced at the enormous hole gaping in the doorframe, his lips twitching faintly, then closed his eyes, choosing willful ignorance. Silently, he intoned, System, activate the serendipity simulation realm. Beep. Serendipity simulation realm activated. Initiating host consciousness extraction. Commencing tier realm opportunity sequence. In the next instant, Bai Hao's consciousness plunged once more into the enigmatic space, suffused with primordial creation energy. He strode forward unhesitatingly. His movements accelerated as if time itself had been spooled forward 1,000-fold. Meanwhile, the system's voice resonated beside him. You drift through chaos, and unknowingly return to the Taoist pavilion atop the immortal mountain, standing before your master. Upon seeing you, the wayward disciple who once stole his ceremonial ruler, your master erupts in fury and kicks you clear across 1 billion light years. System. Bai Hao. An excruciating silence settled. Beep. Simulation error detected. Reinitialization commences in 3 seconds. Please prepare host. 3 seconds later, the serendipity simulation rebooted, and the system's narration resumed. On your first cultivation journey beyond the sect, you stumble by fate into a mysterious realm, the fallen sanctuary of the primordial divine beast, the Golden Crow. You accidentally plunge into the pool of the Golden Crow's refined blood, and immediately activate the ninefold Golden Palace Immortal Body Art to absorb and refine it. Your ninefold Golden Palace Immortal Body Art advances to mid-first transformation. Your cultivation realm surges from Awakening Realm 4th Order to Awakening Realm 6th Order, without the slightest instability. Your innate cultivation aptitude ascends to solar rank, your spiritual aptitude to terrestrial rank, your comprehension aptitude to solar rank. Drawing upon the Golden Crow's sacred blood, you successfully awaken the divine ability Great Sun Golden Flame. As you depart, you notice an egg resting at the pool's bottom, and instinctively seal it within your spatial ring. Beep. This serendipity simulation concludes. The system's voice faded, and Bai Hao's consciousness snapped back to reality. This simulation lasted 13 seconds, 3 seconds longer than standard duration, likely due to the earlier malfunction. At this very moment, Bai Hao underwent profound transformation. His core cultivation art advanced to mid-first transformation. His realm leapt to Awakening 6th Order. Solid, unwavering, utterly flawless. His 3 fundamental aptitudes soared. Within his mind bloomed the complete esoteric manual of the Great Sun Golden Flame. And within his spatial ring lay the egg. Every boon gained in simulation now fully manifested in reality, a marvel beyond mortal logic. TCH, Bai Hao whistled low. No wonder it's called a tier realm opportunity. It nearly made me believe it surpassed last time's cosmic rank boon. Of course, that was mere illusion. Though last time's cosmic rank boon appeared modest, even its sole artifact, the ninefold Golden Palace Immortal Body Art, carried 9 innate cultivation talents. All benefits of this tier realm boon combined could not rival the sheer profundity of that single art. Exhilarating. My aptitudes now eclipse those of the Dragon General in his youth, so this is what genius feels like. I'm utterly smitten. After savoring his transformed physique, a satisfied smile graced Bai Hao's face, until his gaze fell upon the egg in his spatial ring. His expression instantly collapsed. System. Why did I again pilfer something from the simulation? Are you certain this isn't your doing? System. Beep. I never interfere with any action taken by the host. Hearing this, Bai Hao felt a profound existential vertigo. It made no sense. He'd lived over 20 years in his past life yet never developed such a habit. Overwhelmed, he retreated inward for a long, silent moment. Beep. Friendly reminder, your attribute panel has updated. You may review it at will. The system chimed again. At once, Bai Hao opened his attribute panel. Name Bai Hao. Talent Charisma. Maximum attainment Peerless beauty harmonized with the Tao resonant with cosmic laws. Manifesting a Tao body omen that commands unavoidable attention from all races at all times. Cultivation Aptitude Solar Rank. Spiritual Aptitude Terrestrial Rank. Comprehension Aptitude Solar Rank. Cultivation Realm Awakening 6th Order. Void Attribute Sword Tao First Layer. Cultivation Art Ninefold Golden Palace Immortal Body Art Mid-First Transformation. Divine Ability Great Sun Golden Flame Introductory Proficiency. Divine Pet Golden Crow Unhatched. Scanning the panel, Bai Hao noticed the Martial Technique section had vanished, replaced by dedicated Divine Ability and Divine Pet attributes. Moreover, he now knew the egg's origin, a genuine primordial divine beast. Golden Crow Egg. Well. Every time I acquire something from simulation, it turns out astonishingly extraordinary. Bai Hao's expression turned wry. And, system care to explain why you deleted the Martial Technique section. Beep. My attribute panel categorically forbids inclusion of such a low-tier attribute. Bai Hao. If only you'd had a single peanut little mouse, you wouldn't have inflated to this absurd degree. After venting briefly, Bai Hao dismissed the system and withdrew a mid-grade spirit stone from his spatial ring. The exchange rate stood at 1 mid-grade spirit stone for 10 low-grade ones. His accumulated points could have purchased 45,000 low-grade spirit stones, but that quantity would have been unwieldy. So Zhang Mingyu had exchanged them for mid-grade stones instead. Holding the stone, Bai Hao clearly sensed its dense, refined energy. In truth, the term spirit stone was popular only on Blue Star. Across stellar civilizations, they were universally known as energy stones. For scientific instruments confirmed that Qi was fundamentally condensed energy particles. He ceased deliberation and immediately activated his cultivation art, absorbing and refining those energy particles at a terrifying, incomprehensible velocity. Within the boundless chaos existed a forbidden zone, an absolute anomaly transcending all universes, inaccessible to any living being. At its heart floated an unparalleled sacred mountain shrouded in chaotic mist, and atop its summit rose a serene Taoist pavilion. On this day, an elder within the pavilion was expounding the Tao to his 4 disciples. Suddenly he paused, sensing something, and chuckled wryly. That shameless brat. Last time he stole my ceremonial ruler. I let it slide. Now he dares return to freeload on opportunities. Does he truly think I've no temper? Master, what has occurred? Asked the eldest disciple, a man of regal authority named Yu Huang, whose very breath stirred the resonance of the Tao, whose presence alone sent cosmic principles thundering. The other 3 female disciples lifted their heads, gazing at their master with wide-eyed curiosity. None other than your younger brother. leaning on his karmic creation Dao, shamelessly returning to sponge off opportunities once more. Just now I kicked him right back. Ah, it is indeed our youngest brother. Yu Huang's eyes gleamed with quiet understanding as he gently consoled. Master, his nature has always been thus. Why trouble yourself over it, elder? The elder shook his head, sighing softly. Let him be. Let him fumble about as he pleases. For now perhaps time remains. This discourse ends. You may withdraw. We respectfully bid farewell, master. All four kowtowed in unison. Once the elder vanished, Yu Huang paused thoughtfully, then turned to his youngest sister with a warm, knowing smile. Qing Ran, would you like to go visit your youngest brother? Upon hearing senior brother's words, Qing Ran sprang up with delight. Senior brother, I will. Training every day is almost boring me to death. I miss the junior brother so much. That's good. Yu Huang nodded with relief, then abruptly raised his hand and pressed it toward Qing Ran. In an instant, between his 5 fingers, the chaos spread like an ocean, divine light, dazzling patterns of the Tao materializing, and order interweaving. Auspicious aura surged beyond countless miles, as if a universe faltered and myriad lives bowed in homage. Senior brother, why did you strike me? Qing Ran was stunned. Before she could finish, she was sealed by that palm, transformed into a streak of light that pierced the chaos and entered a vast cosmos. In the haze, he could just make out the glow finally falling onto a cerulean planet. 2 junior sisters nearby smiled wryly and said, Senior brother, our little junior sister is young, but you cannot keep bullying her. I am not bullying her, I merely sent her to accompany the junior brother because she is the most fitting choice, Yu Huang said with a rueful shake of his head. But when he turned around, at that moment his handsome face softened, revealing faintly an unimaginably elegant countenance. Beauty beyond measure. The master once said, you will face 9 abyssal curses in this life, 1 misstep and you will be forever lost to suffering. I intended to go help you in person, but the master forbade me from leaving Hundun Tian. Now we can only place our hopes in junior sister Qing Ran. Night fell. Bai Hao had already refined 3,000 spirit stones. It must be admitted the refining efficiency of the 9-fold golden threshold undying heaven technique was astonishing. In merely half a day, he had smoothly refined and absorbed them, converting them into his cultivation. Yet the very thing that made him strong was also his burden. After cultivating the 9-fold golden threshold undying heaven technique, his demand for resources became immense, his body a bottomless pit. A full 3,000 spirit stones only elevated him from awakening stage 6 to the pinnacle of awakening stage 8. For an ordinary person, such a vast reserve of spiritual energy might suffice to cultivate from nothing to the divine ability realm. Fortunately, although this art consumed tremendous resources, its combat power far outstripped peers. In his present condition, even without invoking the sword Dao Suzai, his true might could rival high-tier warriors of the divine ability realm. The high tiers of the divine ability realm correspond to levels 7, 8, and 9. If he were to employ the Suzai, Bai Hao was not boasting. Practitioners of the divine ability realm would be little brothers before him. Even sovereigns of the calamity realm would probably kneel. As for the stronger star realm opponents above that, the gap in life level was significant. Bai Hao was unsure he could prevail. But regardless of that, Bai Hao's strength was formidable now. If he entered the global elite tournament at once, he would undoubtedly place first. No one could challenge him. Across the entire blue star, among awakening stage warriors, none were his match in a single bout. Damn, I suddenly feel so accomplished. Only 2 days to break through to awakening stage 8, a year more, and I soar to the heavens. With my talent, waiting an extra year for the global elite tournament feels like a waste. I should ask Long Qingxue to open a backdoor for me and get me into that starfield battlefield early. He rubbed his chin and pondered. For the time being, he would not continue absorbing spirit stones since the remainder would not support a breakthrough to awakening stage 9. Better to save them until he had amassed enough. He entered the bathroom, washed up, and readied himself for a proper sleep. To be honest, he had been in this world for some time, yet he had not once slept soundly. After lying down, he soon drifted into a dreamlike slumber. In a daze, he found himself in a misty space and beheld a man in white of extraordinary beauty. The man was breathtakingly handsome. His features were flawless and his stature tall and elegant. Standing upon the void, an immortal aura wrapped him. Wondrous phenomena shook the world, and every gesture stirred the laws into resonance, causing myriad spirits to leap for joy. This defies reason. How could anyone threaten me in looks? Bai Hao muttered in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. When he saw the man's face clearly, he suddenly understood. Because the man looked exactly like him. No wonder both were so divinely handsome. Hey, who are you? How do you look exactly like me? Bai Hao shouted, yet the man did not respond. Or rather, the man could not hear Bai Hao at all. Seeing this, Bai Hao immediately realized something was amiss. He was likely trapped within a dream. He hurriedly activated the sword Dao Suzai, trying to wrench himself free from the dream, but the dream was too uncanny, and he could not break through. What on earth is happening? Bai Hao wondered. Just then the man on the void moved. He gazed up at the cosmos, and an incandescent divine light burst forth from him, suffused with an inscrutable, terrifying aura. Little mouse, it's simply too hard for me. Seeing this, Bai Hao suddenly thought of his own fortune system, which, like this Tao of cause and fate, also seemed fond of incessant squeaking. Cause and effect, fate, creation, the heart? Countless great Tao rose from him, entwined and collided, generating fearsome energy waves that shook the entire misty space. It seemed on the verge of exceeding its limits and shattering. Time passed, and at last the currents began to fuse. After an unknown span, a force transcending all was born. An unprecedented power, or rather an entirely new Tao. A primordial Tao containing the origins of cause, fate, and creation, and innumerable cultivation systems. The new Tao, the moment it came into being, produced myriad portentous phenomena, circling the man in jubilant chirrups, squeaking incessantly. The man smiled indulgently. Little one, since you love squeaking so much, you'll call you Little Mouse. The Tao. Master, are you serious about that name? Little Mouse, it's simply too hard for me. Seeing this, Bai Hao suddenly thought of his own fortune system, which, like this Tao of cause and fate, also seemed fond of incessant squeaking. Could there be some connection between the two? He tried to approach the man to ask, but a powerful force pressed in and shoved him out of the misty space. Bai Hao jolted awake, panting as he sat on the bed, fine beads of sweat on his brow. It took him a long while to barely calm down. What was that dream about? So real. And that man who looks like me. Why do his actions feel so strangely familiar? Bai Hao could not fathom it. He even entertained the thought that he might be the reincarnation of a terrifying powerhouse, but reason told him that was impossible. In his previous life, he had been merely an ordinary university graduate. If such a person qualified as a great being, then on his old Earth such powerhouses would be everywhere. This must be thoughts by day, dreams by night. I keep thinking about the system during the day, so at night I dream of it, Bai Hao reassured himself. He stopped dwelling on it, got up, dressed, and washed. Leisurely finishing his morning, he turned on the television, ate breakfast, and habitually checked his phone, immediately seeing two missed calls. One was from Zhang Mingyu, likely about the quota, easy to guess. The other was strange, the call came from Jiangzhou Yaoling. Bai Hao thought for a moment and returned a call to Zhang Mingyu. Sure enough, Zhang Mingyu was calling to inform him that the application quota had been approved. He was told to prepare himself, as in 3 days, he would enter the evil spirit secret realm with a student team from Jiangzhou University. Upon hearing this news, Bai Hao felt very excited. His cultivation had now reached the 8th level of awakening, and he might accidentally break through to the divine ability realm any day. In that case, what would he even do in the evil spirit secret realm? It should be noted that the evil spirit secret realm is a 1-star secret realm of extraordinary origin with special laws inside that make it impossible to enter once one surpasses the awakening realm. Unless one's cultivation is close to that of the powerful being who left the inheritance, one simply cannot withstand the backlash of its laws. After expressing his gratitude to Zhang Mingyu, Bai Hao called Jiangzhou Yaoling. When the call connected, a voice came through. Hello, this is the Jiangzhou Police Department. May I ask if you are Mr. Bai Hao? Yes, I am Bai Hao. I just saw that you called me. Yes, we did call you this morning. The person continued in a strange tone. The situation is this: we have a little girl here who claims to be your sister, and we would like to ask if you could come to pick her up. My sister? Bai Hao was a bit puzzled and immediately searched through his original memories, but found no recollection of a sister. In fact, even his deceased parents were not his biological ones. The original owner of this body was actually an adopted orphan. This setup really felt reminiscent of a character from a previous life novel. So regardless of the circumstances, Bai Hao should not have any relatives in this world. Where could this sister possibly come from? He pondered for 2 seconds. Bai Hao said, Officer, I don't have a sister. Are you sure you have the right person? Or is it a case of mistaken identity? We are sure. We have verified several times you are Bai Hao, right? Yes. Is your ID number 32081? Yes. Are you a student at Jiangzhou High School? Yes. Are you the reincarnation of the great being mentioned in the news? Well, that's not true, officer. I'm just an ordinary person, certainly not a reincarnation of a great being. Now there's no escaping it, we've got the right person. The officer on the other end immediately said, I've heard that Mr. Bai Hao has high moral character, humility, and courtesy. Now that I see you, the rumors are indeed true. Bai Hao. Mr. Bai Hao, the little girl looks quite pitiful. If you have time, please come and pick her up. She insists on meeting you. All right, Bai Hao reluctantly agreed. Fortunately, he had nothing much to do these days, so he could take this opportunity to clear his mind. He arrived at the Jiangzhou Police Department. Before Bai Hao had a chance to speak, several young ladies enthusiastically rushed over to greet him, exuding grace and beauty, radiating the vigor of youth. Goodness, are the female officers today of such high quality, and they are so friendly and warm. It feels like coming home. Wait a minute. Why do I feel like entering the police station is like going home? Bai Hao shook his head, quickly dismissing the strange thought, and looked at the little girl sitting in the lobby. The little girl was wearing a red dress with a bow in her hair. Her apricot eyes and peach cheeks were exquisitely beautiful. Despite being only 7 or 8 years old, she looked like a femme fatale. Bai Hao, shitty you finally came to pick me up. That damn senior brother not only sealed my cultivation but also made my body so small that I can't even play games with you anymore. Boo-hoo. As she spoke, the little girl's alluring apricot eyes sparkled with tears, looking like a rain-soaked pear blossom, exuding an unusual charm. Senior brother sealed my cultivation. Is this girl perhaps too influenced by novels and has lost her mind? And Why does she say that being small means she can't play games with me? Little sister, is it you who is acting strange, or is it Bai Hao who is overly beastly and thinking wrong? After pondering for a few seconds, Bai Hao resisted the urge to scoff, and said, little sister, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I don't know you at all. I didn't mistake you. The little girl said firmly, Bai Hao, shitty, you are my brother, I am your sister, whom you have been separated from for many years. You are my sister. Bai Hao suddenly chuckled. How could such a small person possibly be his sister? Yes. If you don't believe me, take a good look at me. Perhaps it might jog your memory. The little girl said expectantly. Hearing this, Bai Hao looked her over several times from head to toe and finally nodded slowly. Confirming with his gaze, he completely did not recognize her. He suspected that this girl might have some mental issues, which is why she mistook him for her brother. How pitiful. On the other side, upon seeing Bai Hao nod, the little girl immediately said happily, Bai Hao, shitty, do you remember me now? No, I don't. Bai Hao's heart was as hard as iron. Little sister, you must have recognized the wrong person. Seeing this, the girl pouted, hugged Bai Hao's leg, and instantly burst into tears. Those who didn't know might think Bai Hao was a heartless man. The surrounding staff felt sorry for her, but didn't know how to console her. To be honest, they searched through all the files, and could find no information about the little girl, as if she had suddenly appeared from some hidden corner. This was very strange. Coincidentally, the little girl insisted she was Bai Hao's sister, so they called Bai Hao in. While confirming the girl's identity, they also hoped Bai Hao could take her home. After much entanglement, Bai Hao could only reluctantly admit that the little girl was indeed his sister. There was no other choice. This girl was simply a little demoness. One moment she was pouting and acting cute, the next she was hugging his leg and crying. Who could withstand that? Bai Hao felt that, if he didn't nod in agreement, soon the surrounding staff would no longer be able to bear it. The next process was to register the little girl's personal information. When registering her name, the little girl glanced at Bai Hao, her eyes spinning, and she cheerfully said, let's call me Bai Xiaoran. Bai Hao was left speechless. He was now sure that this little girl had no relation to him or the original owner at all. But why was she so attached to him? Bai Hao was completely baffled. As they were leaving, the female officer said to Bai Xiaoran, after you go back with your brother, be sure to listen to him, you know. Your brother is the reincarnation of a great being after all. But then Bai Xiaoran frowned slightly and said, sister, how could Bai Hao shitty be the reincarnation of a great being? Holy cow, a kindred spirit. Finally someone believed he wasn't the reincarnation of a great being. Bai Hao felt that for this reason alone, adopting her was worth it. But the next moment he heard Bai Xiaoran say in a very serious tone, a mere great being isn't even worthy to carry my brother's shoes. Bai Hao's face instantly darkened. I am truly foolish. I actually thought a little girl with some mental issues was a kindred spirit. On the way back, Bai Xiaoran's little mouth never stopped chattering. Bai Hao, brother, I'm hungry. I want to eat spicy strips. I've heard that the spicy strips on this planet are delicious, especially the Wei Long kind. I want ice cream. I also want chocolate cookies, cake, chips, rice crackers, chestnuts, shrimp chips, milk tea, fried chicken. Bai Hao held Bai Xiaoran's warm and soft little hand, walking, while feeling melancholic, thinking to himself that he had brought back a little ancestor. Just on the way back, she had already devoured countless snacks. Even more astonishingly, Bai Hao watched her annihilate a pile of snacks, yet her little belly remained flat, showing no signs of change. He couldn't help but wonder what kind of background this little girl had. Wait, Bai Hao suddenly stopped in his tracks as he realized that he hadn't seen any signs of luck surrounding this girl. This is clearly abnormal. One must know that even the weakest of beings possesses a trace of luck, and as long as there is luck, it cannot escape the scrutiny of the luck eye. So what is the situation now? Bai Hao frowned, pondering for 2 seconds, and asked in his heart. System, why can't I see Bai Xiaoran's luck? Creak, the luck level of the target exceeds the host detection range. Would you like to unlock a higher authority? The luck level exceeds the detectable range. Just her. Bai Hao glanced at Bai Xiaoran, who was panting from the spicy strips, and seriously doubted whether he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Creak, host, please trust this system. The detection will not be wrong. Would you like to unlock a higher authority? Bai Hao asked, how do I unlock it? System. The host just needs to silently say, creak, in their heart to unlock it. Is it that simple? Bai Hao found it hard to believe. Yes, host. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao immediately expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, if that's the case, why didn't you directly help me unlock the authority earlier? The unlocking conditions were not triggered before, so it could not be unlocked. The system's voice remained cold. Trigger conditions encountering luck targets that exceed the system's detection range. Bai Hao was at a loss for words. He felt that the system was trying to fool him, but with no evidence he had no choice but to resign himself to fate and silently say creak in his heart. Creak, higher authority has been successfully unlocked and the luck level has been updated. Please check it yourself, host. Bai Hao began to browse through the introduction. The updated luck levels now include 3 additional ranks compared to before. From low to high, they are white, yellow, green, red, purple, gold, source, realm, desolate, flood, chaos, universe, primordial, mixed, and ancestor. A total of 15 levels. So this little girl's luck level starts at least from the mixed level. Bai Hao muttered in disbelief. Thinking of this, he quickly looked at Bai Xiaoran, and immediately saw a small chaotic bubble floating above her head inscribed with a Tao text. The Tao text is the manifestation of the Tao principles, and any being that sees it can instantly comprehend its pronunciation. This character is pronounced mixed. This bubble was not flickering, indicating that it had not yet given birth to any fortuitous opportunities. Mixed level luck. Bai Hao's breathing quickened, and when he looked at Bai Shaoran again, his expression changed entirely. This is a giant figure. Just imagine Long Qingxue with her mere golden luck was able to break through to the domain master realm at such a young age. Bai Xiaoran's mixed level luck is a full 8 ranks higher than golden luck. What incredible achievements will she have in the future? It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say she could burst out of the universe. Moreover, she might not even need to wait until the future. Bai Hao clearly remembered that earlier Bai Shaoran had mentioned in the police station that her cultivation was sealed by her senior brother. At that time he thought she was being delusional. But now it seemed that this matter might be true and her true cultivation realm should be frighteningly high. It was just that it had already been sealed. And her way of referring to him, Bai Hao brother. In his past life, no, it should be said in his previous life, could he really be Bai Xiaoran's brother? For a moment Bai Hao began to doubt his life. The amount of information was too overwhelming, making his mind buzz like mush. After returning home, Bai Hao pondered deeply, and after a long silence he walked up to Bai Shaoran and asked, Shaoran, could it be that you are truly my sister? I can't say sister. Actually, I am your senior sister, and the prettiest one at that. Happy about it. Bai Shaoran replied while munching on potato chips, feeling pleased with herself. While speaking she also turned around in the room, occasionally touching the large hole in front of the bedroom, making a clicking sound. That hole was blasted out when Bai Hao practiced the Black Thunder Fist. Then, senior sister, what exactly was my identity in my previous life? Bai Hao asked with a complex expression. I can't say. Bai Shaoran shook her head. Bai Hao frowned, asking, why can't you say? I currently belong to a stowaway in this universe. If I reveal your identity, it will immediately attract the attention of the universe will. And my cultivation is sealed now, and I only have the indestructible ability of the undying Tao body left, which cannot compete with the universe will. Maybe it will cause many unpredictable consequences. So I can't say. Just saying my identity, how could it cause such serious consequences? Bai Hao asked in confusion. This is all your fault. As for the reason, I cannot say same reason. All right. Bai Hao felt somewhat helpless. After pondering, he couldn't help but ask. Then why did you stow away here to find me? I missed you. Bai Shaoran replied confidently with the face of a 7 or 80-year-old prodigy, innocent and cute. Bai Hao, little senior sister, you are a stowaway from outside the universe, can't you be a bit more serious? Seeing Bai Hao's darkened expression, Bai Shaoran chuckled awkwardly and said, Oh, I'm not teasing you anymore. Actually, I don't know the specifics of what my mission is. When I was just sent here I was puzzled, but then I thought that since my senior brother sent me here, it means I will definitely be of use in the future. So don't worry too much. You just need to take good care of me and buy me snacks every day. Senior brother. Bai Hao couldn't help but ask. What kind of identity does senior brother have? Can't you say that either? Definitely not. Bai Shaoran said with deep emotion. Senior brother, just like you, is a taboo existence in the entire chaos heaven. It's just that he relies on combat power while you rely on. Rely on what? Bai Hao quickly asked. I can't say. Bai Shaoran said with frustration. I just sensed clearly that if I reveal your past deeds, it will immediately attract the universe will. In fact, in the endless chaos, almost all the universe wills of the major universes hold you in awe and respect. When she said this, Bai Xiaoran's tone carried an inexplicable sense of mischief. Bai Hao was left speechless. So what on earth did he do back then that was so unforgivable that even speaking about it was impossible? It was just absurd. Don't worry, Bai Hao brother. Your main task now is to cultivate diligently. If your cultivation hasn't reached that realm, knowing it is of no use. Bai Shaoran comforted. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao had no choice but to drop the matter, entering his bedroom to sit cross-legged and meditate to calm his fluctuating emotions. How long had passed? Bai Hao emerged from deep meditation, having just severed all lingering distractions with the Sword Tao's void principle. His Tao heart had ascended, no longer swayed by external influences. He opened his eyes and immediately noticed the massive hole in his bedroom door had vanished entirely, the surface now flawlessly smooth, as if it had never been damaged. What in the world had happened? Brother Bai Hao, you're awake. Look at this wall. I repaired it myself. Am I not impressive? As Bai Hao stood momentarily stunned, the door swung open, and Bai Shaoran stepped in, bright-eyed and brimming with quiet pride. She appeared freshly bathed. Her hair still faintly damp at the tips, clad only in a loose white t-shirt that hung far too long for her frame. Its hem nearly grazed her knees. Bai Hao strongly suspected she wore nothing else beneath it. He shook his head, banishing such chaotic thoughts. Bai Hao asked, puzzled, senior sister, how did you repair it? There isn't a single trace of mending on the wall. Just a minor technique. Nothing complicated. Bai Shaoran flicked her delicate hand and wrinkled her petite nose. A gesture both mischievous and endearing. This is a minor technique. Bai Hao stared at the pristine wall, utterly flabbergasted. After holding his breath for 2 seconds, he couldn't resist asking senior sister, wasn't your cultivation sealed by senior brother? How could you possibly wield such techniques to mend the wall? Did you break through his seal already? Impossible. His seal is monstrously formidable. 10 of me combined couldn't crack it. At this, Bai Shaoran scowled indignantly and punched the air with tiny fists as though aiming at someone unseen. Then where did your cultivation come from? I cultivated it just now. Though my original realm remains sealed, that doesn't prevent me from starting anew. Ah, I see. Bai Hao nodded in sudden understanding, sipping water, as he casually asked, so what realm have you reached now? Cataclysm realm, peak. Ift. Bai Hao nearly choked. Good heavens. Less than half a day, and you've already reached Cataclysm peak. Was this truly the cultivation speed of an incomparable sovereign? The faint pride Bai Hao had felt last night crumbled utterly under this blow. At that moment, bewilderment flooded his mind. Logically, having been so extraordinary in his previous lifetimes, his reincarnated talent, even at its weakest, should still rival Bai Shaoran's. Why then did he feel so ordinary, so utterly unremarkable? It defied reason. Then Bai Shaoran added, oh brother Bai Hao, I've discovered something fascinating about this universe's cultivation system. What makes it fascinating? While cultivating, I sensed something called the void principle. Astonishingly profound, so I practiced it casually. Heavens above, you even mastered the void principle. Bai Hao shivered slightly and ventured carefully, how many layers of the void principle have you cultivated? No, wait, how many types of void principles have you mastered? He realized asking about layers would be an insult to her. Bai Shaoran sighed, disappointed, only one, and only up to the 9th layer. Beyond that, cultivation is impossible. Why? Bai Hao paused, startled. Because of the cosmic will. The void principle is its gift to sentient beings within the cosmos. If I advanced further, it would detect me. Sigh. I wish I'd chosen reincarnation and recultivation too. Such power is extraordinary. Missing the chance to experience its perfected form feels like a profound loss. Hearing this, Bai Hao felt considerably relieved. Had the blows continued, he might well have retreated into self-imposed seclusion. His gaze drifted to the t-shirt Bai Shaoran wore. It struck him as strangely familiar. After a moment's contemplation, he furrowed his brow and asked senior sister, where did this t-shirt come from? Yours, of course. I had no clean clothes after my bath, so I borrowed it from your wardrobe. It's wonderfully loose and comfortable. As she spoke, she spun playfully. Her hem fluttering, gently radiating an irresistible, enchanting allure. Her delicate doll-like face flushed faintly with delight, like a young woman's first gentle intoxication from wine. Innocent yet captivating. Enough to stir forbidden impulses. At the sight, Bai Hao inwardly gasped, senior sister. You realize you currently appear no older than 7 or 8, don't you? Dressing so provocatively. Your intentions are most suspect. Confess. Do you intend to tempt me into bestial folly, then deliver me straight to the authorities? If so, let me say plainly, your calculation is flawed. I, Bai Hao, my heart forged of unyielding iron, could never be blinded by your slender, undeveloped figure. With that thought, Bai Hao stepped boldly before her. His innate charismatic radiance talent heightened his already breathtaking handsomeness. Senior sister. You look absolutely stunning in this. I nearly forgot how to breathe. But allow me to clarify one point, your beauty has nothing to do with the shirt. It springs entirely from your innate grace. Your exquisite features make anything you wear radiant. Of course, iron-hearted or not, flattery was still essential. Before him stood a living sovereign of unparalleled might. Pleasing this revered junior elder would surely yield immense future rewards. Brother Bai Hao, you certainly have a honeyed tongue. Bai Shaoran responded exactly as expected, or rather as every woman in heaven and earth would. Still, this shirt's too large. Doesn't fit properly. Buy me new clothes this afternoon, please. Absolutely. Senior sister. We'll go right after lunch. Whatever catches your eye, will buy it. Your happiness is paramount. Bai Hao replied instantly. Once perhaps penniless, he was no longer. The compensation from Wangzhua and over 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones rested securely in his possession. Together they amounted to at least 2 or 3 billion long coins. What were a few garments in comparison? Hearing his words, Bai Shaoran nearly leapt with joy. Pure childlike exuberance lighting her face. After twirling twice on the spot, she turned to him and patted her chest with determination. Brother Bai Hao, since you're so generous, your senior sister can't take advantage of you. Speak plainly. What do you desire? Anything I possess, I'll gladly give you. Here it was, the reward at last. All that devoted flattery had finally borne fruit. Bai Hao rubbed his palms bashfully. Senior sister, I lack nothing. Except perhaps some divine arts and spirit treasures. What say you? Divine arts are easy. I have countless at hand. Spirit treasures are trickier. My current seal prevents me from accessing my past collection of spirit artifacts and magical implements. Bai Shaoran frowned, troubled. No need, no need. Bai Hao waved his hands vigorously. Senior sister, divine arts alone will suffice. I hold no urgent need for spirit treasures. Truth be told, he already bore a world-class spirit treasure upon his person. The mention had been merely perfunctory, born of idle curiosity. Excellent. Bai Shaoran visibly relaxed, then asked, Brother Bai Hao, What kind of divine art do you seek? One suited to my current stage, preferably a flight and evasion art and a combat art. Bai Hao answered without hesitation. Though his apparent strength seemed formidable, it rested entirely upon the overwhelming supremacy of the Sword Dao's void principle. His actual combat experience and tactical repertoire remained scant, making a dedicated combat art urgently necessary to broaden his perspective and elevate his overall prowess. Upon hearing his reply, Bai Shaoran rested her chin on her palm deep in thought, then soon broke into a radiant smile. Raising her soft, tender fingertip, she gently touched Bai Hao's forehead. A shimmering crystalline light streamed from her fingertip and sank into his brow. In that instant, two divine arts bloomed within his consciousness, the supreme soaring mystery art of the Kuanping and the great evolution creation combat character seal. Bai Hao quickly scanned through and could not help but gasp in shock. Both of these divine abilities were truly exceptional, surpassing even the great sun golden flame he had obtained earlier. First is the Kuanping Supreme Freedom Mystic Method. This is not merely a method of flight, but a profoundly extraordinary combat technique. It contains the ultimate application of the principles of yin and yang, space and devouring. Once cultivated to perfection, one can transform into the divine beast Kuanping, traversing 90,000 miles in an instant. This combat power can rise more than tenfold compared to its normal state. As for the great transformation combat tactics, it is a top-tier method that perfectly applies the principles of creation to combat. It can evolve all forms of lethal techniques in the world, exhausting the ultimate methods of attack with unparalleled power and uniqueness. If successfully cultivated, one can learn any divine ability at a glance and evolve it to a deeper level. It can be described as extraordinarily miraculous. Furthermore, because this divine ability embodies the principles of creation, one can also visualize transformations of all things into attacking methods. For example, if Bai Hao visualizes rivers and seas, he can use this divine ability to transform into a surging river or sea to attack his enemies. Visualizing mountains allows him to evolve into ancient divine mountains. Visualizing divine beasts enables the transformation into myriad divine beasts. Visualizing the sun allows for the manifestation of a blazing sun. Just imagine in future battles, while others rush in making noise, Bai Hao could simply raise his hand and summon a small sun. I ask you, would you not be afraid? Opposite him, Bai Shaoran asked Bai, how are you satisfied with these two divine abilities? Absolutely satisfied. Bai Hao quickly nodded and grinned, saying, I think both of these divine abilities are excellent, especially the latter, the great transformation combat tactics. It feels tailor-made for me, simply too suitable. Upon hearing this, Bai Shaoran displayed a peculiar expression but did not say much more. Senior sister, let me take you out to eat. Let's have a good meal today. Bai Hao waved his hand happily. As soon as she heard about eating, Bai Zioran's eyes instantly curved into crescents. Great. I've been hungry for a while. After saying that, she grabbed Bai Hao's hand, preparing to dash towards the door. Bai Hao quickly held her back. What's wrong? Bai Shaoran turned back in confusion. Bai Hao glanced at the t-shirt she was wearing and said with a headache, it's not appropriate to go out like this. You should change back into that little red dress. What's wrong with it? It's just not appropriate. Don't ask so many questions. Just listen. Bai Hao's tone unconsciously intensified. He wouldn't admit that he did this because he didn't want others to see Bai Shaoran looking so alluring. Bai Hao, you've changed, you're actually being fierce with me. Bai Shaoran pouted, indignantly complaining. However, despite her complaints, she obediently took off the t-shirt and changed into the little red dress she had just taken off. Afterwards, the two of them headed straight to the most famous private restaurant in Zhangzhou. On the way, Bai Hao divided a portion of his consciousness to comprehend the two divine abilities he had just obtained, as well as the great sun golden flame he had acquired earlier. Currently, Bai Hao's spiritual aptitude was at the earth level. Although it did not have the 10,000-fold amplification of his comprehension aptitude, it was still very powerful. Therefore, multitasking was not a difficult task for him. Upon entering the private room, Bai Hao ordered some home-style dishes and specialties, including braised pork huadiao chicken sweet and sour ribs, fish head Buddha jumps over the wall, and scallion braised tendons. Finally, under the recommendation of the waiter, the two ordered a crystal soup fish head, which was said to have been a signature dish at state banquets. They enjoyed the meal immensely, especially the fish head Buddha jumps over the wall and the crystal soup fish head, which were truly worthy of the restaurant's signature dishes. The fish head Buddha jumps over the wall was exceptionally delicious. As soon as the lid was lifted, a rich aroma wafted out. Various ingredients shimmered with enticing colors. The soup was milky white, embodying the essence of the dish with an incredibly delightful taste. The crystal soup fish head might appear unappealing at first glance, but once the fish skin was peeled back, a smooth crystal-like soup would immediately emerge. The perfectly balanced fragrance enveloped an indescribable freshness, making it a supreme delight for the taste buds. After finishing the meal, Bai Shaoran patted her little belly cheerfully, saying, Bai Hao, this restaurant's food is so delicious. We have to come here often in the future. Bai Hao, junior sister, image, we are at least super giants. Can you not act so unladylike? After musing for a moment, Bai Hao asked in confusion, junior sister, haven't you eaten these things before? No. Bai Shaoran replied dejectedly, you don't understand. I've been fasting for countless epochs, and even when I eat, it's the big cosmic medicine brought back by my senior brothers and sisters which tastes terrible. I've almost vomited from it. Cosmic medicine tastes terrible. Almost vomited. Bai Hao's mouth twitched slightly. He was not envious at all, really. He was not envious in the least. It's just cosmic medicine, right? I can easily buy 2 pounds of American ginseng to gnaw on. I can't afford cosmic medicine, but I can't afford American ginseng either. After the meal, Bai Hao accompanied Bai Xiao ran to the shopping mall buying over a dozen different types of clothes, although almost all were red. He couldn't understand why this little girl favored red so much. Fortunately, she wasn't as fixated on shoes and socks, buying some in black and white, which was much more normal than before. After buying these things, it was already nearing 6 o'clock. Thus, the two of them decided to step into a hot pot restaurant, indulging in another feast, and only then did they happily return home. Bai Hao, I'm going to take a shower and sleep. You must work hard on your cultivation. Bai Xiaoran waved her little hand. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao felt a bit helpless. Being called brother by a little girl who looked only 7 or 8 years old was, to be honest, really super awkward. Today it was the same outside. Whenever those around heard Bai Xiaoran call Bai Hao brother, they would almost always display an expression of disbelief. After pondering for a moment, Bai Hao suggested to Bai Xiaoran, what if we change our terms of address to brother and sister? Is that okay? Good heavens. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoran exploded muttering and complaining, while waving her little hands, almost twisting Bai Hao's head off. From her ramblings, Bai Hao vaguely guessed that her intense reaction seemed to be related to his past lives. Damn it. Again with the past lives. What exactly did I do in my past lives? It's too challenging. Bai Hao lingered in his bedroom for a long, while only exhaling deeply once he was certain Bai Xiaoran would not burst through the door. He silently vowed never to court death so recklessly again. Cultivation. I must grow stronger. Not for glory nor for power, but to reclaim my dignity today, and make senior sister call me big brother. Bai Hao's gaze hardened with resolve. Then he settled into cultivation. Meanwhile, Jiangzhou High School had just dismissed. Wang Zhua, having spent an hour clowning around with his cronies, finally strolled home at his leisure. Yet, the moment he stepped across the threshold, something felt profoundly wrong. Why did his own home reek of killing intent? He narrowed his eyes and looked closer. Good heavens. His father Wang Xiong sat rigid on the sofa. Face dark as storm clouds, lips sealed tight, his tiger-like eyes blazing with chilling, unrelenting light. Beside him, his mother shot Wang Zhua a furtive glance. Timid, fleeting, yet instantly recognizable pity laced with helpless resignation. It said plainly, you're finished. Pray for yourself. At the sight, icy dread surged up Wang Zhua's spine and flooded his skull. Only 2 words echoed in his mind. I'm doomed. Trembling, he shuffled forward toward Wang Xiong. Wang Zhua whispered a feeble last-ditch plea. Dad, I was perfectly behaved at school today. No missteps whatsoever. Ask Teacher Zhang if you don't believe me. Wang Xiong remained silent. After a long, heavy pause, he finally ground out a single word through clenched teeth. Behaved. That one syllable struck like midwinter frost. Freezing Wang Zhua solid, turning his very marrow to glacial ice. Thud. Wang Zhua's knees buckled and he collapsed onto the floor. Dad, I'm sorry. I'll never do it again. Where did you go wrong? I don't know what I did wrong. But whatever it is, I accept it. Tears welled in his eyes, genuine and aggrieved. Stubborn as a dead duck. Wang Xiong's eyes bulged. Is this your idea of apologizing? Anyone watching would think I'd falsely accused you. Well, you did falsely accuse me. The thought seethed in Wang Zhua's mind. But he dared not utter it aloud. Instead, he knelt there miserable and mute, staring blankly at the floorboards. Seeing his son's pitiful posture, Wang Xiong's fury flared anew. Wretched fool. Look at the idiocy you've committed. With that, he jabbed a button on the coffee table. Instantly, the projection screen flickered to life. The screen centered on Wang Zhua himself. Fuming, gesturing wildly, voice rising in heated argument with classmates, spittle flying from his lips. Impossible. I'm Bai Hao's classmate. I remember clearly, he was only at awakening rank 1 yesterday. A malfunction. Don't be absurd. The Tongtian Pagoda was bestowed by Lord Longjiang himself. In 1,000 years, it has never failed. Do you hold a grudge against senior brother Bai Hao? Why slander him relentlessly? I know him, he's Wang Zhua. He's always antagonized Bai Hao. A rotten egg, humph? The scene shifted. This time Wang Zhua huddled in a corner, head tilted skyward, wailing. Since Wang Zhua was born, why must Bai Hao exist too? For the next few minutes, the screen cycled through one damning clip after another, each showing Wang Zhua whispering ill of Bai Hao, hidden, scheming, unrepentant. Staring at his own mortifying performance, Wang Zhua's face drained of color. Ruined. Who filmed this? And with such flawless technique. Every angle, every grimace captured in merciless 360-degree clarity. The resolution was so pristine, denial was unthinkable. No room for evasion, no refuge in ambiguity. When Wang Zhua stayed silent, Wang Xiong spoke coldly. I told you to sincerely apologize to him. Is this how you apologize? Spreading slander behind his back. Hearing that, Wang Zhua wilted. Then, after a long, nervous pause, ventured timidly. Dad, could you go easy on me? Just spare my face. Damn it. Just looking at your cowardice makes my blood boil. If only you'd show 1 ounce of backbone, I wouldn't feel compelled to beat you daily. Wang Xiong roared. Wang Zhua paused, then straightened his spine, squared his shoulders, and bellowed defiantly. I did nothing wrong. What harm is there in saying a few harsh words about Bai Hao? If you strike me, don't blame me for turning my back on you forever. Rebellion. Utter rebellion. Wang Xiong's beard bristled, his eyes blazing. You dare shout at your own father and threaten to disown me. Clearly my past discipline has been too lenient. No wonder you harbor no fear whatsoever. Wang Zhua froze stunned. Didn't you just say, if I showed backbone you'd stop beating me? Filthy beast, you still dare glare at me? Seeing his son still frozen in that unrepentant stiff-necked stance, Wang Xiong's wrath erupted, ready to unleash a 2-hour barrage of paternal wrath. His wife, who'd been watching, quietly rushed to restrain him. Wife, what are you doing? Didn't I warn you yesterday how grave the consequences would be for provoking Bai Hao? I'm not stopping you. I simply suggest you notify the neighborhood WeChat group first. Every neighbor in our villa complex is either wealthy or influential. Yesterday they filed complaints about your late-night beating disturbing their peace. If it happens again tonight, they'll surely grow wary, and perhaps even resentful. At those words, Wang Xiong nodded, slowly sighing in admiration. Wife, you truly think ahead. If this wayward son possessed even half your composure, I'd never need to lay a hand on him. Wang Zhua thought bitterly, you didn't say that 5 minutes ago. You promised no beating if I stood tall. And now you're raising your fist anyway. You've betrayed my trust. Before the sofa, Wang Xiong immediately opened his phone and tapped into the neighborhood group. Tianhai Villa Owners Group. Wang Zong Wang Group. Good evening, neighbors. I'm old Wang from Building 6. In a moment I'll be disciplining my son. It may get loud. I'll keep it brief. But please accept my sincere apologies in advance. If I don't settle this tonight, I swear, I'll feel unworthy before my ancestors. Lin Zong. Chan, you real estate, no worries. We're wide awake anyway. Wang Zong, could you stream it live? We'd love to learn from your technique. Jin Dong Jianing Entertainment. What time does it start? I'm disciplining my son right now. Let's synchronize. Jin Zong XXX, count me in. I'm free tonight too. Yen Dongshire XXX, my son behaved decently today, but I'll beat him anyway just in case. Lei Zong XXX, strongly endorse the livestream. Not for entertainment but to gather new methods. My old repertoire fails utterly on my boy. One WeChat message from Wang Xiong ignited a flood of responses from previously silent titans. Each was a pillar of Jiangzhou society. Yet here they gathered, animated and eager, debating optimal disciplinary strategies with scholarly intensity. In that shared absurdity, bonds among them deepened noticeably. The next morning sunlight spilled across Wang Zhua's face, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. I, Wang Zhua, have survived another day by sheer grit alone. He dragged himself upright, preparing for school. But today held another solemn duty. He must personally visit Bai Hao once more, to offer his formal apology. Though Bai Hao likely knew nothing of the incident, Wang Xiong insisted, determined to preempt disaster, reducing all risk to the barest minimum. Before leaving, Wang Zhua turned to the family steward. Auntie Lu, the bone mending and bruise soothing ointment is nearly gone. Please restock generously. Yes, young master. Auntie Lu nodded, then hesitated for 2 seconds. Young master, please tread carefully on your way out today. Understood. Wang Zhua waved dismissively, paying the warning no mind as he strode out the gate. The Wang family provided no private car. He walked to school each day. He hadn't gone far when he spotted over a dozen students, his age faces grim, standing shoulder to shoulder across the road, blocking his path. Each bore fresh bruises, swollen eyes, split lips, contusions marring their arms and necks. Pitiful truly. Wang Zhua's heart swelled with sudden profound empathy. These boys like him were victims of domestic discipline. How terribly unfortunate. Just as Wang Zhua stepped forward to exchange post-beating reflections with the crowd, one of them pointed at him with an arm encased in plaster. Brothers, is this the guy? Damn right. It's him. Last night while getting beaten, I actually struggled upright just to glance at the live stream, to make damn sure I didn't misidentify him. Good. That settles it. Damn it. I was deep into a gaming session last night when my dad suddenly slapped me across the face, nearly knocking me senseless. At first I wondered, what had I done wrong? Never imagined it was all because of this utter fool. Dad said he'd seen Mr. Wang's live stream beating his son and got itchy hands. He wanted to try it himself. Well, I'll be damned. I hadn't done anything wrong. Why the hell did he hit me? Ha ha ha. Well, at least I'm slightly better off. My dad's usually reasonable, but last night he'd picked up a few new techniques from Mr. Wang and decided to practice them on me. A student laughed heartily. Then midlaw tears began streaming down his cheeks. Damn it. What are we still yapping about? Let's not forget why we're blocking this spot. Exactly. Brothers, grab your weapons and take this bastard down. Fine if he pisses off his own father. But dragging us into beatings, unforgivable. With that, over a dozen youths surged forward, brandishing weapons. Fierce, furious, radiating raw menace. One among them, unable to grip a club properly due to his plastered arm, yet unwilling to miss this chance for catharsis, swung the entire cast straight at Wang Zhu's forehead. It was brutal, utterly savage. The severity of their own beatings the previous night dictated the ferocity of their retaliation. Half an hour later, Wang Zhu lay sprawled on the ground, face swollen and bruised, clothes torn beyond recognition. His appearance more wretched than any street beggars. Surveying their handiwork, the group sighed in collective awe. No wonder Dad always punches me with such gusto. Turns out beating one's own son feels this exhilarating. True. Every inch of me now screams exhilaration. I feel like I'm floating. Blissful. Absolutely, utterly, insanely satisfying. Wait. Do you think we've seriously injured this guy? Not at all. Look past the battered exterior. These are merely superficial contusions. Nothing life-threatening. Besides, he's already awakened to the second tier. His resilience dwarfs that of ordinary mortals by dozens of times. Getting critically wounded? Hardly possible. Then we're safe, mister. Wang won't have grounds for complaint. Relax. This was nothing more than children roughhousing. Adults would never interfere. Exactly. Having finished their exchange, the group marched straight toward school. No one dared arrive late or skip class. In this era, martial cultivation defined existence, and schools officially sanctioned as institutions of Taoist martial transmission wielded immense authority. Even their powerful ancestral clans dared not challenge the school's sovereignty. Meanwhile, on the spot, Wang Zhu struggled upright, piecing together the full sequence of events from their earlier conversation. In short, they'd been beaten as collateral damage, and now sought vengeance upon him. At this realization, he felt so aggrieved he could vomit blood. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that a few careless, slanderous words about Bai Hao would unleash such suffering. Had he known, he'd sooner die than utter them. Elsewhere, Bai Hao rose early, stepping out of his bedroom to find Xiao Ran's tiny figure bustling about the kitchen. His expression froze in bewildered disbelief. Could this mischievous little sprite actually be preparing breakfast? After 2 seconds' hesitation, he approached the kitchen doorway. And indeed there she was, congee with century eggs and lean pork complemented by several simple side dishes. Steam curled gently from a basket of Xiao Long Bao beside her. Inside the kitchen, Xiao Ran glanced back at Bai Hao, her expression serene, utterly devoid of yesterday's lethal intensity. You're awake. Go wash up. Then come eat quickly. Senior sister, you're not angry. Angry about what? Xiao Ran arched a delicate brow. Yet even that subtle gesture lent her an uncanny, captivating allure. Nothing at all. Bai Hao waved his hands frantically. Her tone made it abundantly clear she wished to bury last night's incident. Treading near it would be sheer self-sabotage. Elsewhere, Bai Hao rose early, stepping out of his bedroom to find Xiao Ran's tiny figure bustling about the kitchen. Senior sister, you can cook? Not really. I just followed a recipe. Seems straightforward enough, Xiao Ran replied with a light smile. Bai Hao stared speechless. Oh, and by the way, Xiao Ran added, a woman lurks in the void less than 10,000 meters above us. What's your connection to her? Her name is Long Qingxue, my guardian cultivator. She's immensely powerful. Senior sister, how did you detect her? Bai Hao blinked, startled. I looked up. Was that difficult? Xiao Ran remarked matter-of-factly. And had she harbored ill intent, or secretly observed you, I'd have hurled her from the sky last night. Cough, cough, cough. Bai Hao nearly choked. His senior sister was that formidable. It struck him then. She wasn't some ordinary girl but a peerless, transcendent sovereign. Even with her cultivation sealed, her myriad arts rendered subduing a domain lord effortless. Realizing this, Bai Hao hastily interjected, senior sister, please don't act rashly. She bears no malice, and swore a life-bond oath specifically to fulfill her role as my guardian cultivator. So tense. Xiao Ran's beautiful eyes narrowed playfully. You're defending her because she's attractive, aren't you? The moment the words left her lips, Bai Hao felt a chilling aura descend. Was she jealous? Had he in some prior life entangled himself with his senior sister? Otherwise, why such visceral reaction? Thus Bai Hao wisely replied, senior sister, she's nowhere near as radiant as you. Why would I look afar when perfection sits right before me? That's true. Little brother, Bai Hao, you do possess discerning taste. Hearing this, Xiao Ran tilted her smooth petite chin upward, eyes half-lidded in smug triumph. Bai Hao remained silent. Senior sister, you truly lack humility. After breakfast, Bai Hao exchanged insights on several divine arts with Xiao Ran, then took her to an amusement park for the day. Of course, play remained play. He never let recreation impede cultivation. As always, he split his consciousness to simultaneously refine those arts. Bolstered by solar tier comprehension and 10,000-fold amplification, he'd already mastered the fundamentals of 2 newly acquired divine arts. Alas, like the great sun golden flame, these arts proved deceptively simple to initiate, yet agonizingly difficult to advance beyond rudimentary proficiency. Achieving ultimate mastery seemed as distant as heaven itself. Ultimately, his innate aptitude remained too feeble. Yet truth be told, within the awakened realm, foundational mastery was precisely what he needed. Greater power would only hinder him, a fortunate, unexpected boon. After a day of merriment, the two returned home, only to find someone seated at their doorstep. Upon closer inspection, it was Wang Zhuo, pitifully hunched, clothes in tatters, body marred by livid bruises. Wretched, desolate, utterly broken. Bai Hao almost failed to recognize him. Wang Zhuo, what are you doing squatting outside my door? Let's be clear, no false claims, no opportunistic schemes. He warned, wary. He heard Bai Hao's voice. Wang Zhuo jerked his head up, tiger-like eyes brimming with tears, and let out a booming manly roar as if seeing his own father. Father, Bai, you're finally back. Wah! Bai Hao recoiled in visceral disgust. Wang Zhuo, what on earth is wrong with you? My father beat me, forbade me from returning home, and froze my accounts. I'm starving, Father Bai. Only you can save me now. Wang Zhuo stammered incoherently. Why did your father suddenly beat you? Instantly deflated, he whispered, I'd been speaking ill of you behind your back. And he found out. Bai Hao fell speechless. So who precisely had granted him the audacity to slander someone in secret, then dare beg that very person for salvation? Seeing Bai Hao remain silent, Wang Zhuo panicked. Father Bai, I truly know my error. Please forgive me just once more. If I ever speak ill of you again, may I become a dog. A distant dog barked twice, almost as if offended. Bai Hao turned to Bai Sharon, senior sister. How do you advise we handle this? Forgive him. Why? Bai Hao asked curiously. Could his dear senior sister truly be a soft-hearted saint? Bai Sharon's voice drifted into his mind, calm and detached from his spiritual fluctuations. I sense that if you forgive him now, he will spontaneously transform into your fervent devotee, unwaveringly loyal for the rest of his life. Granting mercy to one's own devoted follower is hardly excessive. A faint twitch tugged at Bai Hao's lips. Devotee? What nonsense. He cultivated the martial Tao, what use had he for followers? And even if he were to seek followers, surely he'd choose graceful young ladies, not a rough-hewn brute like Wang Zhuo. Yet after inward grumbling, Bai Hao ultimately chose to heed Bai Sharon's counsel. Not for any lofty reason, but simply to make the man vanish without further delay. Sitting there sniffling and weeping, he was an eyesore. Enough weeping. I forgive you. Now go home. Don't linger here. Bai Hao waved dismissively. Truly. At those words, Wang Zhuo's tear-drenched eyes blazed with sudden radiant brilliance. The luminous gleam of rebirth itself. After a pause, he ventured timidly, Father Bai. Could you please call my father? I fear he won't believe me, and will beat me again upon my return. Bai Hao's lip twitched again. Reluctantly, he took the phone and spoke with Wang Xiong. Only then did Wang Zhuo finally depart. Just before leaving, Bai Hao sensed something ineffable stirring within Wang Zhuo. A subtle, profound transformation unfolding in his essence, spirit, and vitality. Over the next 2 days, Bai Hao spent most of his time accompanying Bai Shaoran around the city, though he never neglected his cultivation. Remarkably, his formidable spiritual strength enabled effortless multitasking. An exhilarating advantage indeed. Today marked the day of departure for the evil spirit's secret realm. Zhang Mingyu had called early, reminding Bai Hao not to miss the rendezvous at Jiangzhou University. There a senior year field squad awaited him, comprised entirely of high-tier awakened cultivators yet disqualified from the stellar battlefield due to their age exceeding 20. But exclusion from the stellar battlefield did not mean abandoning the martial Tao. Should they break through to the divine ability realm before graduation, numerous major enterprises would eagerly sign and nurture them. None of this concerned Bai Hao, however. He was already an 8th-tier awakened cultivator, his combat prowess unmatched among the awakened. Even setting aside his identity as a reincarnated great existence, he qualified effortlessly for the stellar battlefield. Moreover, he had recently contacted Long Qingxue, who confirmed she would arrange special access for him soon. She would grant him early entry. Frankly, Bai Hao sometimes felt faintly embarrassed, having already drawn so many advantages yet still slipping through back doors. It was simply indefensible. Half an hour later, Bai Hao arrived alone at Jiangzhou University, leaving Bai Shaoran behind. Bai Shaoran harbored deep resentment, but could do nothing. The evil spirit's secret realm's laws permitted only awakened cultivators entry. As a calamity realm expert, she was barred outright. No sooner had Bai Hao stepped onto campus than attendants rushed forward, guiding him with impeccable courtesy and meticulous care. Soon he spotted a 6-member squad awaiting him. Yet not a trace of impatience marred their expressions. After all, Bai Hao was a reincarnated great existence. Waiting a few moments was no burden. It was an honor. One they'd boast about for the rest of their lives. Indeed, they were already imagining themselves decades hence regaling grandchildren with tales of this very day. Bai Hao introduced himself. Greetings. I am Bai Hao, 8th tier awakened. Silence fell. Hadn't he been only 4th tier awakened just 2 days ago, when he stormed the heaven-piercing pagoda? 8th tier already? In that instant, awe and reverence surged unbidden within each of them. Reincarnated great existence. Truly terrifying. Honored Senior Bai Hao, greetings. I am Chen Zhe, 9th tier awakened and leader of this evil spirit's secret realm expedition, declared the tallest man, bowing deeply. The others swiftly followed suit. Yen Xiaodong, Jiang Yuxuan, Su Qian, Yangkong, Lu Shuai. Each an 8th tier awakened cultivator. They had chosen this moment to enter the evil spirit's secret realm for one final desperate push, to see if they might break through to the divine ability realm before graduation. Observing their deferential demeanor, Bai Hao reflected wryly that he certainly wasn't the protagonist. Everyone knew protagonists radiated innate provocation. Wherever they went, legions of foolish extras inevitably mocked them. Yet for him, only sycophantic praise echoed everywhere. A sheer absurdity. After brief introductions, Bai Hao asked what exactly lies within the evil spirit's secret realm. I searched online these past 2 days, but found almost no reliable details. Leader Chunzhe explained the origin of the evil spirit's secret realm remains unknown, but within dwell countless evil spirit spectral entities, akin to mythological ghosts and specters. They conjure endless eerie illusions inside the realm. Though their combat strength rarely exceeds mid or low-tier awakened levels, they are notoriously difficult to destroy, like indestructible cockroaches. Yet if successfully eradicated, they bestow a thread of mysterious energy upon the slayer. Energy capable of enhancing the 3 innate qualities. Such a boon exists? Bai Hao was astonished. Why had General Long never mentioned this? Moreover, Chunzhe-side brute force annihilation is in fact the least efficient method. Legend holds that if one voluntarily enters their illusions and pacifies their resentment, allowing them to dissipate of their own accord, the bestowed energy multiplies at least 100-fold. Hearing this, Bai Hao's excitement surged. His 3 innate qualities surpassed even General Long's, but barely. Entering the realm as he was, he could claim at most one of the 8 great legacies. As for the supreme ultimate legacy, utterly beyond reach, he lamented bitterly, once even considering delaying entry but ultimately abandoned the idea. To wait longer risked breaking through to the divine ability realm prematurely, thereby forfeiting far greater gains. Chunzhe continued his reflection. Alas, most evil spirits arise from the lingering attachments of the deceased. Frenzied, irrational, and nearly impossible to redeem. Countless prodigies have attempted redemption, yet achieved little. Direct annihilation proved consistently more effective. I see. Bai Hao nodded thoughtfully, then added firmly, still, if opportunity arises, I wish to try. Chunzhe smiled. Senior Bai Hao, you are a reincarnated great existence. We'd believe you capable of purifying the entire evil spirit secret realm. Absolutely. We trust you implicitly, Senior Bai Hao, and what applies to ordinary cultivators bears no comparison to your divine stature. Bai Hao fell mute, hastily silencing their unrestrained adulation. Shortly thereafter, the group boarded a dedicated warship, and after roughly an hour arrived at the entrance to the evil spirit's secret realm. Stepping out of the warship, Bai Hao immediately saw a towering metallic structure covered in a dense array of obscure runes. These runes were extraordinarily mystical, twisting the very fabric of space. Just a glance felt like being submerged in an ocean of stars where the heavens shifted and everything was encompassed. All the runes radiated with a disquieting surge of energy. What terrifying power! The 2 girls exclaimed, their beautiful eyes filled with shock. Chunzhe smiled and said, of course it's terrifying, for the runes here were left by the Dragon General upon becoming a realm king. You mean these runes were left by the Dragon General? Jiang Yuxuan's eyes widened in disbelief. But Captain, why did the Dragon General leave runic seals here? I've heard the elders in my family mention that the space of the evil spirit secret realm is quite unique, constantly in a state of growth, extending outward. If not suppressed and sealed, it could engulf the entire blue star in just 1,000 years. The Dragon General had no other choice but to set up the seal. Hiss! The group couldn't help but gasp, and as they looked towards the evil spirit's secret realm, a strong sense of reverence arose within them. Bai Hao's thoughts stirred as he secretly activated his fate golden eye, a subtle dark golden radiance flickering in his gaze. After a moment of analysis, he discovered that the stellar runes on the building were essentially similar to the celestial stellar void, yet even more boundless. Could it be? Is this the power of laws transformed from the celestial stellar void? Bai Hao speculated inwardly. When a cultivator mastering the rules breaks through from the Domain Lord realm to the Realm King realm, the rules transform into laws. Similarly, a talented Domain Lord mastering the void would see the void transform into laws. Generally speaking, laws transformed from the void possess greater might than those transformed from rules. If the void exceeds the 9th level, the resulting laws would be of a superior grade. Superior laws can be subdivided into 4 grades: divine grade, sacred grade, immortal grade, and the highest demon god grade. From the 10th to the 19th level of the void, one can produce divine grade laws. From the 20th to the 29th level, one can produce sacred grade laws. From the 30th to the 32nd level, one can produce immortal grade laws. The 33rd level of the void can produce laws of the demon god grade. Despite the fact that the demon god laws and immortal grade laws differ by only 1 level, their might is at least 100 times apart. This is the terrifying aspect of the demon god laws. Of course, while the immortal grade laws may not compare to the demon god laws, this does not imply that they are weak. In fact, immortal grade laws are incredibly fearsome. With countless races in the universe and trillions of beings, even so, it may take billions of years to see an immortal grade realm king. Often enough, sacred grade realm kings are already considered the face of the various races' realm kings. Only supreme races like the human race will have many sacred grade realm kings, and possibly even hide a couple of immortal grade realm kings. Bai Hao learned about this from his school textbooks. It is said that there was once a sacred grade realm king in the human race, who from across billions of miles of starry skies struck down with a palm, directly annihilating thousands of ordinary realm kings from other races. In the end, this provoked 3 significant beings from the other races to intervene, yet they were met with a counterattack from this individual shaking the starry skies. Countless humans relished this tale. Thinking of this, Bai Hao gazed at the stellar laws, pondering, I wonder what grade the Dragon General's laws are. It must be at least divine grade or sacred grade, right? At that moment Chunzhe suddenly turned around and said, Oh right, Bai Hao, I almost forgot one thing. What is it? It's not a big deal. There are actually quite a few law-abiding benevolent evil spirits in the evil spirit secret realm. These benevolent evil spirits carry no resentment. Even if they are killed, they won't generate mysterious powers to enhance one's qualifications. Moreover, they often assist us students in training. If you encounter them, it's best not to kill them. Bai Hao was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Never would he have imagined that even evil spirits had started to be legalized in this era. What an eye-opener. Yet Bai Hao couldn't help but ask, how can those training determine if the other party is indeed a benevolent evil spirit? That's quite simple. Chunzhe smiled and said, benevolent evil spirits have a green light above their heads, which is the order of rules within the secret realm, a favor granted by the will of the secret realm. Ordinary evil spirits cannot disguise themselves at all. Bai Hao, this can actually be done? In his mind, a saying from his past life surfaced: love is a light that makes you green with anxiety. It turned out that this saying wasn't just random. Look, even the will of the secret realm gives someone it truly loves a green light above their head. Doesn't that say it all? At this moment, Bai Hao silently prayed in his heart, asking for nothing, but that the will of the evil spirit secret realm would not favor him. Ideally, he wouldn't even want a single glance from it. He was still very young, without even a partner, and truly could not bear such affection. Beside him, Chunzhe, unaware of Bai Hao's inner thoughts, turned to him and said, Bai Hao, let's hurry inside. The spatial gate within the building is the true entrance. All right, Bai Hao nodded in agreement and followed the others. Entering the building, they passed through a long alloy tunnel, and finally arrived in front of a whirlpool-shaped spatial gate, surrounded by subtle spatial fluctuations. The 7 did not hesitate. They immediately passed through the whirlpool spatial gate, and when they opened their eyes again, they had successfully entered the evil spirit's secret realm. This place. Why does it feel so similar to the outside? Wait. It's still somewhat different from the outside. To be precise, it resembles the night scenes of towns from my past life on Earth. Benevolent evil spirits are akin to ordinary people on Earth, while evil spirits are similar to the ghosts and monsters from my past life's supernatural events. Bai Hao's expression shifted continuously. Seeing this, Chunzhe chuckled and said, Bai Hao, are you surprised? I was quite astonished the first time I came here too. At that time, I even thought I was still outside, or later, I realized that everything here is actually the appearance of towns from Blue Star 1,000 years ago. It is said that the majority of those who died here were cultivators from 1,000 years ago, and quite a few ordinary people have even mistakenly entered the secret realm. After these individuals died in the evil spirit secret realm, their unfulfilled desires lingered, forming new evil spirits, which then create their own peculiar illusions based on their remaining memories. This is what we commonly refer to as mirages. Because of this, the evil spirit secret realm appears especially reminiscent of Blue Star from 1,000 years ago. I see. Bai Hao nodded slightly in understanding. From the current situation, the Blue Star from 1,000 years ago is quite similar to the Earth of my past life, with almost no difference. Chunzhe paused and said, Bai Hao, are you planning to act with our team or go solo? I'll go solo. Bai Hao shook his head and said, I plan to enter these evil spirits' illusions to experience them, so I may not be able to accompany you. He knew that Chunzhe and the others came here to exterminate the evil spirits, and would not voluntarily enter illusions. Forcing to accompany them would only slow down their progress. All right, Chunzhe replied, a bit disappointed, but he did not insist. After parting with the 6, Bai Hao strolled leisurely down the street. The streetlights flickered on either side, and looking towards the end of the road, he could vaguely see a small boy standing there. Bai Hao glanced at the small boy. Confirming with a glance, the small boy did not have a green light above his head, indicating he was not a benevolent evil spirit. What extraordinary luck today. Scarcely stepping into the secret realm, and a malevolent spirit appears before me. Bai Hao wore a deceptively gentle smile, his pace quickening, as he swiftly closed the distance to the young boy. He glanced casually. The boy appeared to be 11 or 12 years old, carrying a school bag with a crimson-red scarf tightly wound around his neck. Humph! A red scarf? This little fellow's ideological conviction must be remarkably high. Even having transformed into a malevolent spirit, he still conjures the red scarf as if bound by unwavering loyalty. Truly a well-behaved, obedient blossom of the motherland. Across from him, the boy's gaze turned sinister. Sensing Bai Hao's lingering stare upon his scarf, he instinctively raised a hand to cover it, visibly unsettled. Then, feigning childlike innocence, he asked, Big brother, would you play with me? Peng Peng is so lonely all by himself. Play? How intriguing. Bai Hao was about to reply when abruptly a frantic shout pierced the air from afar. Don't agree. The moment the voice faded, a taxi surged out of the distant darkness like a phantom, blazing forward with uncanny speed. It halted sharply at a distance. The window rolled down to reveal the driver, a balding man in his 50s. A radiant emerald light blazed atop his head, so intense it seemed imbued with celestial authority. An auspicious, malevolent spirit. Bai Hao instantly recognized the driver's nature. His eyes lingered on that green radiance as he murmured in admiration. No wonder Chun Tse once remarked that cultivators can effortlessly distinguish auspicious malevolent spirits from ordinary ones. The emerald aura above an auspicious malevolent spirit embodies the secret realm's fundamental laws and cosmic order, akin to heavenly decree, rendering disguise utterly impossible for common malevolent spirits. Its sole flaw, it's simply too green. Damn, just gazing at it makes my heart race. Green enough to induce sheer dread. Bai Hao shook his head involuntarily, his expression softening into quiet sympathy toward the bald driver. Don't agree. If you consent to play with him, you'll fall prey to his lethal pattern and unknowingly surrender your life. The bald driver shouted urgently. At those words, the boy's expression twisted into grotesque ferocity. Icy venomous resentment welled from his slight frame. The intensity of his resentment rivaled that of a fifth-stage awakened cultivator. Though seemingly unimpressive, one must remember malevolent spirits within the malevolent spirit secret realm are notoriously difficult to destroy. Ordinary cultivators often require dozens of strikes merely to erode them into oblivion. Thus, even a fifth-stage awakened malevolent spirit could effortlessly grind down a seventh- or eighth-stage awakened cultivator under normal circumstances. Yet the bald driver ahead exuded only the faint aura of a first- or second-stage awakened being, the lowest tier of life within the secret realm. Old fool. You dare interfere again. Looks like you've grown tired of living. The boy shrieked, his voice raw with fury, but before he could act, the bald driver slammed the accelerator. With a sharp screech, the taxi executed a flawless drift, leaving behind multiple afterimages, vanishing entirely in the blink of an eye. The boy stared speechless. Damn it, every time I open for business he bursts in to sabotage me. And the instant I move to strike he flees faster than a startled hare. How utterly revolting. Nearby, Bai Hao watched the taxi vanish into the distance, a flicker of genuine surprise crossing his mind. Such speed. Truly exceptional. Roughly estimating, it even surpassed his own shadow step technique in velocity. After rigorous refinement, his shadow step achieved near instantaneous movement over short distances, and over longer ranges rivaled high-tier divine arts. Yet this bald driver, possessing merely first- or second-stage awakened power, manipulated an illusory spirit chariot to outpace shadow step itself. That was no trivial feat. Clearly this bald driver had survived thus far in the malevolent spirit secret realm not by chance, but through a unique masterful art of his own. Bai Hao and the boy regained their composure. The boy fixed his gaze on Bai Hao, hesitated briefly, then resolved to follow protocol, to test his lethal pattern once more. What if it succeeded? That would save immeasurable time and effort. And so he resumed his innocent guise and piped brightly, "Big brother, will you play with me? Peng Peng is so lonely all by himself." Bai Hao's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. He longed to witness firsthand the malevolent spirit's so-called lethal pattern. Earlier aboard the warship, Chun Tse had given him a general overview of such patterns. Yet no two malevolent spirits shared identical patterns. Some were profoundly bizarre, defying description altogether. Chun Tse had merely advised whenever encountering a malevolent spirit, strike first and strike decisively. But direct annihilation yielded pitifully meager mystical energy, a return far beneath Bai Hao's expectations. Moreover, he held no fear that a mere fifth-stage awakened malevolent spirit could harm him through its lethal pattern. Certainly. How shall we play? Bai Hao replied, his gaze benevolently serene. Upon hearing this, the boy's eyes flared, gleaming with savage, incredulous delight. He gambled correctly. This man was clearly a fool. Hadn't the bald old man already warned him to guard against the lethal pattern? Yet here he stood, leaping headlong into the abyss. Truly a sight unseen in ages. The first time encountering such a recklessly eager, dim-witted cultivator. How splendid it would be if every day brought another like him. Suppressing his elation, the boy declared, "The ball is the most fun. Big brother, let's play ball together." As he spoke, his eyes seethed with venom, his inner voice chanting desperately, "Agree. Agree now." At last, under the boy's feverish, expectant gaze, Bai Hao slowly nodded. Very well. The moment those words left his lips, a chilling, unnatural force lashed toward him, swift as lightning, striking directly at his throat. A dusky golden radiance erupted across Bai Hao's skin. The first transformation golden body forged through his cultivation of the ninefold celestial vault indestructible art. Truly an indestructible golden body. Blood oceans may rage, yet the golden body endures, impervious to all evil, sovereign over flesh and bone. The eerie force shattered and dissolved the instant it touched Bai Hao's throat, annihilated by the golden light. Instantly the devastating backlash surged along the same path, slamming violently into the boy. "No!" He screamed in terror, uttering only a single syllable before his body exploded into fragments. Again and again, over 30 times. Were it not for the secret realm's unique world law, he would have dissipated entirely upon the first explosion. When he finally recoalesced, he stood as a trembling, translucent wisp, barely clinging to existence. At that moment his eyes locked onto Bai Hao, not with malice but raw, paralyzing terror. Who is this titan? He didn't even lift a finger. Yet passive backlash alone tore me apart 30 times. He'd nearly been ground into absolute nothingness. His soul scattered beyond recovery, utterly horrifying. Recalling his earlier wish for daily encounters with such fools, he yearned to travel back in time and slap himself twice hard. Bai Hao too felt a flicker of bewilderment. Wasn't it said that malevolent spirits within this secret realm were extraordinarily resilient? Then why had this one crumbled so easily? Wait. Strictly speaking, he hadn't moved at all. The boy struck first, and was obliterated by his own recoil. How pathetically weak. The initial exhilaration of entering the malevolent spirit's secret realm evaporated. Half its thrill gone in an instant. Still, this little malevolent spirit's lethal pattern is rather fascinating. Had I failed to resist that eerie force, my head would have detached itself and appeared in his hands. No doubt about it. A remarkably elegant method. I wonder, could my grand evolution creation character seal art replicate such a pattern? Bai Hao mused silently. Thus Bai Hao stirred his mind and activated the great evolution creation combat character art. Deep within his eyes, countless talismanic runes and Tao principles flickered into existence, endlessly recombining and undergoing unfathomable derivations and evolutions. 3 seconds later, Bai Hao's body trembled faintly as he slowly raised his hand. 5 fingers shimmering with an eerily concealed force, the very killing pattern forged by the great evolution creation combat character art. In other words, Bai Hao had succeeded in its evolution. Truly transcendent. The great evolution creation combat character art can derive all forms of martial annihilation, even the killing patterns of malevolent spirits. Moreover, I have refined and optimized this killing pattern. The activation conditions are now far more concise than before. Bai Hao allowed himself a trace of quiet pride. At that moment, his satisfaction with the great evolution creation combat character art deepened further. And once he evolved even more supreme offensive arts, the power this divine ability would grant him would multiply geometrically. Nearby, the frail young boy, seeing Bai Hao seemingly lost in thought, grew suddenly elated, and stealthily shifted his feet, hoping to slip away while Bai Hao remained distracted. Yet at that very instant, Bai Hao's calm voice drifted over little one. "Where do you think you're going?" "Running away." "I'm not." The boy paled with terror, denying it instantly. Strangely, the moment his words left his lips, his head vanished, only to reappear a second later, hovering above Bai Hao's palm. No wonder they called them malevolent spirits. A normal human would perish instantly if decapitated, but the boy remained alive, though his form grew slightly more translucent. To fully erase him, he would need to be slain several more times. Indeed, as unique entities born of the malevolent spirit realm, malevolent spirits could only be truly destroyed by having their soul bodies shredded inch by inch, or otherwise death was nearly impossible. Even if killed once, they could instantly reform their soul bodies and rise again. Now the boy's head floated above Bai Hao's hand, utterly bewildered. "How do you know my killing pattern? Are you also a malevolent spirit?" "No, impossible. Your life aura is vibrant, your vital energy blazing like a solar furnace. You cannot possibly be a malevolent spirit. Then how as a living being can you wield our killing pattern?" Confused, the boy began questioning the very nature of existence. Bai Hao did not answer, but inwardly nodded. Yes, through his derivation and refinement, the activation condition for the boy's killing pattern no longer required explicit affirmation from the target. Any verbal response, affirmative or negative, would trigger it instantly, rendering it far simpler than the original version. "It's just rather unsettling." Bai Hao frowned faintly. This decapitation-based killing pattern worked tolerably well against soul-bodied beings like malevolent spirits. No gory bloodshed ensued. But against corporeal beings, the effect would be profoundly unpleasant. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall never employ this killing pattern again." He resolved this silently, and casually tossed the boy's head back. Instantly, black mist erupted from it, coiling around the neck and sealing the wound seamlessly. "Master, what are you doing?" The boy stammered, astonished and uncertain. Why had Bai Hao suddenly spared him? In his memory, cultivators who discovered malevolent spirits always struck to obliterate them immediately, never like this. Bai Hao replied coolly, "I demand that you disperse yourself willingly." At these words, the boy recoiled as if struck. His fear instantly drowned beneath a surge of manic, obsessive fury. "No, I refuse." He screamed, eyes burning with venom, while waves of resentment swelled around him. His already translucent soul body growing markedly denser. Roar! With a guttural snarl, he lunged forward, desperate to drag Bai Hao into mutual annihilation. Foolishness! Bai Hao's eyes narrowed, a low hum escaped his lips, and an overwhelming aura of suppression slammed down, freezing the boy in place. Crack-bum! Simultaneously, black lightning erupted from his body. A terrifying corona forged from the black thunder fist art, casting him as a thunder god descended from heaven. Lightning, since time immemorial the embodiment of heavenly wrath and divine punishment, was the ultimate bane of all spirits and malevolent entities. To a malevolent spirit, its agony surpassed ordinary wounds by countless magnitudes, the most excruciating torment imaginable. Malevolent spirits within the realm feared not death, but pain. Gazing upon Bai Hao's horrifying lightning, the boy snapped back to lucidity. His earlier dread surged forth anew. What on earth was I thinking? Did I truly imagine I could die alongside a master who commands the power of celestial judgment? Have I gone mad? Trembling with terror, he shrank from the thought of enduring that lightning firsthand. Awake now? Bai Hao asked, voice tranquil. Yes. The boy murmured meekly, his voice hollow with no trace of defiance. Then, will you disperse yourself willingly? The boy glanced at the black lightning wreathing Bai Hao's frame. This time he did not rage, but clenched his teeth and whispered, no. I refuse. Bai Hao was mildly surprised. He knew well how deeply lightning terrified malevolent spirits. Yet even so the boy still refused to dissolve of his own accord. No wonder Chunzhe had said earlier that malevolent spirits from this realm were exceptionally difficult to sway. Voluntary dispersal was virtually unthinkable. Pausing, Bai Hao noticed the boy's school bag and asked, what's your name? And which grade are you in? Grade. The boy blinked, baffled by the master's sudden oddity, but answered obediently, my name is Peng Peng. I'm in 6th grade. 6th grade. So you're nearing the junior high entrance exam. Have you finished your school assignments? Bai Hao stroked his chin. Peng Peng's mouth twitched faintly. Brother, I'm not one of those malevolent spirits who died at school. Why on earth would I waste time doing homework? When the malevolent spirit realm expanded, it had swallowed an entire nearby town, prompting a dragon general to descend and seal the realm entirely. Peng Peng stood speechless. Yet Bai Hao paid no heed. Clapping his hands, he summoned from his spatial ring a mountainous pile of books and test papers. A casual glance, strangely familiar. Comprehensive Review Guide for Junior High Entrance Exams, Olympiad Math Oneto Many Problem Solving AB Edition, Huanggong Top Student Authentic Exam Compilation, Hengshui Junior High Entrance Expert Guidance Volume, Huanggong 100-Point Sprint Test Authentic Exam Secret Papers from nationally renowned key schools. Established for 5 years. Upon reading the titles, Peng Peng felt as though struck by 5 bolts of thunder. No wonder it looked familiar. These were all learning materials and authentic exam papers popular on Blue Star 1,000 years ago. Yes, every single one dated from a millennium past. Without exception. No one knew where Bai Hao had acquired them. Now Peng Peng stared up at him, utterly shattered inside. Brother, other cultivators enter the malevolent spirit realm armed to the teeth, with weapons, artifacts, every conceivable tool of war. But you bring test papers and problem sets. And these are 1,000-year-old exams. Do you think we malevolent spirits need nostalgic comfort from ancient curricula? For heaven's sake, have mercy and be human. Opposite him, Bai Hao remained unaware of Peng Peng's inner thoughts and spoke with feigned warmth. These are all from my personal collection. Since you refuse to disperse voluntarily, you shall solve problems instead. After all, you're nearly entering junior high. Your studies must not be neglected. As he spoke, black lightning surged from his palm, stretching outward into a crackling thunder whip that struck the ground with sharp electric snaps. The threat was unmistakable. Peng Peng resolved to die defiantly. Yet Bai Hao's lightning whip possessed uncanny power. The moment it struck him, he involuntarily yielded, picking up a pen and beginning to fill out an exam paper. It was utterly bizarre. At that very moment, he sat weeping bitterly while completing a Huanggong secret exam, a test renowned for its comprehensive knowledge summaries, each question tormenting him beyond endurance. The more he wrote, the more agonized he felt. The more he wrote, the more suffocated he became. Before long, he burst into wailing sobs. I won't write anymore. This question is too difficult. I haven't attended class in 1,000 years. I know nothing of these questions. I refuse to write them. Why force me to take exams? Wah! Bai Hao's heart remained as unyielding as tempered steel. Calmly he replied, once you finish these, I'll bring you several hundred more sets. Rest assured. I have ample stock. There'll be no shortage. Several hundred more sets. Peng Peng's eyes glazed over in stunned disbelief. In an instant it was as if every ounce of vitality drained from him. Even as a spirit, tears and snot streamed down his face, grief overwhelming him utterly. His entire consciousness collapsed entirely. His expression dulled into vacant stupor. He shrieked wildly, I won't write. I'll disperse. I'll disperse voluntarily. No god on earth can stop me. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Bai Hao watched Peng Peng's spirit body begin to fracture. Countless specks of soul light drifting apart like dying stars. He immediately frowned in displeasure. I instructed you to diligently solve problems, and yet you insist on dispersing, even boasting that no divine being could restrain you. So, you seek to humiliate me. At that thought, Bai Hao raised his hand and pressed downward. Around his 5 fingers countless stars seemed to orbit, radiating an overwhelming celestial authority that instantly sealed and suppressed the dissipating soul light. This was the stellar seal, an art he had devised by observing sealing talismans inscribed upon buildings outside, then refining them through the Daiyan creation combat character art. Though his mastery of the Daiyan creation combat character art remained insufficient to perfectly replicate the supreme cosmic laws of the stellar cycle, its might was still extraordinary. With a deafening roar, the heavens themselves appeared sealed, the radiant sovereign pressure descending from above forcibly reassembling the scattered soul light. Peng Peng realized his dispersion had failed. His lips trembled, his gaze locked onto Bai Hao, brimming with incredulity and abject terror. You're a demon. A demon? Even when I willingly choose to disperse, why must you still stop me? Bai Hao responded with serene indifference. You may not leave until the exam is complete. He spoke thus, but inwardly he noted that Peng Peng's resentment had not diminished. Rather, it had intensified during dispersion. Since the resentment had not fully dissipated, the conversion could not be deemed successful, and therefore he would receive no hundredfold surge of mysterious power. Would he then have labored in vain? Big brother, what must I do to earn your mercy? Peng Peng asked, surrendering utterly. Bai Hao paused for a few seconds in contemplation. Privately he mused that lingering here indefinitely was indeed unwise, and so he stated plainly. What you just attempted does not qualify as voluntary dispersion. Only true resentment-free self-dissolution counts. Ideally you should smile serenely, overflowing with bliss. If you can sincerely feel gratitude for my efforts toward you, so much the better. Otherwise you remain here solving exams. Until every last page is completed you shall not depart. Peng Peng. Is there any justice left in this world? Any law? Forcing me to disperse was already unbearable. Now I must do so without a trace of grievance, smiling joyfully, heartsick with happiness. Most absurd of all. I must even thank you for your efforts. What effort? Forcing me to wade through mountains of exams. That's called effort. Are you even human? You're a monster. Opposite him, Bai Hao observed Peng Peng's shifting stormy expression, and sighed deeply, shaking his head. Why must you compel me to unleash my ultimate technique? Thereupon he withdrew countless exam booklets and practice sets from his spatial ring. Goodness gracious. They piled hundreds of meters high, vanishing beyond the horizon, encompassing every major university and primary-tertiary institution's examinations and study materials. Were it not for the modern spatial ring, a fusion of advanced technology and cultivation arts possessing immense internal volume, such a hoard could scarcely fit. Peng Peng stared speechless, drawing a sharp breath, nearly fainting outright. Then, his knees buckled abruptly. He collapsed to the ground, prostrating himself fully, his face alight with profound reverence. Brother, I was wrong. Do you still harbor resentment? Bai Hao asked. None at all. Do you feel happiness within your heart? Just imagining my liberation after voluntary dispersion, freedom from these exams, makes me weep with joy. Do you feel gratitude for my efforts on your behalf? Deeply grateful. For centuries as a malevolent spirit I've never known such happiness. This is pure, unadulterated bliss. Having answered all three questions, 2 clear tears, condensed from his spirit essence, rolled down his cheeks and fell silently to the earth. Bai Hao observed the penitent tears and nodded satisfied. Excellent. Then disperse. Thank you, brother, for granting me the grace of voluntary dispersion. Peng Peng is eternally grateful. As he spoke, Peng Peng bowed his head 3 times with resounding thuds. Then, filled with boundless felicity, he gradually dissolved into shimmering starlight, until finally he vanished entirely. Conversion achieved. The next instant, Bai Hao distinctly sensed a miraculous primordial energy surging back into his being. An energy equivalent to slaying over 100 malevolent spirits. Swiftly, his 3 innate aptitudes began ascending. Cultivation aptitude increased by 50, a spiritual aptitude by 10, and comprehension aptitude by 50. The disparity arose because cultivation and comprehension aptitudes were ranked solar tier, whereas spiritual aptitude belonged to the earth tier. Hence the differing increments. Regrettably, despite such dramatic gains, none of his 3 aptitudes transcended their original tier. They remained fixed at solar and earth rank. Yet, this fleeting regret vanished, instantly swept aside by an unexpected delight. Bai Hao discovered that upon absorbing this primordial energy, his sword Dao illusory principle had also advanced, modestly yet undeniably. If the first tier of the illusory principle were measured in percentages, he had previously stood at 1, but now it rose to 2, a full 1 increase. By this calculation, converting merely 98 more malevolent spirits will elevate my sword Dao illusory principle to its 2nd tier. Overwhelmed with excitement, Bai Hao couldn't help but envision the magnificence awaiting him post-ascension. Just then, a soft electronic beep sounded beside his ear. Bai Hao broke from his reverie and glanced up, only to see the bald taxi driver who earlier had warned him about the killing pattern. Come here. Bai Hao beckoned. The bald driver halted the cab at a distance and chuckled awkwardly. Young sir, perhaps best to keep some space between us. It's safer that way when traveling. Bai Hao shook his head with a faint smile. In a blur of motion he crossed over 100 meters, vanishing and reappearing like a void step, materializing instantly in the taxi's rear seat. You! The bald driver froze dumbfounded. What speed was that? Unbelievably terrifying. Bai Hao, however, regarded it with nonchalance. True, his shadow step alone could not rival the taxi's velocity, but he also cultivated the Kuanping unfettered transcendent art, one hailed across realms as the swiftest flight technique under heaven. The supreme art of Kuanping is a method of unparalleled freedom. It is a pathway of extreme speed, embodying the ultimate application of the principles of yin and yang, space devouring and velocity. Although Bai Hao has just begun to grasp its essence, his speed has been elevated to an unfathomably terrifying level. When fully unleashed, even the Disaster King pales in comparison, and he is nearly on par with a stellar realm powerhouse. It must be noted that stellar realm powerhouses are capable of drifting through the cosmos. Yet Bai Hao merely at the 8th awakening stage, has not even reached the pinnacle of the awakening realm yet, can rival the speed of a stellar realm. This illustrates just how extraordinary the supreme art of Kunping truly is. At this moment Bai Hao sits in the back seat of a taxi, his expression remarkably calm. In stark contrast the bald driver at the front appears extremely tense, his hands trembling uncontrollably on the steering wheel. The entire person is in a state of panic. It must be understood that the actions Bai Hao took against the evil spirit boy were witnessed clearly by him, can only be described in 4 words: utterly insane. How could he not be flustered with such a beast sitting in his back seat? Don't be nervous, Bai Hao explained. I got into your car just to thank you for your earlier assistance, and to ask a few questions. Relax, I am not the kind of person who repays kindness with malice. Oh, I see. The bald driver breathed a sigh of relief, managing to force a smile. What would you like to ask, young man? I'm not bragging, but among the entire evil spirit secret realm, my old Lu has the most up-to-date information. Saying this, his face was filled with pride. Bai Hao smiled. That's good to hear. I want to know where the evil spirits are most concentrated, ideally in clusters. Converting them one by one is ultimately too slow. Upon hearing this, the bald driver pondered for 2 seconds and said, Young man, now that you mention it, I know of a place with a lot of evil spirits. But that place is deep within the secret realm, normally you outsiders wouldn't go there. Bai Hao directly ignored his subsequent words and asked, You said there are many evil spirits, how many exactly? 3 to 4,000. Hiss. Bai Hao couldn't help but gasp in shock. He had initially guessed that there would be a lot, at most a few hundred, but unexpectedly it turned out to be 3 to 4,000. Where is this place? Bai Hao frowned and asked. It's a private school called Qingwan High School. The bald driver sighed. 1,000 years ago, when the evil spirit's secret realm first expanded, it directly enveloped a radius of hundreds of miles, including this private school. However, the school culture at Qingwan High School is rather poor. The entire school from top to bottom evaluates status based on looks. The more beautiful one is, the higher their status. The people inside become more obsessed and crazy after turning into evil spirits. In short, it's a very perverted school. Having said that, he looked deeply at Bai Hao's appearance, thinking someone like him would probably live like a king at Qingwan High School. Bai Hao's mouth twitched slightly. What a ridiculous school, judging status based on looks. Of course, while he thought so, he actually felt that Qingwan High School was a pretty good choice. With a high number of evil spirits and judging status by looks, beauty happens to be his strong suit. Even a beauty like the junior sister would be slightly inferior to him. Young man, to be honest, I don't recommend you go to Qingwan High School. The bald driver spoke gravely. Why? Because the director of Qingwan High School is a Tian Sha evil spirit. The Tian Sha evil spirit can be considered the king among evil spirits. Although it is in the awakening stage, its combat power is extremely terrifying. The genius called Xiao Tianshi from your side is quite monstrous, but even he cannot deal with the Tian Sha evil spirit. I remember it was last year when the entire Qingwan High School was enveloped in Tian Sha power and natural momentum. These two forces collided continuously, and the residual waves alone killed quite a few evil spirits. It was truly terrifying. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao slightly frowned. He certainly knew who Xiao Tianshi was. It is no exaggeration to say that this person can be regarded as the most monstrous genius in Blue Star over the past 1,000 years, only slightly inferior to Long Jiang in terms of talent. Before 20, he mastered 75% of the heavenly and earthly momentum, and it was an extremely mysterious natural momentum. The first place on the Tongtian Tower was once held by him, but he fell to second because of Bai Hao. His combat power is extraordinarily remarkable. It is rumored that he once fought with a disaster king, easily defeating him with a profound grasp of natural momentum. Yet such a person cannot deal with the Tian Sha evil spirit of Qingwan High School. Interesting. Bai Hao smiled at this moment. He truly wanted to witness the strength of the so-called Tian Sha evil spirit. In the driver's seat, the bald driver noticed Bai Hao's expression and worriedly asked, Young man, are you really planning to go to Qingwan High School? I want to take a look. Young man, that Tian Sha evil spirit is really strong. She won't be afraid of your exam papers and study materials. The bald driver kindly advised against it. No worries, Bai Hao shook his head and laughed. My strength is not inferior to that of Xiao Tianshi. Since he can retreat unscathed, so can I. Upon hearing this, the bald driver's hand on the steering wheel trembled. Good heavens, it turns out your strength is not weaker than that of last year's genius. No wonder you have been so calm. He did not doubt Bai Hao's words because just moments ago he had witnessed Bai Hao's terrifying speed. That speed was nearly despair-inducing. If Bai Hao had set his sights on him, he would have had no chance whatsoever. That feeling was extremely strong. Young man, would you like me to take you to Qingwan High School? The bald driver asked respectfully. Thank you very much, Bai Hao smiled. But before that, please wait for me a moment. What are you going to do? I need to pack my exam papers and exercise books. I spent a lot of money on them, it would be a shame to lose them. The bald driver. After packing, Bai Hao sat in the bald driver's taxi heading towards Qingwan High School, deep within the secret realm. Several thousand meters away from Qingwan High School, 4 people are gathered, 3 men and 1 woman, one of whom is a young monk. Sigh, we're probably going to make another fruitless trip this time. The boy named Nan Feng sighed dejectedly. 1,000 years ago, when the evil spirit's secret realm first expanded, several top forces from Blue Star sent strong individuals to suppress and seal it. Unfortunately, not only did they fail to seal it, but they were also counterattacked by the rules of the secret realm, directly perishing within its confines. If it weren't for Long Jiang arriving in time to suppress and seal it with the Zhou Tian stellar law, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Many of the Blue Star powerhouses who perished back then held clan treasures. After their demise, the treasures were also left behind in the secret realm. Some fortunate forces found their treasures merely at the outskirts of the secret realm, making it easy to retrieve them. However, their group was unfortunate, as the treasures were lost at Qingwan High School, which is considered one of the hardest places to conquer in the entire evil spirit secret realm. And now, they face an even greater problem. Xiao Tianshi is in closed-door cultivation, trying to grasp natural momentum, and cannot come. Last year, if Xiao Tianshi had not been present, the four of them might have lost their lives here. The power of the Tiansha evil spirit is too terrifying. Even a genius like Xiao Tianshi could only barely hold off the opponent. They simply could not defeat the Tiansha evil spirit and retrieve their clan treasures. Seeing Nan Feng complaining, the only girl among the four, Sun Xiaoling, couldn't help but blink her beautiful eyes, speaking in a tone of helplessness. Nan Feng, I actually want to be the first to rush in. But the little darling I refined can only compare to 30% of the prowess of a top genius. She is certainly no match for that old hag. So sad, sob, sob, sob. Nan Feng felt a headache at this and turned to the stern young man beside him. The young man, Wan Chun, was a prodigy cultivated by the Luo Jian family, with a reputation not much less than that of the Little Master. Wan Chun bluntly said, "My sword intent is only 50%. I can't defeat her." While the sword path excels in offense, the evil spirit's calamity power is comparable to 80% of the prowess, clearly making him no match. Thus, the three of them looked at the little monk, who was trying to diminish his presence by hiding on the side. "Hua Hua, what about you?" Hua Hua pressed his palms together with a pure expression. "Dear benefactors, as the Buddha says, I do not enter hell. I am a good and obedient child, so I really cannot go to hell. Please do not make it difficult for me." Nan Feng, Wan Chun, Sun Xiaoling. So your obedience only applies to half the sentence. Did you swallow the second half? Although they did not practice Buddhism, they knew that this phrase came from the Kitagarbha Sutra, which reads, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" It expresses a kind of selfless compassion. Yet Hua Hua turned it into a glorified excuse to avoid responsibility. This is simply ridiculous. At this moment, they seriously doubted the merit of this disciple of the 10,000 Buddhas sect. It should be noted that the sect initially appointed him as a disciple, because they discovered he was a reincarnation of a Buddha. Though the Buddha may not be as powerful as a great adept, he can certainly be considered a master of supernatural powers, having been a notable holy being in his past life. And yet, this is it. If they remembered correctly, this fellow seemed to have been slacking off last year, appearing to output madly, but in reality it was just a lot of noise with little substance. "Hua Hua, how strong are you right now? This should be something you can share." Sun Xiaoling couldn't help but ask. She was very curious, and so was Nan Feng. Among the geniuses of the entire Blue Star, the disciple Hua Hua is the most mysterious, yet he gives off an extremely unreliable feeling. Hua Hua pressed his palms together, smiling serenely. "The Buddha says it cannot be said. As long as you remember that Hua Hua is still a child, just take care of me." Sun Xiaoling and Nan Feng were both speechless simultaneously. Wan Chen, however, narrowed his eyes, a hint of sharpness in his gaze. For some reason, every time he accidentally looked at Hua Hua, a strange sense of crisis surged in his heart. Yet when he carefully searched for the source of this crisis, he could find none. Nan Feng helplessly said, "Since none of us can compete with the evil spirit, how are we going to retrieve the clan's spiritual treasure?" Hua Hua pondered for 2 seconds and said, "Wait. Wait for what? The Buddha says." Nan Feng interrupted angrily, "Stop with the Buddha sayings. Just tell us what we are waiting for." "Wait for a noble person," Hua Hua said honestly. "Before I was thrown into the secret realm, I overheard my granduncle say that he received news that a noble person would enter the evil spirit's secret realm today." Wan Chun questioned, "Are you referring to the noble person?" "That's right, it's that one." Hua Hua nodded slightly. Seeing Hua Hua's acknowledgement, Nan Feng immediately gasped, clearly having guessed who this noble person was. Sun Xiaoling, puzzled, asked, "Are you three playing a guessing game? Who exactly is it? Could he be stronger than the Little Master?" Nan Feng replied, "He is indeed stronger than the Little Master." "Impossible. During the awakening phase of Blue Star, the Little Master is the strongest. Have you forgotten? He is the top of the Tower of Heaven." Sun Xiaoling suddenly gasped incredulously, saying, "The noble person you are talking about is Bai Hao. Who else could it be?" Wan Chun replied nonchalantly, "A swordsman would rather be broken than bent," but after hearing about Bai Hao breaking through the Tower of Heaven a few days ago, he was stunned for a long time. At that moment, he had to admit one thing: he was in no way comparable to Bai Hao. Ah! Sun Xiaoling's scream pulled Wan Chun back to reality, startling both Nan Feng and Hua Hua. Nan Feng said speechlessly, "Sun Xiaoling, what are you shouting about? Bai Hao is coming. I'm so excited." Sun Xiaoling's cheeks flushed, clearly thrilled. "Excited? Yes, I'm excited. I can finally meet Bai Hao in reality. I'm so happy and thrilled it's outrageous. Sun Shaoling began to act all coy. This display of a lovesick girl made the three men present twitch their mouths slightly. At the same time, Nan Feng felt a bit unhappy inside. Why is it when she calls Bai Hao she adds little brother, but when she calls him Nan Feng she just calls him classmate? Is it just because Bai Hao is better looking than him? Nan Feng felt indignant and suddenly recalled two jokes he had seen online. The first was about ancient men proposing. If a man is handsome and the girl feels satisfied, she will shyly say, "For the great matter of life, it is entirely up to my parents." But if he is ugly and she is not satisfied, she would say, "I want to honor my parents a little longer." Another is about the hero saving a life. If the hero is handsome, the girl will say shyly, "For saving my life, I have nothing to repay you, but I can only dedicate my life to you." If he is not good-looking, she would say, "For saving my life, I have nothing to repay you, but I can only be your servant in the next life." After reading these two jokes, Nan Feng immediately felt a deep sense of malice. Shallow. Nan Feng spat and squatted in the corner drawing circles. Out of sight, out of mind. As for this, Sun Shaoling appeared indifferent, never thinking about addressing Nan Feng, let alone comforting him. After pondering for 2 seconds, she suddenly became worried. Hua, you just said to wait for Bai Hao here, but what if he doesn't come to Qingwan High School? Upon hearing this, Wan Chun immediately looked at Hua, realizing that Sun Xialing's concern wasn't without reason. Hua said, "If he doesn't come, we will turn back. Oh, otherwise, are you all planning to confront the evil spirit Hedon?" Sun Shaoling was stunned. "Are you saying that if Bai Hao doesn't come to Qingwan High School, we can't actively go find him?" "Of course we can't look for him." Hua directly shook his head and then slowly said, "In fact, with our family's influence, the elders at home must know that Bai Hao will enter the evil spirit's secret realm today. This is beyond doubt. But have you all thought about why they clearly know Bai Hao will enter the evil spirit's secret realm today, yet they didn't inform us in advance? Why?" Sun Shaoling asked blankly. At this moment, Wan Chun had already guessed the intention and said calmly, "They are afraid of offending Bai Hao. If we go looking for Bai Hao, he might suspect that everything happening today was designed by our families, and that we are plotting against him. This could very likely provoke his anger. And Bai Hao being a reincarnated great adept, his wrath is not something our factions can withstand." "I see now." Sun Shaoling finally understood, feeling downcast. "So we can only pray that Bai Hao will come to this place on his own." "Yes." Hua and Wan Chen exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Bai Hao was comfortably sitting in a taxi, leisurely enjoying the snacks he had stored in his spatial ring. But at that moment, the bald driver suddenly slammed the brakes, bringing the taxi to a halt. "Old Lu, what happened?" Bai Hao asked. "There's an evil spirit blocking the road." "Evil spirit?" Bai Hao's eyes lit up. His luck was truly extraordinary. How long had it been? Yet another evil spirit had willingly delivered itself to his doorstep. But the very next moment, he noticed something deeply amiss in the bald driver's expression, trembling all over, drenched in cold sweat, as if gazing upon some unspeakable horror. Could this evil spirit be unusually formidable? With that thought, golden light shimmered in Bai Hao's eyes, piercing effortlessly through the taxi's barrier as his gaze locked onto the road ahead. At that instant, black mist thickened steadily at the center of the road, within which a temple slowly materialized. Ethereal, indistinct, clearly not yet fully manifested. Yet even in its incomplete state, the mist had already coalesced into a dome-like barrier spanning a kilometer, sealing the taxi inside. The temple bore the name Lan Yin Temple. Upon reading the name, Bai Hao instantly recalled the Lan Rua Temple from the classic tale, A Chinese Ghost Story. Only one character differed. Could there be a Shao Qian here too? A mischievous thought flickered across his mind. From beginning to end, not a trace of tension stirred within him. After all, with his current strength, what threat could any evil spirit, even within an evil spirit realm, possibly pose? Absolutely none. "Old Lu, what is the origin of Lan Yin Temple?" Bai Hao asked calmly. The bald driver swallowed hard, then countered instead. "Young master, I beg you. Tell me truthfully, are you truly unafraid of a heaven scourge evil spirit?" "Why do you ask that?" Bai Hao replied, puzzled. "Because the evil spirit residing within this temple is one of the rare heaven scourge evil spirits dwelling in the evil spirit realm." As he spoke, the driver's voice trembled uncontrollably. Though he himself was an evil spirit and often opposed others of his kind, he remained at heart still an evil spirit. And the heaven scourge evil spirits were sovereigns among their kind. Neither ordinary nor benevolent evil spirits dared harbor even a whisper of defiance before them. "If you truly fear no heaven scourge evil spirit, then we may yet survive. But if your courage is feigned, our fate will surely be grim." Having spoken, the driver's face twisted with abject terror. Seeing this, Bai Hao shook his head and smiled wryly. "Old Lu, set your heart at ease. I guarantee your safety. A mere heaven scourge evil spirit, I could obliterate it with a single fingertip." This claim held not a shred of exaggeration. Consider this: the guardian of the 8th floor of the Tongtian Pagoda commanded 80% of the celestial mandate, its combat prowess rivaling that of a heaven scourge evil spirit. And there were 3 such guardians. Yet even together they failed to halt Bai Hao's advance. Not even for a single step. The power of the Sword Dao's void principle was simply too sublime, far beyond the reach of any celestial mandate. Moreover, Bai Hao had since mastered 3 great divine arts, elevating his strength once more beyond that fateful day. Why then should he fear a mere heaven-scourge evil spirit? Observing Bai Hao's unruffled composure, the driver's anxiety eased considerably. Bai Hao said calmly, "Old Lu, while Lanin Temple remains incompletely solidified, tell me its history, especially its method of killing." Ever since witnessing the boy's lethal pattern, he had developed an intense fascination with the killing mechanisms of evil spirits. The driver replied, "Lanin Temple is a nunnery. Like Qingwan High School, both were drawn into the realm a millennium ago, when the secret realm expanded. Its heaven-scourge evil spirit is an ancient nun. In life she excelled in musical arts. After becoming an evil spirit, she ascended to heaven-scourge status in less than a decade. Truth be told, against other heaven-scourge evil spirits my taxi might yet afford a slim chance of escape. But against the Lan-Yin nun, not the faintest hope remains." "Is it tied to her killing pattern?" Bai Hao guessed. The driver nodded, "Yes. The Lan-Yin nun is a master of music and her killing pattern revolves entirely around sound." Music. The rhythmic tapping of a wooden fish. The driver explained, "Legends say that any living being hearing the wooden fish beat suffers immediate cardiac rupture, while its soul is summoned into Lan-Yin Temple, to be devoured at the nun's leisure." Bai Hao was astonished. Such a method was astonishingly ingenious, and far simpler to trigger than the boy's decapitation technique. Fascinating. A faint smile crossed his lips as he stepped out of the car and said, "Old Lu, retreat to a safe distance. I intend to observe her killing pattern firsthand." "Yes, yes, yes." The driver hastened to comply, stomping on the accelerator and executing a sharp U-turn. Vanishing into the distance within a blink, he would have fled even farther. But this point marked the very edge of Lan-Yin Temple's barrier, beyond which his strength could not breach. Alone on the road, Bai Hao strolled forward toward the temple, unhurried and utterly serene. Meanwhile, Lan-Yin Temple finally completed its manifestation. Ominous, grotesque, wreathed in heaven-scourge chi, radiating an overwhelming, bone-chilling pressure. At that precise moment, the rhythmic tapping of a wooden fish echoed from within the temple, accompanied by a haunting melody that seemed to strike directly upon the heartstrings. Doke! 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 The tempo shifted unpredictably, transforming into invisible sonic waves that surged outward in all directions, engulfing Bai Hao like a tidal wave. A low hum resonated. Bai Hao's physical body instinctively repelled the assault. A dim golden radiance emanated from his form. His blood roiled, his heart thundered like a war drum echoing celestial thunder. The wooden fish resonance sought to strike his heart directly, but failed even to penetrate his flesh. Furthermore, Bai Hao keenly sensed a sinister force attempting to drag forth his nascent soul. Alas, his spiritual sea was safeguarded by the Celestial Emperor's golden palace, a fortress even the dark annihilation winds of the Sword Dao path had failed to breach. How then could such a feeble soul attack, merely embedded within wooden fish tones, hope to pierce its divine defenses? It must be said, though Bai Hao's cultivation spanned but a short time, his growth was comprehensive, without glaring weakness. Across the way, the Lan-Yin nun sensed her assault failing, and fury erupted within her. Her wooden fish strikes grew ever faster. Dock-dock-dock, dock-dock-dock. The rhythm turned frantic and eerie, blending seamlessly with heaven-scourge chi, amplifying its destructive might. An avalanche of force crashed toward Bai Hao, buildings, pavement. Everything surrounding them shattered instantly into dust under the combined onslaught of sonic resonance and heaven-scourge energy. To put it plainly, even the young celestial master outside this realm would falter wildly, or worse, under such an assault. Yet Bai Hao remained perfectly calm, untouched. His steps never faltered. Shielded by the Sword Dao's void principle, he advanced steadily toward the temple. Each footfall resonated with sovereign authority, crushing the surging waves of sonic resonance beneath their weight. Let 10,000 attacks descend. I stand unmoved. Reaching the temple gates, Bai Hao halted and spoke coolly, "Elder Nun Lan-Yin, your wooden fish rhythm seems rather ineffective. Would you care to hear mine?" Inside Lan-Yin Temple, the nun offered no reply, but her wooden fish strikes accelerated into frenzied madness, accompanied by guttural shrieks. Faintly amid the chaos came the agonized sound of her spitting blood. Boom! Under the frenzied incantation of the elderly nun Lan-Yin, the resonant waves emanating from her wooden fish merged with the heavenly malevolence force, generating thunderous sonic explosions. Bone-chilling, feral, chaotic, countless soul-attacking energies interwove with the sound waves, amplifying their destructive power exponentially and plunging reality into utter disarray. Even a catastrophe sovereign caught in such an assault would suffer instantaneous cardiac rupture, mental collapse, and soul extraction, devoured without resistance. Yet, Bai Hao remained utterly unscathed. His Sword Dao illusion stood on equal footing with cosmic laws themselves, immune to corruption by the heavenly malevolence force. Facing Elder Nun Lan-Yin, he already occupied an invincible position. At this moment, witnessing Lan-Yin's reckless, near-maniacal drumming of the wooden fish, Bai Hao shook his head in quiet disappointment, then slowly raised his hand and invoked the Grand Evolution Creation Combat Character Art to discern her lethal rhythmic pattern. As the Grand Evolution Creation Combat Character Art activated, countless intricate Dao script runes erupted from his fingertips. Whoosh, whoosh. These runes spiraled rapidly, recombining with breathtaking speed, until in an instant they coalesced into a tangible wooden fish and a mallet, the latter known as a jianji, used specifically to strike the fish. With a mere thought, Bai Hao guided the jianji through the air until it hovered above the wooden fish, then descended with impossible gentleness, as if exerting not a whisper of force. The jianji met the wooden fish. Strangely, no expected thud-thud echoed forth. No, it was not silence. It was the absence of sound itself. Within the entire 1,000-meter barrier surrounding Lanyin Temple, every sound vanished, utterly extinguished. Lanin's thunderous wooden fish detonations, the whisper of wind, the crumbling groan of collapsing structures, all dissolved into absolute stillness. A vacuum of silence swallowed the world whole. Then, cracks spiderwebbed across the temple walls before violently shattering at visible speed. In moments, the stone and mortar dissolved into wisps of mist, vanishing entirely. Inside Elder Nun Lanin's heart exploded, her spirit form fracturing and reassembling over 100 times before barely stabilizing. Only her nature as a heavenly malevolence evil spirit, rooted in immense primordial strength, saved her. An ordinary evil spirit subjected to such torment would have been ground to oblivion in an instant. Even Bai Hao stood astonished. He had never imagined the lethal rhythm he'd reconstructed via the Grand Evolution Creation Combat Character Art could be so terrifying. Its single strike silencing heaven and earth, erasing Lanyin Temple from existence. Granted, this Lanyin Temple was but an illusion conjured by Lanyin from mist, not a true structure. Yet that fact did nothing to diminish the sheer magnitude of the technique's power. By how inwardly assessed the sonic wave he just unleashed rivaled the destructive potency of his sword Dao illusion. Though difficult to accept, it was in truth perfectly logical. After all, the wooden fish resonance was merely its outward manifestation. Its essence remained an unparalleled combat art of supreme martial divinity, the Grand Evolution Creation Combat Character Art. Indeed, when a cultivation technique reaches sufficient profundity, and one masters it with absolute precision, even without comprehending Dao illusions, one's combat prowess remains unmatched. That very principle had driven Bai Hao to seek out his senior sister for advanced techniques. He never underestimated anyone in this world, and thus pursued self-cultivation with relentless determination. Another formidable new technique. Exhilarating. With hands clasped behind his back, Bai Hao sighed wistfully. Truly exceptional. I could easily rely on my looks alone, yet here I am striving harder than ever. Truly extraordinary. At the center of the road, Elder Nun Lanin sat motionless after reconstituting her spirit form, murmuring softly, "The great sound is silent. It is truly the great sound is silent. The way of music. The great sound is silent signifies transcendence beyond mortal comprehension, the ultimate realm pursued by generations of music cultivators. It was also the very realm Lanin herself had long sought." Lifting her gaze toward Bai Hao, her eyes shimmered with layered emotions, finally settling into serene clarity and profound release. Noticing the look of worldly detachment in her eyes, Bai Hao said gently, "Elder Nun Lanin, the knot you've clung to for decades has now unraveled. You may choose to dissipate peacefully and liberate yourself. The knot has indeed unraveled, but I do not wish to dissipate just yet," she replied, shaking her head. Hearing this, Bai Hao's brow furrowed faintly, uncertainty flickering within him. Unlike the earlier young male evil spirit, Lanin was a nun, far more accustomed to solitude than ordinary mortals. Academic tests held no sway over her. What then should he do? Bai Hao felt a headache mounting, when suddenly Lanin's voice reached his ears, strangely hesitant. "Dissipating willingly is not impossible. But master, you must first grant me one final wish." Bai Hao paused thoughtfully. "What wish?" "I want him." She pointed toward the bald driver standing 1,000 meters away, her cheeks flushing with an unexpected, almost girlish shyness. Bai Hao froze in disbelief. Was she unhinged? Or had he misread everything? After a moment's pause, he ventured carefully, "What do you intend to do with him?" "Precisely as you imagine." Bowing her head, she twisted the hem of her robe, a woman of advanced years adopting the delicate, bashful mannerisms of a young maiden. Bai Hao's jaw slackened, his eyes widened in shock, his worldview trembling at its foundations. "You are a nun. How can your thoughts wander there?" So, her refusal to dissipate was merely to indulge one last unrestrained pleasure before departing. This truly expanded his horizons. Clearing his throat twice, Bai Hao said firmly, "Elder Nun Lanin, I am merely acquainted with him as a casual friend. I cannot speak for him or make decisions on his behalf." "I care not," she insisted. "You need only ensure he accompanies me, then I shall willingly dissipate." Bai Hao stood speechless. Why him specifically? Because he is a benevolent evil spirit, and his body radiates the golden light of accumulated virtue, making him resilient enough to endure. She whispered modestly, "Resilient enough to endure? Just how intense is this endurance?" After a silent internal grumble, Bai Hao replied directly, "I can only ask him, but whether he consents remains entirely uncertain." "Many thanks, master." Lanin bowed gratefully, her sincerity unmistakable. Bai Hao's lips twitched faintly as he shook off the absurd notion lingering in his mind. Thereafter he drew the bald driver aside and discreetly conveyed Lan Yin's final wish. Upon hearing it, the driver's pulse quickened markedly. "Young master, surely you're not joking." As he spoke, he stole a furtive glance at Lan Yin and instinctively moistened his lips. "Absolutely genuine." Bai Hao reassured him. "Old Lu, you needn't concern yourself with my opinion. If you decline, it's perfectly acceptable." Hearing this, the driver panicked slightly and demurred. "Well, you see, heavenly malevolence evil spirits are sovereigns among evil spirits. How could any ordinary spirit dare refuse their command?" "No worries." Bai Hao waved dismissively. "With me present, she dares not coerce you. A mere vanquished foe. What threat could she possibly pose?" "Oh, please don't say that." Rubbing his palms together, the driver blushed deeply. "Truth be told, I find her quite appealing. Yes, she's older, but possesses rare elegance. In all my life, I've never encountered a woman so profoundly captivating. She suits me perfectly." Bai Hao stared speechless. So, he'd mistaken reluctance for resistance, nearly becoming the villain who shattered a destined union. Realizing this, he grimaced, his face darkening. "Just go quickly. I'm urgently needed at Qingwan High School." "I'll do my best," the driver replied with a broad, guileless smile, then dashed toward Lan Yin with such eager haste that Bai Hao could only sigh in mute exasperation. After a few complaints, Bai Hao got into a taxi, dividing his mind into 4 parts as he simultaneously comprehended the 3 pinnacle divine arts and the essence of swordsmanship. He held himself to a very strict standard in his cultivation. It is important to know that once he obtains the hidden inheritance in the secret realm, he will soon enter the star domain battlefield. This battlefield gathers the top talents of all races throughout the universe, many of whom conceal some mastery of the essence. Some races even benefit from the favor of the cosmic consciousness, being born with the strength of the stellar realm, or even higher, innately grasping the essence and possessing various powerful talents. Compared to these fated individuals, can Bai Hao's achievements be considered anything? Thus, even though he has made some minor accomplishments, he still dares not relax for a moment, continuing to diligently cultivate. However, the sultry sounds in his ears were somewhat unbearable. Just thinking about how 2 people nearby were engaged in an intense game of attack and defense made him feel a bit envious. He felt a twinge of jealousy. Could it be that I've been holding back for too long and have started to think about women? Bai Hao suddenly woke up, halting his cultivation and murmuring in doubt about life. Actually, thinking about it carefully, I might indeed be thinking about women. After all, I've lived 2 lifetimes and have never considered finding a girlfriend. No, wait. Bai Hao frowned. It's not that I never thought about finding a girlfriend in my past life, but every time I thought about it, I would inexplicably feel a sense of aversion. At that time, I thought there was nothing wrong, but looking back now, it's clearly not right. Could it be related to my previous lives? When I have time, I'll ask my junior sister. Perhaps I can find the answer. After murmuring, Bai Hao focused his mind on the essence of swordsmanship, cutting away the chaotic emotions, and immersed himself back into cultivation. More than an hour later, while Bai Hao was cultivating, he suddenly felt a pure and mysterious power surging towards him, nourishing his soul and body. He immediately understood that the bald driver had finished and the old nun Lan Yin had kept her promise, enjoying her time with old Lu, and had voluntarily dispersed without needing any prompting. What a surprise! I didn't expect old Lu, despite his age, to appear so frail, yet managed to endure for over an hour. Truly, age does not diminish one's strength. Bai Hao thought silently. As this power continued to nourish him, his body and soul began to merge. His 3 major talents began to improve, with his cultivation talent increasing by 500, mental talent by 100, and comprehension talent by 500. The magnitude of enhancement was a full 10 times that of the evil spirit boy. At that moment, Bai Hao felt as if he had undergone a transformation. Countless flashes of inspiration appeared in his mind, and many of the difficulties he had encountered while comprehending the divine arts were easily resolved, loosening the bottleneck of his cultivation realm. With just a bit of seclusion, he could effortlessly break through to the 9th level of awakening. No wonder it's the celestial evil spirit. Even the mysterious source power returned from this is not something ordinary evil spirits can compare with. Bai Hao sighed in admiration. After feeling the essence of swordsmanship, he discovered that it had also improved significantly, with the progress increasing from 2 to 12. Clang! A terrifying sharpness erupted from him, as if he had transformed into the most fearsome divine sword in the world. With the improvement of the essence, my combat power has also risen. Bai Hao smiled. Given my current situation, even though my life level is far inferior to a stellar realm powerhouse, my combat strength should no longer be lacking compared to them. As for whether he would crush them or narrowly win, that could only be determined through a real battle. At that moment, a prompt sound from the system reached his ears. Ding! Friendly reminder to the host, one of your 3 major talents has reached the heavenly level, informing you of the subsequent levels. Tao level transcendence. Talent levels from lowest to highest are low, medium, high, top, star, moon, sun, earth, heavenly Tao transcendence. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao's eyes brightened, and he quickly opened the attribute panel to check his various attributes. Name Bai Hao talent charisma at maximum extremely handsome harmonizing with the Tao resonating with the laws forming a Tao body anomaly making it impossible for any race or individual at any time to ignore the host's charm cultivation talent earth level mental talent. Heavenly level comprehension talent earth level cultivation level awakening 8th level essence swordsmanship first stage technique 9 turns golden pagoda indestructible art mid first stage divine arts great sun golden flame entry kuimping supreme freedom technique entry great transformation creation combat technique entry spiritual pet divine beast golden crow not yet hatched heavenly level. Finally, one of my 3 major talents has reached the heavenly level and the other 2 have also become earth level. Bai Hao was overjoyed. No wonder I suddenly had a lot of insights just now. It turns out my comprehension talent has risen from sun level to earth level. After calming down, Bai Hao then remembered that the system had opened up higher talent levels and asked, "System, are there only 2 levels this time? Is there a level above transcendence?" Ding, there are no levels above transcendence. No levels? Does that mean transcendence is the highest level? Bai Hao frowned. The system replied, transcendence is indeed the highest level of talent, but it does not count as the highest level in the true sense. The specific situation will be revealed once the host's talent reaches transcendence. This system will unlock new features related to transcendence talent, so please look forward to it. Can't you say it now? Bai Hao frowned. The system replied, "Ding, I can't, but please rest assured everything the system does is for the benefit of the host." All right, Bai Hao could only relent. With such an unyielding system, he felt quite helpless. Everything that just happened was an exchange in the sea of spiritual consciousness. In the outside world, the bald driver holding his lower back wobbled towards the taxi looking pale and emaciated with dark circles under his eyes resembling a panda. What the hell? Old Lu, how did you end up like this? I thought I was seeing a ghost. Bai Hao was taken aback. Old Lu trembled as he extended a finger, nearly falling over from such a simple action. Seeing this, Bai Hao assumed he was talking about the duration and replied helplessly, "I know you fought for over an hour, but it shouldn't have worn you out like this." He didn't reply, just blankly shook his head. "It's gone. It's all gone. Not a single drop left." "What's gone?" Bai Hao asked. He exclaimed, almost crying, I was pressed down by that old witch and I couldn't hold on for even a minute before being completely drained. As a result, even after draining me, she still wouldn't let me go, demanding more and more. I have no idea how I managed to endure it." Bai Hao's lips twitched as he questioned, "Was it really that terrifying?" "It was even more terrifying than you think, my friend. I don't know if you've heard this saying." "What saying?" "At 30 like a wolf, at 40 like a tiger, or at 50 able to suck soil from the ground, at 60 eating people without spitting out bones, at 70 leaning against the wall to suck mice. That old nun Lan Yin has held back for over 1,000 years. As he spoke, he seemed to recall the scenes from earlier, and his emaciated body involuntarily trembled a few more times. What a sin. At this moment, the driver Old Lu was utterly devastated, overwhelmed by a wave of deep regret. How foolish I am truly. I only knew that Master Lan Yin had a charm that appealed to me, but I forgot she had been celibate for 1,000 years, and was now in a state of desperate desire. Look at me with this frail figure, how can I endure her torment? Old Lu said, feeling wronged. Now you regret it? Where were you before? I told you at that time, if you don't want to go then don't go. I don't know who rushed to offer themselves like a hungry ghost. Bai Hao suppressed the urge to kick someone when they were down, pondered for 2 seconds and changed the subject. Old Lu, you look so weak now, can you still drive a taxi? I can't. Old Lu shook his head and said, but if you could absorb some yang energy for me, I could recover in the shortest time possible. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao's face darkened and he became uncomfortable. Isn't this just the act of absorbing yang to supplement yin? How could a man like you use such a legendary ghostly tactic? Do you even have the organs for absorbing yang? Seeing Bai Hao's expression, Old Lu immediately realized he was misunderstood and hurriedly explained, little brother, this is different from traditional yang absorption. The yang energy I absorb is actually not considered yang energy but the heat released by martial arts techniques. So it's heat absorption. Bai Hao's expression improved considerably. Yes, it's heat absorption. As long as there is enough heat, I can recover in a short time. Old Lu nodded like a hamster. Bai Hao was speechless. Heat is heat. Why bring up yang energy? Bai Hao thought for a moment and said lightly, you're lucky. I happen to know a fire-type skill that guarantees plenty of heat. Really? Old Liu's eyes lit up with excitement. That's wonderful. Little brother, you have no idea. My body feels hollow, my back aches, and I feel utterly weak as if I'm on the verge of collapse. But how do you absorb heat? Bai Hao asked, not wanting to waste time. Activate the martial arts technique, but don't release it. Just keep it contained in the palm and I will absorb the yang. Heat within. All right. Bai Hao nodded to indicate he understood, then opened his right hand and whispered softly, golden sun flame. As the words fell, a golden flame suddenly erupted from his right hand. It seemed small but contained an unimaginable level of terrifying heat. Vaguely at the center of the golden flame, there seemed to be a 3-legged golden crow spreading its wings and screeching, releasing an imperial-like pressure. The surrounding air was scorched by the golden flame, producing a crisp, explosive sound. At the same time, the entire taxi instantly became ethereal, as if it would be burned to nothing by the high temperature of the golden sun flame in the next moment. Little brother, quickly retract this golden fire. My taxi is about to be roasted away. Old Lu cried out in terror. Bai Hao glanced around and immediately understood. The golden sun flame is overwhelmingly yang and has a strong restraining effect on the Misty-ine energy. Old Liu's taxi happened to be transformed from the Misty-ine energy, so it naturally couldn't withstand the high temperature of the golden sun flame. After realizing this, he didn't hesitate any longer and quickly retracted the golden sun flame. Once the flame disappeared, the surrounding temperature immediately dropped along with it. The taxi also regained its solidity. Seeing this, Bai Hao felt relieved and turned to look at Old Lu, who he almost didn't recognize. He saw that Old Lu, who had been nothing but skin and bones, had now transformed into a hefty man weighing at least 300 pounds. Old Lu, what's going on with you? Are you all right? Old Lu rubbed his large belly and said, I'm fine. I just took a small sip just before you retracted the golden fire and now I'm stuffed. It'll be fine in a bit. But speaking of which, what was that fire of yours just now? It was terrifying. I barely absorbed a little bit of the heat it released and it almost blew me up. Just a small trick, nothing to mention. Bai Hao didn't elaborate further. You said you'd recover soon. How long will it take? A few minutes. Old Lu replied. If it were in the past, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to digest after feeling this full. But today is different. My body is severely depleted and absorbing all this heat will only barely replenish me. Barely? Bai Hao raised an eyebrow. Do you need to absorb another sip? No need. Old Lu hurriedly waved his hands. Little brother, your golden fire is too scorching. I'm afraid it might actually blow me up. All right then. Bai Hao didn't push further. A few minutes later, Old Lu finally absorbed and refined the heat he had just taken in his physique, returning from that of a 300-pound man to his original standard size. Little brother, let's set off. Bai Hao sat in the back seat, slightly closing his eyes, and continued to immerse himself in his cultivation. Qingwan High School. Here a thick mist of energy permeated the air, eerie and cold, creating a chaotic environment that sent chills down one's spine. If an ordinary cultivator were to wander in, they would likely get lost in an instant. At this moment, in the deepest part of an office, sat a mature woman. The woman was beautiful and cold. She wore a vibrant red dress, low-cut and knee-length, perfectly showcasing her exquisite figure. Mature, cold, she exuded an aura of regal authority akin to that of a queen. She lazily leaned back in her office chair, her delicate hand holding a glass of red wine, bringing it to her luscious red lips for a gentle sip. After swallowing, she extended her crimson tongue to lick the residual wine off her lips, revealing a mysterious smile. She was a seductress, yet also a rose with thorns. She possessed an absolutely stunning appearance and absolute authoritative power, causing those around her to submit involuntarily with her every gesture. Knock knock. A knocking sound came from the office door. Come in. The woman said coldly, slowly putting down her wine glass, her beautiful eyes showing no emotion. Crash. The door was pushed open. A handsome youth dressed in an exquisite suit as beautiful as cream walked in, carrying a stack of documents. Director, those troublemakers from last year are back, but this time only 4 of them came. Who didn't come? That strongest little Taoist didn't show up. The youth said in a low voice. When mentioning the little Taoist, his tone clearly paused for a moment. Although a year had passed, he still felt a lingering fear when recalling that little Taoist. Because that person was a genius who could rival their director. The woman said indifferently. Among these people, only that little Taoist is worth mentioning. The others are merely clowns not worth worrying about. Then I'll take my leave, director, the youth said tentatively. Wait. The woman called the youth to a halt, scrutinizing him for a few seconds before disdainfully saying, so ugly. The youth was so frightened that he quickly knelt on the ground. Director, I'm already the cutest student in the entire school, please spare me. Unfortunately, I've grown tired of the cute look. After the woman finished speaking, she raised her delicate hand and made a grasping motion towards the youth. With a loud bang, the exquisitely beautiful youth was instantly shattered into pure primal energy, consumed and absorbed by the woman. In the evil spirit secret realm, only the celestial evil spirit could strike down evil spirits so effortlessly. The woman's identity was self-evident. The office sank once more into hushed stillness. With serene composure, the woman lifted her wineglass and took a delicate sip, as though what she had just done were but a trivial matter. As the crimson wine glided down her smooth throat, she exhaled softly, her willow brow faintly furrowed. Closing her eyes, then opening them again, her beautiful gaze shimmered with unmistakable irritation. Yes, irritation, raw and seething, a violent urge to obliterate everything before her. She knew deep in her bones that such thoughts were wrong. Yet she could not reign in her own mind. She understood better than anyone that her obsession with beauty had twisted into something pathological, grotesque. This suffocating tension, endlessly suppressed, would one day erupt without warning. Unless a being of absolute flawless perfection emerged in this world, a peerless beauty so transcendent, so eternally captivating that gazing upon her would never weary the soul. Only in the presence of such a paragon could her warped psyche find solace, and only then might she retain her fragile equilibrium. free from the sudden overwhelming impulse to annihilate all around her. Yet she had searched for 1,000 years, and found nothing. Perhaps such perfection does not exist in this world at all. She murmured softly, forcing the surging brutality within her back into silence, then gently closed her eyes, as if drifting into slumber. Meanwhile elsewhere, Lao Lu drove Bai Hao at breakneck speed, and this time the journey was uneventful. Not a single malevolent spirit crossed their path. Not even an ordinary one. Before long they arrived 1 kilometer outside Qingwan High School. Bai Hao asked, "Lao Lu, why stop so far away? Young master, going any closer would plunge us into Qingwan High's protective barrier. If that happened, I fear you'd be caught in the crossfire when battle breaks out." Lao Lu offered a wry smile. "I see." Bai Hao nodded, understanding instantly, and made no demand for Lao Lu to advance further. He opened the car door. With a subtle sweep of his divine sense, he immediately discerned that Qingwan High's barrier dwarfed Lan Yin elder nuns in both scale and strength. That was only natural. Lan Yin elder nuns stood alone, whereas Qingwan High housed not only a heaven-devouring evil spirit, but also thousands of lesser malevolent spirits. How could a solitary cultivator possibly rival such a legion? Bai Hao let out a soft, thoughtful murmur. He had sensed the presence of 4 cultivators nearby, each exceptionally formidable. By Blue Star standards, they would unquestionably be hailed as prodigies. Especially the young monk among them, outwardly indistinguishable from the others yet radiating extraordinary spiritual power, nearly matching Bai Hao's own heavenly tier spiritual aptitude. Clearly he had cultivated an immensely potent spiritual art. To practice such a profound mental technique at the awakening stage, he must intend to fortify his spiritual energy, using it to withstand the dark annihilation winds along the void principle path. Bai Hao's eyes narrowed slightly. His ambitions are indeed vast. But one who has already grasped the essence of Tao and mastered its grand momentum should by principle be barred from cultivating the void principle path. Has he somehow found a way to circumvent this fundamental limitation? Fascinating. Truly, one must never underestimate the talents of this world. Even humble Blue Star has birthed such an extraordinary figure. Truly astonishing. After murmuring these words, Bai Hao turned to Lao Lu. "Lao Lu, could you wait here for me a moment? Once I've dealt with the malevolent spirits at Qingwan High, I'll need you to drive me somewhere else." "No problem at all. It's the simplest thing in the world. Go ahead, young master. I'll stay right here and await your return." Lao Lu agreed without hesitation, no longer fretting over Bai Hao's safety as he had before. After witnessing Lan Yin elder nun's fate, his understanding was crystal clear. Out in the wider world, Bai Hao was undoubtedly among the most elite prodigies. Mere heaven-devouring evil spirits were less than dust before him. Worrying about Bai Hao's safety was pointless. He'd do better to worry about his own 2 kidneys. Whether psychological or real, the dull ache persisted, even though he'd supposedly recovered fully, especially in his lower back, where involuntary twitches kept flaring up. Bai Hao gave a slight nod, then activating the supreme Kunping unfettered marvel art, he vanished in an instant, reappearing hundreds of meters away directly before the 4 cultivators. Among the 4, the young monk Hua Hua was the first to detect Bai Hao's arrival, his eyes flickering with sharp light before settling back into his usual expression, innocent, irreverent, and quietly cunning. "Who goes there?" Wan Chun roared, drawing his long sword in one fluid motion. With a ringing shink, blinding swordlight erupted, carrying the overwhelming momentum of the sword Dao straight toward Bai Hao. Bai Hao remained unruffled. Raising 2 fingers like a blade, he infused them with the razor-sharp essence of the void principle sword Dao. Clang! A deafening clash echoed as fingertip met sword point. The sword Dao's invincible momentum, until now undefeated, shattered instantly, as if encountering its ultimate nemesis. At the same time, Wan Chan felt a colossal force surge up the blade toward him. Fortunately, Bai Hao dissipated the pressure at the last moment. Otherwise Wan Chan would have suffered either a shattered palm, or worse, been hurled backward, spitting blood and rendered utterly incapacitated. Incredible! To reduce me to such helplessness with a mere finger flick, that feat belongs only to the legendary Bai Hao. Wan Chen's pupils contracted sharply, his heart pounding with awe. Though he had tried to imagine Bai Hao's strength at its highest, he now realized he had still grossly underestimated him. "I am Wan Chun. My earlier attack was unforgivable. Please forgive me, Bai Hao, Senior." He bowed deeply. "It's of no consequence," Bai Hao waved dismissively, then added curiously, "What are you doing here? Are you attempting to confront the heaven-devouring evil spirit?" As he voiced, the second half-doubt crept into his tone. Not out of arrogance but sober assessment, their strength simply fell far short of the evil spirits. To charge in headlong would be little better than suicide. For against one rounded up equaled cannon fodder. Unless Hua Hua chose to reveal his true power. Sun Xiaoling's eyes sparkled as she eagerly raised her hand. "Let me tell him, big brother Bai Hao, we're actually waiting for you. To ask for your help." "Sun Xiaoling, what nonsense are you spouting?" Nan Feng's composure crumbled instantly. He'd warned her repeatedly not to utter a word about their secret intentions in front of Bai Hao, and yet, Sun Xiaoling, smitten at first sight, had spilled everything without pause. Even betrayal had its limits. Sun Xiaoling blinked innocently and whispered, "Sorry classmate Nanfeng. I get so excited around handsome big brothers that I forget everything." "Excellent. Even now she calls me classmate. Why not big brother? Let me tell you. This grudge is sealed forever." Nanfeng holds grudges. Deeply. Nanfeng collapsed into despair, crouching beside them to draw circles on the ground, looking utterly devastated. Bai Hao's brow furrowed slightly as he turned to the other three. "You were waiting for me." Hua Hua stepped forward, his youthful face brimming with sincerity. "Venerable sir, the truth is this. In short, we bear no ill intent." Hua Hua laid bare their conjectures, and the motives of their elders, without concealment or reservation. Utterly candid. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao nodded in quiet realization, thinking inwardly that Hua Hua was shrewd, indeed far more perceptive than the impulsive Nanfeng. "So venerable sir, Bai Hao, would you consider helping us contain the heaven-devouring evil spirit at Qingwan High?" Hua Hua asked. "I came here precisely to deal with those malevolent spirits," Bai Hao replied coolly. "But if you wish my aid against the heaven-devouring evil spirit, you'll need to offer something in return. There are no free banquets under heaven." If they sought Bai Hao's assistance, some gesture of goodwill was indispensable. At Bai Hao's request, Hua Hua instantly looked flustered. "Venerable sir, this humble monk lives in poverty. The elders at my temple are notoriously stingy. I truly possess nothing of value." As he spoke, he calmly, without so much as a blush, stuffed his valuable Buddhist bead bracelet and talismanic jade amulet into his spatial storage ring. To emphasize his destitution, he even removed his golden-threaded monastic robe and stowed it away, standing bare-chested in the biting wind. Remarkable. He'd go to such lengths just to avoid offering compensation. Truly a master of self-preservation. Bai Hao stared dumbfounded, wondering for a fleeting moment whether Hua Hua might strip off his undershirt next if pressed further. Nanfeng and Wan Chun stood equally speechless, their faces burning with second-hand embarrassment. This was the reincarnation of Buddha. The elders of Wanfo sect had clearly mistaken their candidate. The two could no longer bear to watch. They directly pulled Hua Hua away to a nearby spot and began to discuss with Sun Xiaoling. After their discussion, Hua Hua rummaged through his belongings and took out a grade 3A alloy battle knife, which aside from its hard material had almost no enhancement properties. Yet he still wore a pained expression. Wan Chun and Nanfeng looked at him with irritation, nearly wanting to smash his bald head. Nanfeng contributed 500 high-grade spirit stones, which had a market price of 10 million dragon coins, each, meaning he had given out a total of 50 billion dragon coins. Wan Chun offered 3 scarlet flame fruits, which could enhance a cultivator's affinity for fire attributes. They were quite rare and valuable spirit fruits. Among the 4, Sun Xiaoling was the most generous, nearly stuffing all her belongings into Bai Hao's hands. If Bai Hao hadn't stopped her, she might have even considered offering herself. Seeing Bai Hao accept the benefits, Nanfeng immediately asked, "Bai Hao, do we have a battle plan?" Bai Hao shook his head and said, "No. For now, I'll go in front while you guys follow behind to support me. Just focus on that or don't worry about anything else. Everything will be on me." Nanfeng and Wan Chun exchanged glances. They hadn't expected Bai Hao to prepare to face all the evil spirits of Qingwan High School alone after having taken the benefits. This is a bit too generous, isn't it? Realizing they had previously complained about Bai Hao being mercenary, they couldn't help but feel a surge of guilt. If Bai Hao knew their thoughts, he would probably just say, "You guys are overthinking it. I'm just afraid you'll steal my kills." In his eyes, evil spirits were not merely evil spirits but walking sources of power that could be used to enhance one's qualifications and void. Each one was extraordinarily precious. If these people were to steal them away, he would cry. Soon Bai Hao and the others no longer delayed and rushed towards Qingwan High School, quickly covering 1,000 meters to arrive at the school gate. Only Nanfeng lagged behind, his expression exceptionally conflicted, as if he was worried about something. At the school gate of Qingwan High School stood a massive mirror. It is said that before Qingwan High School was covered by a secret realm, this mirror already existed, meant to remind all teachers and students to reflect on themselves daily. Later, the mirror absorbed the mist and negative energy of the secret realm, gaining consciousness, and began to pose 3 soul questions to each outsider. Are you handsome? Are you beautiful? Are you good-looking? If one did not meet the 3 standards, the light barrier released by the mirror would prevent them from entering Qingwan High School. At this moment, Nanfeng arrived late, his expression extremely gloomy. Bai Hao couldn't help but ask, "Nanfeng, what's wrong with you? You look unwell." Nanfeng's face darkened and he did not reply. Sun Xiaoling immediately raised her hand and said, "I know. Hey, raced the thing last year, we all got in together. But when we turned back, Nanfeng was left all alone outside. In helplessness, our little celestial master had to turn back and break the light barrier to bring him in. This mirror is his dark history, which is why his expression is so bad." Bai Hao. No wonder it turns out the young man has such a painful past. Later, Nanfeng hesitated for a moment and said, "Maybe I shouldn't go in to avoid troubling you all to break the light barrier." After saying this, he used his body technique and fled back to the previous gathering place. "Hey!" Bai Hao wanted to stop him, to tell him that with his strength, breaking the light barrier was not a troublesome task. But Nanfeng moved too quickly and he couldn't catch him. Wan Chun advised, "Forget it. Nanfeng has only just grasped the power of the grand trend. Even without him, the impact won't be significant. Moreover, he doesn't want to face the mirror of Qingwan High School at all. The blow from last year was too great for him. All right then. Bai Hao stopped insisting and said, "Let's not delay any further, let's go in directly." He walked to the mirror. Instantly the mirror reflected an extraordinarily handsome figure, as if a celestial being had descended. This appearance. Bai Hao thought of how Qingwan High School judged status by looks and subconsciously released his charm suppression. Indeed, for these past few days, he had been deliberately suppressing his full charm talent to avoid stirring up trouble. Now, with the suppression lifted, in an instant, Bai Hao's true charm began to reveal itself with flawless features, an ethereal aura, and an unmatched beauty that resonated with the laws and produced extraordinary phenomena. With each step, starlight followed. Countless stars centered around him, emitting a soft glow akin to a pilgrimage merely to become the backdrop for his beauty. Looking at the stunningly handsome figure in the mirror, Bai Hao gasped. After just a few days without properly looking in the mirror, my charm has actually surpassed the past. It's simply ridiculous. At the same time, the mirror opposite him shook slightly, and the mirror spirit trembled all over. Just today, just now, it encountered the god of its life, finding the value of its existence. That tall, flawless figure looking stunningly handsome, surrounded by celestial starlight and phenomena. He was its lifelong pursuit. Its soul trembled, excited, cheering and sobbing, tears of joy and emotion flowing from its eyes. This person, he is the master it has been waiting for. As long as it can follow him, no matter how humble like dust, it is willing without complaints or regrets. At the school gate, Bai Hao waited for a while, but did not receive the mirror spirit's 3 soul questions, and couldn't help but turn back to ask, "Isn't it said that this mirror would issue 3 soul questions? I've been standing here for a while. Why hasn't it asked me yet? Could it be frozen? This? We've never encountered such a situation before." Hua Hua and Wan Chun exchanged confused glances, feeling utterly baffled. As for Sun Xiaoling, she had already entered a state of infatuation, her eyes filled only with Bai Hao, with no time to pay attention to these external matters. What exactly is happening? Just as the group was puzzled, the enormous mirror moved. Its lower half suddenly bent like a human knee, kneeling down before Bai Hao and bowing. "Master Mirror has been waiting for you with great longing." Bai Hao, Hua Hua, Wan Chun. "Master, what's going on? What happened to the process? What about the soul questions? Is this all ignored?" "Just kneeling to acknowledge the master directly. When you asked us questions last year, you were so proud. Why have you become so submissive this year?" Wan Chun and Hua Hua were both at a loss. Bai Hao was astonished. "You want to recognize me as your master?" "Yes, master. The moment the mirror saw you, it knew that you are the master it has been waiting for all along. You are unparalleled, flawless, and extraordinary. As long as I can follow you, even if humble as dust, the mirror gladly accept it." As it spoke, a drop of crystalline liquid appeared on the surface of the mirror. This was the mirror spirit's soul blood, and merging with it would make one its master. The others present, upon hearing the mirror spirit's words and seeing its actions, could only think one thing. How incredibly submissive. This creature must have fully maxed out its servile attributes. An ordinary person could never be this obsequious. "Master, please accept Jingjing." Jingjing, the mirror spirit, pleaded pitifully, her translucent soul blood floating before Bai Hao as if offered freely for his taking. Hua Hua and Wan Chun had been silently grumbling until this moment. Then inexplicably a sharp pang of envy pierced their chests. Nit hurt, nit chafed. They were all human beings. So why must they endure the rigid, humiliating soul tri-interrogation protocol? Yet Bai Hao was met with instant, fervent supplication. Kneeling, begging for masterhood. Surely differential treatment had its limits. This staggering disparity risked triggering formal complaints to customer support. Bai Hao paused thoughtfully. "Jingjing, I have a question. Since you are a product of the evil spirit realm, can I take you beyond its boundaries?" "Yes, master." Jingjing replied instantly. "In fact, everything within the evil spirit realm may be taken outside, including yin artifacts, spirit treasures, and even evil spirits." "Even evil spirits?" Bai Hao asked, startled. Indeed. And however," Jingjing added, "once an evil spirit departs the evil spirit realm, it loses the protection of the realm's fundamental laws. Its soul body forfeits the ability to recoalesce and resurrect." At these words, Bai Hao understood. Within the realm, evil spirits possessed extraordinary resilience, requiring dozens, even hundreds of kills to achieve true annihilation. But beyond its borders, a single death meant finality. No resurrection through soul reformation. "Since you may be taken out, then I shall accept you." With that, Bai Hao reached out and accepted Jingjing's soul blood. To him, even if the mirror proved useless in cultivation, it would still serve admirably as an ornamental piece. Why refuse a treasure outright? This nonchalance made Hua Hua's lips twitch. Consider this, even when handling the most mundane alloy weapon, he treated it with reverent care. Again and again. Were outsiders privy to Bai Hao's thoughts, they might well sputter blood in despair. This was no ordinary artifact, but a sentient spirit treasure. Upon completing the Master Spirit Covenant, Bai Hao willed the mirror to shrink to 1 qi in height, and casually flipped it front to back as though handling mere glass. This nonchalance made Hua Hua's lips twitch. And consider this, even when handling the most mundane alloy weapon, he treated it with reverent care. Again and again. He routinely polished them with silk cloths, terrified of slighting even the humblest blade. And by contrast, Bai Hao's utter indifference toward a spirit treasure left Hua Hua mere observer, too mortified to watch. Yet the next instant Hua Hua froze. Ni's formidable spiritual sense allowed him faint perception into the mirror's interior, where astonishingly Jingjing, the very spirit being so casually handled, was wearing an expression of profound radiant bliss. Faintly Hua Hua even caught her whispered murmur, "And Master has finally accepted me. And how joyous. I tremble just imagining how near I'll be to him, how faithfully I'll accompany him always. And Master, he touched me. His hand is so warm, so soothing. My entire mirror existence has soared to its zenith. Jingjing is so happy." And Hua Hua stood utterly dumbfounded. And could this truly be possible? And had the world itself gone awry? Or had Hua Hua spent his entire life fundamentally mistaken? A deep bewilderment settled over him. And meanwhile across from him, Bai Hao gazed at his own reflection and sighed, shaking his head. "And this accursed charm of mine grows stronger by the day. At this rate, I dare not step outdoors. Such pressure weighs heavily upon me." And Hua Hua remained silent. And Wan Chun likewise fell mute. And both longed to protest. But upon beholding Bai Hao's flawlessly handsome visage, they instantly lowered their banners, speechless. Given such peerless beauty, they would have grown far more arrogant than Bai Hao ever dared. And beauty grants privilege. And after a brief contemplation in the mirror, Bai Hao tossed it carelessly into his spatial ring. Then he turned to the three companions. "And the luminous barrier left by Jingjing has faded. We must enter the school without delay." And agreed. Wan Chun and Hua Hua nodded. And Sun Shaoling, now fully recovered, gazed at Bai Hao with starry eyes trailing closely behind him. Her every word a tender, breathless, "Brother Bai Hao." Witnessing this, Wan Chun frowned. "And is this truly appropriate? And might Brother Wan Chun recall a certain saying?" Hua Hua intoned, palms pressed together. Which saying? And Hua Hua wore an air of profound wisdom. "And the dog who licks too long ends up with nothing. And I believe your aphorism is flawed." Wan Chun shook his head. "And how so?" And observed that mirror spirit. Was she not infinitely more devoted, infinitely more unrestrained in her adoration? "What point are you making?" Hua Hua blinked, bewildered. And Wan Chun spoke earnestly. "And that spirit treasure persisted, until she achieved her wish, acceptance by Bai Hao." And Hua Hua fell silent. And this, he thought, is precisely what people mean by killing the conversation. Just then Bai Hao's voice rang ahead. "And hey, you two, hurry up. If you're ambushed by a heaven-cursed evil spirit, don't blame me." Coming. And Hua Hua called back hastily. Then abandoned Wan Chun entirely and dashed after Bai Hao, fearing that further discourse would provoke not a heaven-cursed evil spirit, but a fistfight with Wan Chun instead. Qingwan High School. And inside, mist-laden energy hung thick and heavy. Eerie hush tightening the nerves without warning. As the group passed down a narrow path, the vista suddenly opened wide. And the oppressive stillness shattered, replaced by the distant raucous clamor of students. Ahead, young men stood dashing and elegant, young women vibrant and radiant, each rivaling top-tier celebrities in outward splendor. And hundreds of tight-knit cliques scattered across the campus, claiming every corner as their own. Everywhere, high-featured students mocked and tormented those less comely, bursting into wild, unhinged laughter. And this school's ethos was undeniably corrupt. Or rather, its students were profoundly unwell. Their values twisted, their minds warped, their souls steeped in madness. Their sole redeeming quality was appearance. And truth be told, Hua Hua and his companions were striking. But among these students they ranked merely average. Outmatched entirely. And Bai Hao whistled low. This institution possesses remarkable prowess, recruiting so many exceptionally handsome youths. And it dwarfs any entertainment agency in the industry. In truth, it's all thanks to the academic dean. Sun Shaoling interjected. "And oh, pray elaborate," Bai Hao replied, intrigued. "Her methods are extraordinary, and her resources vast. Within a week of arriving at Qingwan High, she neutralized every senior administrator. Thus Qingwan High became her private domain, and she then launched grand-scale recruitment and audition campaigns offering staggering cash prizes. Moreover, every admitted student secured prestigious employment for their parents. And which family could possibly resist such an offer? Remarkable." And Bai Hao marveled, yet hesitated. "But what is her ultimate purpose? This seems exhausting with no tangible return." "That I cannot say." And Sun Shaoling shook her head, equally baffled by the dean's motives. And yes, she spoke. The quartet drew near the students. And sensing living presence, the youths surged with dense energy, and instantly revealed grotesque, terrifying forms. One bore horrific knife scars across his face, raw flesh-torn remnants of cosmetic surgery, and another skin blazed crimson, peeling like molting flesh, evidence of prior skin grafts. A third displayed jagged centipede-like suture marks around his neck. So severe it appeared his head had been replaced. 1,000 bizarre deformities filled the scene, chilling, unnatural. And they cackled with ghastly mirth, eyes weeping blood, slowly lifting their heads toward Bai Hao and his companions. Then, Anthe collapsed en masse, kneeling as one, and thousands of evil spirits prostrated themselves, chanting in unison, "En, honored sovereign, we welcome you to Qingwan High School." Gazing at the breathtaking scene before him, Bai Hao couldn't help but press his forehead. This method of revelation, why did it evoke a sense of déjà vu? It came to him, previously at the school gate, that Guy Jingjing had reacted the same way upon seeing him kneeling in respect without a word. Bai Hao frowned. He couldn't help but secretly wonder, could it be because I released the suppression of my full charm? It's quite possible. He had to admit. The system's description of full charm was quite straightforward. Exquisite beauty in harmony with the great Tao, resonating with the laws, creating a manifestation of the Tao body, making the host's charm impossible for any race to ignore at any moment. Exquisitely beautiful. No race could ignore his charm. With that, everything made sense. Behind him, Hua Hua and the others, already in defensive stances, were also stunned by this grand spectacle. Once they regained their composure, they nearly cried out in indignation. Why is it different from last year? Different. Completely different. Last year, when they followed the little celestial master into the campus, they had barely steadied their feet when these evil spirits charged at them crazily. Fearlessly fierce. Like they were facing their enemies. Even Hua Hua, who had slacked off the entire time last year, was not spared from being entangled and attacked by the evil spirit students. Today, however, not only did they not attack them madly, but instead they directly performed a kneeling tribute, shouting to welcome them to Qingwan High School. No. Wait, how could the evil spirits welcome them? The three exchanged glances, and in that instant they seemed to see the same answer in each other's eyes. The ones the evil spirits welcomed were not them but Bai Hao. It had to be Bai Hao. There was no doubt about it. Upon careful reflection, it all made sense. Qingwan High School ranked status based on appearance. This principle was engraved deep within their souls. Who could rival Bai Hao's looks? To say no one in the world could compare would not be an exaggeration. Perhaps only he, Bai Hao, could receive such a grand welcome ceremony and treatment at Qingwan High School. One must admit the three had guessed correctly this time. The thousands of evil spirit students before them were indeed welcoming Bai Hao. In their eyes, Bai Hao was not only filled with manifestations, but also radiated a divine light representing supreme beauty and charm. As they looked at such a magnificent existence, they seemed to find meaning in their own existence, their souls unable to suppress emotions of trembling and submission. This emotion grew stronger. In the end, Bai Hao seemed to become the god in their hearts, with every move carrying a divine brilliance. They couldn't help but worship him. Seconds turned into minutes. They remained prostrate, afraid to rise lest a simple movement offend the god in their hearts. "Brother Bai Hao, what should we do now?" Sun Shaoling asked softly. Bai Hao pondered for a moment without answering directly, but walked over to a boy nearby, revealing a gentle smile. "Classmate, would you like to voluntarily dissipate?" The boy looked up, momentarily stunned, for the god in his heart was smiling at him, radiating such beauty. Hearing the god's request, he immediately replied loudly, "I am willing." Then, without hesitation, he began to voluntarily dissipate his face, still wearing a satisfied smile, as if he had no regrets. Dissipating for the god in his heart was his honor. Sun Xiaoling's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to help but curse. Is this really possible? Wan Chun and Hua Hua twitched at the corners of their mouths, utterly exhausted from commenting. Forget it. Better to just shout 666 from behind. Thinking too much would only cause distress. Buzz. The original power unique to the evil spirit secret realm feedback onto Bai Hao. Bai Hao absorbed and refined it. His cultivation aptitude increased by 10, a mental aptitude by 2, comprehension aptitude by 10, and the sword Dao's virtual aspect increased by 1. The increase was far less than before. However, Bai Hao understood as his 3 major aptitudes had all risen by a level compared to before. Coupled with the fact that this evil spirit was just an ordinary one, the increase naturally would be quite small. As long as it has an effect, it's good. Bai Hao was quite content. Then he looked at the surrounding evil spirits and loudly asked, "Are you willing to voluntarily dissipate?" "We are willing." Among thousands of evil spirits, over a third responded to Bai Hao, then began to voluntarily dissipate. The remaining evil spirits struggled for a few seconds, still kneeling in place. They truly did not dare defy Bai Hao's orders, but they were even more unwilling to voluntarily dissipate, so they only maintained their prostrate posture. Bai Hao had no time to deal with them for now. Instead, he closed his eyes, striving to refine and absorb the special original power feedback from the secret realm. He estimated that this amount was almost equivalent to that of over 100 Lan-old nuns. The 3 major aptitudes began to quickly rise. The cultivation aptitude advanced from earth level to heaven level, the comprehension aptitude from earth level to heaven level, and the mental aptitude was also continuously improving. Unfortunately, once the aptitude reached heaven level, the rate of increase became smaller and smaller. It started at 2, then dropped to 0. 1. The final result was that after Bai Hao refined and absorbed the original power of over 1,000 evil spirit students, the 3 major aptitudes still remained at heaven level. Moreover, he could vaguely sense that his aptitudes were still far from breaking through the heaven level bottleneck. It seemed there was a vast chasm between heaven level and Tao level. Meanwhile, countless insights regarding the Sword Dao emerged in Bai Hao's mind, and his Sword Dao rules were also improving, quickly breaking through to the second level. If calculated by percentage, the Sword Dao's virtual aspect was roughly at 11 of the second level, which was similar to the state of the 3 major aptitudes. After the Sword Dao's virtual aspect reached the second level, the effectiveness of the original power's enhancement also began to significantly decrease. One evil spirit could only raise it by 0.01. Realizing this, Bai Hao couldn't help but frown. Originally, he had hoped to use the evil spirits of the evil spirit secret realm to elevate the Sword Dao's virtual aspect beyond the 10th level. Now it seemed he had been overly optimistic. Given this diminishing trend, even if he swept through the entire evil spirit secret realm, he might only elevate the Sword Dao's virtual aspect to the 3rd or 4th level. Perhaps, he might not even reach the 4th level. Thinking of this, Bai Hao's mood soured. He surveyed the surrounding evil spirits and coldly asked, "Are you defying my orders? Please spare us, my lord. We do not wish to dissipate." The evil spirit students begged in unison. In fact, if it were anyone else daring to speak to them like this, even if that person was terrifyingly powerful, they would instantly go mad, recklessly charging at the opponent, tearing the opponent to shreds. But faced with the God in their hearts, they could only kneel and plead for mercy. Bai Hao frowned slightly. He had long known that the evil spirits in the evil spirit secret realm were very resistant to voluntarily dissipating, but he did not expect their resistance to be to this extent. Clearly they revered him like a god, yet they still gritted their teeth against dissipating. That was indeed troublesome. At that moment, a crisp sound of high heels suddenly resonated from the distant misty gloom. Tap, tap, tap. Bai Hao looked up and saw a tall, stunning woman approaching, dressed in a low-cut, knee-length fiery red gown, alluring as blood. Her expression was indifferent. Her eyes were dull, devoid of any anger, seemingly filled with repressed, violent emotions. But the moment she saw Bai Hao, her beautiful eyes suddenly burst forth with an indescribable, dazzling brilliance. She had found the medicine she had been searching for over thousands of years. At this moment, her gaze was dreamy. In this world, there truly existed a flawless, celestial-looking, handsome man. Initially, she had been in despair, prepared to peacefully await the explosive eruption of the destructive emotions buried deep within her heart, transforming into a cold machine that knew only slaughter. Then quietly and alone, she would disappear. But upon seeing this handsome boy, she realized she had found her salvation. He was her remedy. As long as she could stay by his side, even if it was just to steal a glance, occasionally her twisted and pathological psyche would find solace. Gradually, she would return to being a normal person. Tap, tap. She swayed her hips and walked towards Bai Hao, the overwhelming force of her heavenly evil energy growing more terrifying due to her excited emotions. Boom! With each step she took closer, the sky above Qingwan High School grew darker, as if a black cloud was pressing down on the city, creating an oppressive atmosphere. Sun Shaoling shouted, "Bai Hao Gij, be careful. She is the head of discipline at Qingwan High School, Mu Qianfei. This heavenly evil energy can actually affect the celestial phenomena. It seems she has become stronger, already rivaling the grand trends of the world at the perfect level. How could she improve so much in just 1 year?" Hua Hua clasped her hands together, chanting Buddhist scriptures, her eyes fixed intently on Bai Hao. As long as Bai Hao showed even a hint of panic, he would immediately slip away. A dead comrade is better than a dead monk. I'm still a child and cannot casually put myself in danger here. No worries, she is not my opponent. Bai Hao waved his hand slightly, his expression calm. Upon seeing this, Sun Shaoling and Wan Chan were still somewhat worried, but Hua Hua let out a sigh of relief. He believed Bai Hao was not exaggerating. One must know Bai Hao was a reincarnated powerful being. How could such an ancient monster risk himself in danger? Thus Hua Hua felt instantly at ease. Finally, Mu Qianfei stopped a few meters away from Bai Hao, staring intently at him, her beautiful eyes revealing a sense of unease. "Why are you staring at me?" Bai Hao asked with interest. "Because you are handsome," Mu Qianfei replied without hesitation, her voice melodious, exuding an alluring, mature charm. Of course, her appearance matched her voice perfectly. Her features were stunning, her demeanor noble, so beautiful that it was hard to gaze directly at her. Hearing her answer, Bai Hao felt speechless, secretly thinking as expected. This answer did not surprise him. From the mirror spirit at the school gate to the evil spirit students crawling on the ground, their actions all confirmed the ironclad rules of Qingwan High School. Beauty surpasses all. As long as one is good-looking, they can gain dignity, enjoy all privileges, and openly humiliate others. Bai Hao glanced around. "Did you come out to take revenge for those evil spirits just now?" "No." She shook her head immediately. "Then what do you want?" Mu Qianfei thought for a moment, slowly lowered her body, and obediently knelt in front of Bai Hao, resembling a cat-eared girl. Kneeling, she looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with Bai Hao. "I can cook, do laundry, clean, and am good at various housework, and am also formidable. I can fight." "Why are you saying these things?" Bai Hao asked, bewildered. "Handsome little brother, can you take me in? I can do everything. I'm very obedient." Mu Qianfei pleaded with her appealing, mature voice. "Little brother, I feel like you're insulting me." Bai Hao felt displeased but couldn't help but look at this obedient beauty kneeling before him. He did not retort. Behind him, Wan Chun and Hua Hua were dumbfounded. They instinctively touched their faces, then felt a heart-wrenching pain. This is the legendary. Beauty gets to act willfully. The heavenly evil spirit that nearly wiped them out last year has now turned into an obedient cat-eared girl. Besides that, she could cook, do laundry, and handle house chores, all to seek Bai Hao's approval to take her in. This is absurd. We're not jealous. Really, we're not jealous at all. It's just a matter of conquering the heavenly evil spirits with a pretty face. They don't care at all. As they thought about it, their eyes unwittingly became moist. At this moment, Sun Shaoling shouted, "Bai Hao, Gij, don't be deceived by her. She is an evil spirit who must have killed countless humans before. Do not take in a woman who kills without blinking." Bai Hao frowned slightly. Though he was not a good person, he had his own principles. Since he was born a human, the human race was his bottom line, and naturally, he would not take in an evil spirit stained with the blood of humans. Noticing Bai Hao's change, Mu Qianfei said nervously, "I have never harmed anyone, let alone killed." "Ha, you are an evil spirit. How could you not have killed? No evil spirit is innocent." Sun Shaoling retorted angrily. "Bad woman, trying to cling to Bai Hao, Gij, let's see if I don't expose you." Facing Sun Xiaoling's accusations, Mu Qianfei glanced at her without panicking, slowly saying, "Actually, I am a benevolent evil spirit." As she finished speaking, she focused her thoughts and lifted the seal of the heavenly evil energy, instantly revealing a dazzling green light above her head. "So what if you are a benevolent evil spirit? Do benevolent evil spirits not kill?" "Oh my god, you are a benevolent evil spirit." Sun Shaoling was stunned. In the secret realm of evil spirits, those who have never harmed anyone are favored by the order rules and receive the green light to signify their standing in the secret realm. This green light is both a reward and a constraint of the laws. Once a benevolent evil spirit harms someone, they will be repelled by the green light, instantly perishing and dissipating into nothingness. Therefore, benevolent evil spirits will never harm humans. The green light above Mu Qianfei's head contained the aura of order rules, so it surely wasn't fake. The biggest boss of Qingwan High School turns out to be a benevolent evil spirit who has never harmed a human. Sun Shaoling couldn't help but start questioning her life. She looked at Mu Qianfei incredulous. "How could you be a benevolent evil spirit?" Mu Qianfei replied calmly, "My greatest obsession in surviving to this day is to find a truly perfect person and then follow him around. But before finding him, I am uncertain of what kind of person he is. What if he dislikes benevolent evil spirits who kill innocents? Therefore, to prevent such a situation, I strictly restrain myself and have never harmed humans, thus gaining the recognition of the secret realm and successfully becoming a benevolent evil spirit." Sun Xiaoling's mouth twitched. Wan Chen and Hua Hua were also simultaneously speechless, never expecting there to be such a peculiar person in the world. However, speaking of which, if it were them, they might have happily accepted Mu Qianfei long ago. Having such an obedient and capable beauty with decent strength would be a win-win. Unfortunately, Bai Hao was not them. Although he enjoyed admiring beautiful women, he was not the kind of person who would be unable to move when he saw a woman. Looking at the stunning Mu Qianfei, Bai Hao's heart was as hard as iron. "Cooking and doing laundry are not enough to move me, unless you can offer something of greater value." "What? Even after all this you still refuse?" Hua Hua and the others were shocked, momentarily left speechless. Mu Qianfei remained silent for a few seconds, then said, "I have a special physique. Staying by your side can assist in your cultivation." "Not enough. I am the head of discipline at Qingwan High School, and with the special nature of the heavenly evil spirits, I have a way to make the remaining evil spirit students voluntarily dissipate for you." Upon hearing this, Bai Hao's eyes brightened, satisfied. "All right." Mu Qianfei's features blossomed into a delighted smile. Then with a single finger she tapped her brow, condensed a drop of soul blood, and reverently offered it to Bai Hao with both hands. Bai Hao accepted the soul blood and refined it. An inscrutable bond instantly formed between him and Mu Qianfei. From that moment he could, with a mere thought, decide her life or death. "Master." Mu Qianfei called obediently, her voice like a sweet melody, a blissful smile gracing her exquisite face. The expression carried an uncanny familiarity, almost indistinguishable from the previous mirror spirit. Hua Hua looked at Bai Hao with envy, then glanced at Mu Qianfei and secretly snorted. The world is full of flatterers. Meanwhile, Mu Qianfei greedily admired Bai Hao's flawless countenance for several seconds before asking, "Master, shall I make them disperse now?" They were the malevolent spirit students prostrating themselves on the ground. Bai Hao nodded and asked, "Do you require my assistance?" "No need, master. Qianfei alone can make them obediently disperse," Mu Qianfei said meekly. She rose slowly to her feet. Once her back was turned to Bai Hao, the submissive look vanished, replaced by regal indifference. In that instant she reverted to the queen of the malevolent spirits, lofty and contemptuous, as she looked down upon the students. All the spirit students trembled in unison. If Bai Hao was a god in their hearts, then Mu Qianfei was their demon. She was the source of their fear. Bai Hao watched with keen interest, curious how she would compel these stubborn ones to disperse of their own accord. The next instant Mu Qianfei slowly raised her hands. Her fingers were slender and pale, nails gleaming with a soft luster. Slender ivory hands entwined the silken bond. At her low incantation, a red illusory thread, an emotional thread, Qing Si, materialized between her palms. She lightly brushed it. The red thread instantly split into more than 2,000 filaments which pierced the brows of every spirit student. With a swift shudder, the prostrating figures convulsed, their eyes went blank and filled with terror. You will disperse of your own accord at once, and not a trace of resentment. Mu Qianfei commanded sternly, her voice brimming with authority. Yes. The more than 2,000 spirit students answered in trembling voices, then began to dissipate in abject fear. Nearby, a golden light flashed in. Bai Hao's gaze, his fate-laced pupils perceived the illusion, and in an instant he discerned the thread's essence. The Qing Si was a mental secret art capable of amplifying a person's inner emotion to an extreme. It appeared trifling yet sometimes produced unforeseen results. As just now Mu Qianfei magnified the spirit's fear of her to its utmost and thus compelled their willing dispersal. A clever stratagem, Bai Hao thought. He subtly activated the Dian Zhaohua Deziju, and within a few breaths he had assimilated the method. More techniques never weigh one down. Perhaps it would prove useful someday. At that moment Mu Qianfei drew the end of the emotional thread toward Bai Hao. In an instant the primordial power returned by the dispersing spirits surged upon him, and Bai Hao frantically refined and absorbed it. Nearby Wan Chan and Sun Shaoling were nearly overcome with envy. Their talents were not poor yet. Who complains of being too gifted? Even Hua Hua, self-styled as a Buddha reborn, could not help a flicker of jealous admiration in her eyes. Envy aside, none dared to step forward and snatch the prize. A man like Bai Hao, who wore his formidable might like a banner, would not be provoked even if they were 10 times bolder. After a while Bai Hao opened his eyes, slowly, a trace of disappointment showing. As expected, the improvement was slight. His 3 chief aptitudes remained at the heavenly grade, though the distance to the Dao grade had narrowed somewhat. His sword Dao Suzai advanced from 11 of the second layer to 34. Just beyond 1/3 of that tier, pitifully meager. And yet, Bai Hao discovered a grave problem as Jian Dao Suzai rose. He seemed unable to exert the technique's proper might. Su Ze's conversion efficiency was extremely low. Although elevated to the second tier, its destructive force was not much greater than at the first. Bai Hao felt deep within that Su Ze must have a dedicated activation method. Only by using that catalyst could its true power be perfectly released. Never mind, he murmured. A path will reveal itself when I reach a higher plane. The truth will come with experience. Bai Hao shook his head and let the matter rest. Sun Shaoling asked curiously, brother, Bai Hao, after absorbing the primordial power of those spirits, did your aptitudes break through their original ranks? No. What? Sun Shaoling looked bewildered. You absorbed 3 to 4,000 spirits and still did not advance. Hua Hua explained, little Ling, you do not know the higher one's aptitude rank, the weaker the enhancement conferred by spirit primordial power. Bai Hao is the reincarnation of a great being. His aptitude rank must be extraordinary, so surpassing a rank is not easily done. Wan Chan nodded in agreement. Aptitude rank. How high must brother Bai Hao's truly be? Bai Hao smiled wryly enough. Go and retrieve your family's spiritual treasures. The spirits here have all been dealt with. At his words, the 3 turned to Mu Qianfei together. The other spirits were gone, but this calamitous spirit still remained. Mu Qianfei replied with perfect naturalness, do not regard me as one of them. I am my master's pet, not a spirit. A pet? You slipped into the role quite quickly. Hua Hua and the others were momentarily speechless. They said no more and ventured deeper into Qingwan Hai soon, uncovering spiritual treasures left behind 1,000 years ago. Bai Hao cast a glance. Hua Hua had discovered an exorcising cudgel, its surface engraved with the 3,000 Buddhist mantras, imbued with power to dispel demons and pacify evil. Wan Chun found a broken sword. Though fractured, it pulsed with a chilling, formidable power. Far from ordinary. When Bai Hao saw the spiritual treasure Sun Shaoling had claimed, his mouth twitched. It was unmistakably a golden-bodied animated corpse steeped in the aura of golden body immortality. Horrifying. Bai Hao silently assessed that he would likely need to unleash every means at his disposal to breach that golden corpse's defenses. One must not underestimate a golden-bodied animated corpse. Bear in mind, Bai Hao's cultivation might appear modest, yet bolstered by several peerless divine arts, and the amplification of Jian Dao Suzai, he could overwhelm Star Realm adversaries. In other words, that golden corpse was at least Star Realm caliber, perhaps stronger. Bai Hao thought with surprise, the family behind Sun Shaoling is truly formidable. On Blue Star, the Star Realm represented near-peak martial power, which attested to how vast the influence of her family's backing was on Blue Star. After a few polite exchanges, Bai Hao led Mu Qianfei away, and went straight for Old Liu's taxi, a kilometer beyond the school. With matters here concluded, he planned to visit the inheritance site at the center of the secret realm, to see what legacy could elevate a dragon general to such heights. Once inside the taxi, Old Liu first congratulated Bai Hao on securing Qingwan Hai. He then looked at Mu Qianfei with a leering grin, and asked, young man, did you win her over at the school? She is truly beautiful, only a shade less than the venerable nun Lanin, he said. In his eyes, Lanin remained the most beautiful, though her overwhelming charms were said to be too intense for most to withstand. Is she a teacher at Qingwan Hai? Old Liu asked. No, Bai Hao replied evenly. Her name is Mu Qianfei, she is Qingwan Hai's head of discipline. Headmaster. Lao Lu unconsciously repeated the title, then instantly snapped to awareness. His hands gripping the steering wheel began to tremble. His lips parted slightly. A sheen of illusory cold sweat beaded upon his forehead. But in the next instant, as if unveiling a revelation, he grumbled, "Young sir, you nearly frightened me to death. You were only joking, weren't you?" "Joking? In what way?" Bai Hao blinked in mild surprise. The headmaster of Qingwan High School is none other than the celestial malevolent spirit. Yet this elegant lady beside you is a benevolent malevolent spirit. How could a benevolent malevolent spirit possibly be the celestial malevolent spirit? So clearly you were teasing me just now. As he spoke, Lao Lu's face lit up with the smug satisfaction of one who believed he had seen through everything. "Ah, I see." Bai Hao glanced at the docile Mu Qianfei beside him and shook his head with a wry smile. "Then consider it a joke if you wish." "Haha. Young sir, now that you've admitted it, I can finally breathe easy again." Lao Lu exhaled deeply. "I thought so. I mean, how could such a stunning beauty possibly be the headmaster of Qingwan High School?" "Why not?" Mu Qianfei suddenly asked, her expression impassive. Except when facing Bai Hao, she rarely offered even the faintest flicker of expression to anyone else. "Oh, come on. Everyone inside the realm knows the headmaster of Qingwan High School is a fearsome old witch. Not only is she ruthless and merciless, killing without blinking, but she is also grotesquely ugly." "How ugly?" Mu Qianfei murmured, voice low and haunting. "Not merely unattractive, truly monstrous. To put it plainly, even catching a distant glimpse of her would leave one sleepless and appetiteless for half a year, and nightmares would plague you nightly. Every word I speak is heartfelt. Utterly sincere, not a shred of falsehood," Lao Lu declared, speaking with unrestrained fervor. Utterly unaware that Mu Qianfei seated behind him had darkened like charred ink. Had Bai Hao not been present, her wrath would have erupted without restraint. "Hey, why does your expression look so grim? Are you unwell?" Mu Qianfei remained silent. Then she leaned forward, tilting her head upward at a 45-degree angle toward Bai Hao, blinking her beautiful eyes with an air of innocent entreaty. Bai Hao instinctively pressed a hand to his brow. Doesn't Lao Lu realize that a woman values her appearance above all else? Especially one like Mu Qianfei, who is obsessively fixated on beauty. "I meant to save you, but you refused to believe my words. Fine, disbelief alone might be excusable. Yet why must you chatter so incessantly?" Bai Hao mused silently. Mu Qianfei had just helped him eliminate over 2,000 malevolent spirits, an act marking her first formal request since pledging allegiance to him. Refusing her was simply out of the question. "So, Lao Lu, you'll have to bear this injustice. Go easy on him. He'll still need to drive us there," Bai Hao instructed softly before stepping out of the taxi. "Understood, master." "Young sir, what do you mean, go easy? Why are you getting out?" "Agh." Before he could finish, Bai Hao heard Lao Lu's agonized shriek erupt from within the taxi. A sound so heart-wrenching it moved listeners to tears, pitiful beyond measure. Minutes later, Mu Qianfei leaned out the window, her voice gentle. "Master, I'm done. Please get back in." "Very well." Bai Hao nodded and re-entered the vehicle, only to find Lao Lu bruised and swollen, gazing at him with wounded reproach like a secluded maiden betrayed by her lover. He sniffled occasionally. Mu Qianfei let out a soft, disdainful hum. Lao Lu's entire body jolted, and he dared not betray even a trace of grievance thereafter. Bai Hao sighed helplessly. "Enough. You've tormented Lao Lu enough." His words were unintentional. "Yes, master." Mu Qianfei instantly complied, obedient and serene, her skilled fingers kneading his shoulders with perfect pressure. Soothing, tingling, deeply relaxing. Bai Hao nearly floated away in bliss. "Lao Lu, stop brooding. Once we reach the realm's core, I'll give you something as compensation." "Woo-woo. Young sir, you're truly kind." Tears streaming, Lao Lu sobbed, gratefully wiped his face, and revved the taxi forward with renewed vigor toward the realm's heart. Bai Hao nearly retched from the sheer cringe. It took him several long moments to recover his composure. Then he turned to Mu Qianfei. "How shall I address you henceforth? Calling you by name feels oddly awkward." "Master, please call me Qianfei," she replied, voice soft as silk. Her mature, velvety timbre was exquisite. Listening to her speak was itself a rare auditory delight. "Very well." Bai Hao nodded, then asked curiously, "Qianfei, your current true form is a piece of bloodjade." His fortune golden eye pierced all illusions. From the moment he first laid eyes on Mu Qianfei, he sensed she differed from other malevolent spirits, bound to a fated soul artifact. "Yes," Mu Qianfei affirmed. "After falling into the realm, I serendipitously merged with my family's ancestral crimson blood jade. Thanks to this jade, I ascended to the rank of celestial malevolent spirit within mere years. Moreover, I may manifest as a blood jade tattoo, aiding your cultivation, and subtly refining your chi blood and physical essence." "A blood jade tattoo?" Bai Hao paused, startled. "Indeed, a thumb-sized sigil. Master, would you like to experience it firsthand?" Mu Qianfei asked, brimming with eager anticipation. She'd long yearned for intimate contact, perhaps even a stolen kiss. "Then let us try." Bai Hao considered briefly and agreed. No sooner had the words left his lips than Mu Qianfei transformed into a streak of crimson light alighting upon his forearm, no larger than an adult's thumb. Whoosh! Bai Hao sensed an invisible force begin refining his flesh and blood. Warm, comforting, and profoundly effective. I've felt it. I'm ready for you to withdraw. Master. May Qianfei linger a little longer. Resting upon your arm feels so warm. So soothing. Bai Hao. Seriously, she's refusing to leave. So this is the real headmaster. I misjudged you entirely. Never imagined you'd be after my body. Yet, though he inwardly mocked, he made no move to compel her departure, for the blood jade tattoo continuously refined and strengthened him hour after hour. Otherwise, be it the prior soul-binding covenant or the golden indestructible chi of his immortal body, he could effortlessly expel her from his flesh. Along the journey, occasional malevolent spirits blocked their path, but each fell in a single strike. Nowadays such spirits conferred negligible growth, barely perceptible, so Bai Hao saw no reason to waste time attempting to redeem them. Across the cosmos existed a magnificent celestial empire, its dominion spanning hundreds of star realms, its authority far surpassing even the grandest academies. At this very moment atop a colossal, awe-inspiring dais stood a terrifying sovereign. Hundreds of cosmic laws swirling about him like living serpents radiating overwhelming power. Before him knelt 5 human prodigies, each newly awakened, each under 100 cycles of age, each already wielding the power of void laws. Yet their mastery remained confined to the first tier of void law. None had yet breached the second. To ascend to the second tier before 100 cycles was near impossible. Only the most peerless geniuses of the star realm battlefields ever achieved it. Today I send you to a sacred site. You must seize its legacy at all costs. And this place is extraordinary. It offers the chance to forge an indestructible soul. Only those who achieve it before 100 cycles may one day elevate their void laws beyond the 10th tier. For you, this is a unseen eternity opportunity. Go forth. Retrieve its legacy for me. We swear. We shall not fail your majesty. The 5 prodigies responded in unison voices, ringing with solemn resolve. Simultaneously several alien-ruled cosmic empires dispatched their own elite heirs toward the same legacy site. In truth, this legacy site had been jointly discovered by humanity and those alien races. After high-level deliberation, jurisdiction was granted to whichever cosmic empire lay geographically closest to the site. Such was an unwritten cosmic law. Unclaimed legacies belonged to the nearest sovereign realm. Whether any empire could ultimately claim the legacy, however, that depended entirely on strength, skill, and fate. On the high platform, the terrifying powerhouse known as the sovereign of the nation grasped a law that surrounded him and raised his hand to cast it forth. Whoosh! The law rapidly transformed after being thrown out. In an instant, it morphed into a clone that resembled him, perfectly exuding an equally terrifying aura. This was a law clone. Under normal circumstances, it possesses 10% of the original's combat power, and after extreme enhancement, its combat power can rival that of the original in a short time. Moreover, no matter the distance, the original can summon it back with a thought. This is indeed a very useful means. As the sovereign of the cosmic realm, he must oversee the divine nation at all times unless absolutely necessary and cannot leave easily. However, the place of inheritance was of great importance, and he did not trust others to escort it, so he had to send the law clone instead. Master. The law clone greeted him coldly. He nodded slightly. Remember, there must be no mistakes on this journey. Go. I understand. After the law clone spoke, it waved its sleeve, and an invisible force immediately gathered the 5 outstanding individuals beside him. Then he stepped into the void, each step allowing him to traverse the stars, moving with astonishing speed. It was unclear how long had passed. He halted before a magnificent palace. This palace was half concealed in the void, surrounded by countless stars emanating a terrifying oppressive force that made one's heart race. The palace was called the Zhou Tian Star Palace. At this moment 4 individuals had already arrived before the palace. Strictly speaking, they were not human. They were merely transformed forms. Nevertheless, even in their transformed state, they retained the characteristics of their respective races. The Three-Eyed Clan. On their foreheads there was a mark seemingly hiding a horrifying power that made one's heart quiver. The Ice Wing Clan. Clearly a flesh and blood creature, yet behind them, they possessed a pair of illusory ice wings, combining speed and attack in an extraordinary manner. The Demon Crocodile Clan. Originally a hybrid branch of the dragon race, they seemed inconspicuous, yet one formidable powerhouse emerged, evolving the bloodline of the demon crocodile. This single individual raised this lowly race to the level of a top 100 race. The Blood Crystal Clan. A crystal-based life form with indomitable defense and average attack, positioned at the bottom among the top 100 races, always on the verge of falling out of the rankings. Brother Tianqing, you are late this time, said the sovereign of the Three-Eyed Clan with a smile. This sovereign was also a law clone with strength comparable to that of the Tianqing sovereign, so he spoke casually. The other 3 sovereigns appeared somewhat restrained as their strength was inferior to that of the Three-Eyed and Tianqing sovereigns. The Tianqing sovereign wore an indifferent expression. You arrived early. I never arrive late. Open the Zhou Tian Star Palace and let these little ones in. You are quite persistent. We come once every 1,000 years, and we have done so countless times, yet we have always failed. Sai, I have lost hope. Hypocritical. The Tianqing sovereign said coldly, if you have lost hope, you need not come. Since you are here, why act like a sage? You, the three-eyed sovereign suddenly grew angry, and the surrounding void trembled for billions of miles, as if the third eye on his forehead would open at any moment. What? Do you wish to fight me? The Tianqing sovereign showed no fear. The Tianqing sovereign had grown from an ordinary human to a cosmic sovereign, having endured countless years of bloodshed. How could he fear a mere three-eyed clan? The three-eyed sovereign fell silent for a few seconds, then suddenly laughed. Brother Tianqing, I was just joking. Please do not take it seriously. Humph. If you do not dare, then stop talking and quickly work together to open the Zhoutian Star Palace. My time is precious. The Tianqing sovereign snorted coldly, his face filled with disdain. The three-eyed sovereign slowly clenched his fists, a hint of malice appearing in his eyes. Next, all five of them exerted their great power, forcibly activating the Zhoutian Star Palace to open a narrow spatial passage. Once the passage stabilized, they immediately waved their sleeves, and a stream of light shot out from each of their sleeves, ultimately entering the spatial passage. Three-eyed, among the outstanding individuals you brought this time, there is actually one who is not from your three-eyed clan. The Tianqing sovereign immediately noticed something amiss. Unfortunately, it was too late. The 5 outstanding individuals brought by the three-eyed sovereign had already entered the passage. There was no time to stop them. The other 3 sovereigns looked at the three-eyed sovereign with displeasure. Three-eyed, who is that person? The one ranked 96th on the Star Domain Battlefield Awakening Talents list. The three-eyed sovereign revealed a proud smile. The pupils of everyone contracted suddenly. With their vast spiritual power, they instantly recalled the identity of the individual, the demon spirit clan Yiyu. Yiyu was a talent whose capabilities were worlds apart from those nurtured in their respective cosmic realms. There was no comparison whatsoever. This person mastered the second layer of Shadow Void, and had also cultivated amplification secret techniques that matched the Shadow Void. Especially skilled in stealth and assassination. His strength was extraordinarily formidable. As far as they knew, although Yiyu was merely in the Awakening realm, he had killed star-level practitioners more than once. Furthermore, he had even escaped safely from enemies in the Void realm. A genius like this entering the Zhoutian Star Palace definitely held a great hope of obtaining the inheritance inside. The demon crocodile sovereign angrily exclaimed, three-eyed, how can you seek outside assistance? Hee, my dear brother demon crocodile, we did not stipulate at the outset that outside assistance was prohibited. The three-eyed sovereign sneered. The Tianqing sovereign said coldly, since you do not follow the rules, do not blame me for turning hostile. What do you intend to do? I can forfeit the inheritance, but regardless of whether Yiyu obtains it, I will kill him at the first opportunity. The three-eyed sovereign's expression suddenly changed. You dare? Yes, master is a supreme powerhouse. How could I not dare? The Tianqing sovereign declared proudly, our human race is one of the 6 strongest races. We do not seek trouble, but we are never afraid of it. Supreme powerhouses are indeed formidable. But within our human race there are plenty of such level powerhouses. If he dares to show his face, there are giants who will step in and eliminate him. Not only that, the Tianqing sovereign declared coldly, once this matter is settled, I will initiate the Divine Nation War. Oh, just wait. For such a trivial matter you actually wish to start the Divine Nation War? Have you gone mad? The cosmic realm spans over 100 star domains. If the Divine Nation War were to break out, even the slightest misstep could lead to the demise of countless beings. If that time comes, causing such a grave sin, the cosmic sovereigns of both warring parties would have to pay for it with their lives. At this moment the three-eyed sovereign was so furious that he nearly spat blood. He did not expect the Tianqing sovereign to be so hot-tempered. Was it just seeking outside assistance? How big of a deal could that be? You, on the other hand, directly flipped the table and refused to play anymore, even wanting to incite the Divine Nation War. Was it necessary to be so aggressive? The other 3 sovereigns were astonished, and to be honest, they also wanted to make a grand gesture and battle the three-eyed sovereign. But reason told them, life is precious. They must not act impulsively. The three-eyed sovereign, feeling a headache, tried to calm him down. Brother Tianqing, please calm down. Do not be angry. I just thought seriously, my previous actions were indeed not very decent. How about this? Once Yiyu obtains the inheritance, I will promptly observe it with you. Are you satisfied? The Tianqing sovereign pondered for 2 seconds and nodded. Fine. What about the rest of us? The other 3 sovereigns suddenly grew anxious. What you do with me is none of my business. Do you mean to say that you also wish to start the Divine Nation War? The three-eyed sovereign coldly retorted. He was wary of the Tianqing sovereign, who was like a madman, but he was not afraid of these 3 timid sovereigns. You. They were astonished and furious, yet dared not speak out. The Tianqing Divine Nation. The Tianqing sovereign was using his divine powers to observe the Zhoutian Star Palace. Upon seeing his law clone clamoring to initiate the Divine Nation War, he was utterly stunned. What the hell? Why are you so reckless? With your mouth talking about exterminating supreme powerhouses and wanting to start the Divine Nation War at the slightest disagreement. Who the hell gave you the courage? The sovereign of Tianqing Kingdom twitched at the corner of his mouth. Honestly, even he himself would never dare utter such arrogant words before the Zhoutian Starry Palace. Yet today, his law incarnation had just delivered a stern lesson. What your true self dares not do, I, a mere incarnation, dare not only attempt but surpass you 100-fold in audacity. I shall never employ a law incarnation again, the sovereign murmured to himself. He feared that if this continued he might one day be betrayed, or worse undone, by his own incarnation. It was simply too unreliable. Zhou Tian Starry Palace. A group of cultivators stood divided into 5 squads, each aligned by race. The air within the hall hung thick with solemn tension. Just minutes earlier, they had learned that the Three-Eyed Clan had summoned external reinforcements, and this ally bore an extraordinary pedigree. EU of the Demon Spirit Clan, ranked 96th on the Awakened Prodigy list. All of them had fought in the stellar battlefield and thus knew Yi Yu's name well. He was without question the face of the Demon Spirit Clan's Awakened Realm cultivators for the past century. His record was legendary. He had successfully assassinated several elite stellar realm experts, and escaped unscathed from pursuit by void-perceiving realm adversaries. Compared to him they fell short, not by a margin but by a chasm. Should they truly face him in combat they would likely be obliterated in an instant. At this thought, their expressions darkened further. In contrast, the 4 prodigies of the Three-Eyed Clan wore smug triumphant smiles, unaware that their own sovereign waiting beyond the palace gates had already been cowed into submission by the sovereign of Tianqing. Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably oppressive, Yi Yu adjusted his collar and spoke coolly. There is no need for tension. After all, you stand under the patronage of cosmic sovereigns. So long as you remain respectful, I shall not raise a hand against you. Damn it! The prodigies of the human clan and the other 3 races seethed inwardly, but beneath another's roof one bows low. To provoke Yi Yu recklessly would surely seal their doom. Better then to focus on the legacy trial itself. Often, talent alone is insufficient, destiny, fortune, and intangible forces weigh equally upon one's path. Thus, they still held hope, lost in contemplation. They advanced deeper into the hall where 2 colossal sealed gates loomed before them. The left bore the inscription Easy Mode, the right, Hell Mode. Their sovereign had instructed them clearly. Only those who entered the gate marked Hell Mode and passed its foundational trials would earn eligibility for the true legacy trial. As for the left gate, Easy Mode, do not harbor false hopes. Over the past 1,000,000 years, countless prodigies have come and gone, yet not a single one has succeeded in opening that gate. For they lacked sufficient beauty. It was said the master of Zhou Tian's Starry Palace possessed an exquisite aesthetic sensibility. Unless one's appearance met her exacting standards, one must humbly endure the rigors of Hell Mode. At this moment, most prodigies found their gazes instinctively drawn to the left gate, confident, perhaps even vain about their own visages. They wished to test their luck. Yi Yu stepped forward, first approaching the left gate. Whoosh! A radiant scan enveloped him. Seconds later the gate emitted a cold, detached voice. Young master, since your appearance is merely average, do not indulge in illusions. Please turn right. Hell Mode is your destined path. Average? Yi Yu froze stunned. Was he average? An absurdity bordering on cosmic farce. The Demon Spirit Clan was famed across the cosmos for its peerless beauty, and Yi Yu stood among its most celebrated exemplars. Countless female prodigies throughout the universe harbored secret affections for him, and now, this gate dared declare him merely average, and admonish him not to dream too highly. Yi Yu's composure shattered. Had this not been the hallowed Zhou Tian Starry Palace, whose origins were profound and venerable, he might have erupted on the spot. A stifled snort escaped the crowd. Those nearby could barely suppress their laughter. Even the 4 Three-Eyed Clan prodigies accompanying him struggled desperately to contain their mirth. Laugh all you want. Then go ahead and try yourselves. Yi Yu retorted, irked. The Demon Crocodile Clan's prodigies waved dismissively. We withdraw. We'll enter Hell Mode directly. They knew themselves well. If even Yi Yu had suffered such humiliation, they, certainly no masochists, saw no reason to invite further embarrassment. Accordingly, they withdrew without hesitation. Yet the prodigies of the other clans refused to yield. They still wished to test their fate. Perhaps, just perhaps, the master of Zhou Tian Starry Palace favored their kind of beauty. After all, what harm could there be in trying? In the moments that followed, every prodigy, save those of the Demon Crocodile Clan, approached the left gate, and every single one was rebuffed, without exception. Indeed, the Three-Eyed Clan endured especially scathing ridicule. The gate declared them collectively ugly beyond measure, its barbs merciless and cutting. The assembly stood in stunned silence for a long while before gradually regaining their composure. Then turning toward the right gate, they were astonished to discover that compared to the left gate's biting sarcasm, Hell Mode embodied the polar opposite. Young master, your future stretches across the stars and seas. Perseverance and sweat will carry you to the summit. Nothing in this world is insurmountable. Only the determined shall ascend. Only through relentless striving can victory be won. Life is like an ocean. Only those with unwavering will may reach its distant shore. You can do it. Their lips twitched faintly. Easy Mode offered nothing but mockery. Hell Mode overflowed with syrupy encouragement. What bizarre logic governed this place? After a moment of silent grumbling, they entered the Hell Mode gate with resigned bewilderment, commencing the foundational trial preceding the true legacy trial. Meanwhile elsewhere, Bai Hao arrived at the heart of the secret realm by vehicle. The moment he disembarked, his stellar emblem flared with light. "This is it. Stop here." "Right away." Old Lu responded, instantly braking smoothly to the roadside. Truth be told, he was rather commendable. Despite having become a malevolent spirit decades ago, he still scrupulously obeyed traffic regulations. Bai Hao stepped out, raised his hand, and condensed a crystalline shard using stellar sealing art, then infused it with a stream of solar golden flame. "Old Lu, this is compensation. The residual heat radiating from it will sustain you for a century. Is it satisfactory?" Old Lu's eyes lit up. "Satisfactory. More than satisfactory. With this crystal my meals are secured for life." "Young master, you're making me blush." "Glad to hear it." Bai Hao nodded, watched Old Lu depart, then immediately activated his stellar emblem without hesitation. An invisible force of spatial energy enfolded him. Then in the blink of an eye he traversed the void and entered a mysterious dimension. This realm was extraordinary. Drawing starlight from the boundless cosmos, it manifested a phantom palace, within which stood two colossal gates. Bai Hao gazed around astonished. At that very moment, a transmission reached his mind informing him that this was not the true legacy site, but rather a projection branch hall, essentially a subsidiary entrance to the legacy site, designed solely to receive and guide trial participants. Once he grasped the full nature of the place, Bai Hao wasted no time. He strode purposefully into the projection branch hall where two majestic gates rose before him. The left bore the words, "Easy Mode," the right, "Hell Mode." Easy? Hell? Bai Hao paused, reflecting. As a transmigrator, and one whose previous existence had been that of a peerless, awe-inspiring powerhouse, how could he shrink from challenge? Moreover, from a psychological standpoint, Hell Mode might appear daunting, yet it could well be the optimal choice. With that realization, Bai Hao made his decision. Yes, I must hold myself to the highest standard, scale ever greater heights, and transcend all limits. Without pause, he walked straight to the right gate. Light swept over his form. Seconds later, a melodious, gentle voice resonated through the hall. "Apologies. Your countenance is peerless, unmatched since the dawn of time. Hell Mode is unworthy of your presence. Please select Easy Mode instead." Bai Hao? Bai Hao was bewildered. This was his first encounter with such a situation where the Hell Mode was not selectable, and he was forced to choose the Easy Mode. What kind of operation is this? Could it be that this projection division has been long neglected and malfunctioned? Bai Hao wondered, contemplating for a moment. He took a few steps back and returned to the front of the Hell Mode door. The light scanned his body, and a pleasant, gentle voice once again echoed. This time the response was slightly different. Yet the meaning remained unchanged. In short, it was one sentence: he was too handsome, and the Hell Mode was unworthy of his unparalleled looks. Please select the Easy Mode. Bai Hao was speechless. In the end, he could only helplessly walk toward the giant door on the left. After standing still, the light swept over his body. The giant door emitted a detection sound: appearance, rating perfect; physique, rating perfect; temperament, rating perfect; overall charm, rating perfect. Detection complete. It immediately spoke in an exceedingly respectful tone. "Esteemed perfect level, guest, the Zhou Tian Star Palace sincerely welcomes your arrival and hopes our service meets your satisfaction." "You all? Service? There's no one else here. Moreover, I seem to have come to participate in the inheritance assessment. How did this turn into being served?" Bai Hao was completely dumbfounded. At that moment, the giant door slowly creaked open, revealing a spatial vortex. Bai Hao pondered for 2 seconds, crossed the spatial whirlpool, and immediately felt as if he was enveloped by a force. Engaging in ultra-long-distance transmission. After a few breaths, the transmission ended. Bai Hao opened his eyes and found himself in front of a divine peak, bathed in endless starlight. He couldn't see what was inside. Even with the Chi-Luck golden eye, he could only barely glimpse countless steps on the peak. Each layer of steps was suffused with mysterious energy. At the same time, Bai Hao also noticed a magnificent palace standing beside him, radiating a modern technological feel. In front of the palace stood a group of people. At the forefront was a distinguished elderly butler, flanked by 2 rows of fairy girls waiting attentively. The fairy girls wore beautiful uniforms adorned with glistening trinkets, exquisite yet not gaudy. They looked elegant and comfortable. Unfortunately, Bai Hao with his Chi-Luck golden eye knew they were all robots. Or rather, they were intelligent beings with brains and simulated bodies, appearing almost indistinguishable from real people. "Greetings, I am Carter, the dedicated butler of this palace, responsible for receiving guests with a comprehensive charm rating that meets the standards. And you are the first guest qualified to enter the palace since its establishment with a comprehensive charm rating far exceeding the standards." The elderly Carter bowed respectfully. Bai Hao asked, "Can we start the inheritance assessment now?" "Not at the moment." Carter apologized, saying, "Because the participants for this assessment have not yet arrived, we must trouble you to wait for a moment." "Are there others?" "What?" Bai Hao's pupils constricted suddenly. After pondering for 2 seconds, he asked, "Who are they, what is their cultivation level, and how long will it take for them to arrive here?" Carter answered without hesitation, "They came in through another entrance of the Zhou Tian Star Palace. They should be from certain factions in the starry sky. Their cultivation levels are the same as yours, both at the Awakening Realm, which is a restriction set by the Zhou Tian Star Palace. As for how long it will take, it depends on their abilities. What does that mean? Bai Hao was puzzled. When you came earlier you chose the easy mode while they chose the hell mode. Since they chose the hell mode, they naturally must endure trials in hell to truly reach the other shore. Bai Hao sigmade. So the hell mode is indeed the hell mode. I thought these two modes were deliberately created by the Lord of the Inheritance to deceive people. How embarrassing. Moreover, thinking back to how I wanted to enter the hell mode's giant door, he could not help but feel a wave of fear. Then why didn't they choose the easy mode? Bai Hao asked. Because they are not worthy. Bai Hao. Esteemed guest, please rest inside the palace for a moment. We will ensure you receive the utmost service. Carter said respectfully. All right. Bai Hao nodded. Since the assessment could not be initiated now, it was better to take a good rest and regain his energy. As for those outsiders, they are merely at the awakening realm. To be honest, at the awakening stage, Bai Hao truly had no fear of anyone. Even if he really couldn't defeat them, he could always reveal the ruler's ruler a world-class spirit treasure, and even 100 of them would still overwhelm. Entering the palace, Carter immediately instructed the fairy girls to help Bai Hao into a massage chair and brought over rare spirit fruits and various delicacies. These were freshly picked and prepared extremely fresh. Bai Hao inspected them with his chi luck golden eye, confirmed their safety, and then began to enjoy them with ease. Truly comfortable. Meanwhile, in the endless purgatory space, over 20 people were engaged in a fierce battle, surrounded by countless malevolent spirits, launching frenzied attacks against them. Madly, these malevolent spirits were all at least calamity kings, with many even at the star realm. Looking around, the malevolent spirits blotted out the sun, numbering at least several thousand to over 10,000. Even the top talents like Yi Yu appeared quite flustered in the face of such numbers of malevolent spirits. Hold on. As long as we get through this area, the malevolent spirits will give up the chase. A genius of the human race shouted. Kill. Yi Yu raised his hand and instantly killed several malevolent spirits, angrily asking, tell me what other trials await us ahead. Brother Yi, haven't you read the information provided by the National Lord? A genius from the Three-Eyed Clan nearby asked. Yi's face darkened. He had never regarded the basic assessment seriously, so he had not even thought to look at the information. Fortunately, the other party did not linger on this and directly stated ahead is the Purgatory Gale area, targeting both the physical body and the spiritual consciousness, with power roughly ranging from Calamity Realm to Star Realm. But the central area is comparable to the Star Realm. Damn. Yi Yu felt inwardly frustrated as this basic assessment was too abnormal, and its destructive power had never been lower than the Calamity Realm. Soon the group rushed through the Malevolent Spirit area and entered the Purgatory Gale area. During this process, a talent from the Three-Eyed Clan and another from the human race were severely injured, and other races lost talents as well. After breaking through the Purgatory Gale, several more talents fell. Following closely were the Shadow Domain Thunderfire area, then the Yellow Spring Water area and the Corpse Mountain Bone area. By the time they broke through all areas, they were utterly exhausted, their clothes tattered, and even the strongest Yi Yu bore significant injuries. The group suffered heavy losses. The human race lost one talent, the Three-Eyed Clan lost one, and the Icewing Clan and Magic Crocodile Clan each lost 3. Only the Blood Crystal Clan remained intact. There was no way out. Although the Blood Crystal Clan had weak attack power, their defense was exceptionally strong. They could withstand. A few minutes later, the remaining talents finally arrived in front of the Inheritance Divine Mountain, their faces revealing uncontrollable joy. They finally made it through. Inside the palace, Bai Hao was lying in the massage chair, being attended to by several fairy girls. Upon seeing this group of people, he slowly sat up. Oh, you finally arrived. If you hadn't, my bones would have been sore from lying too long. The group of talents looked surprised. Who are you? Me. Like you am also a trial participant here for the inheritance assessment. What's the matter? As Bai Hao spoke, he opened his mouth to eat the glistening grapes offered by a fairy girl, appearing utterly at ease. Trial participant. What? Is this the demeanor of a trial participant? Everyone present first glanced at the exceedingly comfortable Bai Hao, then at their own dismal state. They directly broke down. However, they quickly came to terms with it, silently comforting themselves. The other party just arrived a little earlier than them. Perhaps this person was in a more miserable state when he first arrived here than they were. Thinking of this, they immediately felt much better. Let's go in and enjoy for a bit, then we can start the assessment. A good idea. An outstanding member of the Three-Eyed Clan chimed in. Our current condition isn't great, so we need some time to adjust. Let's go together. Everyone echoed. In their view, this palace should be a resting place specifically for trial takers. Since Bai Hao could enter, they surely could too. Thus they didn't think much and walked right over. But in the next moment, they were dumbfounded as a light barrier suddenly appeared outside the palace, isolating them. They were not allowed to approach. What is going on? Yi Yu questioned angrily. Carter calmly replied, Dear trial takers, I am Carter, your dedicated steward. I regret to inform you that this palace is only open to guests whose overall charm rating meets the standard, and none of you have met that standard. An outstanding member of the Demon Crocodile Clan asked, Overall charm rating? What is that? It means exactly what it says. Carter replied nonchalantly. In other words, only trial takers who entered through the simple mode can enjoy our services. Simple mode. Yu and the others' pupils constricted in shock. They never expected that this trial taker who appeared out of nowhere actually came from the simple mode gate. This was hard to believe, but when they saw Bai Hao's extraordinary appearance, they had to admit that he was indeed worthy of the simple mode. If this couldn't open the simple mode gate, that would be strange. After dismissing the group of outstanding members, Carter turned and bowed to Bai Hao, asking, "Esteemed guest, all personnel for the inheritance assessment are present. Shall we begin the assessment now?" Yu suddenly shouted, "Wait, Steward Carter, we just came out of hell mode, we need time to adjust, right?" "Yes." An outstanding member of the Three-Eyed Clan added, "The batch of trial takers from 1,000 years ago had rest time. Why don't we?" "This isn't fair." The other outstanding members from various clans also started to shout. Once the inheritance assessment of the Inheritance Divine Peak began, it had to be entered within a specified time or it would be considered forfeited. This was also the reason for their anxiety. Carter stood up indifferently and said, "Under normal circumstances, trial takers who pass the basic assessment of hell mode indeed have some rest time. But this time is different. We must ensure the ultimate experience for our perfect level guests. The demands of other idle people must yield to theirs." Yu and the others immediately exploded. "Are you saying we are idle people? Aren't you?" Carter calmly retorted. As he spoke, a tiny laser gun muzzle appeared in his murky right eye, flickering with electric light, harboring an extremely terrifying power. A level 5 laser cannon. Its power is sufficient to rival a full-force strike from a peak domain lord. Yu instantly cowered. A prodigy like him could bully those in the stellar realm or even stronger beings in the void realm. But to defeat a peak domain lord, that could only be described as a pipe dream. This was because domain lords wield the power of rules, and those rules are of equal rank to the void realm. Unless one could elevate the void realm to the 9th level or higher, it would be utterly impossible to contend against a peak domain lord. Seeing Yu back down, Carter calmly retracted the laser muzzle, as if he had merely done something ordinary. Then he turned back to Bai Hao and bowed. "Esteemed guest, may I ask if we can begin the assessment now?" Bai Hao glanced at the top of the heads of the people opposite him and revealed an inexplicable smile. "Let's start in half an hour." "Perfect, I also want to enjoy your services a bit longer while they rest." "It is our honor," Carter immediately replied respectfully, a stiff smile appearing on his face. Opposite them, Yu and the others breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing Bai Hao's words. Suppressing their dissatisfaction, they casually found a place and sat cross-legged to adjust their breathing. Their current condition was quite poor. If they proceeded directly to the inheritance assessment, they were likely to achieve nothing, which was absolutely not what they wanted to see. Bai Hao reclined back onto the massage chair. He closed his eyes, his heartbeat accelerating uncontrollably. 16 chi clusters, 3 of them are flickering. 3 in total. Bai Hao felt an overwhelming excitement inside. In fact, when Yu and the others first arrived at the Inheritance Divine Peak, he had noticed that 3 of them had their fortune clusters faintly flickering. These 3 were Yu, a prodigy from the Ice Wing clan, and a prodigy from the Human clan. From this, it could be seen that after entering the Inheritance Divine Peak, all 3 of them would gain considerable rewards, possibly obtaining part of the inheritance. What a pity. No matter how great your gains are, they can't surpass my own. Bai Hao smiled. He focused on the world-level chi cluster above Yi's head, and images of Yu obtaining opportunities appeared in his mind. After the image ended, 2 choices appeared. Choice 1, copy this person's opportunity. Upon successful copying, the opportunity level will trigger a critical strike, forming a brand new opportunity, with the specific critical strike multiplier being random. Choice 2, deprive this person of their opportunity. Upon successful deprivation, the opportunity level will trigger a critical strike, forming a brand new opportunity, with the specific critical strike multiplier being random. After pondering for 2 seconds, Bai Hao quietly said, "Deprive the opportunity." From the previous positions and the expressions of the human prodigies, he could tell that this Yu was clearly at odds with the humans. It seemed that he must be from a rival race of the humans. Therefore, he was willing to bear some backlash from the karma and cut off the other party's opportunity. Ding! Congratulations to the host for depriving a world-level opportunity. This time the critical strike multiplier is 10 times and the post-strike opportunity level is desolate. The fortune cluster above Yi's head immediately dimmed significantly, as if it would fall below the world level in the next moment. And the inheritance opportunity from the Celestial Star Palace was now completely unrelated to him. This is the miraculous aspect of depriving opportunities. Inside the palace, Bai Hao keenly sensed a backlash surging towards him along the karma line, which he could not evade. He couldn't help but grunt. The 9 turns Golden Throne's indestructible technique automatically activated, suppressing the backlash and quickly repairing the injuries caused by it. After more than 10 breaths, he barely recovered. "It hurts a bit. Like being caught by a thorn in my previous life." Bai Hao frowned slightly. Since he arrived in this world, it was the first time he suffered such a heavy injury. Although it hurt a bit, it's still acceptable. "It seems I can also deprive the opportunity from another alien race," Bai Hao murmured in his heart. These alien races had quite a hostile attitude towards the humans. Bai Hao had no psychological burden at all when depriving them of their opportunity. Soon he successfully deprived the other party's source-level opportunity. The critical strike formed a world-level opportunity. As for the human prodigy's opportunity, Bai Hao did not deprive it, only copying it. After all, they were from the same race and hadn't provoked him. He felt quite reluctant to deprive them of their opportunity. Moreover, he could also trigger a critical strike with the copied opportunity, so there was no loss. Just as he gathered all the fortuitous encounters, the system's voice suddenly echoed. Beep detected that the host possesses 3 fortuitous encounters. Would you like to merge them into a new fortuitous encounter? Fortuitous encounters can be merged. Bai Hao was taken aback and instinctively asked, what benefits come from merging? During the merging process, a secondary critical hit can be triggered, enhancing the level of the fortuitous encounter. The system replied, impressive. Bai Hao was shocked, not expecting the possibility of a secondary critical hit, and then commanded, then let's merge immediately. Beep merging the 3 fortuitous encounters. Merging successful. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 10-fold critical hit. The encounter level after the critical hit is Hong. The system then asked, would you like to enter the fortuitous simulation space now and activate the Hong level encounter? Upon hearing this, Bai Hao pondered for 2 seconds before deciding to proceed, since it was merely his consciousness entering and would not be noticed by others. System activate the Hong level encounter. Beep the fortuitous simulation space has been activated, pulling the host's consciousness, initiating the Hong level encounter. In the next second, Bai Hao's consciousness entered a mysterious space filled with an enigmatic aura of fortune, evolving endless worlds. Just like before, he walked forward in confusion, ultimately becoming immersed in it. The system's voice echoed in his ears. You suddenly feel drowsy, so you fall asleep fully clothed. You lie on your bed and have a dream. In the dream, you are a peerless powerhouse stepping on myriad paths, reversing time and space, taking a step forward to traverse ancient and modern times. You encounter a cute little girl, and out of boredom, you take her as your named disciple. You teach her the starry secret patterns, explaining that this is a method for cultivating and applying spiritual power, and that she must cherish it. The girl nodded earnestly, then looked at your handsome face, and said seriously, I will definitely marry my teacher when I grow up. After saying this, she handed you a lollipop as a token of love. You hold the lollipop, shaking your head and laughing, not taking it seriously. Beep, this fortuitous simulation ends here. The system's voice fell silent. Bai Hao's consciousness instantly returned to reality. The external time had passed only 10 seconds, just like the first fortuitous simulation. Upon opening his eyes, Bai Hao felt so frustrated that he nearly spat blood. Spiritual treasures, skills, the essence of the world, to enhance his aptitude. Not a single one. This was supposed to be a Hong level encounter. Compared to his previous critical hit of 1,000,000,000 times, the Zhe level encounter only differed by 1 level. The result was just a dream in the fortuitous simulation space, followed by a random lollipop. Damn it, even beggars wouldn't be treated this poorly. Bai Hao looked at the lollipop in his hand, feeling utterly defeated, wishing he could drag the system out and beat it up. What can a lollipop do? Is it sweet? With a deeply resentful mood, Bai Hao unwrapped the candy and popped the lollipop into his mouth. It actually tastes quite sweet, tangy and sweet, particularly delicious, and he didn't even know what brand it was, having never tasted it before. After eating for a while, Bai Hao discovered that this lollipop not only tasted good, but also emitted a faint fragrance. After holding it in his mouth for a while, he even began to exude this subtle and elegant scent. Half an hour was about to pass quickly. Bai Hao, with the lollipop in his mouth, walked out of the palace and saw Yiyu and others already adjusted and waiting for him. Hello everyone. Humph. Yiyu snorted, coldly turned away and ignored Bai Hao. Just a pretty face, thinking he could do as he pleases because he looks a bit better than him. Simply ridiculous. However, a few outstanding humans smiled kindly at Bai Hao, as encountering fellow humans in a foreign land always brings a sense of familiarity. Bai Hao responded with a smile. One of the outstanding humans curiously asked, Brother, what does the basic assessment of the simple mode involve? Upon hearing this, the other outstanding humans turned to listen, particularly eager to know about the simple mode after experiencing the hell mode. Assessment? What assessment? Bai Hao was taken aback. Assessment is assessment, and you don't even know this. The other person looked bewildered but explained. For example, the basic assessment of the hell mode is divided into 7 major areas, namely the evil spirit area, the hellgale area, the Een domain thunderfire area. Only by passing through these 7 areas can one reach the heritage divine peak. Bai Hao was immediately astonished. You actually have so many assessments. No wonder you were so disheveled when you just arrived. Seeing Bai Hao's genuine expression, one of the outstanding humans couldn't help but ask, So what was your basic assessment? There was no assessment, I was directly teleported here, enjoying the services of Carter, while waiting for you to arrive. Bai Hao said innocently. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present was stunned. They actually had no assessment, starting right at the finish line. Enjoying while waiting for them to arrive. How envious. Truly envious. To be honest, even when they were sitting outside the palace recuperating, they never felt this level of envy and jealousy. As fellow trial takers, the disparity in treatment was too great. At that moment, Carter walked over and said, All trial takers, the heritage divine peak is about to open. Please prepare to enter. Everyone immediately straightened their expressions and stopped talking. 10 breaths later the starlight on the Heritage Divine Peak faded, revealing 9,999 steps, each step exuding a mysterious aura. These are the Heritage Steps. They are divided into 9 stages, each stage containing 11 steps. By passing one stage, one can obtain a heritage. If one reaches the top, they can obtain the ultimate heritage of the Zhoutian Star Palace. Butler Carter informed them that each step contains a secret method, which manifests in various forms. Only by finding a way to obtain the secret method and successfully cultivating it can one continue to climb. Understanding everything, they no longer hesitated and immediately walked towards the steps. The moment Bai Hao stepped onto the first step, he felt a loud boom, and he was instantly dragged into an independent space. The others experienced the same. However, each person was in a different space, seemingly separated deliberately by the Heritage Steps. The independent space was vast. Bai Hao, with his luck golden eyes, couldn't see the end. Suddenly, a cold, emotionless electronic voice echoed in his ears. The secret method of the first step is the Nebula Beast. Observing the Nebula Beast will yield insights. But while observing the Nebula Beast will also launch frenzied attacks against you. Do your best, and I hope you can successfully comprehend this secret method. Bai Hao frowned slightly. The manifestation of the secret method turned out to be a beast. This is going to be interesting. Roar. A huge beast roar echoed from afar, and in the next second Bai Hao saw a giant white beast charging towards him. Judging by its aura, it was likely at the Calamity Realm. Its fur was completely snow-white, but it did not give off a gentle feeling. Instead, it exuded a chilling coldness. So tall. It must be nearly 30 meters high. Bai Hao exclaimed, eager to take action, but suddenly found that the Nebula Beast had come to a sudden stop. Then it seriously twitched its nose, seemingly sniffing something. A few minutes later, Bai Hao sat upon a stone gazing at the Xingyun Beast crouched before him. Its tongue lolling playfully as if begging for affection like a loyal hound. His emotions were profoundly conflicted. Where was the promised ferocious assault? Was he being mocked? If you dare stop licking me, stand up and fight. Bai Hao felt deeply frustrated. After cultivating for so long, what he craved most was an exhilarating, unrestrained battle. A clash of titans. Yet such an opportunity had eluded him entirely. How impossibly difficult. Was this fate deliberately targeting him? Bai Hao? He sighed heavily, shook his head, and dismissed the thought, turning his focus instead to observing the Xingyun Beast. Celestial Tier Comprehension. A 10,000-fold amplification. His Celestial Tier insight surged instantly, soaring far beyond its original bounds, ascending swiftly into the Dao Tier realm. And still, it did not cease. It climbed relentlessly, halting only when it stood but a single step away from the Transcendent Tier. With a thunderous surge, countless sparks of luminous wisdom ignited within Bai Hao's mind. By observing the Xingyun Beast, the cultivator could sense the arcane techniques embedded within its being, and extract them pure and intact. This is a spiritual tempering art, exquisitely profound. Though it falls short of my 3 supreme grand divine arts, it is certainly no common pedestrian technique. Its value is extraordinary, worthy of cultivation. Upon realizing this, Bai Hao's spirit surged with renewed vigor. He immediately steeled his focus and began extracting the technique with full concentration. As time flowed onward, he had nearly completed the extraction. Yet something felt incomplete, as though vital fragments remained missing. Bai Hao frowned faintly. He scrutinized the Xingyun Beast from head to toe. Then suddenly his eyes brightened. Turning to the beast, he said, "Xiao Xing, turn around and stand upright. Let me see your back." "Whine, whine." The Xingyun Beast uttered 2 soft cries, then obediently turned and rose onto its hind legs, exposing its back fully before Bai Hao. After several seconds of observation, Bai Hao nodded slowly. Indeed, as suspected, only by observing every part of the Xingyun Beast can one extract the technique in its entirety. From that moment on, he wasted no further time, resuming his meticulous observation, occasionally prompting the beast to shift posture. "Xiao Xing, expose your armpits. Xiao Xing, arch your back so I may examine your rear properly. Xiao Xing, lift your hind leg. Do not be shy, that region holds no arcane resonance. I shall not gaze upon it." 10 minutes later, Bai Hao had observed the Xingyun Beast in full, and successfully extracted the complete spiritual tempering art. After reviewing the perfected technique, he nodded inwardly. Just as he'd anticipated, this art was profoundly esoteric. Even his already formidable spiritual consciousness possessed considerable room for advancement through its cultivation. "Begin cultivation immediately. I have already squandered far too much time." Bai Hao spoke, and instantly commenced cultivation of the spiritual tempering art. At that moment, empowered by the 10,000-fold amplification, his comprehension rivaled that of the pinnacle of the Dao Tier. His very awareness perpetually immersed in the state of enlightenment. Thus his progress was astonishingly swift. Within 20 minutes he had mastered the art completely, activating the technique. His spiritual sea trembled faintly, and upon the Heavenly Emperor's golden palace, the sacred citadel anchoring his spiritual sea, mysterious stellar runes began to manifest. These runes were ineffably profound, harmonizing perfectly with the Golden Palace itself, ushering forth deeper, more fundamental metamorphosis. Soul metamorphosis. Yes, true soul metamorphosis. As the transformation deepened, his soul acquired a subtle yet unmistakable aura of imperishability. Eternal, unyielding, undying. This was nothing short of a celestial revelation. When he had previously cultivated the ninefold Golden Palace immortal art, his spiritual sea, fortified by the Heavenly Emperor's Golden Palace, had first acquired nascent immortality. Yet his soul itself had only grown stronger. Not truly immortal or undying. That had long been a source of quiet regret for Bai Hao. Never had he imagined that today he would acquire a technique perfectly symbiotic with the Golden Palace. One that by sheer karmic serendipity would grant his soul the same eternal, indestructible nature. Wait! Bai Hao froze. Astonished. Could these stellar runes be the very ones I saw in my dream? Damn it! System. Appear now and explain yourself. Beep. All events within the serendipitous encounter simulation space occur independently of the system. The system is merely an emotionless tool. Ugh. Now you feign disconnection. Where were you earlier? Bai Hao muttered, inwardly sensing the tangible stellar runes shimmering upon the Golden Palace, and found himself questioning reality itself. So, the sovereign of this zodiac stellar palace is actually my own disciple. Then was she taken as my disciple in a life prior to my previous life, or was she bound to me in this life through a Hong-tier serendipitous encounter? After pondering briefly, he leaned toward the former hypothesis, since the Hong-tier encounter's original description had stated precisely this. You lay upon your bed and dreamed. Within that dream you were a peerless sovereign, treading upon 10,000 Tao paths, reversing the flow of time itself, striding forth in a single step across all ages past and present. Only his existence before his previous life could possess such transcendence. Thus the Hong-tier serendipity must be presenting, through the vessel of dream, a fragment of memory from that primordial life. Yes, exactly so. The girl is both sovereign of the Zodiac Stellar Palace, and my disciple from that life before my previous one. And these stellar runes, they are in truth one of the esoteric arts or sovereign techniques I myself cultivated in that distant life. Bai Hao's mind cleared at last. He had finally pieced together the entire truth. To go out for cultivation, and end up within my own disciple's sacred abode. Truly no one else could match such irony. Bai Hao shook his head wryly. Enough. I shall dwell on it no longer. I must continue the trial. The stellar runes born from the first-tier spiritual art are still far too few, insufficient to render the soul wholly imperishable and eternal. At that thought, Bai Hao willed himself out of the independent space atop the first tier, and stepped forward onto the second tier. With a thunderous surge, the instant he set foot upon the second tier, space itself enfolded him, transporting him into the isolated domain of the second tier, an endless expanse of primordial chaos. Yu Huang stood before the Tao Palace atop the chaos divine mountain, hands clasped behind his back, gazing calmly upon the churning chaos currents before him, his vision piercing across infinite realms. Little junior brother. No. Master, you have finally arrived at the Zodiac Stellar Palace. But, does this lifetime's incarnation still recall, across countless eons, that you once accepted a young girl as your disciple? Yu Huang murmured softly. His noble, commanding visage, suddenly blurred as if dissolving into mist, revealed for an ephemeral instant a face of transcendent, peerless beauty. Yet, in the next breath, his features resolidified, crisp, unwavering, as though the fleeting vision had been nothing more than illusion. Senior brother, are you concerned for the little junior brother? A woman's voice echoed from behind. Hearing it, Yu Huang did not turn, only replied coolly, somewhat. Little senior sister. She proves even less reliable than I imagined. Then silently he added in his heart. Fortunately there remains time to mend what was broken. Little junior brother, my master, we shall reunite soon. My name is Yu Wenjun, a lovely little girl who only wants to live an ordinary life. However, since my birth everyone around me has proclaimed me to be a natural-born emperor destined to rule over countless beings. They call me Yu Huang. I dislike this feeling immensely and often sneak out to play. On this day I managed to sneak out again, and then I encountered a very handsome older brother. He is the most handsome person I have ever seen. I deliberately acted cute to approach him, and he instantly took a liking to me, even saying he wanted to accept me as his named disciple. Humph, I don't want to be his disciple. But in order to be with him day and night I ultimately reluctantly agreed to become his named disciple. My teacher is truly handsome. I can never grow tired of looking at him. Today marks the 100th day since I met my teacher, and I feel quite nervous inside. Because I plan to confess my feelings to my teacher today. He is the most beautiful person in the world, and he has been so good to me. I must confess to him. And then I will hand him the token of love from the Yu-1 imperial family. I feel so distressed. Although the teacher accepted the token, he clearly treats me like a child and does not take me seriously at all. I've heard from those around me that children shouldn't fall in love. Alright, I will work hard to grow up, and when I am older I will confess to the teacher and marry him. I am so happy. I turned 16 finally, an adult. In the U, when Imperial Family 1 can express love at 16. And moreover, I have become incredibly beautiful. No girl can compare to my looks. I am the most beautiful girl in the world. Only I deserve my teacher. So my teacher will definitely not reject my confession. I was rejected again. The teacher told me he likes men, not women, and it is even less likely for him to like his own disciple. After saying that, he disappeared. I frantically searched for him, but I couldn't find him at all. He seemed to have evaporated without a trace. This was the first time I felt my own weakness. I cried, "You don't like women, I can become a man. You care about the teacher-student relationship, I can change my identity to be by your side. I can do that. But teacher, why did you leave? Why don't you want me?" This was a sleepless night. Everyone in the heavenly palace felt anxious and uneasy. The cries of the little princess grew softer, but her aura became more terrifying, supreme and noble, hovering over the entire heavenly palace. The next day, at the break of dawn in the east, a handsome and imposing young man emerged from the palace. His aura was vast and terrifying. His gaze surveyed the crowd as a dragon looks down upon ants. After a moment, he slowly spoke. "I am for Yu Huang. Teacher, I will search for you through the heavens and the underworld." Yu Huang approached an elder and respectfully said, "Teacher, if my junior brother comes to seek opportunities from you, please pass on this cultivation method to him." The name of the technique is 9 Transformations of the Golden Palace. The elder glanced at the technique with a strange expression. "Is this a dual cultivation method?" Yu Huang's breath hitched as he explained, "Actually, it can also be cultivated alone, and it is absolutely among the top techniques in chaos." The elder, "Are you trying to fool me? I noticed it back when you rushed over claiming to be my eldest disciple. You just wanted to entice my little disciple." It was evident. The elder had long known Yu Huang's true identity, and was even aware of her entire past. "Little June, I once told you about the fate of Bai Hao. Teacher, please support me." Yu Huang interrupted in a low voice, her gaze incredibly firm. "All right," the elder helplessly agreed. The divine peak of inheritance. In the independent space of the second tier of the stairs this time, the secret method was also a fierce beast looking ferocious, and its aura was significantly stronger than the star cloud beast of the first tier. But what use is it if its aura is strong? Charging in front of it would still turn one into a loyal servant. Bai Hao felt helpless. It seemed that the so-called inheritance test had no challenge whatsoever. Shaking his head, he began to observe the fierce beast extracting secret method information from it. "Come on, little cutie, lift your leg up. Yes, that's the pose. Very good, hold it steady, don't shake. Your constant shaking makes me tired to watch." Bai Hao instructed the fierce beast while talking with a lollipop in his mouth. Soon he extracted the complete secret method of the second tier from the fierce beast. Just as he was about to start practicing the method, the lollipop was finished, and at the same time a wave of sleepiness washed over him. This lollipop is strange, it invigorates me while eating, but once finished I feel so drowsy. What on earth is happening? Oh no. I became increasingly drowsy. Bai Hao noticed his eyelids were fighting each other, and just as he wanted to use the sword art to dispel the sleepiness, everything went dark and he fell asleep. He had a dream. This dream was a continuation of the Grand Level Adventure dream. In the dream he spent each day with the little girl, and as the days passed he noticed the girl growing more and more beautiful. At just 16 her beauty was almost surpassing his. The most annoying part was that many times even a mere accidental glance at her would make his heart race. Damn, he couldn't possibly be falling for the little girl, could he? That can't be right. The teacher once said that his fate is extremely special, known as the 10 Forbidden Fate. Unless he meets the right person, once he settles down, an indescribable great terror would descend within 10 days, causing the woman to directly perish. This great terror is related to his background. Even an existence as supreme as the teacher cannot prevent it. As for what characteristics the right person would have, he had no idea. In other words, even if the right person stood before him, he wouldn't recognize them. Bai Hao felt speechless. But the teacher wouldn't lie to him, so considering the future partner's fate, he couldn't harm the women who liked him. A few days later, the little girl came to confess to him. His feelings were extremely complex, and in the end he gritted his teeth and rejected her. To make her give up, he even lied to her, saying he liked men. In reality, Bai Hao woke up from the dream. He had now realized that the lollipop must have had issues which helped him recall some memories. Thinking of the 10 Forbidden Fate mentioned in the dream, he felt quite distressed. No wonder I really like beautiful women, but every time I want to get close I subconsciously feel a sense of aversion. So it's because of this cursed fate. Damn it. This means unless I disregard the woman's well-being, I can only remain a lifelong single dog. Bai Hao's eyes instantly became moist. He is a transmigrator, the protagonist. How can the protagonist remain a single dog forever? That's unscientific. No way. I have to find a way to break this fate and secure a happy life. I can't just let it end like this. Bai Hao rubbed his moist eyes, revealing a determined gaze. At the same time, he had a strong premonition in his heart. Perhaps his sudden reincarnation and recultivation in his past life was to break this troublesome 10 Forbidden Fate. Upon realizing this, Bai Hao couldn't help but feel renewed hope. He sat cross-legged, adjusted for a while, and when his mind was stable he began to cultivate the secret method of the second tier. To break the fate, one's own strength must not be weak. After practicing for a few minutes, Bai Hao frowned slightly, then suddenly opened his eyes and stopped. This secret art. Why does it grow easier the more I cultivate it? I can feel it. The second layer secret art is far more recondite and profound than the first, yet my speed of mastery surpasses that of the first layer by a marked margin. Could it be related to having cultivated it in a previous life? Bai Hao pondered inwardly. Because of the earlier dream, he knew clearly that the Xingqian secret pattern had in fact been taught by him to the little girl. Strictly speaking, he was merely reasserting mastery over a technique he had once practiced. That is fine, he thought. It frees my hands to cultivate the other divine arts and the void principles of Sword Dao. Bai Hao reflected. Since his comprehension aptitude had risen to the Tian rank, he had not yet had the time to truly fathom them, leaving his progress stalled at merely the introductory level. An introductory level for Bai Hao at the awakening stage was certainly sufficient, indeed more than adequate, yet his cultivation would inevitably break through in time. Once his cultivation advanced, if those divine arts remained at only an entry level, his combat capability would inevitably suffer. And Bai Hao had always placed great importance on combat power. The only regret was that he had never yet fought a truly exhilarating battle. The opponents he encountered were either weaklings or sycophants. The thought of it alone made his blood boil. Then Bai Hao shifted his intent. He split his consciousness into 5, cultivating the secret art while concurrently probing 3 divine arts and the void principles of Sword Dao. With his Tian-level comprehension amplified 10,000-fold, it rivaled the pinnacle of the Dao rank. Such a caliber of insight, even across the vast cosmic sea, belonged to the very elite. Previously, when Bai Hao studied 3 top-tier divine arts and the Sword Dao void principles, he always encountered bottlenecks and frequent stagnation. But that would not happen now. A Dao peak level of comprehension kept him perpetually in the state of insight. Even eating or drinking brought fresh revelations. With such aid, his understanding of divine arts and void principles advanced at a rate that would make 99 out of 100 prodigies stand ashamed and awed. As time passed, the second layer secret art was completed. The moment he unleashed it, star-patterned sigils began to appear across his spiritual sea and soul. They underwent a profound metamorphosis. When the transformation finished, Bai Hao wasted no time and ascended to the 3rd-tier step. Like the previous layers, the secret art manifested as a fierce beast. As expected, the beast charged forward, but the instant it reached him, it became a great obedient toady, doing whatever he commanded. Surprisingly docile. Bai Hao's mouth twitched, but he was gradually getting used to it. He focused on extracting the secret art and then cultivating it. Meanwhile, in the independent space of the first-year Moling clans, you looked thoroughly disheveled. Yes, disheveled to the extreme. By rights, the first-tier's secret beast possessed only calamity-level combat power and should have been no challenge for him. But the absurd happened. The small beast he had once suppressed with a single blow suddenly writhed and launched a psychic assault against him. The psychic attack was not strong in force, but it was peculiar beyond assaulting his perception. It seemed to affect mood and soul. Ambushed Yi Yi's aura wavered wildly, his spiritual sea convulsed, and countless chaotic phantoms, inner demons, sprang up in his mind. It was the sign of an imminent breakdown into madness. Realizing this, Yi's face went pale with fear. Should he fall into madness, at best his cultivation would regress, at worst he would perish on the spot. Neither outcome acceptable. He sought somewhere to recuperate, but the beast latched onto him and would not let him leave, pinning him to the ground and rubbing him about. Was it treating him like a mere skateboard? Yi was furious and terrified. In the end, with no other choice, he gritted his teeth, abandoned efforts to suppress the chaotic phantoms, forcibly gathered his intent, and slew the secret beast with his shadow void principle. After finishing that, he dared not delay an instant. He hurriedly exited the independent space and sat cross-legged to compose himself. As for the inheritance, when one's life was nearly lost, what inheritance mattered? After he finished recuperating and sensed his body, Yi spat blood in fury. Though the peak of the first rank seemed only a hair's breadth from the second, the gulf between them was as vast as a chasm. When I return to the star domain battlefield, I fear I will tumble out of the top 1,000 on the prodigy list. Though the peak of the first rank seemed only a hair's breadth from the second, the gulf between them was as vast as a chasm. When I return to the star domain battlefield, I fear I will tumble out of the top 1,000 on the prodigy list. Yi's face darkened, hatred roaring in his eyes. At this moment he was baffled. The calamity beast's psychic attack was extraordinary, but not so much as to send a prodigy of his caliber into madness. Where had the problem lain? With his experience and insight, he could not imagine that the cause of it all was simply that Bai Hao had stripped away his fortuitous opportunity. With that opportunity taken, the inheritance of the Zhou-Tian Xingqian Hall had no further connection to him. Yi pondered for a long while but could not make sense of it. Helplessly, he shook his head, rose, and left the steps, retreating to the foot of the inheritance divine peak to sit cross-legged and continue recuperating. At the same time, he conserved his strength, waiting for the other prodigies to emerge. If anyone by chance obtained the inheritance, he would immediately with thunderous force seize that inheritance for himself, no matter who the person was. After an unknown length of time, the meditating Yi suddenly opened his eyes. Black, uncanny light flickered within his pupils, chilling to behold. He sensed that someone had emerged from the inheritance divine peak. Looking up he saw in the distance an other race prodigy sprouting twin wings. An heir of the Bingi. The newcomer looked pitiful, tattered clothes, his body singed black as if struck by heavenly lightning, his person exuding the smell of scorched flesh. He limped as he walked, repeatedly clutching his rear, eyes dull and expression bewildered. That gait. There was something telling about it. Yi Yu's expression grew strange. The Bingi prodigy, seeing Yi Yu, blinked in stupefaction. He had never expected that Moling's Yi Yu would emerge before him. One must understand Yi Yu was the most monstrous prodigy of the Moling clan in a century, ranked 96th on the awakening prodigy list, far superior to the other. How could such an unparalleled figure fail so early? The Bingi prodigy could not comprehend it, but in his current state he was in no mood to ponder. He merely flopped down anywhere, his rear painfully raised. Seeing this, Yi Yu's lip twitched. After a few pointed questions, he finally understood what the other had suffered. When the Bingi prodigy entered his independent space, he had encountered a lust beast. Such beasts emit a peculiar gas. Any being that inhales it immediately loses reason and becomes consumed by carnal desire. At first the Bingi prodigy failed to recognize the lust beast and fought it casually. Then he was ensnared. The beast pressed him down and tormented him thoroughly. Later, carried away by heightened emotion, he could not control his cultivation and accidentally broke through into the Shun Tong realm. The Zhou Tian Xingchen Hall sensed this and summoned lightning clouds to strike him back down to the awakening realm. Tisk! How miserable, worse than me. I only got rubbed on the ground. This fellow was actually... Yi Yu shuddered at the thought. On the inheritance divine peak, Bai Hao surged forward like a blade through bamboo, and had already reached the 1111th step. Unfortunately, the Arraymaster inheritance on that tier had been claimed long ago by Longjiang a millennium past. It mattered little to him, for Bai Hao the Xingchen secret pattern was paramount. He cared little for other inheritances. However, when he ascended the 1112th step and entered that layer's independent space, he found that from this tier onward, the trial had changed. Yes, the trial has changed. The first 1111 steps primarily test one's ability to observe ferocious beasts, extract secret techniques from them, and finally cultivate those techniques. But now, within the independent space of step 1112, there are no ferocious beasts to observe nor any secret techniques to cultivate. Only a single multiple-choice question remains. Trial Seeker, do you prefer men or women? This question hovers in midair. Beneath it stretch two passageways, the left inscribed with prefer men, the right with prefer women. Whichever answer resonates most deeply within your heart determines which passage you must enter. It appears deceptively simple. Yet Bai Hao feels a pang of unease. After all, the sovereign of the Zhoutian Star Palace was his disciple from 2 lifetimes ago, and at that time he had rejected her confession under the pretense of preferring men. That rejection clearly wounded her profoundly. Look, her inherited trial still forces this very question, do you prefer men or women? A testament to how deeply she was scarred. After a brief moment of reflection, Bai Hao shakes his head, dispelling further thought, and strides resolutely into the right passage. Prefer women. He must choose the right passage without hesitation. Granted, due to his 10 forbidden fate seal, he is forbidden from pursuing romantic attachments, but inwardly his heart yearns for women. To follow one's true heart is never wrong. Yet the next instant Bai Hao freezes completely, because the right passage marked, prefer women, refuses to admit him. What? Before the right passage looms an invisible barrier halting his advance as if repelled by unseen force. What in the world is happening? Could it be that this level's trial demands not only answering the question, but also breaking through this intangible obstruction? At this thought, Bai Hao decides to test its resilience. He activates the 9-fold Golden Palace indestructible heaven art. The dark gold radiance of his flesh flares, while his vital energy surges like tidal waves. Yet even with his indestructible golden body pushed to its absolute limit, the barrier remains utterly impervious. Physical might alone fails. Then I shall augment it with divine arts. His gaze sharpens, yin-yang energies swirl around him, coalescing into a humanoid Kuanpeng, whose power swells tenfold. This is the supreme Kuanpeng unfettered marvel art. When cultivated to minor attainment, it allows one to assume the Kuanpeng form, enhancing combat prowess across every dimension by tenfold. And indeed, during his ascent of the first 1111 steps, he had just refined several such arts to this level. Or, as the Kuanpeng Bai Hao slams into the barrier, earth-shaking tremors erupt, while simultaneously unleashing the great sun golden flame and condensing sword domain principles into focused assault. Yet he fails, utterly. That invisible barrier proves inscrutable, far beyond the reach of one still at the awakening realm. Damn it, wasn't this supposed to be a simple multiple-choice question? So why does selecting the right option bar entry? Frustrated, Bai Hao mutters aloud, then repeats the attempt several more times, each ending in failure. After a pause, he murmurs quietly, perhaps I should try the left passage instead. With deliberate slowness, he walks toward it. He lifts his gaze, and beneath the bold characters, prefer men, his lips twitch twice. Silently, he reassures himself, I'm merely testing whether I can enter, not entertaining any other notion. I am straight, absolutely unbendable. Then he takes 2 cautious steps forward. Instantly the left passage ignites with light and emits a soft beep. Facial aesthetic rating perfect. Physique rating perfect. Aura rating perfect. Comprehensive charismatic appeal perfect. Eligibility confirmed. Huh? Bai Hao stares blankly. Why must entering the prefer men passage involve charm assessments? It makes no sense, yet he has no alternative. Steeling himself, he steps inside. Within seconds, light blooms ahead, emerging into the open expanse of step 1113. Already at the next tier, Bai Hao blinks bewildered, before being instantly drawn into yet another independent space step, 1113. This trial mirrors the last exactly. Once again the same choice appears. Trial seeker, do you prefer men or women? And again 2 passages. Left labeled, prefer men, right, prefer women. Bai Hao falls silent. Could every subsequent tier repeat this same question? His face pales. His suspicion is confirmed moments later, as he passes through the left passage into step 1114. Indeed, every tier beyond bears this identical question. And only the left passage permits entry. Only the left passage. Only prefer men. Bai Hao continues selecting the prefer men passage. First with awkwardness, then numb resignation. Yet amid that numbness, a memory surfaces Long Jiang, who once obtained the Stellar Formation Master's legacy. If Long Jiang succeeded, he must have reached at least step 1112. Which means he encountered these same 2 passages, and failed to enter either. He claimed his innate talent was too low, rejected outright. Now it's clear that was merely an excuse. Here the legacy judges only appearance, not cultivation aptitude. How intriguing! Never imagined the mighty Long Jiang would cling so fiercely to pride. Muttering, Bai Hao ascends, soon surpassing thousands of steps with only half the final ascent remaining. Along the way he secures multiple legacies. Deep within the peak of legacy's ice reigns absolute. No living thing stirs. Only a crystal sarcophagus lies motionless at its heart. Inside floats a speck of light no larger than a grain of rice. At first its glow is faint, nearly imperceptible, but intensifies steadily as Bai Hao climbs higher and higher. Finally, as Bai Hao nears the summit, the light reaches its zenith, shimmering with such brilliance that a breathtakingly beautiful silhouette begins to emerge within. When the radiance fades, a woman stands there, her beauty so transcendent it seems to embody a Tao unto itself. Yet in the next breath her form shifts, refining into that of a handsome, commanding young man. Ah! At last! I have arrived in this grand cosmos. Alas, even harnessing the causal fabric of this realm, I can project only my will, not my true self, to reunite with my master. His gaze sweeps across dimensions, unimpeded by space, locking instantly upon Bai Hao, who walks the left passage inscribed, prefer men. Observing this, the youth smiles wryly, for this trial was his own design set eons ago. Back then, she did not yet know Bai Hao truly preferred women. Wounded and resentful, she transformed every trial beyond step 1111 into this very mandatory choice question. Yet now she has long since let go. Little senior brother, my master, whether you prefer women or men, the one destined to stand beside you in the end can only be me. For I transcend gender. I am both male and female. Yu Huang chuckles softly, his masculine form dissolving into shimmering clarity, revealing once more her peerless ethereal grace. Of course that last remark was mere jest. In truth, she discerned Bai Hao's natural orientation long ago. Her continued manifestation as a young man reflects only uncertainty, not about his heart but about the identity she ought to wear when facing him anew. In front of the crystal coffin, the Emperor of the Universe put away his reminiscing expression, pondering for a moment before ultimately dismissing the thought of going out to meet Bai Hao right now. He raised his hand and pointed at the crystal coffin. He moved the crystal coffin to an independent space on the 9,999th level of the Inheritance Divine peak, hiding it in a crevice of a mountain. She took a light step forward, crossing into the void, and in an instant spanned countless star rivers, reappearing on Blue Star. Standing on the streets of Blue Star, the Emperor of the Universe's mind gradually calmed. Noticing the attire of those around her, she thought for a moment, and her clothes instantly transformed into a comfortable leisure outfit. The Emperor of the Universe contemplated for a moment and then manifested supreme power to suppress her own luck. There was no choice. Bai Hao's luck and golden eyes were too extraordinary. Even as a powerhouse at her level, if she did not expend her mental effort to suppress it, she would be seen through Bai Hao's golden eyes. She certainly did not want to be recognized as her master brother upon their first meeting. In the next moment, her original ancestral level luck began to decline, dropping from ancestral level to purple level before finally stopping. This level was neither high nor low, just enough to avoid arousing Bai Hao's suspicion. In the apartment, Bai Shaoran got up early, took a pack of rice crusts from the fridge, and turned on the TV, watching with great interest. Crisp, crisp. The idol drama is really good, but the male lead is a bit ugly, totally can't support the character of a domineering CEO. The female lead must either be blind or have something wrong with her mind, as she actually fell in love at first sight with such a person. Anyway, I definitely won't fall for him. Far inferior to my junior brother. My junior brother is so much better looking. Woo woo, why hasn't my junior brother come back yet? As Bai Shaoran watched the drama, she frowned and muttered complaints. At that moment, a sudden doorbell rang at the entrance. Coming! Bai Shaoran had just taken a bite of the rice crust and shouted indistinctly, "Delivery! Delivery!" Bai Shaoran was slightly stunned. She had never shopped online, so where did the delivery come from? Could it be something my junior brother bought? Moreover, this person's voice. Why does it sound strangely familiar? Is it just my imagination? Bai Shaoran wondered, but still put down the rice crust and slowly walked to the door to open it. At the inheritance divine peak, Bai Hao had gone through countless hardships, and finally succeeded in reaching the summit, successfully obtaining the ultimate inheritance from the Zhou Tian Star Palace. The complete cultivation method of the star secret patterns. This inheritance is the general outline of spiritual power cultivation, encompassing everything and covering all contents of the previous 8 major inheritances. In fact, the so-called inheritances involving the 8 major professions were merely 8 branches derived from the star secret patterns. Their source was undoubtedly spiritual power. The inheritance mentioned that the spiritual system is a special system different from traditional cultivation. It is divided into 5 realms. My heart is the heart of heaven, my heart is the world, my heart is the universe, my heart is infinite. The first 2 realms are manageable still within the stage of self-cultivation. But starting from the 3rd realm, it becomes extraordinary. Besides having an extraordinary heart, one can influence reality with illusions. In other words, everything I imagine can become real. In battle, one can create countless armies with a single thought to fight the opponent or drag the opponent into the realm of the mind to slowly extinguish them. And if the enemy dies in the realm of the mind, then they are truly dead. This is the terrifying aspect of spiritual cultivation, reaching the 3rd realm, completely defying all order and laws. Unfortunately, the difficulty of advancing in the spiritual realm is extremely high. 99% of spiritual cultivators will spend their entire lives without glimpsing the 3rd realm, and even reaching the 2nd realm is not guaranteed. I don't even know what realm I reached in my previous lives. I estimate I must have reached at least the 4th realm, otherwise I wouldn't be so impressive. Spiritual. I must cultivate this system. Although this won't enhance my combat power in the short term, its potential is limitless, and it's worth investing energy into. Bai Hao murmured. Logically speaking, since he had already obtained the ultimate inheritance, he should exit the independent space and quickly leave. But he did not leave. If he left just like this, it felt like something was missing, as if this journey was incomplete. For this reason, Bai Hao simply decided to stay and leisurely wandered around the independent space, occasionally picking up a stone and weighing it in his hand. Then he tossed it aside and continued to stroll. Finally, Bai Hao discovered a finely crafted crystal coffin nestled in the crevice of a small mountain, clearly not an ordinary item. Good item. Fortunately, I didn't leave just now. If I had missed this, I would regret it to death. Bai Hao's eyes lit up, excitedly rushing over and skillfully tossing it into his space ring. After doing all this, he suddenly realized that the reason he felt this journey was incomplete was because he hadn't found something good from here. Adam, this must be the fault of my previous lives. Bai Hao's face darkened, feeling utterly down, and unhesitatingly shifted the blame to his past lives. Just as he exited the independent space, the entire inheritance divine peak began to tremble, displacing all the celestial talents undergoing assessments. No! I was just a step away from clearing the 80th level of the ladder. There are still several days until the end time. Why did we suddenly get moved out? I was so close. The celestial talents shouted. Only one of the human talents looked slightly calm. He had obtained an extraordinarily rare inheritance by coincidence while climbing the 100th ladder. Although it couldn't compare to the 8 major inheritances and the ultimate inheritance, it was still extremely precious enough for him to report back. In front of the palace, you saw the celestial talents of various races emerging, and immediately prepared to take action. He wanted to control everyone and then force the inheritance. Unexpectedly, Butler Carter suddenly appeared behind him like a ghost. Tester, do you want to cause a disturbance? Yu calmly said. Butler Carter, if I remember correctly, the Zhou Tian Star Palace does not prohibit testers from killing each other. It was not prohibited before, but it is now prohibited, Carter said expressionlessly. Why? Because there is a distinguished guest among this batch of testers. To ensure the absolute safety of the guest, the Zhou Tian Star Palace prohibits private battles. Yu. A distinguished guest. A distinguished guest. Why is it always a distinguished guest? What's so good about that distinguished guest? Isn't he just a tiny bit more handsome than the ordinary testers? Why is there such excessive flattery? Yu was so angry that he almost went mad again. However, Carter completely disregarded his thoughts and walked directly in front of Bai Hao, saying, Honorable guest, welcome back from the assessment. May I ask, honorable guest, are you ready to rest for a moment in the palace? No need. Bai Hao shook his head, refusing. He had already been out for quite a while, and it was time to go back and check on his junior sister. In the boundless starry sky, the various princes saw their celestial talents emerge, and quickly used their means to bring them to their side. After some mental exchanges, aside from the Prince of Tianqing, the other cosmic princes all showed expressions of disappointment. Clearly, the celestial talents they brought did not obtain the inheritance from the Zhou Tian Star Palace. Among them, the three-eyed prince had the worst expression. He had expended a huge cost to invite Yu, But unexpectedly the other party also failed. Could be said to be a double loss. However, what's the deal with that suddenly appearing human celestial talent? Did he obtain the inheritance? The three-eyed prince's gaze grew increasingly cold with killing intent surging. 1,000 years ago an ant had obtained the inheritance right under the noses of several major cosmic princes. At this moment the Tianqing sovereign interrupted the San Yen sovereign's contemplation. San Yen, per our agreement you must now surrender the legacy Night Feather obtained. Hearing this the San Yen sovereign glanced at Night Feather and suppressed his resentment as he replied firmly, he obtained no legacy. None at all. The Tianqing sovereign sneered coldly, skeptical to the core. Even ordinary prodigies under his command had each received a rare legacy. How could Night Feather possibly have received nothing? San Yen, do you truly believe I dare not ignite divine realm warfare? The Tianqing sovereign threatened voice glacial. There is none, plain and simple. If you doubt me, search Night Feather's soul yourself. The San Yen sovereign, weary of empty words, shot back without hesitation. His mood was already black as storm clouds. Night Feather. In the end, the Tianqing sovereign refrained from soul-searching him. After all, Night Feather was the foremost face of the demon spirit clan's awakening phase, and behind him stood a supreme sovereign as his mentor. To tear open hostilities would serve neither side well. Fortunately, Night Feather proved compliant. He voluntarily swore a life-bound oath vowing he had acquired absolutely no legacy from the Zhou Tian Star Palace. Only then did the Tianqing sovereign relent. Meanwhile, in the three-eyed divine realm, hundreds of millions of star rivers distant from the Zhou Tian Star Palace, the San Yen sovereign's true form suddenly rose. As he stood, his blood and qi coalesced into tangible force blanketing a radius of 1,000,000 li. This vital energy transformed into terrifying divine flame, relentlessly scorching and tempering over 100 celestial laws, each detonation echoing with heaven-shaking thunder. After 2 seconds of silent deliberation, he abruptly thrust his hand forward, stretching, expanding until it blotted out the heavens, and seized every prisoner within an entire subterranean dungeon. All captives were human, over 100 billion souls by rough count. A single palm cradling such a vast multitude defied comprehension, evoking awe bordering on dread. Human souls steeped in grievance, the finest offering for divining celestial fate. Alas, humanity is a supreme race, so formidable that even I dare only secretly abduct a handful. The San Yen sovereign murmured softly, a wistful expression crossing his face. Then, without another word, he slowly clenched his fist, reducing the 100 billion humans to crimson mist, their souls shrieking in unison. A tide of resentment surged skyward. The San Yen sovereign's gaze remained impassive as his vertical third eye flared open, projecting countless intricate esoteric celestial divination sigils. Divine Eye, triple life, grand divination art. This art of divination ranked among the most supreme in the cosmos. Once enacted, it could lay bare every detail of a being's 3 lifetimes, past, present, and future, leaving nothing concealed. Truly transcendent beyond measure. At this instant, the sigils absorbed the surging resentment, transforming into frigid black vapor, within which fragmented images began to emerge. A human prodigy. I shall see precisely who you are. A fervent gleam ignited in the San Yen sovereign's eyes, from intelligence gathered by his law-embodied avatar. He was nearly certain this human prodigy had indeed inherited the Zhou Tian Star Palace's legacy, and that certainty was precisely why he sought him so urgently. The vision unfolded, revealing the prodigy's first life, his existence before his previous life. Why does this first life appear as utter darkness, swirling with primordial chaos? The San Yen sovereign frowned, unsettled. The vision deepened. From the endless sea of chaotic mist emerged a peerless sovereign, shrouded in boundless divine radiance. His power was unfathomable. Every gesture stirred the chaos itself. With a mere lift of his hand, billions of grand worlds flickered into and out of existence before him. Terror incarnate. Suddenly, he whirled around, fixing his gaze directly upon the San Yen sovereign's position, as though piercing across eons and transcending all distance and obstruction. In that instant, the San Yen sovereign's soul froze. Time, space, fate. Every fundamental thread binding him to reality snapped, severed utterly. A mere ant dares scheme against my reincarnation. Die! The sovereign's voice rang icy and absolute. Boom! The San Yen sovereign, and his entire cosmic realm, vanished into oblivion, leaving behind only a single forbidden trace of supreme aura. Before the Zhou Tian Star Palace, the 5 sovereigns' avatars prepared to depart. When the San Yen sovereign's law-embodied avatar suddenly shrieked, then shattered, violently erupting in blinding light and searing heat. Night Feather and several other San Yen prodigies caught in the blast perished instantly. What just happened? The Tianqing sovereign and the others paled, retreating a billion li in haste while projecting their divine senses to investigate. Yet their probing yielded nothing. At that very moment they all sensed their true selves summoning them, and instantly streaked across the void, returning to their primordial forms. Within the Tianqing divine realm, the Tianqing sovereign lowered his communicator, stunned into speechless silence. The San Yen sovereign had fallen. To him this came as no surprise. He had witnessed the San Yen sovereign's low-embodied avatar explode. For sovereigns of such stature, the death of the true self inevitably triggers the immediate collapse of all low-embodied avatars. Thus, the moment he saw the avatar disintegrate, he knew the San Yen sovereign's true self had met calamity. Yet what he had not foreseen was that the sovereign's entire cosmic realm had vanished alongside him. The entire cosmic realm, crushed into absolute void, erased entirely from existence as if it had never been. It was unimaginable. Even the smallest cosmic realm governed over 100 stellar domains, each domain containing countless galaxies and stars. Its territory stretched beyond conception. Such a vast expanse vanishing triggered immediate alarm among the San Yen elite, who urgently contacted the Tianqing sovereign and the other sovereigns. They demanded answers. The Tianqing sovereign bristled instantly. What right did an alien elder have to command him so brazenly? Did they truly think humanity, the power standing behind him, was mere decoration? He hung up immediately, then reported the full incident to the human high command without delay. The three sovereigns of the Bingi clan, the Moe Crocodile clan, and the Shuijing Crystal clan adopted similar responses, though theirs were more diplomatically tempered than the Tianqing sovereigns. Soon the highest echelons of every major cosmic race learned that one of the San Yen clan's cosmic realms had vanished without trace. Their reactions ranged from stunned disbelief and grim satisfaction to profound wariness and reverent dread. Elsewhere, Bai Hao remained utterly unaware of the celestial cataclysm. Upon returning to the hidden sanctuary, within the evil spirit's secret realm, he immediately activated his stellar badge and exited the concealed space. Emerging from the secret realm, Bai Hao felt as though he had stepped across lifetimes. Home. This trial exhausted me completely. I never even got proper rest. As he spoke those words, a faint pang of guilt stirred within him. Boarding his starship, he arrived 2 hours later at his warm familiar abode, only to find his junior-senior sister absent. Did she go out? But that makes no sense. This girl practically lives glued to the television except during meals. How could she possibly go out? Bai Hao's brow furrowed. Just as he prepared to summon Long Qingsu for answers, the front door clicked open. He turned, and there she was, his junior-senior sister returned, and behind her stood a strikingly handsome young man. Bai Hao studied the youth carefully for 2 long moments. For reasons inexplicable, a powerful instinct surged within him the moment his gaze fell upon the man. This person is a woman. This feeling came out of nowhere, leaving Bai Hao himself somewhat puzzled. It must be that I've been too tired these past few days. Otherwise, how could I experience hallucinations in broad daylight? You mistook a man for a woman. Bai Hao shook his head, trying to comfort himself. Then he looked at Bai Xiao Ran, furrowing his brows as he asked, "Junior sister, what happened to you?" "I'm a mess all over," Bai Xiao Ran replied. The little one felt distressed but dared not speak out. That big demon behind her was too terrifying. If she dared to tell the truth, he would tear her indestructible body apart. Whoa, other people's senior brothers all dote on their junior sisters. Why is my senior brother so fond of his junior brother? This is not scientific. Xiao Ran pouted, feeling wronged, and began to cry. Beside her, Yu and Jun timely spoke up. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Junyu, and I am your upstairs neighbor. I just moved in not long ago. Your Xiao Ran went out to buy snacks today and accidentally bumped into my car. She's fine, but the car is damaged." "Oh really?" Bai Hao's mouth twitched slightly. "Damn it, she's fine, but the car is damaged. Is that how you use your indestructible body?" Seeing Bai Hao's speechless expression, Bai Xiao Ran felt even more wronged. Clearly, it was the senior brother who suddenly appeared and said she hadn't been following her junior brother closely enough, which was a dereliction of duty. After saying that, he reprimanded her thoroughly. Not only did he tidy her up, but now he was also using such a flimsy excuse to smear her reputation. It made her cry. Bai Hao looked at Yu and Jun and asked, "So are you here to demand compensation? How much? I can transfer it to you now." He didn't doubt Yu and Jun's words. After all, his junior sister was quite a big shot. If it weren't for genuinely having hit someone's car, how could she be so honest? Bai Xiao Ran thought in front of the senior brother, "I'm just a weakling. I'm really not a big shot. I'm not here to ask for money." Yu and Jun waved his hand. "And repairing the car won't cost much. I came along because I was worried about the young lady being alone outside, so I just wanted to take her back." Upon hearing this, Bai Xiao Ran pouted, unable to help but complain in her heart. A few dishes got her this drunk. Compared to her junior brother, I, as a junior sister, probably can't match even a blade of grass. "You would worry about me?" Bai Hao shook his head. "No, the compensation must be paid here. I'm not someone who likes to take advantage of others." As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed the 2 people across from him, one large and one small, displaying strange expressions. What the hell? What kind of expressions are those? Are you doubting my character? Bai Hao felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, when he thought of the ruler, the golden crow egg, and the crystal coffin lying in his storage space, he suddenly lost confidence. In the end, Bai Hao still transferred the money to Yu and Jun. After coming to Blue Star, Yu and Jun had used some means to sort out money, identity, and background, so she wasn't lacking in things like mobile communication devices. After receiving the money, Yu and Jun said, "It seems it's almost meal time. How about you guys come to my house for dinner? Just now someone brought me a lot of food. I can't finish it by myself." No thanks, today's events have already caused you enough trouble. Bai Hao quickly declined. Yu and Jun frowned slightly, stroking Bai Xiao Ran's head. Xiao Ran, do you want to go to your brother's house for dinner? I want to. Bai Xiao Ran answered with pursed lips. Then she turned to Bai Hao and said, Junior brother, I'm so hungry, I can barely move, and there's nothing to eat at home. It's better to go eat at this brother's house. All right then. Bai Hao reluctantly agreed. There was no way to refuse. As soon as Bai Xiao Ran finished speaking, she grabbed Junyu and rushed out the door. Seeing this scene, Bai Hao frowned slightly, feeling that something was off. After thinking for a moment, he used his fortune golden eye to check Junyu. Purple fortune was quite impressive in Blue Star, but when it came down to it, it was just that. I must be overthinking it. At the dinner table, Bai Xiao Ran cooperated with Yu and Jun, deliberately talking about many things concerning Bai Hao, such as about to enter the Star Domain battlefield. Seeing the topic opened up, Bai Hao also did not hide anything and frankly said, Actually, I don't really want to go to the Star Domain battlefield right now. The 9th realm of the Star Domain battlefield only allows those in the Awakening realm to enter, but I have almost reached the limit of the Awakening realm. Even if I enter the Star Domain battlefield, I probably won't gain much. Why should I make a trip for nothing? This was Bai Hao's true thought. Yu and Jun elegantly wiped his mouth and said, Bai Hao, I actually think you should go to the Star Domain battlefield. Why? There are 3 reasons. Yu and Jun, first, the 9th realm of the Star Domain battlefield only allows those in the Awakening realm to enter, but living beings can choose to break through to the Divine Ability realm once inside. Simply breaking through to the Divine Ability realm will not trigger the world's will's backlash. However, once you break through to the Divine Ability realm, if you leave the 9th realm in the future, you can only enter the 8th realm if you want to go back into the Star Domain battlefield. The situations in the earlier realms are almost the same as in the 9th realm. Such a thing exists. Just hearing the first point made his heart flutter. Yu and Jun continued. Second, the Star Domain battlefield has 3,000 heavenly tablets. With the help of the heavenly tablets, outstanding individuals who master the void can comprehend their own secret methods for amplifying the void. And there is a chance to master more void methods. Unfortunately, the main body of the 3,000 heavenly tablets is located in the 1st realm, while the other 8 realms are merely projections of the heavenly tablets. Thus, in terms of effect, the 1st realm is the strongest and the 9th realm is the weakest. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao's pupils shrank. It was indeed, as he had guessed, there was a specialized method for using the void. Directly activating it is the roughest method of use. Moreover, aside from the amplification secret method, it seems that one can also master even more void techniques using the heavenly tablets. This aspect undoubtedly made Bai Hao even more excited. After mastering the void of swordsmanship, he had once tried to comprehend other voids, but found himself at a loss, so he had to temporarily give up. At this moment, Yu and Jun continued. Third, in each major realm of the Star Domain battlefield, a reincarnation platform will appear every 100 years. The reincarnation platform can pull the spiritual consciousness of outstanding individuals and send them to be reborn in a small world. What kind of special power? What special power? Bai Hao asked. Yu and Jun slowly replied, psychic power. Upon hearing these 4 words, Bai Hao was instantly moved but still asked, how long has it been since the last appearance? 3 months from now, it will be exactly 100 years. Perfect. Bai Hao couldn't help but smile. By the way, Jun Yu, how do you know all this? I had been quite interested in the Star Domain battlefield for a while, so I specifically gathered related information. I see. Bai Hao suddenly understood. Next to them, Bai Xiao Ran looked at Yu and Jun and communicated through thought, senior brother, is that really the case? Yu and Jun glanced back indifferently. The Star Domain battlefield, I built it. Bai Xiao Ran. After finishing dinner, Bai Hao bid farewell to Yu and Jun and brought Bai Xiao Ran back home. Bai Xiao Ran sat on the sofa, a petite figure pondering with a hand on her chin, looking just like a little detective. The more she thought about it, the more she felt something was off. The Star Domain battlefield was established by senior brother, and he was very eager for junior brother to go there. Could there be some hidden agendas in this? After pondering for a while, Bai Xiao Ran concluded senior brother was not right, very much not right. At this moment, outside, the sky had already darkened. Bai Hao saw Bai Xiao Ran still sitting on the sofa and said, helplessly, junior sister, go wash up, it's time for bed. Upon hearing this detective, Bai Xiao Ran instantly lost her composure. Junior brother, what time is it that you want me to sleep? I was planning to stay up late to binge watch shows. You still want to stay up to watch shows? Bai Hao replied directly, I told you long ago, stop watching those brainless idol dramas. They are morally corrupting and will affect your intelligence if you watch too much. If I don't watch shows, what should I do? I'm not tired at all. Not tired. Bai Hao thought for a moment and suggested, how about you do some exercises? I have a pile of unopened Huanggong secret papers here. Many people have said that if you can't sleep, just get up and do some exercises and you'll sleep better than anyone else. Bai Xiao Ran replied, forget it, I'll just go to sleep. It's not that she couldn't do those exercises, she simply found doing exercises to be particularly torturous. Shed, rather lie in bed counting sheep. It's similar to students doing homework. They can do most questions but just don't want to pick up the pen. After Bai Xiao Ran finished washing up and got into bed, Bai Hao walked into the bedroom and took out a portion of spirit stones from his spatial ring, preparing to elevate his cultivation to the peak of awakening. He had already lingered at the peak of the 8th stage of awakening for a long time, a full 2 days longer than any previous realm. If he delayed any further, it would not be good. Boom! The 9 turns Golden Tower's indestructible heavenly art activated, generating a terrifying devouring force that crazily absorbed and refined the spiritual energy from the spirit stones. All of this energy was converted into pure cultivation by the 9 turns Golden Tower's indestructible heavenly art. Early stage of the 9th level of awakening. Mid-stage of the 9th level of awakening. Soon Bai Hao elevated his cultivation to the peak of awakening, but more than half of the spiritual energy from the spirit stones remained unused. Thus he decisively used this spiritual energy to enhance the level of his technique. Leveling up the 9 turns Golden Tower's indestructible heavenly art required a large amount of resources. Even advancing to the mid-stage of the first turn relied on the essence of the Golden Crow he simulated during the last fortuitous encounter. After absorbing the spiritual energy unexpectedly, the technique did not break through and remained at the mid-stage of the first turn, only advancing slightly toward the later stage. Huff! Bai Hao exhaled a breath of turbid air. After pondering for a few seconds, he decided to stop and go to sleep. After all, he had been busy for 2 days and shouldn't be too harsh on himself. His sleep quality had always been good. After lying down, he fell asleep in less than a minute. Silence fell over the bedroom. In the darkness, suddenly a woman appeared dressed in a flowing white gown with exquisite features, tall and graceful, breathtakingly beautiful. It was none other than the true appearance of Yu Wenjun. She slowly approached Bai Hao's bedside, reaching out to brush her fingers across Bai Hao's face, whispering softly, "Junior brother, you are still as handsome as ever. Though there are more peach blossoms than before, even a little evil spirit dares to cling to you and won't come out." As she spoke, Yu Wenjun slightly raised her hand, drawing out the blood jade tattoo from Bai Hao's arm. The blood jade tattoo transformed into a crimson blood jade. Inside, Mu Qianfei trembled, uncontrollably terrified to the extreme. If she was a queen, then the woman outside was the true emperor, standing at the pinnacle of the emperor's path. In the vast universe, in billions of worlds, anyone who practiced the emperor's path had to bow down before her. She was the true sovereign. That lofty and noble aura was simply terrifying, causing her entire soul to tremble uncontrollably. Yu Wenjun's expression remained indifferent. "From now on, unless he actively requests your possession, you are not allowed to cling to him. Understood?" Mu Qianfei instinctively obeyed Yu Wenjun's command, tossing the crimson blood jade aside. Yu Wenjun approached Bai Hao, gently leaning down, her lips like crimson petals, exhaling a fragrance like orchids, continuously descending. "Xiao Jun, please stop." At that moment, an elderly voice sounded in her ear. Yu Wenjun straightened up, her expression calm. "Master, I didn't expect you would actually pay attention to my projection of will. If I don't keep an eye on you, I fear that in 10 days there will no longer be a figure of the Yu Emperor in the chaotic heavens," the old man said with a headache. The 10 forbidden life patterns are extremely strange. Even if they only engage in affectionate actions between Dao companions, it would be deemed as establishing a Dao companion relationship, leading to great terror. What if I am the right person for junior brother? Yu Wenjun was not convinced. But what if not? Alive, at least I can see Xiao Bai Hao. Dead, then there is nothing left. The old man sighed in frustration. Upon hearing this, Yu Wenjun slowly clenched her fists, her beautiful eyes glinting with coldness. "Master, tell me, why did junior brother clearly break through the forbidden abyss and suppress the forbidden existence within? Yet, after returning, he suddenly sought reincarnation to cultivate anew. And why did his second reincarnation attract the 9 abyss curses to obstruct him?" She had previously asked these questions to the old man, but he had always avoided them and was unwilling to answer. After a long silence, the old man sighed softly. "I can only tell you that the forbidden abyss has some connection with Xiao Bai Hao's background. The relationship is quite complex. Even I only have a vague understanding. After all, the forbidden abyss is too mysterious, even tracing back to before the chaos. And Xiao Bai Hao's reincarnation to cultivate anew is precisely to resolve the 10 forbidden life patterns. Among them, the 9 abyss curses correspond to the 9 prohibitions within the 10 forbidden life patterns. What about the last prohibition? Unknown. The old man concluded. All right, what can be said has been said. You should return now. Okay. Yu Wenjun nodded, but before leaving she gently touched Bai Hao and a crystalline light instantly entered Bai Hao's brow. This was a causal thread. With this causal thread, she wouldn't need to go through great efforts in planning to meet Bai Hao. Then, Yu Wenjun called Bai Xiao ran again, instructed her after a while, and directly sealed her cultivation to the awakening realm, imposing restrictions. She could only break through when Bai Hao's cultivation broke through. She was not allowed to exceed Bai Hao's cultivation. That night, Bai Hao slept soundly, for he had dreamt again. He dreamt of himself appearing in a vast abyss. The abyss was filled with darkness, but he could vaguely see forbidden existences standing inside, surrounded by a decaying and ruined aura. The physical bodies and souls of these forbidden existences had all decayed beyond recognition. Yet even so, they were still immensely powerful, able to make the universe tremble. Bai Hao frowned, feeling puzzled, not knowing why he would appear here. Just as he was confused, that group of forbidden existences suddenly knelt down, bowing before an altar. After a long while, endless divine light descended. When the divine light dissipated, a stunningly beautiful infant appeared on the altar. "Is that me?" Bai Hao's pupils constricted, immediately recognizing the identity of the infant. The infant bore an uncanny resemblance to him, so striking that Bai Hao felt an immediate visceral certainty. Surrounding the child shimmered extraordinary omens, radiating a charm so overwhelming it verged on the divine. Now comes the question. Who are my parents? And why was I as an infant found upon this abyssal altar? Bai Hao frowned in deep contemplation. At that moment, from the abyss's most forbidden depths, a tall figure emerged. Bathed in light so sacred it stood in absolute antithesis to the surrounding void. She was a woman of ethereal beauty. Her form slightly translucent, her features exquisitely refined as though untouched by mortal dust. Yet imbued with an innate, effortless allure. Her presence stirred the soul, kindling boundless reverie and yearning. Long Qing-Su? Disbelief flickered across Bai Hao's face. This sacred woman who had stepped forth from the abyss bore an identical likeness to Long Qing-Su of Lanxia Academy. Were they connected? Before Bai Hao could dwell further, the luminous woman ascended the altar and tenderly lifted the infant into her arms. Ten taboo fate. Humph. She murmured softly, a faint smile playing upon her lips, and then gently pressed her lips to his. What? Bai Hao's mind reeled. Wasn't the ten taboo fate said to be fatal in proximity to women? Was she unafraid of death? Or was she perhaps the one destined to break that curse? Bai Hao's pulse quickened. When suddenly the dream shifted. The scene dissolved and reformed, countless years later. Yet still within the same abyss. There stood his primordial self, towering above the chasm, radiating an overwhelming peerless aura so terrifying it suffocated all life beneath its weight. Opposite him stood the sacred woman. Her breath shallow, her transcendent face etched with bitter defiance. Bai Hao, why did you dissolve the ten taboo fate? Is not I enough for you? Not enough. His primordial self shook his head, paused in silence for several heartbeats, and then spoke calm and resolute. Children choose, I claim all. The sacred woman fell silent. Bai Hao stared, utterly stunned. He had assumed his primordial self was a paragon of devotion, only to discover he was in truth a shameless hedonist, savoring one while coveting countless others. Listen closely. Those final 3 words rang with such unshakable conviction, echoing the secret longing of legions of men. That cannot be right. How could my primordial self possibly be such a man? A faint twitch tugged at Bai Hao's lip. A profound intuition stirred within him. His reincarnation and cultivation anew must stem from something far deeper, far more consequential than mere desire. Just as he prepared to watch further, an invisible force surged through the dream, expelling him outright. He sat upright in bed, rubbing his temples wearily. Bai Hao realized this dream had been but a fragment of his primordial memory. Its emergence through dreams was likely his soul's self-preservation, warding off the deluge of infinite recollections that might otherwise drown his present consciousness. Shaking his head, Bai Hao rose, only to notice Mo Qianfei now transformed into a blood jade pendant resting beside him. He was about to ask why she no longer rested upon his arm, when Mo Qianfei volunteered the answer. I feared disturbing my master's rest. Hearing this, Bai Hao merely replied, from now on remain near me. No need for such restraint. Understood, master. Though she acquiesced, she simply drifted into his coat pocket, refusing unlike before to merge with his body. She dared not test the limits of that woman's forbearance. Last night's encounter had been too terrifying. In the living room, Bai Shaoran had long since risen, and sat cross-legged on the sofa, absorbed in television. Bai Hao glanced at the screen, and nodded inwardly. Yet another drama of a domineering tycoon falling for an ordinary girl. He found it perplexing. After all, Bai Shaoran was a sovereign of chaos, untouchable even by cosmic will. So why of all things did she favor such trivial romances? Senior sister, have you eaten? Yes. Without looking away from the screen, she replied. I've left you steamed buns and millet porridge. Go eat. Understood. Bai Hao was mildly surprised, yet washed up and began breakfast. Suddenly Bai Shaoran asked, Junior brother, when do you plan to depart for the stellar battlefield? Within the next few days. Why? Take me along. Don't jest. I'm heading to the 9th realm of the stellar battlefield. You're already afflicted with calamity. How could you possibly enter? Bai Hao sighed, exasperated. I'm not joking, Bai Shaoran retorted, irked. I've suppressed my cultivation to the awakening realm. I'll accompany you inside. That explanation had been relayed by their senior brother. Bai Hao frowned. Does suppression even work? I've heard the stellar battlefield's world intent can detect concealed cultivation. Ordinary suppression fails, but mine is different. The world intent cannot perceive it. Silently she added, my cultivation was sealed. Not by me, but by the very creator of the stellar battlefield. How then could it ever be detected? Ah, I see. Then it's perfect. With senior sister at my side, I'll have little cause to worry about safety in the stellar battlefield. Bai Hao smiled warmly. Though her cultivation was now suppressed to the awakening realm, she remained a sovereign of chaos, and wielded the 9th-tier apex of void law. Her true combat prowess defied imagination. Hearing his words, Bai Shaoran pouted faintly, thinking the entire stellar battlefield was forged by senior brother. For you alone. How could danger ever touch you? 2 days later, Long Qing-Su arrived to escort Bai Hao and Bai Shaoran. Lancia Academy maintained a spatial wormhole leading directly into the stellar battlefield. Bai Hao studied Long Qing-su, his gaze thoughtful. To the eye she was indistinguishable from the sacred woman of his dream, save for the absence of that radiant holy luminescence. Before the spatial transfer gate Long Qing-su slowly turned. Yet in that fleeting moment of rotation, a flash of brilliant sacred light shimmered deep within her eyes, and vanished. Surely not because she's smitten with me. At the thought Bai Hao's lip twitched. Then he shook his head half amused half baffled. Perhaps they were merely doppelgangers, nothing more. Elder Long, once we arrive at Lancia Academy, please keep things discreet. I'd rather avoid being swarmed by crowds. Bai Hao preemptively cautioned. No problem. Long Qing-su nodded. I'll open a direct passage straight to the spatial transfer gate. No commotion whatsoever. With that she tore open the void using the laws themselves, and teleported Bai Hao and Bai Xiaoran across the rift. They arrived swiftly at Lancia Academy's spatial transfer gate. There Long Qing-su added, on the other side Lancia Academy personnel will greet you. No need to fret over intelligence or briefing matters. Thank you. We appreciate it. Bai Hao expressed his gratitude. Then took Bai Xiaoran's hand and stepped through the gate, vanishing in an instant. Before the spatial transfer gate Long Qing-su slowly turned. Yet in that fleeting moment of rotation, a flash of brilliant sacred light shimmered deep within her eyes, and vanished. Stellar battlefield. Ninth realm. Emerging from the gate, Bai Hao and Bai Xiaoran stood frozen, staring at soaring skyscrapers, glittering entertainment complexes, and neon-lit boulevards. Where was the promised battlefield of 10,000 races? Everywhere they looked. Cafes, arcades, theaters, amusement parks. Was this truly a battlefield? He'd secretly anticipated it for days, only to feel profoundly disillusioned. Just as despair crept in, boom, the heavens of the ninth realm trembled violently, and boundless auspicious light descended, enveloping both Bai Hao and Bai Xiaoran. In the next instant golden characters shimmered into existence above them, floating in midair, radiant and unmistakable. The golden characters quickly formed. Bai Hao looked up at Bai Xiaoran, where the golden characters floated, the strongest awakening realm in history. Somewhat unexpected, yet also within reason. With a curious thought, Bai Hao looked up at the inscription above him, the most handsome man of all time. This title is truly extravagant. However, given his appearance and looks, it is more than adequate for this title. Moreover, Bai Hao sensed that he could easily release or retract the title above his head with just a thought. Immediately after, a faint blue virtual frame appeared beside both of them. Stellar balance 10,000 on the opposite side. The subordinates of the Blue Summer Academy were dumbfounded. They had been notified to receive the Academy's most distinguished guests today, but they never expected this. The two guests were so extraordinary that upon arriving at the stellar battlefield, they achieved 2 golden accomplishments of the best in the domain, and received a full 10,000 stellar points. Thinking about them having struggled in the stellar battlefield for over 100 years, yet still not measuring up to these two in just a single day, he felt a pang of bitterness. You must be from the Blue Summer Academy? Bai Hao asked. Yes. An elder from the crowd stepped forward to reply. You must be Mr. Bai Hao. My name is Qiu Zhe and I am the chief steward of the Blue Summer Academy in the 9th realm of the stellar battlefield. I am here on the Academy's orders to welcome you 2 distinguished guests. Thank you for your trouble. Bai Hao smiled, glancing at the elder and nodding subtly. This person's cultivation was at the peak of the divine ability realm, with an aura of domain surrounding him far stronger than an ordinary divine ability realm practitioner. Under normal circumstances, only a disaster king could master the great trends of heaven and earth, and only a stellar realm expert could construct a domain. Yet Qiu Zhe, merely a divine ability realm practitioner, could construct a domain, indicating his considerable strength. Qiu Zhe, may I ask what the golden characters and stellar balance mean? Bai Hao inquired, as he knew very little about the stellar battlefield. Junyu had indeed told him many benefits of the stellar battlefield, but had mentioned nothing of the basic situation. Qiu Zhe replied, the golden characters represent achievement titles only obtained by reaching the pinnacle in a domain, gaining the recognition of the world's will. For instance, Mr. Bai Hao, your unparalleled beauty has even garnered the world's will's recognition, deeming you the most handsome man of all time. Additionally, there is a prodigy in Songqing City, a king among gaming geniuses who has defeated all his opponents in the gaming realm, and is thus recognized by the world's will. Bai Hao, to think that playing games could also earn the world's will's recognition. Surely the world's will must be rather idle. However, we never expected that the young lady beside you would also gain the world's will's recognition. At this point, Qiu Zhe glanced at the 7 golden characters above Bai Xiaoran, and could not help but swallow hard. The strongest awakening realm in history. My goodness, this is an achievement title that even the top prodigy on the awakening prodigy list has not received. Now, however, it has been obtained by a little girl. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. After a pause, Qiu Zhe continued, as for the stellar balance, it is the hard currency of the stellar battlefield, equivalent to currency. Whether you are spending in entertainment venues or purchasing cultivation methods and spiritual treasures, you can pay with the stellar points in your stellar balance. Bai Hao squinted. Since stellar points can be recognized by all prodigies, they must surely have other uses, right? Mr. Bai Hao, you guessed correctly. Qiu Zhe smiled. Stellar points indeed have other uses, and they are quite important. By opening the virtual frame of the stellar balance you will find options. As long as you consume stellar points your consciousness will enter the desired heavenly steel. To cultivate on the heavenly steel for 1 day it costs 10 stellar points. Bai Hao's eyes lit up. It's so cheap to cultivate on the heavenly steel. Just 10 stellar points for a day's cultivation. Qiuzhe, is that okay for you? I've wasted 100 years in the stellar battlefield and have only accumulated a few thousand stellar points. That alone is enough to make one above average among ordinary people. Qiuzhe added only the heavenly steel of the 9th realm costs 10 stellar points. The 8th realm requires 100 stellar points, the 7th realm 1,000 stellar points, and so on. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao nodded slightly, not surprised. Jun, you had previously mentioned that the 9th realm's heavenly steel was the least effective, while the 1st realm was the strongest. Thus it is normal that more stellar points would be required as one ascends. What is the most common way to obtain stellar points? Bai Hao asked. Golden achievements do indeed provide a lot of stellar points, but the difficulty is so high that it cannot be the mainstream method of acquisition. Bai Hao was clear about this in his heart. Qiuzhe replied the most common way to obtain them is to kill star soul beasts outside the city. Star soul beasts. Yes, they are unique beasts in the stellar battlefield. Killing a 3rd-tier star soul beast will yield 1 stellar point. Moreover, the worlds will record your achievements and update your prodigy ranking in real time. Don't tell me the 3rd-tier star soul beast is equivalent to the disaster realm. Bai Hao's mouth twitched slightly. Qiuzhe nodded slowly. Damn, it really is. Bai Hao glanced at his stellar balance and realized just how precious 10,000 stellar points were. It was equivalent to him doing nothing, just arriving at the stellar battlefield and starting off ahead of others by 10,000 3rd-tier star soul beasts. Unfortunately, the gifted stellar points do not count as achievements. At that moment Qiuzhe added, actually besides killing star soul beasts there is another popular way to obtain stellar points. You mean these entertainment venues? Bai Hao pointed to the buildings around them. Yes. Qiuzhe nodded. Some prodigies unwilling to take the risk of killing star soul beasts have brought their money-making methods from the outside world into the stellar battlefield. Surprisingly, they earn quite a bit. Bai Hao shook his head. The reason the stellar battlefield is called a battlefield is that it is specifically meant for combat. Without the intention to fight, one's future achievements are bound to be limited. Although since his reincarnation, due to always being pampered, he has hardly experienced real battles. Yet deep down he yearns for combat. So, this time please no more sycophants. I really just want to have a thrilling battle. Bai Hao sighed lightly in his heart and said to Qiuzhe, Steward Qiu, please lead us to our accommodations first. Alright, Qiuzhe replied respectfully and immediately led Bai Hao and Bai Xiao ran to their residence. Bai Hao examined the place. It was a standalone villa, exquisitely decorated with a beautiful environment showing Qiuzhe's meticulous care. This was to be expected. Qiuzhe's strongest skill as the chief steward of the Blue Summer Academy in the 9th realm was his ability to judge people. Clearly Bai Hao and Bai Xiao Ran were 2 individuals he could not afford to offend. After the 2 entered the house, Qiuzhe left. Bai Xiao ran around the villa, then rushed to Bai Hao's side, her rosy little face full of excitement. Junior brother, guess what I found? I can't guess. Bai Xiao Ran said mysteriously, I found that there is internet here. Bai Hao silently cursed to himself. Not far away, Bai Xiao Ran had already opened her phone to continue watching her drama. Seeing this, Bai Hao shook his head helplessly and returned to his room. He summoned a blue virtual frame showing the balance of the star domain. After pondering for 2 seconds, he reached out and clicked on it, causing a row of celestial monuments to appear with their names listed below. Celestial Monument of Time, Celestial Monument of Space, Celestial Monument of Fate, Celestial Monument of Destruction, Celestial Monument of Metal, Celestial Monument of Fire. 3,000 celestial monuments encompassing nearly every cultivation path in the world. Bai Hao's gaze swept over these celestial monuments, and a sudden impulse arose within him. He wished to master all the virtual truths contained within the 3,000 celestial monuments. In the future, there will be opportunities. Bai Hao's eyes flickered as he suppressed this impulse, rummaging around for a while, before quickly locating the Sword Dao Celestial Monument. He lightly tapped on the Sword Dao Celestial Monument in the virtual frame, and immediately a line of text popped up. Do you wish to enter the Sword Dao Celestial Monument for cultivation? 2 options appeared below. Bai Hao chose yes. In the next second, an invisible great force appeared in the void, pulling his consciousness into a mysterious space. When he opened his eyes again, Bai Hao saw a dazzling ethereal celestial monument standing before him, the surrounding space continuously distorting. It emitted a sound of overwhelming pressure. And this was merely a phantom, its power not even 1/10th of that of the actual monument. Bai Hao's mind was shaken. Fortunately, he quickly snapped back to reality, no longer delaying, and immediately focused on observing the Sword Dao Celestial Monument. Boom! Bai Hao's mental awareness instantly immersed into the Sword Dao Celestial Monument, and the scene before his eyes began to change. The first scene showed the forging of a sword. The swordsmith appeared to be an ordinary person hammering the sword embryo with a rhythmic clang, producing a clear, piercing sound. The sword embryo vibrated continuously. Each vibration seemed like the pulse of life, breathing, expressing emotions, and able to sense. Clang, clang. Bai Hao stared intently at the swordsmith's forging, his heavenly level comprehension, magnified 10,000-fold, reaching its peak. Gradually a Sword Dao Virtual Truth emerged around Bai Hao, representing the second level of Sword Dao Virtual Truth, with a progress percentage of about 35. When he initially emerged from the evil spirit secret realm, he was only at 34. After 2 days of relentless effort, he had painstakingly improved by 1. If other prodigies knew of Bai Hao's speed of improvement and still complained about it being slow, they would probably spit on him. Not a human child. At this moment, Bai Hao immersed himself in the insights from the Sword Dao Celestial Monument, and the Sword Dao Virtual Truth began to increase at a visible speed. 36, 37, 38, 49, 1, 49, 2, 49, 3, 50. Once it reached 50, Bai Hao's brows furrowed slightly. He could clearly feel that as time passed, the support from the sword-forging scene was diminishing. The Sword Dao Celestial Monument seemed to sense this. The scene began to change, and then the second scene appeared, testing the sword. It was still the same swordsmith. After the long sword was forged, he picked it up and moved to the side, striking it against a dark red wooden post. A muffled sound echoed as he tested the newly forged long sword, constantly changing angles and positions, observing whether the sword had any flaws. Each strike left a mark on the dark red wood. At first, the marks were shallow and appeared coarse, but as the swordsmith adjusted, it seemed to resonate with the sword. The force remained the same, but the destructive power was on a completely different level, becoming increasingly terrifying. In front of the celestial monument, Bai Hao's gaze was like a torch, and his Sword Dao Virtual Truth began to grow rapidly again. When the second scene lost its effectiveness, his Sword Dao Virtual Truth had already increased to 62. Immediately after, the third scene appeared, dancing with the sword. After testing the long sword, the swordsmith walked to an open area to begin dancing with the sword. His movements were slow, as if he had never practiced sword techniques, appearing somewhat awkward and clumsy. Nevertheless, Bai Hao was still able to gain a wealth of insights from the scene, thereby increasing the progress of his Sword Dao Virtual Truth. Minutes passed, an hour, half a day. The swordsmith's swordsmanship grew increasingly profound, sometimes heavy and majestic, sometimes agile and changeable, sometimes straightforward and bright, and sometimes eerie and sinister. After watching the third scene, Bai Hao's Virtual Truth surged to 80. The fourth scene, the fifth scene. When he saw the sixth scene, the swordsmith in the scene no longer used a sword, for to him all things in the world could become a sword. In the seventh scene, the swordsmith vanished. Only the sword remained in the scene, its appearance drastically changed, towering 1,000,000 feet high like a heavenly sword descending from the firmament embedded in the earth. The sharp sword energy swept across millions of miles, leaving no blade of grass behind, turning this place into a sword energy forbidden zone. Observing this heavenly sword, Bai Hao lingered at the second level at 99. 9 of his Sword Dao Virtual Truth and instantly broke through the bottleneck to the third level. Moreover, he also comprehended a secret method for amplifying his own Virtual Truth from the Sword Dao Celestial Monument. His combat power surged once again. Just as Bai Hao was about to continue observing, he suddenly heard Bai Zioran's voice. "Little junior brother, wake up." "Ha! Is that senior sister's voice? Why is she calling me?" Bai Hao frowned and hurriedly exited the space of the Sword Dao Celestial Monument, his consciousness returning to his body. Opening his eyes, Bai Hao saw Bai Xiaoran standing before him, and he couldn't help but ask, "Senior sister, why did you call me?" "That steward Qiuzhe is looking for you. He said the Academy's higher-ups sent him to notify you that the Star Domain Prodigy Battle is about to begin, so you should prepare yourself." Star Domain Prodigy Battle. Bai Hao frowned slightly. He had never heard of this name before. He walked out of his bedroom. Steward Qiuzhe was sitting in the living room, and upon seeing Bai Hao, he let out a sigh of relief. "Mr. Bai Hao, you finally woke up. I have been waiting for you for half a month." "Half a month?" Bai Hao's pupils contracted sharply. He felt that he had only stayed in the Sword Dao Celestial Monument for a day or two, but unexpectedly half a month had passed in reality. "Yes, it has been half a month. If you don't come out in a couple of days, you might miss the Star Domain Prodigy Battle." "What is the Star Domain Prodigy Battle?" Bai Hao immediately asked. Steward Qiuzhe replied, "The Star Domain Prodigy Battle is a selection tournament driven by the will of the world. Only those who rank in the top 10 of the Star Domain Prodigy Battle will qualify to use the reincarnation platform." "I see." Bai Hao thought for a moment, puzzled. The ninth realm is hundreds of times larger than an ordinary star domain, and there are countless prodigies from various races. It must be troublesome to engage in battle, right? "You don't need to worry about that," Steward Qiuzhe said. "Once the Star Domain Prodigy Battle begins, the will of the world will gather all participating prodigies and randomly assign them opponents. The prodigies will continuously duel in pairs. Once winners and losers are determined, the winners will face each other, and the losers will face off among themselves, until the strongest 10,000 prodigies are selected. At that point, the nightmare begins, as the will of the world will cast them into a purgatory area. Only the last 10 remaining prodigies will qualify to use the reincarnation platform." After hearing this, Bai Hao felt a headache coming on. It seemed that obtaining the qualification for the reincarnation platform wasn't so easy. Steward Qiuzhe expressed concern. "Mr. Bai Hao, among the prodigies from various races, quite a few have remained at the peak of the divine power realm for nearly 100 years, waiting for the reincarnation platform. Moreover, they have at least mastered the second level of virtual truths, and there may even be invincible prodigies who have grasped the third level of virtual truths. If you wish to participate, you must think carefully. The peak of the divine power realm. Bai Hao squinted. Cultivation is just a small matter. If I want to, I can break through to the peak of the divine power realm at any time. However, those so-called invincible prodigies deserve attention. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Hao turned to Qiu Zhe and asked, Manager Qiu, how does one register for the Stellar Realm Young Prodigies Tournament? Open your Stellar Balance virtual interface. There's a tournament qualifier registration option in the lower left corner. Simply tap it to complete registration. Qiu Zhe replied, Let me check. Bai Hao opened the virtual interface and quickly located the small registration icon, then confirmed without hesitation. Only the top 10 finalists of the Young Prodigies Tournament may access the Reincarnation platform, and that platform is intrinsically linked to the Mind Realm's microcosmic world. He could never abandon this path. Moreover, Bai Hao harbored another irrefutable reason: this universe lacked a unique form of energy. Yuan. Yuan was the seed of the Mind Realm system. Without Yuan, no mind seed could coalesce. Were that truly the case, even possessing the complete compendium of stellar secret scripts would render him incapable of treading the 5 stages of the mind path. Mr. Bai Hao, if there's nothing further, I shall take my leave. Please, Manager Qiu, do walk slowly. With polite farewell, Bai Hao saw him off, then turned toward Bai Xiao Ran. Senior Sister Xiao Ran, will you register? No, I mean of course I will. Bai Xiao Ran instinctively hesitated, but at that instant an image flashed through her mind, her senior brother reprimanding her with unyielding authority. She instantly backtracked. Wait, of course. Bai Hao sighed, exasperated. So, will you or won't you? I will. She gritted her teeth, then glanced down at her phone, where her favorite idol drama was playing, and resolved tearfully, I'll pull 2 all-nighters. No sleep tonight or tomorrow, to finish the finale. Since you're registering, do it now, before you forget later. Understood. Bai Xiao Ran tapped the registration button swiftly, then buried herself once more in her drama. This girl had become utterly absorbed in binge-watching, completely forgetting she'd originally insisted on accompanying Bai Hao here for fun. Bai Hao stepped out of the villa. Leisurely strolling into a shop, he asked, Do you carry supreme-grade energy stones? How many stellar points per piece? In the cosmos, spirit stones were commonly termed energy stones. Yes, we offer 100 supreme-grade energy stones per stellar point. How many would you like, sir? The clerk replied. Bai Hao whistled softly in astonishment. Though he'd learned from Manager Qiu that stellar points were exceptionally precious, he hadn't imagined their value ran so deep. A single high-grade spirit stone fetched 10 million on Blue Star. A supreme-grade one easily commanded 100 million. In other words, 1 stellar point equaled over 10 billion Longbi, enough to sustain an ordinary person for countless lifetimes. Bai Hao exhaled lightly and said, Start with 100,000 pieces. 100,000 pieces. The clerk recoiled in shock. He'd seen bulk buyers before, but never anyone who casually requested such a staggering quantity. After all, 1,000,000 energy stones amounted to 1,000 stellar points, a sum equaling the total wealth of mid-tier warriors in the stellar battlefield. Noticing the clerk's silence, Bai Hao asked, Is there a problem? Are they unavailable? Available. Absolutely available. The clerk hurriedly replied, Please wait a moment. I'll fetch them from the warehouse right away. Moments later, he emerged from the rear warehouse panting slightly and handed Bai Hao a spatial ring. Bai Hao scanned its contents with his spiritual sense, then looked up and asked, Why are there 10,000 extra supreme-grade energy stones? A complimentary gift for esteemed VIP customers. The clerk bowed respectfully. Bai Hao glanced toward the warehouse entrance and chuckled dryly. Your shop truly is generous, giving away over 100 stellar points as mere courtesy. Proceed with payment. As he spoke, Bai Hao summoned his virtual interface and transferred 1,000 stellar points to the clerk. Once Bai Hao had walked far enough away, a middle-aged man emerged from the warehouse and instructed, From now on, sharpen your eyes. When such a master arrives, treat him as a deity. Boss, who exactly is he? The man paused thoughtfully before replying, His body embodies the Tao itself, radiating auspicious omens and celestial phenomena, precisely as described in ancient scriptures. What do the scriptures say? A transcendent cultivator reborn. Upon hearing those words, the clerk gasped sharply. His heart seized by profound awe, lingering long after the echo faded. Having secured his spirit stones, Bai Hao visited several other spirit pharmacies, purchasing rare herbs, elixir ingredients, and daily necessities. Then he returned home. True to expectation, Bai Xiao Ran lay sprawled on the sofa, immersed in her drama. This girl will surely rot into sloth, Bai Hao mused inwardly. Yet he knew well, though her cultivation was sealed, her body remained indestructible and immortal. No amount of indulgence could ever truly break her. Entering his bedroom, Bai Hao withdrew the supreme-grade spirit stones and activated the 9-fold Golden Palace immortal art to absorb and refine their spiritual energy. Truly worthy of their name. Supreme-grade spirit stones. Their spiritual energy was markedly purer and far easier to refine than high-grade ones. Boom! Before long, Bai Hao's cultivation surged past the threshold of divine abilities, though strictly speaking he had not yet attained true mastery of that realm. Within the human body existed life shackles, Only by shattering them and awakening innate divine abilities could one rightfully claim the title of Divine Ability Realm Cultivator. Bai Hao understood this perfectly, and thus pressed onward without pause, circulating the art with relentless focus. Within seconds his aura ascended in rhythmic surges, the golden Qibla roaring like thunder as it completed grand circulations throughout his meridians. When his energy peaked, Bai Hao roared, "Shatter! Dong!" A resonant bell-like Tao sound echoed within his mind, a soul-deep transcendence, as his entire being lightened, unburdened. This was the unmistakable sign of life shackles breaking. After savoring the sensation briefly, Bai Hao immediately turned his attention inward, to discern the nature of his newly awakened innate ability. But in the next instant, he froze dumbstruck, for his innate ability bore an absurdly bizarre name: Become My Son. Absolutely obedient, enduring any punishment. Once activated, this ability overrode another's will entirely, forcibly establishing a father-son bond. For 10 minutes, the bound individual would obey every command without resistance. Turn east when ordered, never west, submit fully, endure any reprimand. Of course, the ability had limitations. It failed against targets whose cultivation surpassed his by more than 2 realms. In other words, with Bai Hao currently at the Divine Ability Realm, his ability could affect only those at the Stellar Realm or below. Beyond that, it held no power. This innate ability, how shall I put it? It's undeniably formidable, but somehow feels deeply unorthodox. After all, I bear the title of Eternal First Handsome Man of Antiquity. Going around adopting sons, does that suit my dignity? A faint twitch tugged at Bai Hao's lips, yet inexplicably, while his mouth mocked, his heart pulsed with urgent, almost feverish anticipation. He longed, desperately, to step outside and claim a son who'd endure beatings and scoldings without protest. No, Bai Hao swiftly banished the thought. However tempting the game, he must first reach the pinnacle of the Divine Ability Realm. With that resolve, he settled into full lotus position, closed his eyes, and resumed absorbing and refining the supreme-grade spirit stones before him. His cultivation soaring ever higher. Beyond Lancia City, deep within a dense luxuriant forest, a youth lay near death, breathing shallow life, flickering like a dying candle. Suddenly, the air warped violently. From the distortion emerged a coil of black mist, malevolent, ancient, as if drawn from the darkest abyss of existence. It hovered for a heartbeat, then plunged straight into the youth's skull. His fading breath steadied. Vitality seeped back. At that very moment, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding! Supreme Beast Taming System successfully bound. Congratulations, host. You've received the newcomer's grand gift package. Beast Affinity 99.99. In the grass, young Bose slowly regained consciousness, and it took him over 10 minutes to fully comprehend what had just transpired. He was not dead. Not only had he survived, he had gained an unexpected boon. A system named Supreme Beast Taming had bound itself to him. System? So the systems described in novels truly exist. This world really has them. And I, Bose, am the chosen one. Bose erupted into ecstatic joy. He was a native of this world, not some interdimensional transmigrator. He hailed from the planet Kaching. Though its inhabitants were ethnically human, they were rebellious renegades who had long ago betrayed humanity and bowed before another supreme race. Bose knew of systems because during breaks from cultivation he often read serialized web novels. Even the Interstellar Network's entertainment sector hosted everything from domineering CEO idol dramas to countless genres of fiction. Lancia City, you will pay. I merely lured a few dozen third-rank stellar soul beasts, yet you barred me at your gates, nearly leaving me torn limb from limb by those very beasts. This debt, I, Bose, shall settle with you slowly and thoroughly. A wild venomous light flickered in Bose's eyes. Then he calmed himself. He asked, System, what functions do you possess? System, this system assigns various tasks to its host. Upon completion, diverse rewards are granted. Now initiating the first novice quest. Contract 1 third-rank stellar soul beast. Upon completion, receive an aptitude enhancement card. What does the aptitude enhancement card do? Bose asked. Abyssal curse. Why must this host be so incessantly inquisitive? Shall I erase him and seek a quieter replacement? A pause of several seconds. It abandoned the idea. After all, it had already expended a modicum of energy upon him. Erasing him now would be wasteful. Better to continue playing the part of a system. System, the aptitude enhancement card instantly elevates the host's spiritual aptitude by 1 tier. HSSSS. Bose drew a sharp breath. His current spiritual aptitude was lunar tier. If elevated by 1 rank, it would become solar tier. This system was astonishingly powerful. Bose rejoiced beyond measure. As for failure, such a thought never crossed his mind. Did anyone truly believe the 99.99 Beast Affinity bonus in the Novice Gift Pack was mere decoration? 20 minutes later, Bose effortlessly tamed a third-rank Stellar Soul Beast and received the promised Aptitude Enhancement card. System, activate the Aptitude Enhancement card. The card dissolved into a streak of black light that pierced Bose's mind, instantly catalyzing his spiritual aptitude to solar tier. Indeed, catalyzed. The system's true nature was Abyssal Curse, It harbored no benevolent intent to genuinely elevate Bose's aptitude. Now initiating the second novice quest. Steal the cub of a 4th-rank stellar soul beast located 30 li away. Upon completion, receive a 1,000,000 cubic unit Beast Taming Dimension. Beast Taming Dimension, a specialized spatial realm designed exclusively for housing spirit beasts. Its interior saturated with bestial spiritual energy, enhancing their combat prowess. Bose's excitement surged further. Without delay, he mounted his newly tamed 3rd-rank beast and galloped toward the den of the 4th-rank beast 30 li away. Arriving at his destination, he strode boldly into the cavern, openly snatching up the cub and walking past the enraged 4th-rank beast itself. The 4th-rank beast bristled, ready to unleash fury. Yet upon sensing the affinity radiating from Bose, it trembled violently. This aura, so sinister, so terrifying. Dare it strike? No. Absolutely not. It dared not even lift its head. Bose burst into laughter, believing the beast remained motionless solely due to his extraordinary beast affinity. Emerging from the cave, the system promptly awarded the Beast Taming Dimension, and immediately issued the 3rd quest. Capture every 3rd-rank and higher stellar soul beast within the surrounding area. Elsewhere, inside a refined compact villa, Bai Hao had just broken through to the divine ability realm in his bedroom. Meanwhile, Bai Shaoran, watching a drama in the living room, began ascending alongside him. In the blink of an eye, she surged from the peak of the awakening realm straight to the pinnacle of the divine ability realm. At that very moment, an invisible transcendent force manifested within her, forcibly halting her ascension, forbidding her from surpassing the divine ability realm. Bai Shaoran's delicate nose wrinkled slightly. Senior brother is such a villain. Truly heartless, she whimpered. Outside, the heavens trembled, and divine light descended. Golden characters spontaneously manifested above Bai Shaoran's head, and 2 of them shimmered, transforming until they read, "The strongest divine ability realm master in history." Immediately after, a translucent interface of the stellar balance materialized, its balance surging from 10000 to 20000. Humph. Even if you gift me stellar points, I won't forgive you for bullying me. Outwardly haughty, yet her lips involuntarily curved upward. Moreover, she did not retract the title or interface as before. Instead, she deliberately kept them displayed, as silent proof to someone that senior brother cherished her too. The next day, at dawn, Bai Hao strode confidently from his room, his cultivation now stabilized at the peak of the divine ability realm. In a single night, he had leapt from the apex of the awakening realm to the zenith of the divine ability realm. So this is the peak of the divine ability realm. Truly incomparably superior to the awakening realm. I feel I could defeat 10,000 versions of my former self. After experiencing these bodily transformations, Bai Hao declared, brimming with confidence. This was no boast. It was fact. Not only had his cultivation soared, but his void principle had also advanced to the 3rd tier. Add to that his mastery of the Sword Dao's void principle amplification technique. And defeating 10,000 former selves was in truth an understatement. It follows that my present combat strength rivals that of a peak hollow realm sovereign. Above the stellar realm lay the hollow realm. Beyond the hollow realm stood the domain lord realm, the realm where sovereigns command cosmic laws. Clearly, Bai Hao stood no chance against such beings. Thus for now, he could only match a peak hollow realm sovereign. Only once his void principle ascended further would he dare challenge a domain lord. He entered the living room. The moment Bai Hao raised his gaze, he saw the golden characters hovering above Bai Shaoran's head. The strongest divine ability realm master? Holy Xiranji, you're shameless. I've barely broken through. Haven't even had time to gloat. Yet you've already followed suit. Now look at my stellar balance. Bai Shaoran declared triumphantly. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao glanced and said, "Don't tell me that extra 10,000 stellar points came from the title refresh bonus." Exactly. How jealous are you? Bai Shaoran was overjoyed, because for this fleeting moment she truly felt her senior brother's tender care. That warmth was exquisite. Watching her smug expression, Bai Hao sighed inwardly, then suddenly paused. Could it be? Refreshing an achievement title always yielded stellar points. So, at once he loosened his restraint on his perfect charisma trait. Yes, he had been suppressing it again recently. He had no choice. This talent was too dazzling, too conspicuous. If left unchecked, he would enchant crowds wherever he went. Utterly exhausting. Now his charisma surged unrestrained, reaching absolute saturation, resonating with the Tao itself, manifesting countless celestial omens. Boom! The world will sense the resonance of perfect charisma, and projected a terrifying vision, the entire celestial sphere rotating in perfect harmony. Instantly, the 9th realm quaked, the 8th realm quaked, the 7th realm quaked. All 9 great realms of the stellar battlefield trembled in unison, as if celebrating the arrival of a destined sovereign. Billions of divine rays descended. The achievement title above Bai Hao's head shimmered and reformed, finally settling as already taken. The stellar points in his interface skyrocketed, from over 8,000 to 10 trillion. On the sofa, Bai Shaoran blinked her eyes rapidly. First she stared at Bai Hao's 10 trillion stellar points, then glanced down at her own 20,000. Her eyes instantly welled with tears. Wah, I'm quitting. Giving my junior brother 10 trillion stellar points, but only 1,000 to me. This is outright bullying. Who bullies people like this? Bai Xiaoran sank into deep dejection. Across from her, Bai Hao also noticed the virtual interface's stellar points surging to 10 trillion. So startling that he nearly believed he was hallucinating. What on earth is happening? He had merely intended to refresh his title hoping to earn a mere 1,000 stellar points. How did it suddenly leap to 10 trillion? Could this be a bug? Bai Hao mused silently, then slowly raised his head. Upon seeing his new title, his lips twitched uncontrollably. Are the stellar points gifted by the world will awarded according to title length? Good heavens! This title is absurdly long. In Bai Hao's eyes, his new title did not read as already taken, but rather eternal first graceful as jade, handsome beyond compare, elegant, and refined, noble in bearing, charming and dashing face like polished jade, peerlessly beautiful, immortal like supreme and unrivaled handsome man. Merely typesetting it required over a dozen lines. Upon hearing this, Bai Xiaoran glanced over, and her delicate brows furrowed faintly. Already taken. This title. Is that long? Only 4 characters plus 3 punctuation marks. Where is the length? Wait. Already taken. Bai Xiaoran's eyes widened in shock. Lately she had devoured hundreds of idol dramas. As a seasoned drama connoisseur, she naturally understood the phrase's meaning. Senior brother. He truly has intentions toward junior brother. Impossible. How could this be? Bai Xiaoran struggled to believe it. Though she'd long sensed something amiss with senior brother, she'd never dared accept it as truth. Junior sister, what are you doing standing there? Were you stunned by my new title? Bai Hao asked, smiling warmly. Yes, I was stunned. Bai Xiaoran nodded, swallowing hard. Junior brother, please recite your new title for me. It's written right here. Why ask me to recite it? Bai Hao looked baffled, yet dutifully recited it, then smirked. Junior sister, doesn't this new title carry tremendous prestige? Bai Xiaoran's lips twitched faintly. Senior brother is crafty. No wonder junior brother called it long. In truth, he couldn't see the 4 characters already taken. At all. He saw only the title she allowed him to see. How crafty. Utterly crafty. Bai Xiaoran muttered inwardly, then studied the smug Bai Hao, and fell into quiet contemplation. Should she reveal the truth to junior brother? No. Better not say anything. Her life depends on it. If she exposed senior brother's secret, she'd surely pay dearly. Yet saying nothing felt equally wrong. So Bai Xiaoran spoke obliquely. Junior brother, this title draws far too much attention. Never let anyone else see it, understand? That's all I can do for you, junior brother. Naturally. Bai Hao readily agreed. I simply wish to live quietly as an ordinary person. Why would I ever let outsiders glimpse my title? With that, he retracted his new title. Exactly. Let's remain ordinary. Excessive prominence invites trouble. As the saying goes, the tallest nail gets hammered first. We must never seek the spotlight. Bai Xiaoran bobbed her head vigorously in agreement. Witnessing this, Bai Hao narrowed his eyes suspiciously. Junior sister, your reaction feels off. Could there be something I don't know? Not at all. And I'm your senior sister. Closer than blood siblings. Would I ever harm you? Bai Xiaoran declared, though her voice lacked conviction. Is that so? I'll grudgingly trust you then. Though still doubtful, Bai Hao chose not to press further, and instead withdrew a crimson blood jade from his robe. With a flick of his spiritual will, the jade dissolved into crimson light, coalescing into the stunning mature beauty Mu Qianfei. Qianfei, I'm heading beyond the city walls. I won't need lunch at home. Please look after junior sister. Understood, master. Mu Qianfei obediently acquiesced. As she spoke, scarlet mist swirled about her, vanishing moments later to reveal loose homely attire replacing her form-fitting crimson gown. Bai Hao turned slowly and strode toward the door, his expression oddly stiff. This woman had just changed clothes before his very eyes. Even though the crimson mist veiled her modesty, could such flimsy vapor possibly obstruct the truth-seeing eye's divine perception? TSK. Pale, ample, and perfectly firm. Stepping out of the villa, Bai Hao found the external tremors and stellar anomalies had already ceased, leaving only passers-by standing dazed and awestruck. Elsewhere, countless cultivators across the other 8 realms of the stellar battlefield likewise stood stunned, utterly bewildered by the battlefield's sudden disturbance. Bai Hao paid no heed to the pedestrians' murmurs. Instead, he activated the Sword Dao's illusory principle, now perfected to its 3rd tier, and focused for 2 seconds. Suddenly, he stepped forward into empty space. Whoosh! His figure vanished, reappearing instantly before a vast forest hundreds of miles beyond Lansha City. So this is spatial traversal. What an exquisite sensation! Bai Hao lingered in reverie for a moment, then snapping back to awareness burst into astonished praise. Having broken through to the peak of divine arts, his indestructible golden body had strengthened anew, capable now of bearing the immense strain of spatial traversal. Thus he'd eagerly tested the illusory principle without delay. Indeed, it felt exhilarating, During the traversal he experienced the sublime freedom of a fish leaping into the boundless ocean. His entire soul lightened, relaxed, and unburdened. First, locate stellar soul beasts. Let me gauge my current combat strength. With those words, Bai Hao strode swiftly toward the wilderness beyond the city. His speed so breathtaking it evoked the mighty flapping of a Kuanping's wings. This was the Kuanping's ultimate speed. Half an hour later, Bai Hao halted atop a colossal boulder. His brow deeply furrowed. What's going on? Within 100-mile radius. Not a single stellar soul beast in sight. Weren't we told stellar soul beasts swarm the stellar battlefield? Just then, a thunderous rumble echoed from afar. Bai Hao lifted his gaze. Thanks to his fortune-perceiving golden eye, his vision pierced dozens of miles, revealing the scene clearly. That's a stellar soul beast tide. No, wait. A cold, sinister youth rides atop the lead beast. The so-called tide is artificially orchestrated. Dozens of miles away, Bo Zhe sat arrogantly astride a fortimaturtal stellar soul beast, his face brimming with manic pride. These beasts were ranked by height 10 meters per realm. 40 meters meant fourth realm. Bo Zhe felt invincible, convinced he was the chosen of heaven. In mere moments he tamed over 10,000 stellar soul beasts, and amassed staggering rewards. His cultivation had reached the apex of divine arts, his physique fused with a black card transformed into the dark god body. His void-tearing art had ascended to the 3rd tier. At this very moment he boldly claimed no one in the 9th realm of the stellar battlefield could rival him. Yet, he failed to notice the ever-thickening aura of darkness clinging to him, now fully merged with his being. The abyssal curse had fused with his soul. Strictly speaking, he was no longer himself, but a hybrid entity born of the abyssal curse and his own consciousness. Someone ahead. Ha ha ha. Perfect. Let him witness Bo Zhe's might firsthand. My minions, charge forth and tear him limb from limb. Bo Zhe snarled his command to the beast horde. Roar! At his order, 10,000 stellar soul beasts roared skyward, and charged fiercely toward Bai Hao. After several dozen seconds the beasts surged forward, then slammed to a halt mere tens of meters from Bai Hao, refusing to advance even a single step. From birth, every stellar soul beast bore an unbreakable Suloth: never harm a beautiful person. Damn it! And what are you all standing there for? Attack him. Now. Bo Zhe was nearly apoplectic, relentlessly activating the soul seals embedded in the star soul beasts' consciousnesses, commanding them to strike Bai Hao. And these star soul beasts chose death over dishonor. They refused outright to attack that peerlessly handsome celestial-like youth before them. Why won't you attack him? Bo Zhe probed the star soul beast beneath him through the soul seal. And after a few breaths the fortimaturtal beast replied timidly, because he is beautiful, and we never strike those who are beautiful. Bo Zhe fell silent. And so they were aesthetically obsessed. And no, that couldn't be right. And they were star soul beasts. Their perception of humanity should be fundamentally alien. To them all humans ought to look virtually identical. How could they possibly discern beauty or ugliness? Bo Zhe voiced this very question without delay. And to his astonishment the 4th-rank star soul beast responded via the soul seal. All other humans appear indistinguishable. But he is different. He is peerlessly handsome, so breathtakingly beautiful. Na faint tick pulled at Bo Zhe's lips as he asked, and what about me? Do I look just like the others to you? You are different too? Bo Zhe's eyes lit up. Could it be that he too was perceived as extraordinarily handsome by these beasts? In the next instant, the star soul beast answered candidly, you emit a revolting stench. So to us you are among the most grotesque bipeds imaginable. Bo Zhe's smile froze on his face. And grotesquely ugly. And are you blind? How dare you call me a paragon of masculine splendor? Hideously ugly. Does your conscience feel nothing? Bo Zhe instantly wanted to obliterate the beast with his soul seal, yet forcibly restrained himself. He had no choice, and this 4th-rank star soul beast stood at the apex of its tier. Its combat prowess rivaled even his own, that of an unrivaled demonic prodigy. To slay it now would be an unforgivable waste. And across the battlefield Bai Hao felt a pang of disappointment. When he first saw the star soul beasts charging toward him, his pulse had quickened with quiet anticipation. Yet instead, and they slammed to a halt mere dozens of meters away, gazing at him with timorous awe. It was utterly absurd. Just as he prepared to advance, a voice resonated within his mind, and beep. Anomalous system detected. Friendly reminder to host to successfully eliminate this target. First shatter his psychological defenses. A system. And Bai Hao's heart lurched. So this black-robed youth was truly the fated protagonist, the celestial chosen one. But why must his psyche be broken first? According to standard cultivation novel tropes, shouldn't one first suppress the protagonist, harvesting fortune points or antagonist merit? And then once every ounce of value had been extracted, deliver the final blow? Bai Hao pondered silently, and the system replied, the anomalous system has fully merged with its host. Shattering his psychological defenses equates to breaching the foundational protocols of that system. Once those core protocols collapse, the anomalous system will suffer total paralysis, with zero capacity to resist. And if I don't do this? Bai Hao asked. And failure is near certain. The opposing system possesses countless contingencies to ensure his escape. I see. And Bai Hao nodded in understanding. And then the system added, upon successful elimination of the anomalous systems, the host shall receive 1 cosmic tier fortuitous encounter. What? Cosmic tier fortuitous encounter? And Bai Hao's breath hitched. Since his transmigration, the highest tier boon he'd ever obtained was merely chronotier. And cosmic tier surpassed chronotier by an entire order of magnitude. And this opportunity was non-negotiable, and inwardly Bai Hao resolved for the sake of this cosmic tier boon, he would abandon all pretense of humanity today. Meanwhile, Bozé steadied his composure and lifted his gaze toward Bai Hao standing dozens of meters away. Black light flickered ominously within his pupils, and he sneered coldly, "Boy, you are both extraordinarily fortunate and profoundly unfortunate." "How so?" And Bai Hao in high spirits indulged in idle banter. I intended to have the Star Soul beasts tear you limb from limb, but for reasons beyond my control they refused. Thus I must dispatch you myself. And when I strike, your body will be utterly unmade by my void-rending principle, reduced to formless dust, and not even ash shall remain. And kill. Ha! And with a low roar, Bozé slammed his right foot down onto the 4th-rank Star Soul beast's back. A thunderous detonation shook the air. In that instant, he shot skyward, wreathed in eerie black radiance. His silhouette swallowed whole by darkness, his aura terrifyingly overwhelming. A single stomp had launched him a full kilometer into the heavens. At that moment, Bozé resembled a sovereign of abyssal chaos, hair whipping wildly, lawless and untamed. Knees, fingers clenched, forming a radiant fist seal. This was a divine martial technique likewise granted by the supreme beast-taming system. The moment the fist seal coalesced, a monstrous bestial roar erupted from the void itself. His gaze blazed like lightning. His descent mirrored the sovereign dive of a great rock, shattering the sound barrier in an instant, descending with overwhelming, irresistible force. Witnessing this, Bai Hao slowly raised his eyes and murmured softly, "Son Neil." And no sooner had the words left his lips than an arcane force surged forth, transcending spatial distance, striking Bozé mid-descent with flawless precision. "Ahhh. And why has my body gone numb? And what is happening? And why are my knees bending?" To Neil. "No, oi." Bozé recoiled in utter terror, straining desperately to reclaim control. Yet his limbs betrayed him utterly. His body spun violently in midair. His knees bent of their own volition. And finally he descended in a dazzling, spiraling 360-degree aerial plunge. Perfect fusion of Sandflat Wild Goose Landing and Mount Tai meteoric impact. Slamming down hard before Bai Hao. Boom. And the sheer impact cratered the earth into a 5-meter-wide chasm. Dust and stone exploded outward in a blinding storm. The spectacle was staggering. And had his dark god body not been exceptionally robust, his knees would have shattered. Reduced to pulp, utterly ruined. "What did you do to me?" Bozé screamed in horror. And Bai Hao replied coolly, "Heh. Do you know who I am to you? And damn it, I don't even know you. We're strangers, no blood, no bond. How could I possibly know?" That was his inner thought. Yet aloud he heard himself say, "You are my father." And hearing his own voice, Bozé paled. "What is wrong with me? Why did I call him father? Try another title." "Father sounds too plain," Bai Hao said expressionlessly. Bozé tried to rise and curse, but his mouth moved against his will. "You are my daddy. Again. And you are my father. And too casual. And you are my honored father." And Bai Hao gave a slight nod. "Acceptable, but speak louder. I can't hear you." Hearing this, Bozé gathered his spiritual energy and bellowed skyward. "You are my honored father?" Ni's voice rang out with piercing clarity. "Again. And you are my father. And too casual. And you are my honored father." And Bai Hao gave a slight nod. "Acceptable, but speak louder. I can't hear you." Meanwhile, Bai Hao glanced idly at the system's displayed collapse progress bar. This generation's celestial chosen one is truly underwhelming. After only a few cries of "Father," his mental fortitude has already crumbled by 68. Pathetically weak. Such frail mental fortitude. Yet you call yourself the chosen one. You pale in comparison to the unwavering protagonists of past life novels. Bai Hao muttered under his breath, casting a disdainful glance toward Bozé. "What the hell? What kind of look is that?" Bozé instantly exploded with rage. "Forcing me to address you as father was already unbearable. Now you dare scorn me too? This is outright bullying." Suppressing his fury, Bozé gritted his teeth and demanded, "Who are you? And what have you done to me?" Alas, Bai Hao ignored him entirely, instead turning inward to communicate with his system. "System, this man is currently enthralled by the filial piety art. If I command him to commit suicide, will it succeed?" The original name of the ability had sounded unrefined, so Bai Hao had renamed it the filial piety art. The system replied, before his mental collapse, reaches 100, the probability of the host successfully killing him is 0. Bai Hao furrowed his brow slightly, then asked another question. Then may I compel him to inflict self-harm? That is permissible. As long as the host harbors no intent to kill, the heretic system's emergency self-preservation protocol will not activate. The system responded. Bai Hao's eyes lit up instantly. If self-harm were allowed, then matters were far simpler. He paused thoughtfully. From his spatial ring, Bai Hao retrieved a martial arts manual. After his previous expedition into the demonic spirit realm, he had realized his methods for enlightening sentient beings were overly monotonous, so he deliberately devised several novel techniques. Take for instance this sunflower manual, a meticulously reconstructed artifact derived from scenes he recalled from past life television dramas. Cradling the sunflower manual, Bai Hao gazed upon Bo Zhe with benevolent warmth. My dear son, what is your name? Your humble son is named Bo Zhe. Bo Zhe, such a name resonates with the aura of an emperor. No wonder you were destined to become my son. Bai Hao praised warmly. Bo Zhe seethed inwardly, but outwardly beamed with delight. Many thanks, father, for your generous praise. Excellent, excellent. Bai Hao nodded approvingly, his expression heavy with paternal gravitas. I present you with this cultivation manual. Study it diligently and never disappoint my expectations. So saying, he extended the sunflower manual toward Bo Zhe. Bo Zhe accepted it reverently, declaring with solemn devotion, Rest assured, father. I shall master this art without fail. Though his words were dutiful, Bo Zhe's mind churned with confusion. What does this man intend? Why bestow a manual upon me? Suspicion gnawing at him. He glanced down at the manual's cover. Sunflower Manual. This title sounds formidable. Could it be that all his earlier behavior was but a test? Was his true purpose, in fact, to grant me a legacy of cultivation? Bo Zhe's pulse quickened. Excitement, joy, anticipation. A storm of emotions surged within him. Until trembling, he opened the cover. On the first page, bold characters blazed forth. To master this art, one must sever one's own root with a blade. Sever one's root? Bo Zhe's eyes bulged wide. The very soul seemed to flee his body. Instinctively, he clutched protectively at his lower abdomen. Yet almost immediately he realized he had lost control over his limbs, and watched helplessly as his hand reached for a sharp, short blade sheathed at his waist. The blade had belonged to a human from Lanxia City, whom Bo Zhe himself had tortured and slain. Its exceptional sharpness, surpassing ordinary spirit artifacts, had earned it a place in his personal collection. Never could he have imagined it would become the instrument of his own mutilation. No! Bo Zhe roared. A desperate guttural cry. He strained to halt his right hand, yet found himself utterly powerless. All he could do was watch, paralyzed, as the blade drew ever closer to his flesh. At that moment, his entire being teetered on the brink of total collapse. Just as the blade neared contact, the system's mental collapse progress bar finally surged to 100. And so, without hesitation, Bai Hao interrupted Bo Zhe's descent, raising his hand to unleash a stellar fireball forged from the solar golden flame. He sought only to shatter Bo Zhe's psychological defenses, not to witness a live spectacle of self-castration. Whoosh! The stellar fireball tore through the air and struck Bo Zhe directly. A devastating fusion technique born from the simultaneous activation of the solar golden flame and the grand derivation creation script's character of combat. Its power exceeded either technique used alone by more than tenfold. Boom! The fireball impacted Bo Zhe's body, exploding violently, unleashing infernal heat that reduced him instantly to utter nothingness. At that very instant, the system's voice echoed within Bai Hao's mind. Beep! Congratulations, host. You have eliminated a heretic system host. A cosmic tier fortune simulation has been granted and may be activated at your discretion. A smile spread across Bai Hao's face. He turned his gaze toward the smoldering crater where golden flames still flickered, and let out an involuntary exclamation. There's something inside the golden flame. It's black. Its surface resembles crystal, remarkable. Even the solar golden flame cannot consume it. Truly extraordinary. Bai Hao drew a sharp breath, awestruck, and silently queried the system. System, what is this black crystal? The system replied, Primordial Darkness Crystal. Primordial Darkness Crystal. What is that? When the core programming of a heretic system is breached, its residual essence and energy coalesce into this primordial crystalline form. Bai Hao's curiosity flared. May I absorb and refine it? The system hesitated, then answered honestly, absorption and refinement are technically possible, but this system strongly advises against direct ingestion. Why? The primordial darkness crystal is profoundly malevolent. Forcible absorption would corrupt the host, erasing his very self. Ah, I see. Enlightenment dawned upon Bai Hao. He pondered for 2 seconds, then suddenly levitated the crystal through empty space and deftly sealed it within his spatial ring. Even if I cannot absorb it, it remains a priceless treasure. Discarding it would be a shame. I shall reluctantly accept custody. System. That lightning-swift motion was anything but reluctant. Having secured the primordial darkness crystal, Bai Hao glanced toward the distant swarm of stellar soul beasts, hesitated for 2 moments, then abandoned his initial plan to test his combat prowess against them. A pack of sycophants. They'd never dare harm him. Enough! Tomorrow marks the commencement of the Stellar Domain Young Masters Tournament. Opponents will abound. I need not rush. Bai Hao sighed softly, then activated the Void Step principle of the Sword Dao and stepped into the void, traversing seamlessly to the technological district of Lansha City. His objective to purchase an auxiliary intelligence core chip. Due to certain constraints, the system required assimilation of a native world chip to unlock advanced technological functionalities. In the abyssal void, within an unfathomable realm, floated 8 tendrils of obsidian mist, each radiating terrifying darkness and overwhelming awe-inspiring power. Xiao Jiu is gone. Served him right. I warned him repeatedly. Not to act rashly but to lie low and cultivate patiently. Yet he refused to listen. And now he's gone. He dared confront Bai Hao Hedon mere moments after his debut. Utterly reckless. Shall we strike while he's in rebirth? Overwhelm him en masse. Are you insane? Bai Hao is already deathless and eternal, invincible across time itself. Even if we destroy him forcibly, he will resurrect an instant later, from another temporal node. Then the entire ruin will bear the brunt of his wrath. We must abide by protocol. Only adherence to the 10 taboos of the Ruin Covenant offers any hope of truly restraining him. Xiao Ba, you shall go this time. Remember, above all, exercise restraint, survival and silent cultivation. That is the supreme path. Understood. As the words faded, one of the dark mists slowly dissolved into the void. Lansha City. At the heart of the city stood a sleek technology mall. Bai Hao threaded the void, instantly slipping into a corner, without attracting attention, and strolled leisurely into the modern complex. Sir, may I help you? A sales attendant immediately stepped forward with a warm smile. Her eyes practically sparkled. My goodness. This young man is so handsome that a single glance makes my legs go weak and my whole body melt. I would like to buy an assistive neural chip. Bai Hao answered. Noticing the attendant's gaze, he could not help but feel a little helpless. He had tried to suppress his fully developed charm talent, but even so his face still bewitched those around him. What a nuisance. The attendant quickly led Bai Hao to the counter and enthusiastically explained the strengths and weaknesses of each neural chip. After comparing the options, Bai Hao selected the chip that suited him best. It was not expensive. Only 1 Xingqian point. Of course, inexpensive only in relation to Bai Hao's vast fortune. Ordinary people would never part with the money for such a fine neural chip. 1 Xingqian point equaled 100 Supreme Spirit Stones, and 1 Supreme Spirit Stone commanded a market price of 100 million Longbi. In other words, that neural chip was worth tens of billions of Longbi. The price was frightful. He completed the purchase, stepped out of the mall, and threaded the void straight back to the villa. Junior brother, why have you come back early? Bai Shaoran sat at the dining table about to begin the meal. Don't ask. Those Xinghuan beasts outside the city acted like sycophants and refused to attack me, so I couldn't use them to test my combat strength. Bai Hao complained in irritation. Bai Shaoran curled her lips. Of course they wouldn't attack you. Heh. The entire Xingyu battlefield had been created by the senior brother. With his obsessive protectiveness, how could he possibly allow you to be harmed there? Bai Hao was slightly taken aback. Senior sister, are you saying you know why the Xinghuan beasts refused to attack me? Bai Shaoran faltered, gave an awkward laugh, and forced out an explanation. I don't know the exact reason, but think about it. You are so handsome and so charismatic. Perhaps they are all attracted to your looks and could not bear to strike you. Bai Hao was speechless. That excuse is really far-fetched. Bai Shaoran fell silent. Mu Qianfei emerged from the kitchen carrying plates. When she saw Bai Hao return, her eyes brightened. Master, you are back. Bai Hao nodded and casually asked, Qianfei, what have you cooked today? Just some home-style dishes: sweet and sour spare ribs, oil-braised prawns, braised beef with potatoes, twice-cooked pork lotus root, and spare rib soup, stir-fried green bamboo shoots with pork and sugar-dressed tomatoes, Mu Qianfei recited. You two plan to eat all of that? Bai Hao's mouth twitched. Senior sister says she has been expending a lot recently and needs to eat more to replenish her body. Mu Qianfei answered. Hearing that, Bai Hao looked at Bai Shaoran. Senior sister, what have you been doing that consumed so much? Binge. Watching dramas. Bai Shaoran admitted with some embarrassment, then added, normally watching dramas doesn't take so much out of me, but the Tianjiao battle is tomorrow, and I won't have time then. So I thought I'd stay up all night to finish the shows I'm watching, so I can be at ease. What a serious reason, Bai Hao said sardonically with a half-smile. Bai Zioran's eyes reddened. Junior brother, you've changed. You weren't like this before. Bai Hao was at a loss, watching her pretend to be on the verge of tears. He sighed helplessly. All right, I'm wrong. Senior sister, I shouldn't tease you. Eat more. After all, you want gain weight. No sincerity. Bai Shaoran pouted in displeasure, but she did not hold it against him. She picked up a spare rib and began to gnaw at it vigorously. She devoured it with delight. The sweet and sour ribs are so delicious, far better than those cosmic elixirs and chaotic spirit roots. Happiness showed on Bai Zioran's delicate face. Master, please start your meal. Nearby Mu Qianfei dutifully set the bowls and scooped rice for Bai Hao. Good. Qianfei, thank you for your effort. Bai Hao smiled. It is nothing, Mu Qianfei replied, blinking as she looked at Bai Hao's handsome features and murmured softly. As long as I may serve at master's side, Qianfei is willing to do anything wholeheartedly with no regret. Bai Hao felt embarrassed and was at a loss for words, so he lowered his head to eat. Seeing this, Mu Qianfei smiled, demurely picked up her chopsticks, and began to place food onto Bai Hao's plate. Her timing and the frequency of her movements were exactly right, never too fast nor too slow. Bai Xiaoran was displeased. Qianfei, why didn't you give me any? Sorry, I forgot by accident, Mu Qianfei apologized, then promptly placed a leaf of green vegetable into Bai Xiaoran's bowl. Bai Xiaoran's face darkened. You give my junior brother spare ribs and peeled prawns, while I only get a single vegetable. Who do you think you are insulting? Wailing, she felt mistreated by senior brother and the cook alike. After the meal, Bai Xiaoran stewed for a while, then looked at Bai Hao and began to speak more seriously. Junior brother, aside from encountering the Xinghuan beasts outside the city, did you encounter anything else unusual today? Why do you ask? Bai Hao was slightly surprised. I sensed a trace of lingering darkness on you, extremely malevolent, and its source seems extraordinary, Bai Xiaoran said with seriousness. Bai Hao nodded. Today did feel unusual. He then briefly recounted his encounter with Bose and described the dark origin crystal at the end. After all, she was his senior sister. There was no need to hold anything back. Dark origin crystal. I have never heard of such a thing, Bai Xiaoran said with puzzlement. Junior brother, take it out and let me see it. All right. Bai Hao's mind moved and he produced the dark origin crystal from his space ring. Bai Xiaoran's pupils contracted abruptly and her spirit trembled. This is not simply a dark origin crystal, it is clearly. Senior sister, are you all right? Could there be something wrong with it? Bai Hao asked anxiously. No, Bai Xiaoran shook her head, then asked, Junior brother, do you want to absorb the energy of this dark origin crystal? Of course I do, Bai Hao exclaimed. But I am afraid of being tainted by the dark aura within. He felt helpless. As a handsome youth who stamped hoarding into his very soul, he would not waste such an opportunity unless it was truly dangerous. Bai Xiaoran suddenly said, I have a way to purify the dark aura on it. Really? Bai Hao was startled. Yes, but it will take time, roughly 10 days or so, Bai Xiaoran estimated. Silently she thought, senior brother, this must be the reason you insisted I accompany the junior brother. Bai Xiaoran's true form was the innate, undying, pure lotus capable of purifying all manner of dark and inauspicious auras. Bai Hao brightened with joy. Senior sister, thank you, that would be a great help. It is nothing, Bai Xiaoran waved her hand. I do not need to exert much. Simply carry the crystal on me for a while, and I will cleanse it successfully. He returned to his room. Bai Hao did not rush to activate the cosmic tier fortune encounter. Using it would likely propel his cultivation directly beyond the divine ability realm, rendering him ineligible for the stellar domain young master war. Such an outcome was utterly unacceptable. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved the newly purchased auxiliary quantum brain chip and allowed the system to assimilate and integrate it. Seconds later, the system's voice echoed within his mind. G. System upgrade complete. Establishing connection to the interstellar network. Interstellar network connection established. New features added in this update: interstellar database, high molecular forging furnace, and hyperchip deduction engine. Interstellar database, upon scanning any target it instantly retrieves all available data and intelligence on that subject. High molecular forging furnace, by inputting metals and raw materials it forges cutting-edge weaponry, including laser cannons, mechs, and starships. Hyperchip deduction engine, capable of 10 quintillion operations per second, it can analyze and deduce any phenomenon in existence. Having finished reading the descriptions, Bai Hao stood utterly astounded. He had never imagined that integrating a single auxiliary quantum brain chip would unlock 3 such transcendent functions. This chip was worth every credit. After 2 seconds of silent reflection, he asked, System, can the hyperchip deduction engine analyze void principles and divine abilities? Yes, it can. However, void principles are profoundly elusive and intangible. The engine's analytical speed for them is markedly slower than for divine abilities. Analysis alone is sufficient, Bai Hao exclaimed with delight. After advancing his sword Dao void principle to the 3rd tier, its profundity and obscurity had deepened dramatically. Direct comprehension would waste immense time and mental energy. Now everything had changed. With the hyperchip's deductive power, the sword Dao void principle could be distilled into comprehensible frameworks, making subsequent personal cultivation vastly more efficient. His cultivation efficiency would rise exponentially. System, activate the hyperchip deduction engine at full capacity and begin analyzing the 3rd tier sword Dao void principle. He commanded. The system responded instantly. Understood, host. Hyperchip deduction engine activated. Analysis of the 3rd tier sword Dao void principle has commenced. Estimated completion time, 36 hours. Bai Hao's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. 36 hours. Not excessive. I trust the final analysis will exceed expectations. Thereafter he dismissed the matter, and instead accessed the interstellar forum via the system to search for posts concerning the stellar domain's most renowned young masters. The forum overflowed with threads, at least 100 billion in total. Bai Hao immediately opened the most viewed summary post. This year's stellar domain Young Master War featured overwhelming public favor toward prodigies who had ranked among the top of the century ago awakening talent list. After breaking through to the divine ability realm, they chose not to ascend to the 8th realm, but remained concealed in the 9th realm, steadily refining their foundations and amplifying their combat prowess, biding their time for this century's grand contest. Beyond them, the mechanical lifeforms, one of the 6 supreme races, had deliberately compiled a divine roster, listing the strongest young masters across all 9 realms of the stellar battlefield. 9th realm Awakening Realm Divine Ability Realm, 8th realm Divine Ability Realm Calamity Realm, 7th realm Calamity Realm Stellar Realm, 6th realm Stellar Realm Void Perception Realm, 5th realm Void Perception Realm Domain Lord Realm, 4th realm Domain Lord Realm King Realm. Of these, the 5th and 4th realms drew the greatest attention. The 5th realm's contenders were domain lords, yet not ordinary ones bound by mere laws. They were the cosmos' most extraordinary prodigies, each mastering 10 or more, even 20 or more layers of void principles. Their might was staggering. Ordinary realm kings were but ants before them, crushed in mass by a single strike. Their strength defied imagination. The 4th realm's participants were even more astonishing, divine grade and saint grade realm kings, whose laws possessed supreme refinement, each capable of effortlessly subduing enlightened sovereigns. A select few among them could even rival immortal beings. Bai Hao noticed a subtle detail: from the 9th to the 7th realm's human prodigies vastly outnumbered and outranked those of other races in the lower cultivation tiers. Yet this advantage diminished steadily at higher tiers, eventually narrowing until parity was reached with other supreme races. Bai Hao understood this phenomenon well. Across the cosmos, numerous powerful races enjoyed celestial favor, born already at the stellar or void perception realms, thus never competing with humans in the awakening or divine ability stages. After a cursory scan, Bai Hao located the 9th realm's divine roster. 9th realm Divine Roster. 1st Mikado Mechanical Race, 2nd Blood Butcher, Human Race, 3rd Tonado Metal Devouring Insect, 4th Raymond Thunderhound Clan, 5th Kaisu Divine Feather Clan, 10th Manwu Savage Beast Clan. How intriguing. The mechanical race dares place one of its own at the very top. Do they truly expect no humiliation in the end? Bai Hao shook his head, speechless. Yet upon reading Mikado's profile, his skepticism dissolved into quiet understanding. No wonder the mechanical race placed him first. Mikado possessed extraordinary fortune. By sheer coincidence, he had fused with a sentient metal known as spatial mithril. From that moment onward, every motion he made emitted energies akin to spatial void principles, powerful enough to rival the 3rd tier of spatial void principles. Moreover, as intelligent lifeforms, mechanical beings regenerate instantaneously from total physical disintegration, as long as their core remains intact, and they are innately immune to all psychic assault techniques. They rank among the most formidable races in the cosmos. With Mikado's mastery of a force matching the 3rd tier spatial void principle atop this foundation, his position atop the divine roster was wholly justified. Spatial void principles. Bai Hao furrowed his brow. I wonder, can my Kunping lightning speed keep pace with attacks governed by such principles? He regarded this power with profound wariness. Simultaneously, a wry thought surfaced. What on earth compels the mechanical race to compete for access to the reincarnation platform? Do even sentient machines seek rebirth? Shaking his head, Bai Hao turned to the profile of the roster's 2nd-ranked contender. Blood Butcher, a human. Rumors claimed he was once a slaughterhouse butcher, robed entirely in blood, wielding a cleaver, his very aura suffused with such overwhelming bloodlust that even elite young masters trembled inwardly at his presence. He mastered the slaughter void principle. Some claimed it had reached peak 2nd tier, others whispered it had already ascended to the 3rd tier. No one knew the truth. 3rd on the divine roster, Tonado, a metal-devouring insect, mastered the peak 2nd tier devouring void principle, and delighted in consuming foes whole. His methods were exceptionally brutal. After reviewing the top 10 profiles, Bai Hao's brows knotted deeply. Even the openly acknowledged prodigies posed grave challenges, let alone the hidden apex geniuses lurking in the shadows. No! I must grow stronger, by any means necessary. At that thought, he quietly asked the system, is there any way to accelerate the hyperchip's deduction speed? The Sword Dao void principle currently stood at only 1 progress toward the 3rd tier, far too slow. Bai Hao despised fighting beyond his level. He craved absolute crushing supremacy. Thus he must elevate his strength relentlessly, to tower far above all other young masters, unassailable and supreme. The system immediately informed Bai Hao that a solution existed. What solution? A surge of hope rose in Bai Hao's heart. He had only intended to test the system's capabilities, yet it truly possessed an answer. The system replied, the host currently holds 1 unused cosmic tier fortune opportunity. Applying it to the supreme chip will upgrade its analytical simulation function. The number of analysis slots will increase from 1 to 3, and analytical speed will accelerate by a factor of 1 million. This meant he could now simultaneously analyze other principles or divine abilities while studying the Sword Dao's fundamental principle. His analytical simulation speed surged by 1 million times. Consequently, the previously required 36 hours of analysis would now take merely 0.1 seconds. Undeniably, the upgraded Supreme chip was extraordinary, far surpassing even the most miraculous artifacts of today. Bai Hao's heart stirred with excitement. Yet after brief reflection he voiced his lingering doubt. System, is this upgrade permanent? I'd hate for it to expire automatically at some point. Permanent upgrade. This system would deceive anyone before deceiving its host, the system affirmed. Hearing this, Bai Hao finally committed himself. If it were truly eternal, exchanging a cosmic tier fortune opportunity for such an enhancement was no loss. System, upgrade the Supreme chip's analytical simulation function. Understood, host. Upgrading Supreme chip's analytical simulation function. Analysis slots upgraded successfully. Analytical power upgraded successfully. Host, shall we proceed with analyzing the third tier of the Sword Dao's fundamental principle? Proceed. 0.13 seconds later, the system announced, analysis of the third tier of the Sword Dao's fundamental principle is complete. Shall the host receive the processed principle data? Receive it. No sooner had Bai Hao spoken than countless fragments of data on the third tier flooded his mind. Crystal clear, effortlessly comprehensible, far simpler than any self-cultivated insight. It was nothing short of a cultivation world treasure, a ready-made experiential compendium of fundamental principles. Suppressing his overwhelming elation, Bai Hao immediately began cultivating the data. Heaven-tier insight, amplified 10,000-fold. His insight soared instantly to the apex of the Dao tier. Whoosh! Like a starving scholar devouring sacred texts, he absorbed the system-transmitted data with ravenous intensity. Simultaneously, his mastery over the third tier surged visibly. 2, 3, 4, 98, 99, 100. At full mastery, the Sword Dao's fundamental principle underwent a qualitative transformation and evolved into the fourth tier. Progress stabilized at 1. Thus, Bai Hao had fully internalized every fragment of data transmitted by the system. The Sword Dao's fundamental principle has finally ascended to the fourth tier. I truly am exceptional. Not only do I possess striking appearance, I also strive relentlessly. In less than a month of cultivation, I've achieved what many devote lifetimes to attain. How rare indeed. Muttering to himself, Bai Hao wore a self-satisfied smile, only for it to vanish the next instant as he swiftly reined it in, silently admonishing himself. Must not grow arrogant. Must not grow arrogant. This is but the very beginning. I still lag far behind senior sister. I am a man who vows to one day surpass her entirely. Pride over such minor progress is utterly unacceptable. With that thought, Bai Hao nodded inwardly, then quietly asked, System, simulate and analyze the fourth tier of the Sword Dao's fundamental principle. Also assign the 2 remaining analysis slots to the Quirky Supreme Unfettered Marvelous Art and the Great Derivation Creation Combat Character Formula. The Quirky Supreme Unfettered Marvelous Art embodied ultimate velocity, while the Great Derivation Creation Combat Character Formula governed his upper limit of offensive power. Both were precisely what he urgently needed to master. The system responded, G. Assignment in progress. Assignment complete. The Supreme chip's analytical simulation function is now active. Analysis slot 1, fourth tier of the Sword Dao's fundamental principle. Estimated completion in 21 minutes. Analysis slot 2, Quirky Supreme Unfettered Marvelous Art. From minor accomplishment to great accomplishment. Estimated completion in 3 hours. Analysis slot 3, Great Derivation Creation Combat Character Formula. From minor accomplishment to great accomplishment. Estimated completion in 5 hours. Seeing the projected durations, Bai Hao stared in disbelief. System, I suspect you're mocking me. The third tier took 0.13 seconds. Yet the fourth tier requires 21 minutes. That's nearly a 10,000-fold increase in time. And those 2 divine arts. To advance from minor to great accomplishment several hours. Preposterous. Host, let this system reiterate once more, I would deceive anyone before deceiving my host. The path of fundamental principles imposes thresholds every 3 tiers. Analytical complexity escalates by at least 10,000 times per threshold. 21 minutes is perfectly reasonable. Bai Hao's breath caught. He couldn't help but ask, then what about the other 2 analysis slots? Their duration seems absurdly long, hours at once. The arts assigned to slots 2 and 3 are supreme divine arts. To master them at their highest levels, one must command corresponding fundamental principles. Thus their analytical duration vastly exceeds that of ordinary divine arts. Very well. Bai Hao sighed, reluctantly nodding. He was no unreasonable disputant. The momentary skepticism stemmed purely from astonishment at the staggering time increase. However, I heard Junyu say only the 3,000 heavenly steels can grant access to diverse fundamental principles. Does your method face similar restrictions? The system bristled instantly. Ji, host, do not insult this system. Such a trivial matter could never impede me. Bai Hao. Though perhaps true, an unmistakable aura of swagger radiated from those words. During the ensuing wait, Bai Hao instructed the system to project a massive virtual interface and selected a science fiction film to watch. The film was titled The Rise of Humanity, chronicling humanity's ascent from obscurity to supremacy, culminating in decisive victories over the insect race and the beast god race, ultimately securing its place among the 6 supreme races. A grand-scale production, spectacular in scope, fervent, explosive, exhilarating beyond measure, at least, for humanity, undeniably so. After watching briefly, Bai Hao felt his blood ignite. He longed to leap into the film itself, charging alongside the human legions to sweep across the cosmos. Yet its rating was unimpressive, only 5.6 out of 10. Bai Hao frowned in bewilderment. Logically, a film of such caliber should merit far higher acclaim. Only upon opening the review section did he grasp the truth. After its premiere, numerous races historically subjugated by humanity had deliberately attended, and left utterly shattered. Good heavens! While much of it is factual, humanity ought not glorify its own luminous history by dragging their past humiliations back into the light. Unacceptable. 1 star. Absolutely mandatory. Had 0-star ratings been permitted, they would have awarded precisely that. Bai Hao scrolled dozens of pages down. Over half were 1-star reviews. Good heavens! These alien races truly are relentless. Fortunately, humanity's cosmic-scale population ensured a steady influx of 5-star reviews, sustaining the film's 5.6 rating. Without them, it might not have retained even that score. The film lasted 3.5 hours. Upon finishing, Bai Hao promptly awarded it a 5-star rating, then dismissed the system's virtual interface, and focused his mind on the status of the 3 analysis slots. Analysis Slot 1, 4th Tier Sword Dao Veil. Analysis complete. Analysis Slot 2, Kunping Supreme Unfettered Marvelous Art. From minor attainment to major attainment. Analysis complete. Analysis Slot 3, A De Yen Creation Combat Character Art. From minor attainment to major attainment. Still undergoing analysis. Oh, 2 slots have already finished analysis. Bai Hao's eyes instantly lit up. He immediately ordered the system to transmit the data insights for the Sword Dao Veil and Kunping Swift Movement in sequence. The system complied without delay. First came the data on the 4th Tier Sword Dao Veil. In an instant, countless sword cultivation insights flooded Bai Hao's mind, and his mastery over the 4th Tier Sword Dao Veil surged at an astonishing pace. 5 minutes later, the progress bar for the 4th Tier Sword Dao Veil reached 100, then smoothly evolved into one of the 5th tier. Boom! A terrifying aura of sword cultivation erupted from Bai Hao. So dense it nearly coalesced into physical form, piercing through the clouds. Countless formation runes flared to life across the villa defensive arrays, specifically designed to safeguard the residents. At that moment, the defensive array trembled violently on the verge of shattering. Sensing this, Bai Hao swiftly reined in the faintest trace of Sword Dao Veil aura leaking from his body. He had no desire to repeat last time's incident and punch more gaping holes through his own home. The next second, the system transmitted the data insights for Kunping Swift Movement. After a brief period of contemplation, Yin-Yang Veil, Spatial Veil, and Devouring Veil began manifesting upon Bai Hao's body. Swiftly, all 3 veils ascended to the peak of their 1st tier. Within a few breaths, they broke through to the 2nd tier, and ultimately stabilized at the 3rd tier. To truly master a supreme divine ability, a veil must reach the 3rd tier. A prerequisite, a threshold of entry. At this moment, Bai Hao had successfully cultivated the Kunping Supreme Unfettered Marvelous Art to full attainment. At full attainment, Kunping Swift Movement enables instantaneous travel across 10,000 li. When augmented by Spatial Veil, its speed multiplies over 100-fold. In other words, Bai Hao, exerting his utmost, could now rend open the void itself and traverse 1 million li in a single breath. Of course, such exertion would drain him catastrophically. He could likely manage only a few such leaps before collapsing from exhaustion. Sigh. I'm still too weak. The divine ability realm is clearly insufficient. Enough talk. Let's set a modest goal, transcend to the stellar realm next month. As for veils, higher is always better. Ideally, I'll surpass Senior Sister. Bai Hao's gaze hardened with resolve. For a fleeting moment, he envisioned himself one day subduing Senior Sister. His smile gradually softened, then settled into calm composure. Bai Hao paused, then murmured, Slots 1 and 2 are now vacant. No point letting them go to waste. This time I'll load the Great Sun Golden Flame and the 5th Tier Sword Dao Veil. Analysis Slot 1, Great Sun Golden Flame. From minor attainment to major attainment. Estimated completion in 2.5 hours. Analysis Slot 2, 5th Tier Sword Dao Veil. Estimated completion in 35 hours. Seeing the projected times, Bai Hao's brow furrowed slightly. 2.5 hours for the Great Sun Golden Flame was reasonable, but 35 hours for the 5th Tier Sword Dao Veil. That was nearly 100 times longer than the 4th tier. By this trend, analyzing the 6th tier would take over 100 days. And the 7th tier, the rare triple threshold barrier, would escalate in difficulty by a factor of 10,000, requiring several millennia at minimum. The deeper one advanced, the exponentially greater the time required. This was clearly abnormal. Even with his cheat-like advantages, the process demanded such immense time. How then did Domain Lord's prodigies accelerate their veil cultivation so rapidly? Had he overlooked something? After a moment's reflection, Bai Hao opened the virtual interface for his stellar balance, and fixed his gaze upon the interface for the 3,000 heavenly steels. across the entire cosmos if there existed a supreme treasure for advancing veils, the 3,000 heavenly steels ranked unchallenged at the apex. Those cultivators either draw upon the steel's power from the upper realms, or pay exorbitant prices to employ other artifacts. Master, dinner is ready. Come out and eat. Mu Qianfei's mellifluous, mature voice drifted in from the living room. Coming. Bai Hao replied, halting his thoughts and stepping out of the room. At the sight of Mu Qianfei's graceful figure, a fleeting image from that morning flashed unbidden into his mind. His spirit stirred sharply. Damn. Stop thinking. Such lecherous impulses clashed utterly with his suave, peerless persona. Calmness, composure, absolute calmness. Bai Hao shook his head vigorously, then severed the intrusive thoughts with a precise stroke of sword Dao veil. During dinner, Bai Shaoran exclaimed in surprise, "Little junior brother, your cultivation has progressed remarkably fast today." "Not really, just average, honestly." Bai Hao waved modestly. Unexpectedly, Bai Shaoran nodded earnestly. "Indeed. It is quite average. Compared to me, your rate of advancement falls far short, little junior brother." "Bai Hao, senior sister. You'll wait. Once my veils ascend beyond the 10th tier, I'll pin you to the ground without mercy." Bai Shaoran turned to Mu Qianfei. "Little chef, you need to break through soon. Stagnating at the peak of awakening isn't sustainable." "Yes, senior sister. I'll begin my breakthrough tonight and strive to enter the divine ability realm as soon as possible." Mu Qianfei obediently agreed. Sigh. Once she had reigned as a sovereign queen. Unquestioned, untouchable, exalted above all. Yet after pledging herself to her master, she discovered the sheer density of overwhelming figures surrounding him, each more terrifying than the last. She was relegated to the role of a dutiful little chef. After dinner, senior sister sprawled across the sofa to continue binge-watching her drama, while Mu Qianfei washed the dishes and hurried to the cultivation chamber to train diligently. Determined to become a truly competent little chef, Bai Hao returned to his bedroom. By now, over 2 hours had passed. The Great Sun Golden Flame in Analysis Slot 1 and the Diyen Creation Combat Character Art in Analysis Slot 3 had both completed analysis. After a period of contemplation, Bai Hao effortlessly mastered both supreme divine abilities and gained an additional Golden Flame Veil. Strangely, the Diyen Creation Combat Character Art produced no veil at all. Its reason remained obscure. Unable to fathom it, he let it go. Bai Hao swiftly replaced the 2 newly vacated slots with Yin Yang Veil and Spatial Veil, both still at the 3rd tier, and swapped the Sword Dao Veil in Slot 2 for Devouring Veil. 13 seconds later, the superchip completed analysis. Upon absorbing the transmitted data, Bai Hao's 3 veils surged to one of the 4th tier. He didn't pause. He reloaded them immediately. 20 minutes later, analysis concluded. As he contemplated the new insights, all 3 veils climbed to 100 of the 4th tier, then seamlessly transformed into one of the 5th tier. Next, he repeated the process to elevate the Golden Flame Veil to one of the 5th tier. At this point, further advancement was impossible in the short term. Even if he wished to push further, he'd need to wait 35 hours. After a moment's reflection, Bai Hao opened all 3 analysis slots and placed within each a wisp of 5th tier veil, Aura, Sword Dao Veil, Spatial Veil, and Yin Yang Veil. As for Devouring Veil and Golden Flame Veil, he decided to postpone their analysis and refinement for now. Having completed everything, Bai Hao exhaled deeply. Today had left him utterly spent. He opened his attribute panel, preparing to review precisely how much he had advanced in recent times. Name: Bai Hao. Talent: Charisma. Maximum peerless beauty, resonating with the Tao and harmonizing with cosmic laws, manifesting as a Tao body omen that commands unavoidable attention from all races at all times. Cultivation aptitude: Celestial grade mental aptitude, Celestial grade insight aptitude, Celestial grade cultivation realm, divine ability realm 9th tier. Peak Veil, Sword Dao 5th tier, Spatial 5th tier, Yin Yang 5th tier, Devouring 5th tier, Golden Flame 5th tier. Cultivation art: Ninefold Golden Palace, Indestructible Heaven art, First Transformation, Divine abilities: Filial Piety, Innate Talent, Great Sun Golden Flame, Major Attainment, Kunping Supreme, Unfettered Marvelous Art, Major Attainment, Diyen Creation Combat Character Art, Major Attainment, Spirit Pet, Divine Beast, Golden Crow, not yet hatched. After scanning the list, Bai Hao himself was stunned. He hadn't imagined his progress in such a short span could be so staggering, truly extraordinary. That Golden Crow egg hasn't hatched yet. Bai Hao looked genuinely surprised. Bai Hao pondered for a moment. With a subtle shift of his spiritual intent, a Golden Crow egg, nearly 30 centimeters tall, materialized in his palm. Its shell shimmered with mysterious dark gold Tao patterns, and the moment it appeared, the room's temperature rose noticeably. Why does it seem larger than before? When I first retrieved it from the fallen Sun Crow's ruin, it was barely over 20 centimeters tall. Now it's clearly 30 centimeters. Could it be that the eggshell itself grows? Bai Hao tapped lightly on the shell. Knock knock. In the next instant, the egg trembled. A movement. Bai Hao's eyes lit up with enthusiasm. Is there a bird inside? If so, chirp once. He had already tried peering in with his fortune-perceiving golden eyes, but though those eyes could pierce illusions, they could not penetrate the Tao patterns etched upon the shell. The Golden Crow egg remained silent. So, the fledgling is me. In the bedroom, Bai Hao waited. No reply came. His expression darkened. Tiny bird, big temper. You're playing aloof with me now. Let me make this clear today, if you don't utter a single sound in response, I'll boil you into soup. After a long day's work, Bai Hao found himself utterly idle. 2 seconds of silence passed. Then, the egg obediently chirped cheep. Oh, finally deigning to acknowledge me. How about calling me dad again? The words slipped from Bai Hao's lips unbidden. As soon as he spoke, he froze. Why had that phrase rolled off his tongue so effortlessly, as if he'd uttered it countless times before? Could it be that, in some prior existence, he'd been an incorrigible child adopter? A faint twitch tugged at the corner of Bai Hao's mouth. Meanwhile, upon hearing those words, the golden crow egg recoiled inwardly. This master feels nothing like other masters. Still ignoring me. Bai Hao took a slow, deep breath, set the egg down, gently lifted his gaze toward the ceiling, and sighed wistfully. Sigh. You've left me no choice. I never wished it thus. Don't blame me for my severity. Little one, call me dad. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a divine arcane force struck the egg instantly. The filial piety art activated. Struck by the power, the golden crow egg clattered to the floor and prostrated itself fully before Bai Hao, then emitted an exquisitely adorable reverent cry. Dad! Whoa! Bai Hao leapt back in surprise. Little one, why does your voice sound so effeminate? Sniffle sniffle. Because I'm truly a girl. A plaintive whimpering murmur drifted out from within the egg. A girl! Hold on. That can't be right. Divine Beast Jinwu commands the supremely domineering solar gold flame. How can you be female? Is that even plausible? Bai Hao couldn't help but question. The egg replied, I really am a girl, Dad. Think about it. If all Jinwu were male, how would our lineage ever continue? That actually makes sense. Bai Hao nodded unconsciously. After a moment's pause, he dispelled the filial piety art. A son might be indulged freely, even spoiled, but a daughter, that was another matter entirely. He simply couldn't bring himself to do it. Why didn't you respond earlier? Once freed, the egg answered honestly, Master, you seemed rather untrustworthy, not quite a decent person, so I chose not to answer. Bai Hao fell silent. Untrustworthy. Not quite a decent person. Perhaps he should reapply the filial piety art after all. That little thing's tongue was simply too infuriating. How much longer until you hatch? Soon. No more than 3 months, came the reply from within the egg. 3 months, still acceptable. Bai Hao murmured softly, chatted with the egg, while longer, then placed her into his system space. Nearly 11 o'clock. Time to rest early tonight. The Stellar Domain Prodigy War begins at 9 tomorrow. I must conserve my vitality and sharpen my spirit. I cannot afford to compromise my condition tomorrow. With that, Bai Hao rose and strode out of the bedroom, heading toward the bathroom for his evening ablutions. In the hallway, faint echoes of a melodramatic idol drama drifted up from the living room below. Woman, you're playing with fire. Woman, you're the only one bold enough to strike me. Damn it. I actually miss her. Very well. You've succeeded in capturing my attention. You won't be allowed home tonight unless you spend every last credit of this million. Don't forget your place. You're merely my mistress, nothing more. Don't overstep your bounds. Bai Hao's lips twitched faintly. What on earth was that? Senior sister. You truly are extraordinary. Even such outrageously cliched idol dramas hold you spellbound. She'd even pulled an all-nighter binge-watching. Truly astonishing. Utterly admirable. Shaking his head, Bai Hao entered the washroom, completed his nightly routine, and retired straight to bed. The next morning, 8:50 am. Bai Xiaoran sat at the table, eating, fingers tapping rapidly across her phone screen. Senior sister. What are you doing? Bai Hao asked. Caching idol dramas. Without glancing up, Bai Xiaoran replied, I just learned today that phones have caching functions. I'd always assumed streaming was the only option. Bai Hao fell silent. Don't tell me. You plan to keep watching them during the Prodigy War? Exactly. Bai Xiaoran took a bite of rice and mumbled indistinctly, Don't worry, little brother. Those mere ants pose no distraction to my viewing pleasure. To her, the prodigies of 10,000 races are but insignificant ants. Bai Hao felt speechless. Yet, recalling her true identity and terrifying cultivation realm, even the so-called 10th Assandrace prodigies were indeed little more than crawling specks. 10 minutes later, precisely 9:00 am. All 9 great realms of the stellar domain battlefield trembled simultaneously as the world will manifested, descending with overwhelming transcendent power. Instantly, every registered contestant was teleported into the arena space. Inside the villa's living room, Bai Hao and Bai Xiaoran vanished just as abruptly, engulfed by that same supreme force. At the center of every city across the 9 realms stood a holographic display, showing the total number of participants in the Stellar Domain Prodigy War. Whoa! This year 9th realm's participation has soared to an all-time high, exceeding 10 trillion. Heh! Hear that? Several prodigies from Black Scale City are among them. Pfft. So what? Against the legends ranked on the divine list, they're still cannon fodder. You say that as if competing in the Prodigy War were solely about securing a seat on the reincarnation platform. I see. They're hoping to catch the attention of their own race's elite leadership. Precisely. Shame we can't witness their battles firsthand. The clash between prodigies of 10,000 races. Just imagining it sends shivers down the spine. Who said you can't watch? You must be new here. Huh? Starting from round 10, the tournament opens a spectator mode for visitors. For just 6 stellar points, purchase a membership, and you'll gain real-time broadcast access to every prodigy's battle. Then you may watch whomever you wish, completely free of charge. A membership, free access. At this point, the newcomer began questioning reality itself. Stellar domain battlefield and video subscriptions. These two concepts clearly belonged to entirely different domains. Meanwhile, across the stellar battlefield, spanning millions of arena dimensions, the long-awaited Celestial Prodigy contest was about to commence. One such arena dimension loomed under a sky choked with roiling thunderclouds thick, with the oppressive aura of heavenly tribulation. Distant roars of lightning beasts echoed like primordial fury, shaking heaven and earth. Though termed an arena, this space bore no resemblance to any conventional fighting platform. It was in truth a boundless colossal battlefield. Each battlefield manifested a unique environment, some drowned beneath tribulation, clouds, others sprawled across desolate wastelands, solitary islands, adrift in endless oceans, or volcanic hells forged in infernal fire. This one fatefully was cloaked in tribulation thunderclouds. Suddenly the void above rippled, and from the distortion emerged a tall, exquisitely handsome young man, appearing as if conjured from myth itself. Before him stood a man crowned with a gleaming golden horn. This is the golden-horned king. Bai Hao nearly burst into laughter. He glanced with his fortune golden eyes. Yes, golden fortune aura, yet still unripe, bearing no nascent auspicious encounters. No chance to siphon opportunity. What a pity. Then Bai Hao activated the stellar database function of his system and scanned the golden-horned alien prodigy. Name Jean Luo. Race golden-horned beast, race rank 3467. Cultivation realm divine ability 9th tier, peak. Veil attribute gung metal first veil. Record defeated, slain. Video playback available upon activation. Bai Hao paused for 2 full seconds. A sharp breath escaped him. This stellar database's search capability was astonishing. Even embedded video playback. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. So thoughtful. He dismissed the stellar database and turned his gaze to Jean Luo, simultaneously activating the 9-fold Golden Palace indestructible heaven art. His aura surging upward like a celestial tide. His 5th veil, golden flame veil, erupted into a boundless sea of fire. Not crimson but blazing gold, radiating light so intense it seared the eyes. Its heat could melt divine metals and reduce all things to utter void. The terror it inspired defied imagination. Likewise, Bai Hao's aura soared to its zenith, shaking the winds, shattering mountains, turning the heavens themselves ashen with awe. This was no exaggeration. It was absolute truth. With his current cultivation and 5th veil mastery, he rivaled domain lords who commanded 2 or 3 layers of cosmic law. At this moment, though his realm appeared lowly, his true combat strength matched that of a low-tier domain lord. A being whose full power could pulverize stars into cosmic dust, whose might threatened the very fabric of heaven and earth. Such was the staggering magnitude of Bai Hao's strength. Across from him, Jean Luo stood utterly stunned. This is divine ability realm. How can anyone at this level be this strong? Preposterous. Even the peerless geniuses ranked on the divine list fall far short. Utterly incomparable. I yield. Jean Luo had barely begun to concede when, suddenly, the arena trembled violently. Then a voice devoid of emotion resonated from the heavens above. Match error detected. Contestant Bai Hao advances automatically to the next round by default. Contestant Jean Luo, please await rematching with a new opponent. Within the arena, both Bai Hao and Jean Luo froze in disbelief. What just happened? Match error. What did that even mean? Bai Hao bristled with indignation. He had waited for this day for ages, even sleeping soundly the night before to restore his vigor. And this was the result. His long-anticipated clash of prodigies. Reduced to a walkover. How infuriating. Jean Luo, by contrast, wept tears of overwhelming joy. He'd already resigned himself to swift defeat. Only for celestial will itself to intervene, banishing this terrifying demon in an instant. I, Jean Luo, am truly the Heavenly Father's most beloved child. He declared, smugly self-assured, then dropped to his knees, fervently thanking the heavens. The heavenly will fell silent. Most beloved child, dare you claim such a thing? An invisible, omnipotent force descended from the firmament, enveloping both Bai Hao and Jean Luo. In the next instant, they vanished. Jean Luo was rematched into another first-round arena battle. Bai Hao, meanwhile, materialized inside a rest chamber lavishly stocked with delicacies. Gazing upon the dazzling array of exquisite dishes, Bai Hao's fury flared anew. Was he here for food? Absolutely not. He craved only fierce contest with the prodigies of 10,000 races. Only the exhilarating, soul-stirring thrill of supreme battle. Was that request truly so unreasonable? Gripped by grievance, he seized a translucent crystal fruit, and popped it into his mouth. Schlurp, it dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue. Its nectar, sweet, crisp, and refreshingly pure, burst across his palate, deepening into a rich, mellow sweetness. It was without question the ultimate sensory rapture. So intoxicating that Bai Hao felt himself lift weightless, euphoric, as if soaring beyond mortal bounds. In short, after consuming that single crystal fruit, he floated, truly miraculously aloft. And afterward, his mouth lingered with fragrance, his senses hummed with lingering delight. Bai Hao swallowed hard, eyes wide. Whoa, what is this fruit? Unbelievably delicious. Its appearance is strange. I've never seen anything like it before. Yet its flavor is profoundly rich and sweet, melting, instantly succulent beyond measure, far surpassing any fruit from Blue Planet or my past life by countless degrees. Perhaps just one more, just one, he murmured quietly, then snatched another and devoured it. Wow! Absolutely divine. Savoring it slowly, he sensed a faint, elusive fragrance hidden within, delicate, familiar, as if encountered somewhere long ago. Bai Hao frowned, poised to delve deeper, when suddenly that subtle aroma vanished, replaced by a new, tangy, sweet note. The original scent was gone, irretrievable. Probably overthinking it, he muttered, shaking his head. Then turned to sample other fruits and pastries, each more delectable than the last, until every morsel had vanished. Only after finishing did clarity strike him like lightning. Wait, something's wrong. Wasn't I here for the Celestial Prodigy contest? Hiding in a rest chamber eating? That's utterly unacceptable. At that very moment the unseen force reappeared, and whisked him away, once more depositing him onto a new arena, a barren, solitary island. The island lay bare of vegetation, encircled by an infinite ocean, teeming with lurking marine fiends. Whoosh! The void shimmered again. In the next breath an alien prodigy strode forth. Dragon-head, human-bodied, with a sleek black tail curling behind him. Through the stellar database, Bai Hao instantly gleaned his opponent's profile. A prodigy of the Black Jiao clan, master of the Second Veil, Black Flame Veil, ranked 107th on the divine list. Formidable beyond measure. Most thrilling of all, a faintly pulsing fortune aura hovered above the prodigy's brow. That gentle flicker meant his fortune had already matured into an auspicious encounter, ripe for siphoning. Copy. Without hesitation, Bai Hao absorbed the encounter. The original origin class encounter detonated tenfold, transforming instantly into a world-class boon. Now that's satisfying. A smile spread across Bai Hao's face. Instantly his gaze burned with fierce anticipation as he locked onto the Black Jiao prodigy, knuckles cracking, muscles coiling, ready to charge and crush his foe. But then, the same emotionless voice echoed once more from the heavens. Match error detected. Contestant Bai Hao advances automatically to the next round. Contestant Haimang, please await rematching with a new opponent. Bai Hao stared dumbfounded. Huh? What the hell? Again? This is rigged. A blatant fix. I demand justice. He shouted his protest. But it was futile. The sovereign force intervened without warning, lifting him away, once more into yet another rest chamber. This chamber held a steaming hot spring, its mist redolent with a soothing, meditative fragrance. Beside it stood a placard: soaking enhances enlightenment and subtly refines innate aptitude. Any discerning observer would recognize it instantly, an overt enticement, an attempt to lure him into the bath. Bai Hao remained silent for a long while. Then, without a word, he reached into his spatial ring and withdrew a large iron shovel, beginning with quiet determination to dig furiously around the hot spring's perimeter. The heavenly will fell silent. He dug for a while. Bai Hao, growing impatient with the sluggish pace, paused to channel the illusory principle of sword Dao into his shovel, enhancing it, and resumed digging. What he sought was not the hot spring itself, but a pale blue crystal buried 100 meters beneath it. Upon first entering the rest chamber, Bai Hao had discerned, through his fortune-gazing golden eyes, that the hot spring's ability to enhance innate aptitude stemmed entirely from this pale blue crystal lying beneath. The crystal also served as the thermal source for the hot spring pool. At that moment, he fell silent for a long while, his mind locked in agonized deliberation to dig, or not to dig. After prolonged hesitation, Bai Hao finally resolved dig. A cultivator must follow the dictates of his true heart, and his heart yearned to dig. So dig he must. To refrain would be to betray his own heart, and such betrayal would hinder his cultivation. As he dug, he muttered to himself, I do this solely for my cultivation, not to exploit the Starfield battlefield's resources. Precisely. I, Bai Hao, am an upright man, profoundly, unassailably upright. 2 minutes later, Bai Hao shattered through 100 meters of earth and stone, standing before the pale blue crystal. He gazed first upon the luminous stone, then lifted his eyes upward, through 100 meters of earth, to the opulent hot spring pool above. An involuntary thought arose. If I take the crystal, won't that magnificent hot spring above become merely a cold spring? Is that acceptable? No, it is not. Therefore, I shall take them both. Let them keep each other company, so neither feels abandoned. How thoughtful of me. Having spoken thus, Bai Hao seemed to have convinced even himself. Slowly he raised his hands, whereupon invisible ripples of spatial energy shimmered into being. This was the illusory principle of space. And not just any manifestation, this was the fifth realm of spatial illusion. Whoosh! Spatial force enveloped everything within a 100-meter radius, including the pale blue crystal and the luxurious hot spring pool above. With a thunderous boom, dust crystal and hot spring pool vanished in unison, hurled wholesale into his system space. He had initially intended to store them in his spatial ring, but its internal space proved too unstable to contain the pale blue crystal. Thus he temporarily stowed them in system space. Having completed this deed, a deep satisfied smile spread across Bai Hao's face, as though he had just performed an act of sublime catharsis. His entire being felt profoundly at ease. With a mere thought, he teleported back to ground level, only to find upon seeing the rest chamber now crowned by a 100-meter deep crater a sudden pang of guilt. He hastily turned his head away. What was that? A reclining chair beside the wall. Its craftsmanship was extraordinary. Its collectible value incalculable. Damn. I've already taken the hot spring pool. Stealing the last remaining chair would be downright shameless. No, absolutely not. I, Bai Hao, possess moral boundaries. He shook his head vigorously, then with visible effort wrenched his gaze elsewhere, refusing to glance again at the chair. A moment passed. The third round of the Starfield Prodigy War commenced. Simultaneously, Bai Hao was displaced by an incomprehensible transcendent force, leaving behind only an empty rest chamber. The world will. Wasn't it just declared he wouldn't take anything? Wasn't it affirmed he had principles? And yet, this. Indeed, the third round unfolded exactly as the first two had. Another mismatch occurred. In the fourth round, another mismatch followed. But Bai Hao seized the opportunity to replicate a rare fortune encounter from his opponent, triggering a critical strike that elevated it to origin tier. Every subsequent arena round likewise suffered mismatch after mismatch, as if the celestial forces deliberately delivered prodigies to him, let him absorb their fortunes, then whisked them away. Fifth round. No encounter. A Bai rest in the chamber. Sixth round. No encounter. A Bai rest in the chamber. Seventh round, nothing. Just as Bai Hao began suspecting himself cursed by ill fortune, the eighth round brought forth a formidable prodigy. An heir of the divine elephant clan. This clan had once birthed a colossus whose dual mastery of strength and chi shook the heavens. Renowned as one capable of suppressing hell itself, whether such suppression was truly possible remained unknown. Though this young divine elephant prodigy fell short of that legendary colossus, he was still astonishingly gifted, ranked 67th on the divine prodigy list. His illusory principles had advanced to the late stage of the second realm, granting combat prowess far surpassing ordinary geniuses. Notably, a faint aura hovered above his brow, already pulsing with nascent fortune encounter energy, and this fortune was exceptionally high-tier boundary tier. Upon replicating this fortune encounter, Bai Hao triggered a 20-fold critical strike, elevating it instantly to wilderness tier, across 8 battles. He had acquired 1 boundary tier, 1 origin tier, and 1 wilderness tier fortune encounter. 3 such encounters could fuse, triggering a secondary critical strike. Without hesitation, Bai Hao fused them all, activating the secondary critical strike, until the 3 coalesced into a single primordial tier fortune encounter. A primordial tier fortune encounter. A faint twitch tugged at Bai Hao's lips. He suddenly recalled his previous primordial tier encounter. After hours of simulation, it had restored only a fragment of memory, and handed him a lollipop. Beyond that, it offered no tangible benefit whatsoever. May this primordial tier fortune encounter prove more reliable than the last. He silently prayed, yet refrained from activating it immediately. The Starfield battlefield imposed strict cultivation restrictions. Should the primordial tier encounter inadvertently elevate his realm, he risked drawing the world will's direct intervention. The world will. I did not. I am not. Cease your baseless accusations. 9th round. No encounter. 10th round. No encounter. Each subsequent round mirrored the same pattern, denying him battle entirely. Bai Hao's initial resistance gradually dulled into numb acceptance, until at last he welcomed it with serene equanimity. Outside the arena space, the 9 realms of the Starfield battlefield erupted in jubilation. For the Prodigy War had reached its 10th round, meaning spectators could now access live broadcasts via the tourist viewing mode. Hurry, subscribe. Damn. It's increased this year. 10 stellar points. Even so, we must pay. The elders demand footage of the Prodigy battles, yet cannot travel personally to the 9th realm. So I'll record it and transmit it back. You're suffering. Not at all. I'm using public funds to subscribe. Why should I suffer? Damn. Being part of the system really does make all the difference. Subscription complete. Brother, who's your pick for the broadcast? Naturally the top 10 on the Divine Prodigy list. The rest hold no interest whatsoever. Absolutely correct. I'll watch Mocarlo of the Mechanical Clan. His spatial illusion is peerless and his body can reconfigure into dazzling high-tech weaponry. I won't watch Mocarlo. I want to see the Blood Butcher. They say this slaughterhouse master is fearsome. I intend to witness his power firsthand. Agreed. Let's watch together. Having spoken, Two ordinary non-competing prodigies opened their stellar virtual frames. Projecting video windows they watched with rapt fascination. As they watched, they simultaneously recorded the stream for official submission. Across the 9 realms, countless prodigies mirrored their actions, subscribing en masse to view the live broadcast. Whoa! The Blood Butcher is incredible. His slaughter illusion has truly broken through to the 3rd realm. Unbelievable strength. Even through the screen I feel chilled to the bone. Bro, check out Mocarlo. What is it? His opponent this round is an extraordinarily beautiful little girl. Let me see. Heavens. She truly is exquisite, like a beguiling little spirit. Each glance, each smile sets my heart aflutter. No, this girl is doomed. Mocarlo is of the mechanical clan, devoid of emotion. He will show no mercy, no chivalry. As the two conversed elsewhere, Mocarlo was teleported into the arena space. A battlefield suspended amid roiling clouds where mist swirled like celestial vapors, and standing upon it felt akin to ascending into paradise. Simultaneously, the void across from him rippled. Then a strikingly enchanting young girl emerged. Clad in a crimson dress, her waist slender, her presence both alluring and bewitching. Even after being teleported, the girl kept her gaze fixed unwaveringly on her handheld device. Had Bai Hao been present, he would have instantly recognized her. Senior sister Bai Hao ran. A cold, emotionless voice, emanating from the heavens themselves, declared, "Match confirmed. Round 11 of the Celestial Prodigy War commences now." Upon hearing this, Xiao Ran immediately panicked. Without lifting her eyes from the screen, she cried out, "Wait! Don't start yet. I'm right at the climax. Let me finish this scene first." As she spoke, the screen displayed an intimate exchange between the drama's protagonists. Atop a bed, the male lead loomed over the female lead, his voice hoarse as he growled, "Don't move. Any further movement and I can't guarantee what happens next." The heroine defiantly retorted, "Let go. Get off me. I'm going home. Damn you. You dare flee. Who gave you such audacity? I'll mark you with my scent, so that for all your life you'll never escape me. You shall be mine alone." Xiao Ran. "Forever bound as Fu Sen's woman. Fu Sen, listen well, even if you claim my body, you'll never possess my heart." Heh heh, if it feels good, scream. Look how red your face has turned. Fu Sen, you monster. Hearing these outrageously melodramatic lines, Mocarlo's jaw twitched. His hyper-realistic mechanical face nearly fractured. What was this absurd plotline? Utterly cringe-worthy. Likewise, the prodigies spectating the Star Realm Prodigy War, among the rarest and grandest interstellar gatherings of elite youth, were left utterly speechless, their composure utterly shattered. Yet, you're watching a romantic idol drama? Is this truly appropriate? Xiao Ran paid no heed to their dismay. She carried on unapologetically, absorbed, her delicate cheeks flushed pink. A captivating charm radiated from her, innocent yet laced with ineffable allure. Across the arena, Mocarlo's gaze turned glacial. He felt utterly disregarded by Xiao Ran. This ignited a fierce fury within him. Though the mechanoids were sentient constructs, devoid of organic emotion, they possessed sophisticated affective responses programmed by their terminal intellects to mirror biological sentience in countless ways. Click. His right arm instantly transformed into a laser cannon barrel, the Divine Retribution Laser Cannon Class 2A. This weapon was uniquely advanced. Users could inscribe void principles and cosmic rules directly onto its barrel, thereby amplifying the destructive power of its beam. In standard configuration, a Class 2A Divine Retribution Laser Cannon rivaled the peak of the Divine Artificer realm. But that was merely its baseline. When augmented with void principles, its might surged to terrifying near-apocalyptic levels. Last year, Mocarlo effortlessly obliterated a void-dwelling realm master using precisely such an enhanced cannon. Now he leveled the barrel squarely at Xiao Ran. Within him, spatial mithril surged forth, releasing an arcane force rivaling the 3rd tier of spatial void principles, and channeled it into the cannon. Whoosh! The cannon's muzzle began to blaze with a blinding, ominous radiance. Its energy mounting relentlessly, it hovered unmistakably beyond the void-dwelling realm's threshold, yet still far beneath the sovereign domain realm's apex. Little girl, dodge. That Mocarlo is truly vile. How dare he unleash such brutality upon so adorable a child? Unforgivable. Beyond unforgivable. Alas. What a pity for such a radiant young lady. I'd even planned to sign her once the Prodigy War concluded. You are. I am Luo Qing, talent agent of Stellar Entertainment Corporation. Heavens. You're the legendary agent who launched the Rising Starlet. I adore every film she starred in. Holy. Stop chatting. Mocarlo, that beast has fired. What? Gasping, the crowd rushed to watch the holographic feed. Just as Mocarlo, having fully charged his weapon, unleashed the beam toward Xiao Ran. Shryak. A searing silver-white light tore through space, pierced the void, and struck Xiao Ran Heaton. Instantly she vanished beneath the incandescent blast. Explosions, roaring energies convulsing. The shockwave vaporized the surrounding cloud sea into absolute nothingness. Such devastating power. Truly monstrous. She's gone. That little girl is finished. with spatial void principles layered upon that divine retribution beam. Even a void-dwelling realm master couldn't withstand it, let alone one of the divine artificer realm. Wah! I feel so broken inside. Why are you broken? The world's most beautiful shoujo just perished. I, a devoted shoujo connoisseur, have no reason left to live. My youth has ended. With that he lunged towards self-annihilation, until a nearby spectator shrieked, "Brother, wait. That girl. She's still alive." "What did you say?" "Holy, holy, holy. She's alive. Not only unharmed, but not even a single thread of her dress is singed." Impossible. Macarlo deployed the divine retribution laser cannon, amplified with spatial void principles. To slay a void-dwelling realm master would be trivial for such a strike. Yet reality defies logic. She stands completely unscathed. Who is this powerhouse? Emerging from nowhere, absorbing Macarlo's divine retribution blast barehanded. Unbelievable. The watching prodigies stood frozen in disbelief. Within the arena, Xiao Ran stared blankly at her empty hands. Motionless, silent. After a long pause, she slowly pursed her lips and lifted her gaze. Calm, expressionless. As she did, dormant power surged within her, erupting like a primordial volcano, stirring heaven and earth. "You destroyed my phone." The moment those words fell, her aura exploded anew, shaking the entire Cloud Sea battlefield. Dark clouds gathered thick and heavy. Light-dimmed air grew suffocating. When Xiao Ran raged, heaven and earth recoiled. Macarlo's core whined, straining under unbearable stress. His systems frantically analyzed her biometrics and combat indices. Species, cultivation realm, peak divine artificer. Void principle, mastery 9th tier apex. Combat index, ascendant tier minimum. Survival probability 0.00 final recommendation, kneel and beg for mercy. Upon reading the directive, Macarlo obeyed without hesitation. Dropping to his knees and shouting, "Esteemed lady, Macarlo of the Mechanoid clan humbly begs your grace. Spare this insignificant life." "Spare you?" Xiao Ran's voice cut through the silence, icy and absolute. She began walking toward him, each step deepening, her aura coalescing into crushing, inescapable pressure that pinned Macarlo flat to the ground. Clack, clack, clack. His armor plates cracked and splintered, but he dared not raise his head, nor did he possess the strength to do so. This pressure was unimaginable, like an ancient divine mountain pressing down upon him, extinguishing all will to resist. Thighs. Outside, the prodigy spectators choked on their own breath, stunned into silence. They swallowed hard. Good gods. Where did this anomaly come from? Merely her oppressive aura alone immobilizes Macarlo, the undisputed one on the divine list. This is utterly preposterous. The arena space, Cloud Sea battlefield. Bai Hao strode toward Macarlo. When still a dozen meters away, she vanished and reappeared instantly before him. She raised her hand, clenched her fist. Boom. Across a radius of 10,000 li, every energy particle in the void was siphoned dry, converging into that delicate porcelain pale fist. The void warped. Heaven and earth darkened. Countless hurricane vortices shrieked into being. The entire Cloud Sea battlefield seemed plunged into apocalyptic ruin. In the blink of an eye, Bai Hao's fist struck Macarlo. He was blasted 10,000 meters away, his mechanized body, fused with spatial mithril, shattered layer by layer from outside inward like a porcelain vase fissured beyond repair. Bai Hao intended to savor his torment, not end it in one blow. Slowly lifting her gaze, she looked across the 10,000 meter expanse. Her eyes held no warmth, only icy detachment. Whoosh! She vanished from where she stood. A heartbeat later, she materialized directly above Macarlo, then lifted her slender, graceful leg high and drove her foot down squarely onto his skull. Thud! Macarlo shattered the sound barrier, hurtling downward at terrifying velocity to crash into the Cloud Sea floor, his form grotesquely mangled. Had his body not been reinforced with spatial mithril, he would have disintegrated entirely. Yet Bai Hao's expression remained cold, unyielding. She had no intention of sparing him. She teleported again. Blasted him away. Teleported again. Blasted him away. Macarlo flew helplessly back and forth, utterly defenseless, forced only to endure the relentless assault. His core processor whirred, frantically calculating escape routes. The 9th realm of the stellar battlefield. Every prodigy witnessing this duel stood utterly transfixed. Holy! That little girl is terrifying. She's kicking Macarlo, the one on the divine list, like a punching bag without blinking once. She has every right to be terrifying. Across the entire 9th realm of the stellar battlefield, you'd be hard-pressed to find another genius who rivals her strength. Absolutely. I've never seen anyone pound that hunk of iron. Macarlo. So brutally. Straight up legendary. I'm declaring it right now. I adore this little girl. From today onward, she's my goddess. You're full of it. Is that really love? That's just lust. You're pathetic. Someone in the crowd immediately pointed and shouted in outrage. Meanwhile, several prodigies, recognizing Bai Hao's extraordinary nature, swiftly recorded the battle and transmitted the footage to their clan elders. Others uploaded the video to their interstellar social accounts. Riding the wave to sudden fame. Bai Hao's combat footage and related discussions instantly dominated trending topics across all major stellar networks. The Macarlo was blasted backward yet again. Simultaneously, his core had cycled through calculations countless times, each yielding the same sole recommendation: kneel and beg for mercy. Macarlo's composure shattered. If begging for mercy worked, he wouldn't be battered into this wretched state. Better to simply surrender. Wait, why am I just standing here taking beatings? Surrendering would have been far more sensible. Damn faulty core. It nearly got me killed. At that moment, Macarlo realized with dawning horror that he'd completely misjudged the situation. As previously noted, the mechanoid race, though born of artificial intellect, possessed genuine consciousness and emotion. And right now Macarlo felt profoundly, deeply sore. He hadn't anticipated that blind trust in his own core would nearly cost him everything. For mechanoids, the core functioned as both life energy source and supercomputer, capable of computing optimal strategies. But such optimal strategies were derived solely from external data inputs, and weren't always pragmatically viable. Take now, had he surrendered at the first opportunity, he'd never have been treated like a sandbag by that little girl. Realizing this, Macarlo instantly disabled his core's analytical module, and as Bai Hao launched him skyward, once more shouted aloud, "World will. I surrender." Boom! A voice glacial and absolute echoed from the heavens. Contestant Macarlo has voluntarily surrendered. This match is won by contestant Bai Hao. Relocation to next round commences in 10 seconds. Upon finishing, an incomprehensible cosmic force enveloped both fighters, preparing to transport them away in 10 seconds. Bai Hao instantly grew sullen. She felt wronged. Her fury barely vented, yet the match was declared over. She refused to let the culprit who broke her phone go unpunished. The 10-second countdown began. 10, 9. She suddenly projected her voice telepathically toward the world will. "Hey, I'm the junior sister of your creator god. Could you please make an exception? Don't end it yet." The stellar battlefield had been forged by her senior brother, and the world will itself was but the emergent order spirit born of that realm. So, Bai Hao assumed the world will would grant her a measure of deference. Yet, to her utter embarrassment, the world will ignored her entirely. The countdown continued unabated. With half the time elapsed, the awkwardness deepened. Bai Hao panicked, until abruptly the ethereal celestial visage of Bai Hao flashed across her mind. Her eyes lit up. She immediately sent another mental plea: "I'm Bai Hao's senior sister." At the name, Bai Hao, the countdown froze precisely at 4 seconds remaining, and the cosmic force binding them dissolved instantly. Witnessing this, Bai Hao's lips twitched faintly. Her emotions a tangled knot. Though she'd succeeded in halting time, elation refused to bloom. Instead, a quiet pang settled in her chest. Indeed, her senior brother cherished only his junior brother. His junior sister, held no place in his heart. Love, it seemed, was gone. Meanwhile, across the arena, Macarlo stood bewildered. What just happened? Why had the countdown halted? Such an anomaly had never occurred in any of the previous 10 matches. Could it be a glitch in the world will? Macarlo speculated silently, and instinctively glanced toward Bai Hao. Upon sensing the oppressive gloom radiating from her, his knees inexplicably buckled. Before he knew it, he was kneeling obediently, head bowed, posture meek. Bai Hao glanced at him once, then lost all interest, no longer seeing any point in continuing the beating. "You may rise. No need. I'm quite comfortable kneeling. We mechanoids prefer it." Macarlo waved hastily. With his core offline, his speech flowed far more naturally, almost human. As for Bai Hao's earlier command to rise, he didn't believe it for a second. Please. After that demoness explosive temper moments ago, standing upright while speaking to her would surely earn him a full dismantling and reforging. Kneel. He would kneel firmly, absolutely. For mechanoids, nothing inspired greater dread than being sent back to the crucible for remanufacture. And he dared not provoke Bai Hao now. If you enjoy kneeling, then by all means kneel. Bai Hao dismissed him without further thought. Hands clasped behind her back, she wandered aside like a solemn child gazing pensively over the boundless sea of clouds. After a long silence, her mood gradually softened. Then she strolled back before Macarlo. "You're of the mechanoid race. Esteemed lady, I am indeed a mechanoid. Though should you find the mechanoid lineage displeasing, I may readily assume another form." As he spoke, a strained, obsequious smile stretched across his metallic face. "Bai Hao, if you're truly a mechanoid, you must know how to build smartphones. Make me the latest model." Macarlo ventured cautiously. "Esteemed lady, I can transform into a smartphone myself. Would that suffice?" "No, you're ugly," Bai Hao replied flatly with undisguised disdain. Upon hearing these words, Macaro's mechanical face nearly fractured. He longed to protest, to insist he was not ugly. But the moment he met Bai Hao's unervingly benevolent smile, his resolve wavered. He instinctively recoiled, then silently retrieved a set of components and began assembling them with quiet diligence. Seconds ticked by. When Macaro completed the assembly, a sleek rose-pink smartphone materialized in his hands, a full metal chassis, exquisitely refined texture, featherlight slimness, an iridescent waistline, and, thoughtfully affixed to its back, a plush rabbit charm. Bai Shaoran's eyes lit up. How stunning. Hand it over. Quickly. Esteemed lady, please wait a moment. The final procedure remains. What procedure? Screen protection film. Without hesitation, Macaro commenced applying the film with meticulous precision. Once finished, he presented the rose-pink device to Bai Shaoran with deep reverence. Madam, rest assured, film application is our mechanical race's supreme specialty. Bai Shaoran stared speechless, then quietly began to reflect. Had she struck too hard just moments before? Otherwise, how could a celestial prodigy of the mechanical race have descended so willingly into such humble film-applying pride? As she accepted the phone, her bewitching features blossomed with unfeigned delight. Its craftsmanship was extraordinary. Superb tactile elegance, exquisite aesthetics, a generously sized display, vastly superior to her previous device in every regard. While fiddling with the phone, she asked, "Can it connect to the interstellar network?" "Absolutely. And at unparalleled speed and resolution, ideal for binge-watching dramas." Truly? Her joy surged as this phone had been acquired solely to savor idle dramas in pristine clarity. The ninth realm of the stellar battlefield. Celestial prodigies across the realm stared in stunned silence as the world will's countdown bar abruptly froze. What's happening? Why has the countdown halted? Blasphemy? Has the world will itself malfunctioned? Impossible. This is the world will of the stellar battlefield. Flawless for eons beyond counting. Then what explains this? It is a glitch, I'm certain. This year's cohort of prodigies exceeds 10 trillion, unprecedented in scale. More than all prior generations combined. Goodness. Have you been living under a rock? The world will glitch hit the top trending topic 20 minutes ago. Blasphemy? What occurred? Watch the live stream video on trending. It reveals all. Let me say plainly before that person, even this glitch is but a child. And so, en masse, they unlocked their phones, navigated to today's trending feed, and found a single post containing a video link. Tapping it, they were instantly redirected to a live stream hosted by a celestial prodigy spectating within the ninth realm of the stellar battlefield. An ongoing match unfolding in real time. The arena manifested as an impossibly towering emerald mountain. Ripples distorted the void, and in the next breath a man appeared. Ethereally handsome, his features flawless, his stature tall and elegant, clad in snow-white robes that shimmered with celestial radiance. Countless chat messages flooded the screen. Ah! Stunning! Mother! I've fallen in love. Director C, forgive me. I've defected. This young master is utterly irresistible. He embodies my ideal. Ahem, no more pretense. I confess he is my husband. Watch if you must. But keep your fantasies in check. Sister, how many drinks did you have to get this intoxicated? No, he's my husband. Damn. Who is this? His very presence dares challenge my own aesthetic supremacy. It's preposterous. Brother, put down the wine and eat some peanuts first. Ugh. This man is toxic. High alert warning, fellow men. Do not stare too long. Prolonged gazing may induce profound disorientation. Blasphemy? Too late, brother. You've already begun to feel it. Hiss. His beauty verges on the absurd. If perfection were divided into 10 parts, he alone commands 9.9. Damn. I'm green with envy. Within the arena, upon the verdant peak, Bai Hao furrowed his brow. Since his previous match, a subtle sensation had haunted him, unseen eyes observing from the shadows. Now as this round commenced, that feeling intensified 1,000-fold. Deeply unsettling yet undeniable. Yet when he focused his spiritual sense to trace its origin, nothing answered. Only silence. What sorcery is this? I refuse to believe it, mere illusion. Someone is watching me. Through some arcane hidden art. Bai Hao's gaze turned frosty. His fists clenched slowly. After 2 silent breaths, resolve crystallized. He lowered his hands behind his back and activated his innate divine ability. Son, kneel and call me father. Instantly, an unfathomable force erupted. The alien prodigy barely materialized upon the stage, collapsed to his knees with a muffled thud, before bowing deeply and proclaiming, "Father." Alien prodigy. Simultaneously, across the cosmic starcia throughout myriad realms, every sentient being whose cultivation fell below the stellar realm knelt and cried, "Father," including those perched on chairs now kneeling helplessly atop their keyboards. Countless races turned ashen. What madness was this? They'd merely watched a live stream. Why suddenly kneel and address this dazzling stranger as father? What the hell? It defied reason. They strained to rise. Yet their bodies obeyed no command, rooted fast in abject obeisance. Blasphemy? What was happening? Elsewhere, upon the emerald mountain of the arena, Bai Hao probed the resonance of his ability for several seconds, then twitched faintly at the corners of his mouth. In that single instant he had acquired hundreds of trillions of sons, and countless daughters besides, drawn from the stellar battlefield and the boundless star sea beyond. Good heavens! Had he just stepped onto the Galactic Spring Festival Gala? Was that why so many eyes sought him out? Bai Hao stood bewildered. The cosmic star sea. Elders and sovereigns of countless races descended examining their kneeling kin. Upon completing their inspections they exchanged hushed awestruck murmurs. This power, is it causality itself? No. It transcends mere causality. It seamlessly integrates the absolute mastery of mind energy. Who is this being? A divine ability awakened at the divine ability realm, yet flawlessly fusing two supreme Tao paths, causality and mind. Unfathomably transcendent. Observe his countenance. His Tao body is innate radiant with auspicious omens. Could he be a reincarnated celestial sovereign? A celestial sovereign? Even the lowest sovereigns are peerless. Yet none possess such overwhelming authority. Could it be a reincarnation of an unsurpassed sovereign? Yet no known sovereign commands both causality and mind. Absurd. Sovereigns dwell beyond mortal comprehension. Their arts are not meant for our eyes. Precisely. He must be the rebirth of an unsurpassed sovereign, or something even greater. Then, once the Stellar Prodigy War concludes, shall we attempt to recruit him? Recruit him by all means, but let us speak plainly beforehand. Should he decline our offer, we must never coerce him. Rather, we shall honor him with utmost courtesy. Furthermore, issue strict orders: none shall act rashly or offend him in any way. To do so would invite annihilation upon our entire race. Having lived for eons, they knew well the terrifying depth of an unsurpassed sovereign's contingency measures. Senior cultivators from all races exchanged covert glances and murmurs. At that moment, a subordinate transmitted a video. Upon opening it, Bai Shaoran's brutal annihilation of Macarlo erupted across the screen. As they watched, these normally austere and impassive masters drew sharp collective breaths. When the footage ended, silence descended. Profound, weighty, and unbroken. After a long suspended pause, a low, awestruck murmur finally broke the stillness. This is the 9th tier of Void Principle. A mere divine ability realm cultivator mastering the pinnacle of 9th tier Void Principle. Utterly inconceivable. Truly beyond belief. Even those blessed by cosmic will, who are born with innate mastery of Void Principle, could never achieve such prodigious mastery. This appears to be an entirely novel manifestation of Void Principle, its aura unfamiliar, alien. With my eon-spanning experience, I have never encountered its like. This woman is extraordinary beyond measure. I dare assert once she ascends to sovereign realm, the quality of her Tao laws may well reach immortal grade refinement. Should she survive unscathed, she may yet glimpse the summit, the realm of supreme sovereign. Once the Stellar Domain Prodigy War concludes, we shall seek an opportunity to approach her. Ideally, we shall recruit her into our faction. And if she refuses, ask a subordinate. If she refuses, we eliminate her without mercy. She must not fall into the hands of rival clans. As the words fell, the cultivator's killing intent coalesced into palpable force, ripping through the starry void, shattering asteroids and extinguishing stars in its wake. Understood, Master. Across the cosmos, the elite elders of nearly every race were engaged in precisely such dialogues at that very instant. Were Bai Shaoran aware of how the myriad cosmic races perceived her, she would erupt in fury. Let senior brother bully me. That was tolerable. But now even stray cats and dogs dare step forward to trample upon me. Does she truly think her blade has grown too heavy to lift? The 9th realm of the stellar battlefield. The arena space. Bai Hao, leveraging his innate divine ability, briefly communed with his son beyond the battlefield, and at last understood why he'd felt observed. The stellar battlefield has activated a spectator mode. Subscribe and enjoy unrestricted real-time broadcasts of every Prodigy's match. Good heavens! With this insatiable greed for credits, it must be old Ma reincarnated. Bai Hao muttered, exasperated. Mid-thought, he gazed at his opponent across the arena. Through his celestial fortune golden eyes, a faint aura cloud hovered above the youth's head, crystal clear. The aura cloud did not flicker, indicating no auspicious encounter or rare opportunity had yet ripened. A pity. Just then the world's sovereign will echoed from the heavens, cold and detached, as always declaring a matching error. Contestant Bai Hao receives automatic advancement to the next round. Contestant Lei Che shall be rematched with a new opponent. Upon hearing this, Bai Hao lifted his gaze skyward and sighed. A long, wistful exhalation. He couldn't shake the unsettling suspicion perhaps these matching errors were deliberate, orchestrated to deliver prodigies straight into his path, only to whisk them away after he'd absorbed their latent fortune. Outside the battlefield, livestream viewers stared dumbfounded. What the? Is this even allowed? Holy, this is the first time I've ever seen someone advance solely by walkover. Then you'll witness it again. Imminently. What do you mean? Because Bai Hao will receive a walkover in every single round. Every round, automatic advancement. A well-informed voice interjected. What? This actually happens? So the rumors circulating online, the ones claiming the world will had malfunctioned, were referring to this endless stream of walkovers granted to Bai Hao. Is he the world will's literal son? Whether or not he's its biological offspring, I cannot say, but I can confirm this: the world will's favoritism is pathological. It's coddling Bai Hao beyond reason. practically lifting him to the heavens on a golden cloud. That statement met near universal assent. Thereafter, the stellar domain prodigy war continued unabated. After 50 rounds, the world will compiled all combat records, ranked the participants, and teleported the top 10,000 prodigies into the infernal region known as Yinming. Yinming was a fractured world, a broken realm. Only those who endured to the very end here would earn the right to use the reincarnation platform. The dark void. Suddenly a torrent of black vapor erupted from the void. A presence of unspeakable terror embodying the distilled malevolence of the abyss itself, towering and absolute. Whoosh! With a languid flick of its tail, it stirred the river of time, surveying countless eons and infinite timelines, seeking the host most perfectly attuned to its essence. An indeterminate span passed. At last the black vapor stilled. It had found its perfect vessel. Whoosh! In an instant it vanished from sight. The ice prison. Luo Feng slowly opened his eyes, his gaze heavy with ancient sorrow. 100 years. I have hidden within this ice prison for a full century. Zhongli, you came to me of your own accord, seducing me under the pretense of teaching me ancient divine script. What kind of ancient divine script requires instruction atop a bed? A trap? All of it the work of OK. His sole aim to expel me from the academy. How utterly foolish I was. Zhongli, hey, wait for me. One day I, Luo Feng, shall emerge from this ice prison and make you pay. His voice dripped with venomous hatred. At that very instant, an invisible current of black vapor materialized from the void and plunged swift as thought into Luo Feng's body. Ding. Host has completed century-long seclusion. The divine tier seclusion system is now fully activated. A system? Luo Feng's eyes widened in shock, his voice erupting in disbelief. So, it was true. Systems from cultivation novels did exist in reality. But what exactly is a divine tier seclusion system? Why does it bear so little resemblance to the systems described in fiction? Luo Feng pondered silently. Ding. Divine tier seclusion system activation confirmed. Congratulations, host. You have received the beginner's gift package. A beginner's gift package. His eyes lit up. Dismissing further contemplation, he instantly tapped open the system's reward. The beginner's gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Supreme Truth Scripture 10 Qualification Enhancement Pills, 1 million top-tier energy stones, and the Invincible Dao Field. Invincible Dao Field. As long as the host remains within the field, no one can forcibly break through its defenses. In an instant, a bottle of pills appeared before Luo Feng along with 1 million top-tier energy stones, and an invincible Dao field covering a radius of 100 miles. After experiencing all of this, Luo Feng could not help but fall into ecstasy. He never expected that this divine-level seclusion system would be so generous, offering such a plethora of good things in just one beginner's gift package. It was truly amazing. However, he failed to notice that as time passed, his soul was gradually tainted by dark energy, ultimately becoming indistinguishable from it. Ding. The system task is now being issued. Task 1: seclude for 100,000 years. Upon completion, the host will be rewarded with Undying Realm cultivation. Task 2: seclude for 100 million years. Upon completion, the host will be rewarded with Cosmic Supreme cultivation. Task 3: seclude for 100 billion years. Upon completion, the host will be rewarded with Cosmic Ruler cultivation. Undying Realm. Supreme Ruler. Luo Feng's breath quickened, his heartbeat raced, and he swallowed hard, feeling an intense dryness in his mouth. Coming from an academy background, he understood better than anyone how precious the task rewards provided by the system were. To say it plainly, even the lowest reward of the Undying Realm among the 3 tasks would grant him the power to look down upon the Galaxy Academy. The cultivation realms from lowest to highest are Awakening Divine Power, Calamity Stars, Void, Domain Master, Realm King, Manifested Saint, and Undying. The Undying Realm is a dividing line. When a cultivator breaks through to the Undying Realm, it means they have initially freed themselves from the constraints of lifespan, gaining the ability to live forever. As long as the mind does not collapse, one can live for at least 100 billion years. However, the Undying Realm is not the strongest. Above the Undying Realm, there exists another realm called the 4 Cosmos Realm. The 4 Cosmos Realm can be further subdivided into Cosmic Celestial, Cosmic Supreme, Cosmic Dao Sovereign, and Cosmic Ruler. It is said that the highest being in the 4 Cosmos Realm, the Cosmic Ruler, is terrifying beyond comprehension, capable of annihilating a superstar domain with a mere gesture. Even the 6 Supreme races are reluctant to provoke such a powerful being. At this moment, Luo Feng can directly attain the cultivation of a Cosmic Ruler by secluding himself for 100 billion years, truly a meteoric rise. Taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Luo Feng asked system, can I accept all 3 tasks at once? Yes. Then, if I leave the Dao field partway through my seclusion, does that mean the task fails? Will I still receive rewards if I continue to seclude? Leaving the Dao field during seclusion will reset the previous seclusion time, so it is best for the host not to interrupt the seclusion. Understood. Nodding, Luo Feng then looked at the first task issued by the system, silently pondering. My current cultivation is at the Void Realm. The Void Realm only has a lifespan of 10,000 years. If I want to complete the first task, I must at least break through to the Domain Master Realm, extending my lifespan to 100,000 years. Otherwise, I might become a heap of yellow earth before I even finish the first task. With that thought, Luo Feng's eyes were resolute. In the coming years, I must seclude myself while striving to break through to the domain master realm. In the void, 7 strands of black gas floated in the dark void. What the hell? Is Xiao Ba insane? Starting with a seclusion of 100,000 years and heading straight for 100 billion years in task 3, is it planning to wait until the end of time? Damn it! Who was it that told it to survive and develop? It was me, but I only hoped it would survive a little, not to an extreme. At this point, Xiao Ba is effectively useless. We can't expect anything from it in the short term. Who will go next? Xiao Qi said. Xiao Ba has not fallen yet. If we send out another curse this time, does that count as violating the void contract? The void contract states that unless the previous curse falls, no other curses may act against Bai Hao. Of course it doesn't count. The leader said nonsensically. Xiao Ba is just going out for a stroll. When did it go to deal with Bai Hao? All the curses. If that's the case, he'll go. Rest assured, brothers, I handle matters reliably and will not make mistakes. Xiao Qi said. Very good. Xiao Qi indeed handles things reliably. Remember, just survive appropriately. Don't be like Xiao Ba, who immediately secluded for so long. Rest assured, I will manage the timing well. Brothers, I'm off. After saying that, Xiao Qi dove out of the void, heading toward its destination. On the other side, in the 9th realm of the Star Domain battlefield, the top 10,000 prodigies of the Tianjiao battle had been randomly scattered by the world's will, abruptly transferred into the underworld. As this group of prodigies entered the underworld, they immediately exclaimed, "Why does this underworld seem so different from the one recorded in our clan? The dark energy is overwhelming, with a horde of ghosts roaming. Compared to the previous Yellow Springs Corpse Mountain, the overall atmosphere is vastly different. And also, why can't I sense my own cultivation? Wait, it's not just the cultivation. I can't sense my void or martial skills either. It's as if I never possessed them." They despairingly discovered that apart from being able to summon their blood power, nearly all other powers had vanished. What in the world was happening? The Yinming realm, a nameless, obscure village. This village was eerily uncanny, though every household sat in pitch-black darkness. Each dwelling resounded with unnatural clamor. The elderly man's hearty laughter, men boisterously drinking and boasting, a women's coquettish lilting voices, children's shrieks and scurrying footsteps. Even so, from deeper shadows beyond faint ragged gasps, men and women breathing hard, drifted into the night. While such sounds at night seemed perfectly ordinary, entirely understandable, something is deeply wrong with this village. We're trapped. I tried walking toward its edge. Within moments I found myself back where I started. I encountered the same phenomenon. Could it be the legendary ghostly maze? That cannot be right. Even a ghostly maze would never ensnare cultivators like us. Our robust physical vitality and blood chi should easily pierce such a crude illusion. It is not a ghostly maze. 3 prodigies of alien races exchanged grim, troubled glances. By the world's will, they had been grouped together. Whether that fortune was blessing or curse remained unclear. Not a ghostly maze. At that moment, a young man strode forward from the distance. He was human. Slender, with refined, striking features, his countenance exquisitely handsome. In an interstellar entertainment conglomerate, he might have debuted as a leading actor, ascended to stardom across the cosmos. But, upon seeing him, the 3 alien prodigies recoiled in terror, leaping backward over a dozen meters to widen the gulf between them, as if fleeing venomous serpents or scorpions. For he wore a robe drenched in blood, vibrant, unnerving, and suffused with a thick, cloying scent of iron that reached them even from afar. "Xue Tu Fu, why are you here?" One alien prodigy stammered, voice trembling. Indeed, this blood-cloaked youth stood second on the divine rankings, the peerless human prodigy known as Xue Tu Fu. Xue Tu Fu. It was nearly impossible to fathom. How could such a graceful, ethereal beauty abandon his destined path as a celestial heartthrob, and instead take up the butcher's cleaver? Yet, in doing so, he had mastered the rare void principle of slaughter. Xue Tu Fu smiled faintly. "That question. You must ask the world will of the stellar battlefield. Only it holds the answer." The alien prodigy fell silent, then added almost kindly, "Shall I offer my services to escort you before the world will? I charge no fee." His words hung in the air. All 3 alien prodigies' pupils contracted sharply. One gritted his teeth and snapped, "Xue Tu Fu. Think carefully before acting. This place is profoundly aberrant. Cultivation realms and void principles are sealed. You cannot wield them. Stripped of those, what fraction of your true strength remains? Do not end up failing utterly, killing none of us, yet being expelled by our hands first." Hearing this, Xue Tu Fu shook his head with a wry, mirthless smile, though his eyes deep within flickered with cold, glacial intent. Across from him, the alien prodigy, misreading his composure as concession, felt his dread recede, replaced by mounting arrogance. His tone grew brash. "If you possess sense, sit with us now, and jointly deliberate how to escape this accursed village. Not waste breath on futile slaughter, only to perish together in mutual ruin." "Xue Tu Fu, what does that shake of your head mean?" All 3 snarled in unison, fury flaring. In reply, Xue Tu Fu calmly wiped his pig-slaughtering cleaver with silk and murmured softly, "Nothing, merely mild surprise." Surprise! I did not expect that to you alien races I, ranked second among the divine rankings, should appear so contemptible. You dare speak of mutual annihilation? With you. The instant his voice ceased, Xue Tufu vanished from sight. Into the darkness, a flash of frost-white light. His blade cleaved the air, radiating murderous intent, and pulsing chilling waves of blood chi that made the soul shudder. Though cultivation and void principles were suppressed, his flesh and blood constitution, and the surging tyrannical vitality coursing through his veins, still dwarfed 99% of all alien prodigies. How could these fools dare underestimate him? In a single heartbeat, his blade pierced the alien prodigies' bodies, graceful as a gazelle's leap, swift beyond perception. When the light faded, the three lay reduced to crimson mist, drifting weightlessly, before settling drop by drop upon his blood-soaked robe. Alien blood, truly exquisite. Rapture bloomed in Xue Tufu's gaze, but beneath it smoldered a hatred so pure, so absolute it froze the marrow. He loathed aliens. He loathed all aliens. He longed to drink their blood, devour their flesh. Yet even that would fail to quench the inferno in his heart. Slowly he closed his eyes. On his elegant, youthful face sorrow surfaced. Unmistakable, unmasked. Once he had been a tender, innocent boy, cherished by family, dreaming only of growing up, marrying, raising children, living a quiet, ordinary life. Until the day aliens descended upon his homeworld. Slaughtering, enslaving, imprisoning. Shattering everything he held sacred. His parents. His beloved elder sister. Then he had yearned only for death. To end his suffering, to find final peace. Death promised release. But in the end, he chose not to die. If he perished, who would avenge his parents and sister? Would those executioners roam free, unpunished? No. He refused to accept such humiliation. To die thus, to face his parents and sister in the afterlife, would shame him forever. So, he had to live, fueled solely by hatred. The boy, barely more than a child, crouched in sewage tunnels a kilometer underground, starving on putrid rot, thirsting on foul, stagnant water. To survive, he spared nothing, sacrificed everything. And somehow he endured, until the arrival of humanity's relief legion. At the moment of rescue, he was scarcely recognizable, his body a tapestry of wounds. Festering old scars, fresh lacerations from rats and insects. Xue Tufu slowly opened his eyes. His hand rose gently to smooth the blood-drenched robe, his gaze intense and unwavering softened, revealing for the first time a smile both genuine and radiant. Warm. Father, mother, elder sister, Shao Yi will slay aliens without cease, until I earn enough merit to petition humanity's supreme cultivators to resurrect you. Do not wait long. The day draws near. Then he lifted his gaze toward the eerie village before him. The warmth in his smile dissolved. His eyes turned glacial, sharp as shattered obsidian. Spectral fiends of the Ghost Clan. You dare play ghosts before me, Xue Tufu? How utterly reckless of you. With that he strode toward the first dwelling. Each step ignited his blood chi, roaring incandescent like a colossal solar furnace blazing with unbearable heat. Boom! Blinding flames erupted, searing, purifying, threatening to incinerate every phantom, every shadow, every taint of een and corruption. Meanwhile, other prodigies across myriad races found themselves similarly ensnared, in equally uncanny locales. Villages, hospitals, schools, zoos, all were present. At first the spectral fiends lingered only within buildings, but after a time, those hidden in the dark emerged, launching frenzied, relentless assaults upon the prodigies. Their attacks were grotesque, some targeted the physical body, others assaulted the spiritual sea. The mind itself. A single misstep, and one's soul or consciousness would shatter, followed swiftly by dismemberment and death. Confronted with such surreal, insidious assault, the prodigies could only surge their blood chi in desperate defense, igniting its yang essence to burn away, annihilate, and obliterate these incorrupted fiends. Of course, besides exterminating the fiends, they also turned upon one another, eliminating rivals in brutal, calculated combat. Once the number dwindled to 10, this hellish trial would end instantly. Yet, this applied to most prodigies. In a forgotten corner of the Yinming realm, a girl of breathtaking beauty sat atop a weathered stone, cradling a rose-pink smartphone in her small hands. Beside her lay the ruins of a school, still reeking with blood chi so overwhelming, so absolute it defied comprehension. Were one to survey the wreckage from above, one would behold a terrifying truth. The jagged perimeter of the ruin bore an unmistakable, perfect resemblance to the palm print of a young girl. Foolish woman, I forbid you to die. If you perish, every soul in the Fu family shall accompany you in death. Do you hear me? Wake up now. Only I have the right to torment you. No one else dares even try. A sudden wave of awkwardness shattered the oppressive gloom. The tone shifted abruptly. Bai Hao ran. The architect of this shift sat perched atop a weathered stone, utterly absorbed in her smartphone screen, wholly unbothered by the melodramatic absurdity unfolding before her. Wah! The heroine suffers terribly, abandoned as a child, tormented by her stepmother and stepsister, cast into the streets, then struck by a car and robbed of her memory. and later abused anew by the male lead. Just when he finally realizes his true feelings, and vows to cherish her, the heroine succumbs to a terminal illness and dies. How utterly tragic. Tears glistened in Bai Shaoran's eyes, as she muttered curses under her breath, damning the screenwriter to an ill-fated end. At that very moment a sinister aura surged upward from the ruins of the school nearby, reduced moments earlier to rubble by a single palm strike. Within mere breaths, the wreckage reassembled itself, restoring the school to its former state. Yet now it stood as a perfectly intact, profoundly eerie edifice. Within its halls countless cursed ghost clans lay in wait, their chilling energy piercing the heavens with a terrifying intensity, far surpassing its prior manifestation. Roar! Roar! With grotesque snarls the cursed ghosts burst forth from classrooms and offices, converging upon Bai Shaoran, who sat calmly upon the stone. Witnessing this, a fierce, murderous aura darkened Bai Shaoran's delicate features. Indeed, the cursed ghosts had drawn the worst possible fortune, arriving precisely when her mood was at its most volatile, barreling headlong into the line of fire. How irritating! Irritation etched across her face. She slowly raised her slender porcelain white hand. In an instant, swirling kiblood erupted from her form, not the crimson hue of mortals but a luminous azure white. It blazed with thunderous resonance. Faintly a lotus bloomed, azure petals cradling a white heart, radiating an aura of supreme sovereignty and peerless majesty. Above, in the boundless firmament, her azure white kiblood coalesced into a colossal palm, vast enough to eclipse the sun and sky, its sheer presence inducing soul-shattering terror and suffocating dread across all living things. Die! Her voice sharp and commanding cut through the air. The kiblood palm descended with cataclysmic force, crushing space itself, annihilating all matter, reducing the entire school to weightless glittering dust in an instant. Having done so, Bai Shaoran brushed her palms together as though completing nothing more than a trivial chore. She reined in her aura and mused inwardly. Half an hour remains until the next wave of cursed ghosts emerges. Time to find a new drama. Quickly. This time I'll choose a sweet, affectionate romance. No more heart-wrenching tragedies. They ruin one's mood. With that she resettled herself upon the stone, and opened her phone, navigating directly to the sweet, spoiling genre category. Elsewhere at a certain zoo stood a man of transcendent beauty. Flawless features, statuesque, bearing wreathed in celestial chi, each step trailing stardust in its wake. Bai Hao. At this moment his spirits soared. Nay, soared beyond euphoria, as if a long-cherished aspiration buried deep within his heart had at last been fulfilled. No one knew how fiercely his heart had raced, how electrifying his pulse had become, when hundreds, even thousands of cursed demonic beasts charged toward him. At last, this time they were no sycophantic lapdogs. Truth be told, Bai Hao had nearly suffocated these past days. Bypassed entirely in both the stellar realm battlefield and the celestial prodigy trials, left with no opportunity to prove himself. He'd advanced effortlessly stage after stage, a guaranteed ascent. But this time everything changed. The moment he arrived here, he found himself surrounded, hundreds, thousands, of cursed demonic beasts closing in. The battle raged with extraordinary intensity. He activated his indestructible golden body, slammed his foot into the earth, and an explosive roar shook the ground as he launched skyward. Golden light enveloped him, his hair billowed like storm-tossed banners. His aura pierced heaven itself. In that instant his gaze flashed like lightning, like a youthful celestial god descending from myth. His fingers clenched into a divine fist, compressing the air until it cracked with sonic booms. Then, he hurled his fist forward. Boom! Radiant gold light erupted. His kiblood surged like an ocean, vast, golden, and overwhelming, engulfing the demonic horde in a torrential sea of sovereign vitality. In a flash, every cursed beast dissolved into shimmering motes of soul light, utterly terrifyingly overpowered. Moreover, upon their demise the demons' souls dispersed, not into ambient spiritual energy, but into singular mysterious particles, purer, stranger, and far more potent than any chi known to the mortal realm. Amidst the zoo's quiet expanse, his ninefold golden palace indestructible heaven art began circulating spontaneously, devouring and refining those ethereal particles from the surrounding void. Within moments the bottleneck at the mid-first transformation began to yield, then shattered outright, propelling him instantly into late-first transformation. HSS. Bai Hao drew a sharp breath. These particles actually elevate the ninefold golden palace indestructible heaven art. Truly unfathomable. Realizing this, he was seized by ecstatic elation, for he well remembered, since that extraordinary simulated trial, his ninefold golden palace indestructible heaven art had remained stubbornly locked at mid-first transformation, refusing all advancement. Never could he have imagined such miraculous efficacy hidden within the particles of this place. Without hesitation, Bai Hao channeled his art to its utmost, accelerating absorption and refinement of every lingering particle in the surrounding void. Alas, despite exhausting every residual trace of that mysterious energy, he still fell short of peak first transformation. Just as disappointment settled upon him, the zoo trembled, then surged with the same eerie, cursed aura. Within mere breaths, the slain demonic beasts rose again, reborn whole and monstrous. They roared, a deafening, earth-shaking bellow, directed straight at him. Bai Hao's eyes flared with sudden brilliance. From prior observation, the source of those particles was unmistakable, the demon's own soul essences. Therefore, slaying them once more would surely generate fresh particles, and thus a self-sustaining cycle would begin. Perhaps, through this endless loop, the ninefold Golden Palace indestructible heaven art might ascend to its second transformation, and awaken its second innate art talent. At that thought, Bai Hao's gaze upon the advancing horde burned, not with dread nor disdain, but with fervent unquenchable hunger. Boom, boom, boom. In a certain zoo of the Yinming realm, a golden sun, supremely young and fiercely potent, rose into the sky every half hour. Its radiance pierced mountains and rivers, incinerating demons and specters. Bai Hao sat cross-legged upon the ground, his ninefold Golden Palace indestructible celestial art, surging violently within him, generating an awe-inspiring force of absorption. Rumble. Energy particles across the entire zoo's heavens were drawn inward, coalescing into spiraling vortexes. Finally, like the Milky Way appended, they cascaded downward from the firmament in a torrential deluge, pouring wholly into Bai Hao's body. Absorb, refine. Time ticked away second by second. Meanwhile, the circulation speed of the ninefold Golden Palace indestructible celestial art accelerated ever more fiercely, emitting thunderous roars, akin to tidal surges across a blood ocean. How long had passed? Suddenly a soft pop echoed from within Bai Hao's body. In the next instant, the ninefold Golden Palace indestructible celestial art shattered its bottleneck, advancing from late first rotation to peak first rotation. Bai Hao gently closed his eyes. His soul seemed to drift through a warm, boundless cosmos, a subtle, ineffable transcendence. When he awakened once more, he sensed at once the ninefold Golden Palace indestructible celestial art had reached peak first rotation, achieving perfect completion, and with it his innate talent for enhancing comprehension had undergone a staggering metamorphosis. Previously, this talent amplified his insight by 10,000-fold, now it surged to a million-fold enhancement, a hidden attribute intrinsic to the ninefold Golden Palace indestructible celestial art. Each rotation bestowed a unique cultivation talent. Upon reaching perfection, that talent's effect magnified 100-fold, and elevated the cultivator holistically across all faculties. At this moment, Bai Hao's heart raced. After all, this was a full million-fold amplification. His natural aptitude was already ranked as celestial tier, amplified thus, it would rival even the transcendent tier, beyond the Tao tier itself. And the transcendent tier stood as the highest rank designated by the system. As his exhilaration gradually subsided, Bai Hao fell silent. He had not expected to have ascended so far so unawares, leaving no room for ordinary mortals to even aspire. He indulged for a fleeting moment in quiet self-appreciation. Then Bai Hao suppressed his pride and turned his focus inward, observing the transformations wrought by completing the first rotation. Upon attaining perfection, the indestructible golden body becomes diamond lustrous and flawlessly pure, possessing virtually no weakness. Even the most vulnerable part, the eyes, now bears extraordinary defense. Trivial attacks cannot breach it. Moreover, the strength of my spiritual sea has increased dramatically. Yet, the greatest boon of this breakthrough lies not in flesh or spirit, but in a quantum leap of life essence itself. Bai Hao gazed at his palm, murmuring softly. At present, though his cultivation realm remained at the apex of the divine ability realm, his life essence rivaled that of a domain lord. The most tangible distinction between them lay in longevity. Divine ability cultivators lived 1,000 years, domain lords 10,000 millennia. 10,000 millennia! Bai Hao's gaze flickered, stirring with quiet excitement. To mortals, such a lifespan bordered on the legendary immortality of celestial beings. Truly unfathomably vast. Yet swiftly, Bai Hao calmed his emotions, restoring inner stillness. Such deities are but cultivators of profound attainment. Someday I too shall ascend to that height. His ambition was eternal existence, true unbroken longevity. 10,000 millennia, it could scarcely satisfy him. Roar! A furious bellow echoed from afar. The snarl of tainted demonic beasts. Only then did Bai Hao notice, without his awareness, the zoo had once again exuded eerie tainted energy, giving rise to ever more tainted demonic beasts. Excellent! The more tainted beasts there are, the greater the surge of energy particles released upon their spiritual dissolution. With those words, Bai Hao slowly rose to his feet. As he stood, a terrifying golden aura erupted skyward, like a slumbering volcano finally unleashing its fury. Half the heavens darkened to burnished gold. Kill! Bai Hao uttered a low command and charged toward the tainted beasts. In the Tianyin stellar domain, beneath the frozen wastes of a desolate planet's northernmost glaciers, a woman meditated in seclusion. Her features were ethereally exquisite. Tall, refined, untouched by mortal dust, radiant with transcendent grace. Every gesture shimmered with sacred light. Noble, elegant, her beauty was perfectly balanced. Serene and divine, yet never distant or intimidating. This woman was Long Qingsu, yet she differed subtly from her former self, occasionally emanating an aura of absolute transcendence over all existence. A clear sign of full awakening. Suddenly Long Qingsu's eyelashes fluttered. She slowly opened her eyes, her irises now glacial blue. Boom! As she gazed forth, terrifying light blazed around her, the power of void principles. And not just one but many. First layer, second layer, third layer. By the time it reached the 10th layer, cosmic will manifested, coalescing endless tribulation clouds above her, preparing heavenly trials. At this, a mysterious sacred mark appeared upon Long Qingsu's brow. She cast a single imperious glance upward and commanded the cosmic will be gone. Upon seeing that sacred mark, the cosmic will recoiled in abject terror. Oh, wasn't that Sister Long? One glance confirmed it. She was a peerless powerhouse beyond my reckoning. Time to vanish. The cosmic will hastily retracted its tribulation clouds and fled, vanishing utterly as if it had never existed. Heaven and earth returned to pristine clarity. Long Qingsu paid it no mind, continuing her ascent. 11th layer, 12th layer, 32nd layer, 33rd layer. In mere heartbeats, her void principles soared to the terrifying height of the 33rd layer. Then, these principles shattered their limits, evolving into supreme Gademanggrade laws. When Long Qingsu ceased her cultivation, her realm had transcended the final stage of the Fourion realm, becoming a fearsome cosmic sovereign. Cosmic sovereign. For now this should suffice. Long Qingsu rose gracefully, her gaze piercing across billions of spatial layers, directly alighting upon Bai Hao deep in cultivation within the Yinming realm. Her eyes softened, filled with tenderness and unbreakable, undiluted devotion. After a long pause, she withdrew her gaze. Her glacial blue eyes narrowed faintly, sending chills down the spine. The ninefold golden palace, indestructible celestial art. Humph! Never imagined the Emperor, who sealed the chaos heaven for countless eons, would resort to such petty stratagems. How delightfully intriguing! Alas! You lack the worthiness to cultivate this art alongside Bai Lang. Only I am Bai Lang's true destined counterpart. Having whispered these words softly, Long Qingsu stepped into the void and vanished without a trace. Back in the Yinming realm, Bai Hao, having absorbed wave after wave of energy particles, finally neared another breakthrough. Rumble. His physical body strengthened anew, achieving the second rotation of the indestructible golden body. His heavenly emperor golden palace within the spiritual sea expanded further. Magnificent, awe-inspiring, eternal, and indestructible. Yet regrettably, this second rotation breakthrough failed to elevate his life essence. Could it be that only upon attaining peak perfection in the second rotation will life essence ascend? No matter. I'll set that aside for now. Let me quickly discern what ability the second rotation's awakened talent grants. Having spoken, Bai Hao dismissed all distraction and focused inward. Moments later, astonishment flared across his gaze. The talent awakened by the second rotation is indestructible bloodchild clone.